Fool! You cannot even awaken a martial soul. You are unworthy to call me your teacher. In the dimly lit grove, a middle-aged man with a buzz cut berated a frail young boy mercilessly. You Xiaojiang, have truly lost my senses by taking you as my disciple. You Xiaojiang spat out, having already condemned the boy in his heart, deeming him worthless for failing to awaken any martial soul. The boy, upon witnessing Yu Xiaojiang's ghostly demeanor, found the gentle and righteous image of his teacher utterly shattered in that moment. Teacher, smack! Before the boy could finish his sentence, Yu Xiaojiang delivered a sharp slap across his face. That moment, the coldness in Yu Xiaojiang's gaze severed the bond of their teacher-student relationship. Mike Kai, clutching his swollen cheek, could hardly believe that the teacher who had always treated him kindly would strike him. Indeed, Mike Kai was a transmigrator. Ever since he learned that he had crossed over to the Douluo continent, Mike Kai's spirits soared to he envisioned scenarios where he would embrace Qian Renxue on one side and Bai Dong on the other, filling his heart with delight. However, reality dealt Mike Kai a heavy blow. It was well known that the Douluo continent, as a fantastical realm, could collapse at any moment. But the awakening of martial souls revealed that without soul power and a martial soul, Mike Kai was doused with cold water. With no means to cultivate, the dreams of embracing Qian Renxue and Bai Dong seemed utterly out of reach. Ding! The system has detected the host's heightened emotions and has successfully bound. Host, Mike Kai. Martial soul, none. Soul power, none. Appearance, half a step. To the reader's realm, slightly inferior to the legendary reader. Martial arts. 8 doors of Duanjia activated that prevent the host from inadvertently destroying Douluo Star. The 8 doors of Duanjia have been adjusted to the Douluo continent version. Speed, 12. Reaction, 15. Strength, 19. Life, 100 out of 100. Physical quality. Each point corresponds to a door. Every breakthrough increases the number of doors that can be opened. Current status, 2 points. Currently available doors. First door open, second door resting. The previous 6 doors will not significantly harm the host body, but during the process of opening doors, the host will continuously lose life points. If life points drop to 0 before the 7th door, the 8 doors of Duanjia status will automatically be lifted. In a dead door state, if life points reach 0, the host would die instantly. Activating Night Kai will consume a percentage of life points to deliver the most powerful kick. Each time the host makes a choice, the system will reward the host with attribute points, which can be freely allocated to any physical attribute. The system explained extensively, yet Mike Kai grasped all the information in the blink of an eye. As long as his life points did not drop to 0, he could act with impunity. Glaring at Yu Xiaojiang, who continued to berate him, Mike Kai felt a surge of anger and, standing up, delivered a swift kick. Damn it! I treated you with utmost respect before my system appeared. Now that I have my powers, what are you to me? Due to their close proximity and Yu Xiaojiang's utter surprise at the boy's sudden aggression, Mike Kai's kick landed solidly on Yu Xiaojiang's chest. Thud! Yu Xiaojiang's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to comprehend that the boy would dare to strike him. After taking the blow, Yu Xiaojiang was sent flying uncontrollably. Boom! His body crashed against a tree trunk, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Struggling to rise, Yu Xiaojiang spat out a pool of blood, his eyes now filled with malice. You little wretch! To dare strike your teacher is truly an act of rebellion. Yu Xiaojiang scolded. Thunderous fart. Earth-shattering roar. 2 yellow soul rings spiraled around him, and a creature that resembled neither pig nor dog leaped from his side. Teacher? Umph! Mike Kai scoffed. You dare to call yourself my teacher? In these 3 years, aside from making me carry stones around, have you ever truly taught me anything? Reflecting on the past 3 years of following Yu Xiaojiang, Mike Kai felt increasingly like a fool. Now, with this kick, their teacher-student bond had been irrevocably severed. Mike Kai crossed his arms before him, veins bulging on his forehead. 8 doors of Duanjia. First door. Open. Upon opening the first door, Mike Kai felt no pain. Instead, a sense of power surged through him, making him feel invincible. After sending the creature that was preparing to attack flying, Mike Kai unleashed a flurry of punches upon Yu Xiaojiang's face. His already unsightly features were now transformed into that of a bloated pig. You waste. Let me show you what it means to be underestimated. A man over 50 who hasn't even broken through to level 30. How dare you call yourself a master? Bah! After pummeling Yu Xiaojiang for over half an hour, Might Kai finally spat on his face, feeling a sense of relief. Once Might Kai departed, Yu Xiaojiang, enduring the pain, managed to rise from the ground. Gazing in the direction Might Kai had gone, he felt an unparalleled humiliation. He had never imagined that he would be brutally beaten by a 7-year-old boy, and moreover, that boy was his own disciple. Just wait, Might Kai. One day, I will find a disciple with far greater talent. Yu Xiaojiang vowed with a face full of resentment. The humiliation Might Kai inflicted upon him today would be permanently etched in his memory. Meanwhile, in stark contrast to Yu Xiaojiang's disgrace, Might Kai felt utterly exhilarated after releasing his pent-up frustrations. Sighing in relief, Might Kai began to contemplate his current predicament. It was somewhat regrettable. Had he known he would be transported to the Douluo continent, he would have prepared more thoroughly beforehand. As it stood, he knew little besides the fact that Yu Xiaojiang was the mentor of the protagonist and that there existed a Shrek Academy and Spirit Hall, along with 2 stunning beauties that this moment. Might Kai felt like a headless fly flitting about the forest. Having merely opened the first door, his life points remained intact. Options have begun. Please make a choice. 1. Accept Qian Renxue's invitation to join the Spirit Hall. Reward 3 attribute points. 2. Decline Qian Renxue's invitation. Reward 3 attribute points. Just as the system's voice echoed, a middle-aged man clad in resplendent golden robes and golden armor suddenly descended before Might Kai. The divine aura emanating from the man exuded an overwhelming pressure characteristic of a powerful being. Kid, what technique did you just use? Qian Renxue's gaze briefly flickered over the spot where Yu Xiaojiang had just collapsed. The disdain in his heart for Yu Xiaojiang grew, as even a child devoid of martial souls and soul power could not be defeated. Meanwhile, Might Kai found himself confronted by the imposing and striking figure before him. By mere appearance alone, it was evident that this individual was not someone to be trifled with. What should he do? Should he disclose the truth? If he did, his trump card would be revealed. If he chose silence, the sheer pressure emanating from this man could easily crush him. Might Kai found himself ensnared in a dilemma. Noticing the prolonged silence from Might Kai, Qian Renxue's brow furrowed, revealing a hint of displeasure. Here he was, a dignified elder of the Spirit Hall and a 99th level angel Douluo, questioning a mere 6 or 7-year-old boy, and yet the boy remained unresponsive. Young man, I bear no ill will. I am simply curious about the sudden surge in your power from moments ago. Should you choose to share with me, I would escort you to the Spirit Hall, Qian Dalu said, his tone calm and measured, as if to avoid frightening the boy. At last, Might Kai comprehended the nature of his choice. Whether he accepted or declined, he would gain attribute points. System, I choose option 1. Ding. Congratulations to the host on making a choice. You have gained 3 attribute points. You may allocate these points to any aspect of your physique. Upon the system's announcement, a point allocation panel emerged in Might Kai's mind. Speed, 12, increasing by 1 raises it to 22. Reaction, 15. Increasing by 1 raises it to 25. Strength, 19. Increasing by 1 raises it to 29. Lifespan, 100,100. Increasing by 1 raises it to 150,150. Observing the panel's allocation rules, Might Kai decided to invest 2 points into strength and 1 into lifespan. According to the system's earlier explanation, even if he faced Night Guy, it would only deplete 100 points of lifespan. If he could boost his lifespan to 10,000, would it not allow him to confront Night Guy without hesitation? Ding! A bug in the host's behavior detected. Lifespan cap. Maximum increase is 1,000. The system's sudden clarification doused Might Guy with cold water, as if he had plummeted from heaven to hell, leaving him somewhat disheartened. Ding! Points successfully allocated. Organizing panel. Host, Might Guy. Martial soul. None. Soul power. None. Attractiveness. Half a step into the reader realm. Slightly inferior to the legendary reader. Martial arts. 8 gates of Duanjia activated, to prevent the host from inadvertently obliterating Douluo Star. The 8 gates of Duanjia have been adjusted to the Douluo continent version. Speed, 12. Reaction, 15. Strength, 39. Lifespan, 150,150 at this moment. Qian Dalu was growing increasingly irritated. When had he ever been disregarded to such an extent? A surge of overwhelming soul power pressed down upon Might Guy, snapping him out of his internal dialogue with the system. What terrifying pressure, Might Guy thought to himself. This person was on an entirely different level compared to the earlier Yu Xiaojing. Senior, I shall speak. Might Guy was not cowardly. Rather, he acted from the heart. It was evident that he could not contend with Qian Dalu at this moment. The fact that the latter had found him indicated that he had been lying in wait. Observing the boy's evident fear, Qian Dalu's initial displeasure dissipated entirely. He retracted his oppressive aura and gazed at the youth before him with keen interest. The overwhelming pressure lifted, and Might Guy, still trembling, wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Senior, what I just employed was a martial art known as the 8 Gates of Dunjia. 8 Gates of Dunjia? Qian Dalu silently echoed this name in his mind. The spirit hall, established for thousands of years, possessed a vast treasury of knowledge, encompassing nearly all the wisdom of the continent. It was certain that the 8 Gates of Dunjia was not documented within its archives. Setting aside his thoughts, Qian Dalu listened attentively to the boy's explanation. The 8 Gates of Dunjia is a martial art that allows one's potential to reach its zenith. However, to dissuade you from the notion of wanting to transcribe this martial art, I made slight modifications in my explanation. The first step to learning the 8 Gates is to first forfeit one's soul power and martial spirit. Only then can one safely cultivate this body technique. As expected, when he mentioned the forfeiture of martial spirits and soul power, Qian Dalu's brows furrowed once more. After contemplating, he ultimately abandoned the thought. Without a martial spirit or soul power, one's strength would only pertain to physical technique, perhaps useful below the rank of Great Spirit Master. Once one reached the rank of Soul Master, the difference between possessing soul power and lacking it would become apparent. I see you lack soul power. Did you forfeit your martial spirit to master this body technique? In Douluo continent, every individual possesses a martial spirit. This is common knowledge. If the prerequisite for practicing this body technique is the forfeiture of one's martial spirit, then Qian Dalu found himself intrigued by the boy's martial spirit. Very well. I shall not inquire further, Qian Dalu stated. I have promised you that as long as you inform me, I will take you to the Spirit Hall. However, the admission requirement for the Spirit Academy is to attain at least level 20. Without soul power, you cannot establish yourself in the Spirit Hall. Upon hearing this, Might Guy felt a wave of relief wash over him. Had the other pressed for further details, he would have been at a loss for words. Qian Dalu sighed softly, grasped Might Guy's shoulder, and 6 radiant golden wings sprouted from his back. A beam of golden light streaked across the sky, vanishing in the blink of an eye. When Might Guy regained his senses from the shock, he found himself in a resplendent grand hall. Qian Dalu cast him aside and strode towards a central statue of an angel. At that moment, a strikingly handsome young man with azure hair, clad in golden armor, approached from outside the hall. Great Elder, the young man respectfully bowed to Qian Dalu, his peripheral vision catching sight of the somewhat awkward Might Guy standing nearby. A look of astonishment flickered across the face of Douluo, for the Hall of Offerings was not a place open to just anyone. Yet, here stood a youth devoid of any soul power, who had managed to enter. Qian Dalu, with utmost respect, knelt beneath the angelic statue and addressed Douluo without turning his head. Qingwan, this lad possesses remarkable skills in physical combat. You shall be responsible for instructing him in the art. Douluo felt a twinge of confusion at Qian Dalu's request. To teach physical combat? A title Douluo of level 97 tasked with instructing a mere child? Despite the myriad questions swirling in his mind, he acquiesced before Qian Dalu. Turning to the naive Maitake, who stood by, Douluo lifted him with one hand and proceeded towards the hall's exit. It was not until they had exited the grand hall that he came face to face with a figure of white hair, one eye obscured by frost, that he halted. Old Five, weren't you sparring with the young master? The individual before him was none other than the 5th elder, Guangling Douluo. Ah, don't mention it. Guangling Douluo waved his hand dismissively. The young master has been preoccupied with that woman, Bibi Dong, and fearing I might injure him. I had no choice but to conclude our session. He spread his hands in resignation, harboring little fondness for Bibi Dong throughout the Hall of Offerings. Guangling Douluo then noticed the boy behind Douluo and leaned closer, lowering his voice. What a striking young lad. Surely he isn't your illegitimate son? Douluo was taken aback, questioning Guangling Douluo's reasoning. He was brought by my elder brother, who has appointed me as this boy's instructor in physical combat. Douluo clarified. In the entirety of Douluo continent, few practiced physical combat. Once one's soul power ascended, battles were predominantly fought using various soul skills, rendering physical techniques largely overlooked. Bending slightly, Douluo brought his face closer. What is your name, young man? Taken aback by Douluo's familiarity, my take struck a bold pose and declared, I am my take. I aspire to become the most powerful man in Douluo continent. Hearing such a grand proclamation, Douluo enthusiastically applauded. Bravo! A commendable ambition, but to become the strongest man, you must first cultivate your soul power. Before Douluo could finish his sentence, he sensed the utter absence of soul power emanating from the boy. What? You lack soul power? He exclaimed, perplexed. Alas! The youth's dream seemed doomed before it had even begun. Douluo regarded the boy with keen interest. If he were truly just an ordinary person, his elder brother would never have assigned him as a mentor. Even without soul power, I can still become a top-tier powerhouse on the continent, my take proclaimed confidently. With the 8 gates of Duanjia, as long as I maintain discipline, it won't be long before I can defeat titled Douluos and challenge the gods themselves. Very well, Douluo remarked, retracting his interest, suspecting that the lad would not last even a day before retreating in defeat. The 3 individuals arrived at the martial arts arena behind the offering hall. Douluo leaped onto a nearby stone pillar, swinging his little feet while observing the sparring match between the two. I shall suppress my soul power to level 10. Use your physical techniques to attack me. Douluo declared, his aura diminishing repeatedly until it finally stabilized at level 10. Might Guy assumed a stance for his physical technique and then surged forward like a swift arrow. What incredible speed! Douluo marveled inwardly. If a level 10 soul master were to face him, they might truly struggle to keep pace. Konoha's Gale. Might Guy leaped into the air, delivering a powerful kick towards the unsuspecting Douluo. With a resounding thud, Douluo firmly received the blow, feeling the force transmitted through the opponent's leg. He was even more astonished. The strength behind that kick was certainly comparable to that of a soul ancestor. Although his soul power was suppressed to level 10, Douluo's physical prowess remained formidable. Without opening the gates, even at level 10, Might Guy could not hope to disturb him. In a swift motion, Douluo sent Might Guy flying away. As he soared through the air, Might Guy adjusted his body, performing several backflips to dissipate the momentum upon landing. Impressive speed and strength, but if that is all you have, you might as well concede, Douluo remarked. The earlier kick had already revealed the youth's capabilities to him. A soul master without a 3rd soul ring at level 30 was undoubtedly no match for him. Not yet finished, Might Guy shouted, propelling himself into motion once more. Circling around Douluo. 8th gate of Duanjia. First gate open. With the first gate unlocked, Might Guy unleashed the full extent of his power. Freeing his mind from the constraints of his strength, clarity surged through him at that moment. Ah, this lad is quite intriguing, commented Douluo, perched on the pillar, swinging his feet and munching on an apple. No sooner had Douluo's words left his lips than Might Guy appeared before Douluo. He lifted his foot to kick at Douluo's chin. If he could lift his opponent off the ground, he would have passed the test set by Douluo. Just as Might Guy's foot was about to connect with Douluo's chin, the latter merely raised his palm to block the strike. Not over yet. With that, Might Guy vanished once more. Douluo closed his eyes, attuning himself to the rushing winds created by Might Guy's punches. Even without opening his eyes, he could still match Might Guy's speed. After dozens of exchanges, Might Guy had yet to land a hit on Douluo. Once again retreating with a backflip to create distance between them, Might Guy was now slightly out of breath. All that effort had merely served to validate his suspicions. Opening the first gate had not cost him any vitality. Moreover, his physical condition was continuously improving. Second gate open. Upon unlocking the second gate, Might Guy's entire aura transformed. Compared to before, both speed and strength have grown remarkably more powerful. At this moment, the Azure Phoenix Douluo had quietly elevated his soul power to level 40. Having already reached level 20 just moments ago, the Azure Phoenix Douluo was not confident that he could defeat the youth before him using only level 10 soul power. Boom. In the briefest of moments, Might Guy had launched his attack, delivering a swift kick to the Azure Phoenix Douluo's chest at a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye. Crack. The apple in the hands of the light feathered Douluo was crushed under the pressure. As someone who typically wielded a bow and arrow, He found it nearly impossible to keep pace with his opponent's speed, pondering what sort of prodigy his brother had encountered. Caught off guard by the sudden blow, the Azure Phoenix Douluo staggered back a step. How swift! This was the most immediate sensation the Azure Phoenix Douluo experienced. During their duel, 2 additional figures had mysteriously appeared in the training arena. Second brother? Young master? What brings you here? The light feathered Douluo remarked upon noticing the newcomers, who were none other than the second elder, Golden Crocodile Douluo, and the young master, Qian Renxue. At this moment, Qian Renxue was merely a 6-year-old girl, far from the enchanting beauty she would become in the future. Presently, she resembled a chubby steamed bun, utterly adorable. I heard from the Grand Elder. I never expected this child to possess such extraordinary talent, said the Golden Crocodile Douluo. Prior to arriving, he had sought out Qian Dalu and had gleaned some understanding of the current situation from him, to withstand a titled Douluo solely through sheer strength, despite lacking a martial spirit and soul power, is truly commendable, he praised sincerely. Although he was a titled Douluo, suppressing his soul power, it was still remarkable for a child without a martial spirit or soul power to exert such force. Little Shui, remember what that woman said. Even he may surpass you. The Golden Crocodile Douluo continued, gently ruffling Qian Renxue's small head in an effort to divert her attention from that woman, encouraging her to focus on her training and not squander her innate talent. At that moment, Qian Renxue's youthful face was filled with a complex array of emotions. Her grandfather had once said that even someone without soul power or a martial spirit could become formidable. If she did not strive harder, she might indeed be surpassed. Quickly shaking off those thoughts, the yearning to grow stronger surged within her heart. If she became powerful, she would surely garner her mother's attention. Meanwhile, within the training ground, Might Guy once again utilized his speed advantage to force the steadfast Azure Phoenix Douluo back. Ding! Host's physical attributes are continuously increasing. However, just as Might Guy prepared to launch his next round of assault, the Azure Phoenix Douluo moved. His speed was astonishing, even surpassing that of the swift-tail swallow of the Minji clan. In the blink of an eye, he found himself behind Might Guy. Yet, the fatigued Might Guy was clearly unable to react in time, and he was swiftly captured by his opponent, resulting in his defeat in this duel. Gasping for breath, Might Guy's chest heaved violently as he was lifted by the Azure Phoenix Douluo, as if he were merely carrying luggage. At present, Mei Tikai is merely a 7-year-old child. Yet he has managed to engage in combat with a rank 97 titled Douluo for half an hour, which is the apex of his current capabilities. At this moment, Mei Tikai feels utterly fatigued, both physically and mentally. Were it not for his indomitable willpower, he would likely have succumbed to unconsciousness by now. Amidst this, the sound of applause resonates nearby, as the light-winged Douluo leaps down from a pillar. His seemingly youthful visage is filled with admiration for this little boy, exclaiming, "Impressive. Young one, to hold your ground against Qingwan is no small feat." Approaching Mei Tikai, the light-winged Douluo unhesitatingly gives him a thumbs up. Upon hearing this, Qingwan Douluo visibly blushes, feeling somewhat embarrassed to be challenged so thoroughly by someone who is not even a soul master. Although much of this can be attributed to his suppression of soul power, it ultimately took a considerable level of 47 to subdue Mei Tikai. In response to the praise, Mei Tikai struggles to lift his eyelids, trembling as he raises a hand and declares, "Daring to challenge the strong, this is the essence of youth." With those words, he closes his eyes and faints. While Mei Tikai may have lost consciousness, his declaration echoes persistently in Qian Renxue's heart. Ascending the stage alongside the Golden Crocodile Douluo, Qian Renxue gazes thoughtfully at the boy whom Grandpa Qingwan has endorsed. "Grandpa Qingwan, am I truly a match for him?" she inquires. From an early age, Qian Renxue has been instilled with the belief that she is the continent's #1 genius, expected to surpass her peers by at least 15 levels of soul power. Currently, with her soul power at merely level 25, she is only 6 years old. Under the expectant gaze of her peers, Qingwan Douluo shakes his head. "Little Shui, I do not wish to discourage you, but even a soul master at level 40 might struggle against this boy. Sometimes, I truly wonder if one can become a formidable force without a martial soul or soul power." Mei Tikai's emergence has indeed shattered the conventional thinking of these seasoned veterans. In a world where soul power reigns supreme, Mei Tikai is a remarkable anomaly. This lad undoubtedly harbors secrets. The Golden Crocodile Douluo interjects, casting a glance at the unconscious Mei Tikai. "I have some medicinal baths prepared. I will have him soak in them before we commence his specialized training tomorrow. The golden crocodile Douluo's formidable physique is undoubtedly connected to the medicinal baths he has experienced since childhood. Thus, entrusting Mei Tikai to his care is far from a poor decision. Just as Qinghuan Douluo prepares to depart with Mei Tikai, the previously silent Qian Renxue speaks up. Grandpa Qinghuan, may I spar with this fellow? Upon hearing her request, Qinghuan Douluo hesitates, turning back to gaze at her in surprise. Little Xue, this boy cannot be regarded with ordinary eyes. His peculiar body techniques and the overwhelming aura he emanates are far beyond that of an ordinary individual. After thoughtful consideration, Qinghuan Douluo decided that it would be beneficial for Xiaoxue to undergo rigorous training with this individual, as a sense of urgency would catalyze her growth. Lightwing Douluo crouched down, playfully engaging with Qian Renxue as if she were a child. How delightful it was that Xiaoxue had grown and now aspired to become stronger. Ultimately, it was Genie Douluo who took Mei Tikai away. If one were to inquire who in the Spirit Hall possessed the most expertise in physical training, Genie Douluo would claim second place, for no one dared to assert the first. Even Qian Daolu would rely on the suppression of the angel spirit to achieve a level of physical prowess comparable to that of Genie Douluo. Upon returning to his chamber, Genie Douluo summoned servants to bring forth a tub of warm water. He then proceeded to add various substances into it, transforming the once crystalline water into a deep emerald hue. Observing the unconscious Mei Tikai lying nearby, Genie Douluo forcefully tore apart his clothing and unceremoniously tossed him into the concoction. Let me see just how far your potential can reach, he remarked, curiosity bubbling within him at the sight of someone able to contend without the use of spirit power or martial spirit. As time elapsed, the emerald-hued medicinal bath began to grow murky, eventually reverting to its original clarity. Witnessing this transformation, Genie Douluo was filled with astonishment. This medicinal bath could truly reflect a person's genuine potential. If one lacked the value for cultivation, they would be incapable of fully absorbing its effects. Even in his youth, he had never managed to absorb the bath's contents so completely. Contemplating this, Genie Douluo placed his palm upon the water's surface, channeling his own spirit power to reheat the liquid, repeating the process of adding more ingredients. Soon, as the additions increased, the medicinal bath began to take on a bluish tint. It is uncertain how much time had passed, but when Mei Tikai finally opened his eyes in a daze, it was already the fourth day. Throughout this period, Genie Douluo had nearly exhausted his resources, adding new herbs every half hour. For an ordinary person, absorbing such quantities would certainly lead to their demise. Now, as he gazed into the tub, which had once again become clear, Genie Douluo fell into deep contemplation. Who among his family could comprehend this predicament? He felt as though he had encountered an insatiable abyss. Mei Tikai, just awakening, appeared somewhat disoriented. Yet all traces of fatigue, both physical and mental, vanished in an instant. Moreover, as he clenched his fists, the surging power within him swiftly restored his composure. He realized that he was now stronger than before his unconsciousness, with enhanced physical attributes. Notification: congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through. Organizing panel. Host: Mei Tikai. Martial spirit: none. Spirit power: none. Speed: 100. Reaction: 100. Strength: 150. Lifespan: 200,200. Physical quality: 3 points. Currently capable of opening 3 doors, the life door. As the 3 numerical values surpassed 500, one's physical prowess could ascend to a score of 4. This encapsulates the current strength of Mei Tikai, who, while not capable of annihilation, could certainly surpass his former self from mere days ago. Awakened? Just as Mei Tikai pondered this, a voice unexpectedly broke the silence. The golden crocodile Douluo tossed a gray iron suit onto the ground. Now that you are awake, put on your attire and come out with me. With that, the golden crocodile Douluo departed, closing the door behind him. Mei Tikai swiftly emerged from the bath, glancing at his own petite form. He could not help but breathe a sigh of relief, grateful that he was not, like his previous incarnation, a mere acorn, dressed in a dark green training outfit. He lifted the iron suit from the floor, wiping the sweat from his brow. Good heavens, this must weigh at least 1,000 pounds. He mused that were he to don this armor, he would truly become a hefty young master. Nevertheless, despite its weight, it posed no insurmountable challenge for the current Mei Tikai. Once clad in the iron suit, he acclimated to its heft in no time. Upon stepping outside, The glaring sunlight and radiant energy momentarily discomforted his eyes, rubbing them to alleviate the strain. He finally focused his gaze and spotted a young girl standing in the training arena. It was clear that the radiant energy emanated from her. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, the golden crocodile Douluo approached and delivered a punch to Mate Kai's head. "What are you dawdling for, you little rascal?" he exclaimed. The impact of the blow was genuinely painful. "You old coot. Why did you hit me?" Mate Kai lamented. Old coot, old coot." The golden crocodile Douluo's eye twitched. It was the first time in his long life someone had referred to him as such. Just as he contemplated retaliating, a soft and adorable voice chimed in. "You are Mate Kai, right? Would you like to have a match with me?" Beep. Choice triggered. 1. Accept Qian Renxue's request. Reward 3 attribute points. 2. Decline Qian Renxue's request. Reward 3 attribute points. Gazing at the timid little girl before him, Mate Kai, who prided himself on having encountered numerous beauties in his past life, found himself astonished. Those beauties had often been crafted through cosmetics and technology, while this one was undeniably natural, a rarity indeed. System, I choose option 1. In his heart, Mate Kai had made his decision. Beep. Choice successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 3 attribute points, which can be allocated freely. 1 attribute point could provide an increase of 10 points. A revelation gleaned during his first allocation. With these 3 points, Mate Kai unhesitatingly invested all of them into his reflexes. Had he not been hindered by sluggish reactions in the previous encounter, he would not have been captured by the Azure Phoenix Douluo. "I accept your challenge," he declared. Clenching his fist towards Qian Renxue, his fighting spirit already ignited. Unbeknownst to them, 7 individuals had already taken their seats in the observation area of the training ground. The challenge posed by Qian Renxue was tacitly accepted by Qian Dalu. Perhaps even Qian Dalu believed that only through experiencing failure could Xiaoxue truly mature. "Brother, will Xiaoxue be in danger?" inquired the 7 sacred Douluo, recently emerged from a closed-door meditation, having attempted to break through to level 97, but ultimately failing. He had been stalled at level 96 for quite some time, unable to advance further. Qian Dalu shook his head calmly, his voice resonating with a magnetic warmth as he advised, "No matter what transpires, even if Xiaoxue gets injured, do not act rashly." His words startled the other 6. Fully aware of how dearly he cherished Qian Renxue, who was treated as if she were a delicate treasure, too precious to risk losing. As they conversed, the training ground was already prepared to commence. Qian Renxue, spirit of the 6-winged angel, level 25 soul master. "I humbly request your guidance." She introduced herself, 2 soul rings, 1 yellow and 1 purple, swirling beneath her. In the state of her martial spirit manifestation, her aura radiated an even more sacred purity. "Mate Kai, I request your guidance," he replied, one hand resting behind his back while the other extended in a palm gesture. Qian Renxue frowned slightly at the heavy armor he donned, feeling a surge of displeasure. How could he engage in combat while clad in such cumbersome attire? She resolved to subdue him thoroughly, demonstrating the formidable power of Sister Shui. With the angelic holy sword in hand, Qian Renxue unleashed a radiant blade of light, soaring into the air thanks to her martial spirit's advantage. The light blade, imbued with a purifying sanctity, sliced toward Mate Kai, who remained lost in contemplation with closed eyes. First soul skill, angelic assault. As she executed her first soul technique, a shard surged toward Mate Kai, yet he remained undisturbed, eyes shut, attuning himself to the shifting energies around him. In the instant the light blade was about to strike, he subtly shifted his body, evading the attack effortlessly. Qian Renxue, undeterred by her missed strike, felt no surprise. She vividly recalled the speed he had displayed days prior, which had left her unable to keep pace. Thus, she maintained vigilance, wary of any sudden strikes from unexpected angles. From a distance, Qian Dalu sighed and shook his head. "Xiaoxue is bound to lose. Brother, they've only just begun. How could Xiaoxue possibly lose so quickly?" protested Qian Jun Douluo, another formidable powerhouse at level 96. As Qian Renxue approached Mate Kai, she unleashed her first soul skill, relentlessly swinging the angelic holy sword toward him. Yet, Mate Kai moved with an effortless grace, dodging every attack with ease. Each failed attempt left Qian Renxue a muttering in disbelief. No matter how hard she tried or how much she accelerated her speed, she could not land a single blow. Just a single hit would suffice. As her frustration mounted, her original rhythm of attack was thrown into disarray. As she gazed at the slowly extending fist of her opponent, dread washed over her. The second soul technique. Bang! Bang! Before Qian Renxue could unleash her second soul skill, my guy had already sent her flying with a swift punch. The angelic sword in her grasp was cast aside. Thud! She crashed to the ground, her eyes wide with disbelief. She had lost, utterly. Not even able to withstand a single blow, Qian Renxue found herself in a state of shock. Having enjoyed a smooth journey since childhood, her only setbacks had come from her mother, yet now she had been bested by a boy devoid of any soul power fluctuations. I lost, she muttered in disbelief, the sudden failure striking her like a heavy blow. Long before Might Guy delivered his decisive punch, Qian Dalu had forcibly suppressed his urge to interrupt the match. He knew his granddaughter would falter, yet he also understood the necessity of this defeat for her growth. In the original tale, Qian Renxue had become infatuated with Tang San precisely because she had never encountered failure until that moment in the Tiando Palace. Little Snow has truly lost. This boy has grown stronger compared to before, remarked the Azure Phoenix Douluo, Nan Nan. To this, the golden crocodile Douluo wore a smug expression, aware that the boy's newfound strength stemmed from his own medicinal baths. Brother, I'm claiming this boy as my own, the Azure Phoenix Douluo announced to Qian Dalu. At this, the golden crocodile Douluo became visibly agitated. Third brother, you cannot claim him for yourself. This boy has utilized my medicinal baths extensively. I cannot end up with nothing to show for it. Besides, given that he specializes in physical training, who in the spirit hall understands physicality better than I do? The golden crocodile Douluo voiced his concerns, fearing that if the boy were to become the Azure Phoenix's disciple, he would suffer a double loss. Second brother, one should not put it that way. This boy was originally entrusted to me by elder brother, the Azure Phoenix Douluo teased. No, this boy is mine. The golden crocodile Douluo insisted, refusing to relent. His curiosity about the boy's physical training potential was piqued, having subdued the 25th level Little Snow in the early stages. He wondered just how far the boy could advance if left to develop freely. Disregarding their dispute, Qian Dalu stood and prepared to approach the dueling arena. I called you all here to entrust this child to you. With your formidable close combat abilities and mutual coordination, you too will be invaluable. Azure Phoenix. Your hand-to-hand combat skills surpass theirs, yet your collaborative skills are slightly lacking. In the event of war, relying solely on oneself cannot sway the tide of battle. Mighty Lion. You excel in every regard. Golden Crocodile. No one surpasses you in enhancing physicality, which is why I have chosen to entrust this child to you. Qian Doliu's words made the situation abundantly clear, as he intended for these powerful Douluo to collectively guide and witness the extent of the boy's physical training journey. What about me? What about me? Glaring with excitement, Guangling Douluo pointed to himself, noting that the grand offering had addressed everyone but him. This oversight, however, was not something Qian Dalu had considered, as Guangling Douluo specialized in archery. Mighty Kai, being a practitioner of physical combat, likely had no proficiency with a bow, which rendered Guangling Douluo seemingly insignificant in this context. Nevertheless, Guangling Douluo gazed at Qian Dalu with eager anticipation, ready to embrace the formidable task that lay ahead. As long as I have enough to eat and drink, he remarked, eliciting suppressed laughter from the others. Even the usually stern Jean Douluo struggled to maintain his composure. In contrast, Guangling Douluo's emotions oscillated dramatically, plunging from celestial heights to the depths of despair. Brother, my close combat abilities are quite competent, he protested, unwilling to concede defeat. If he adhered to the earlier arrangement, he would undoubtedly be the least useful in the Grand Offering Hall. Indeed, in close combat, I wouldn't even stand a chance, murmured Jiangma Douluo. However, the surrounding individuals were all formidable beings of level 96 and above, their acute hearing picking up on Jiangma Douluo's mutterings. What do you mean? Seventh brother? Guangling Douluo roared, genuinely feeling vulnerable, as he alone remained unacknowledged in the Grand Offering Hall. Meanwhile, on the duel stage, the two combatants harbored divergent thoughts. Qian Renxue had yet to recover from her defeat, while Mighty Kai maintained his stance, still poised to strike. His previous punch had utilized only 70% of his strength. Yet that was significantly more potent than his previous maximum effort. Had Qian Renxue not consumed cordyceps since childhood, she might have been genuinely injured by that blow. Summoning the angelic holy sword once more, Qian Renxue struggled to rise, using the sword's tip for support. You will remain in the Grand Offering Hall, right? She inquired. Mighty Kai appeared somewhat lost, uncertain of his next steps. The necessity for a parent's guiding presence, a requirement for any traveler, was keenly felt, leaving him adrift without family or home. After being brought here, it was likely his background had already been thoroughly investigated. At that moment, Qian Dalu approached the duel stage, affectionately ruffling Qian Renxue's hair. Rest assured, little Shui, from now on, he will reside in the Grand Offering Hall. You may challenge him at any time. He cast a glance at Mighty Kai, his words directed at both Qian Renxue and Mighty Kai. After leaving the duel stage, Qian Renxue retreated to her chamber, while Mighty Kai trailed behind Qian Dalu like a shadow, uncertain of what to do next. Why are you following me? Qian Dalu finally turned, puzzled. Mighty Kai, feeling somewhat embarrassed, refrained from admitting his ignorance of his own accommodations. Understanding the child's thoughts, Qian Dalu surmised. The room next to little Shui's has been prepared for you. That will be your new residence. As Mei Kai was preparing to leave, Qian Dalu called out to him. Come with me. Following Qian Dalu, they arrived at the Grand Hall of the Angel Temple, where they respectfully knelt beneath the statue of the angel. Mei Kai, may I call you Kai? Despite his inner confusion, Mei Kai nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Kai, do you know the reason for the existence of the Spirit Hall? Such a profound question caught Mei Kai off guard. Having only just arrived at the Spirit Hall, he was still in the early stages of understanding this world. It was well known that on the Douluo continent, one's status was determined by the level of soul power, yet there existed a category of fallen soul masters. These individuals typically erred in their cultivation, resorting to extreme measures to enhance their strength. The path of these fallen soul masters often resembled that of locusts, leaving no life in their wake. In such an era, the ancestors of the Spirit Hall rose to prominence. She single-handedly established the Spirit Hall, using her formidable power to suppress all fallen soul masters on the continent. By gathering the faith of humanity, she ultimately achieved the status of an angel. If your cultivation system succeeds, you will stand alone on the continent as the only one to attain strength through physical cultivation. Such behavior would be strictly forbidden in any prominent family or sect. Mei Kai listened quietly to the elderly sage's narration. The absence of a martial soul might indeed be the reason for his name, Mei Kai. After all, before his transmigration, he had been watching Naruto. Just as he witnessed the moment when Kai unleashed the 8 gates against Obito, and in his excitement, he found himself in this new world. Upon arriving, when asked for his name, he impulsively declared himself Mei Kai. Since its establishment, the Spirit Hall has been dedicated to eradicating all fallen soul masters to maintain peace on the continent, awakening martial souls for the common people without charge, and providing support to civilian soul masters. This principle has been upheld for over 10,000 years. The two great empires have long decayed, viewing civilian soul masters as mere weeds, while only we regard them as the foundation of the continent. After conveying so much, Qian Dalu was ready to get to the point. Kai, do you wish to join the Spirit Hall? All the preceding discourse was merely a prelude to this question. Although Mei Kai was already within the Spirit Hall, it could be said that he was brought here against his will. The intricate questions posed earlier in the forest had not been revealed to him, yet Qian Dalu had now confided in a 7-year-old boy, genuinely acknowledging him from the heart. Despite being a relic of over a century, Qian Dalu, typically resistant to embracing new concepts, had seen in Mei Kai the potential of fresh leaves that would one day grow into towering trees admired by all. At that moment, as Mei Kai heard the Spirit Hall proclaiming its foundation in the people, he couldn't help but recall his homeland before his transmigration. The principle of prioritizing the people resonated deeply within him. I am willing. Even if you were not a transmigrant, any normal person hearing such words would likely not refuse. After Mei Kai departed, the Qingtong Douluo entered the Grand Hall. Elder brother, preparations are underway for the Pope to hunt a 100,000-year soul beast. 100,000-year soul beast? Qian Dalu expressed his curiosity, for he was well aware of Qian Xuanji's strength, which stood at a mere level 95. His prideful nature made it audacious for him to confront such a formidable creature. Nevertheless, the known 100,000-year soul beasts on the continent were limited, and Qian Dalu found himself intrigued by which beast had captured Qian Xuanji's attention. As if perceiving Qian Daoliu's puzzlement, Qingtong Douluo continued. We have just received news that a 100,000-year transformation soul beast will give birth in approximately 1 year. After its delivery, it will be at its weakest. Qian Dalu was indifferent to the authenticity of the information, for even if the news were false, It was imperative to dispatch someone to investigate. Where did this information originate? From the Haotian sect, Qingtong Douluo replied. Upon mentioning the Haotian sect, a flicker of intrigue crossed Qian Renxue's otherwise calm eyes, as memories of a battle with Tang Xun from over a decade ago resurfaced in his mind. Accompanying him were the 2 elders of the Chrysanthemum Ghost and several soul saints, alongside 5 soul Douluo. Such a formidable assembly could certainly hunt a 100,000-year soul beast, even one that had not yet transformed. However, if they were to face a creature like the Sky Blue Bull, which possessed a strength of 200,000 years, they would have to reconsider their strategy. Not long after Meikai returned to his chamber and lay down, he was summoned by the Golden Crocodile Douluo. The Golden Crocodile Douluo remembered being referred to as an old man, and he was determined to ensure Meikai faced a rigorous training session. At the foot of the Angel Holy Mountain, Meikai gazed at the massive stone, lost in contemplation. This resembles a miniature version of the Earth explosion star. Surely a 7-year-old can move it? He mused, expressing his frustration. The Golden Crocodile Douluo merely scoffed, turning away as if caught in a moment of vulnerability. I have established 10 resting points on the Holy Mountain. Your task today is to move this boulder to the first resting point, he declared with a cold huff, taking to the skies before Meikai could retort. I will wait for you at the first resting point. If you cannot move it, you shall not leave the Angel Holy Mountain today, echoed the Golden Crocodile Douluo's voice, resonating through the mountains. With a sense of resignation, Meikai donned the iron chains, silently praying they would not break. He was not afraid of being unable to pull the stone. His concern lay in the chain's durability. However, his apprehension was unwarranted, for the Golden Crocodile Douluo had already considered the possibility of the chains snapping before procuring them. Thus, he had reinforced the chain strength with his soul power beforehand. Boom, boom, boom. Meikai began to drag the massive stone across the ground. I am only 7 years old. Why must I endure such treatment? He lamented, feeling a twinge of regret. If he managed to pull it up, he feared he might never be able to bring it back down. However, voicing his thoughts was futile, as his words would not reach the ears of the Golden Crocodile Douluo. Thus, with each step he took, Meikai cursed the Golden Crocodile Douluo as an old fool, stubbornly dragging the burden upwards. Open the first door, he commanded. At this moment, it seemed that Meikai required 3 minutes to traverse a single step. The weight trailed behind him, leaving a long mark on the Holy Mountain of Angels. Upon unlocking the first door, a hint of relief flickered across Madakai's flushed face. Fortunately, the strain on his body before reaching the 4th door was not too severe. Otherwise, it would have posed a true challenge. 3 hours later, Meikai had begun to move with a semblance of speed, having unlocked all 3 accessible doors. Yet, he could only maintain his initial pace, inching forward with great effort. Achieving the seemingly impossible was indeed a testament to the vigor of youth, perhaps influenced by his training in the 8 gates of Doujia. Madakai's temperament mirrored that of his namesake in the world of Naruto. As 3 more hours passed, darkness enveloped the surroundings. Yet, halfway up the mountain, a colossal figure continued to advance slowly. To his astonishment, the lad was genuinely able to pull it along. The Golden Crocodile Douluo stroked his chin, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction at being called an old fool earlier. Initially hoping to provoke a concession, he was surprised by Madakai's determination. Observing the sweat-soaked, breathless Meikai drawing nearer, he thought to himself, what an impressive feat. With a crash, Meikai dropped the iron chain, collapsing on the ground. Old fool, I merely complained a little. Must you be so petty? His inner thoughts laid bare. The Golden Crocodile Douluo turned away, slightly flushed. Ahem. Quite impressive. You exceed my expectations. At this moment, Meikai felt as if his body was no longer his own. The moment he relaxed, he found even speaking to be exhausting. So be it. Let it all end. I am weary. Securing the massive stone, the Golden Crocodile Douluo lifted the exhausted Meikai beneath his arm and soared towards his abode. Upon entering the hall, they encountered the pensive Qian Renxue, who had momentarily escaped the Golden Crocodile Douluo's mind. Xiaoxue, why are you still awake at this late hour? He inquired as he approached. Qian Renxue, deep in thought, noticed the arrival but was taken aback by the sight of Meikai, utterly spent and cradled under the Golden Crocodile Douluo's arm. Grandpa, what has happened to him? Only upon Qian Renxue's prompting did the Golden Crocodile Douluo realize he was still carrying someone. Meikai, the world has isolated me. A year later, within the Angel Temple, clad in a resplendent golden gown, Qian Renxue searched for someone. Naturally, she overlooked Qian Dalu, who knelt beneath the statue of the angel. The corners of Qian Dalu's mouth twitched. It appeared that his little cotton-padded jacket was beginning to wear thin. Grandpa. Unable to locate Mate Kai, Qian Renxue was left with no choice but to seek assistance from her grandfather. The two calls of Grandpa from Qian Renxue struck deeply at Qian Dalu's heart, momentarily filling him with an exquisite sweetness akin to honey. In an instant, he cast aside any thoughts of the drafty little cotton jacket. What troubles you, little Shui? Do you miss your grandpa? Though Qian Dalu knew it was unlikely, his heart compelled him to voice the question. As expected, upon hearing his words, Qian Renxue shook her head without a moment's thought. I do not miss Grandpa. Little Shui cannot find Brother Kai. With her enchanting, bright eyes, she fixed her gaze intently on Qian Dalu. How adorable. Truly, she is my granddaughter. Perhaps I should find an opportunity to eliminate Mate Kai. Ever since Mate Kai became acquainted with Qian Renxue, the little girl, who had longed for companionship, became his devoted follower. Wherever Mate Kai went, Qian Renxue followed, even accompanying him in the pursuit of the third soul ring. Fortunately, after a year of special care from the golden crocodile Douluo and additional attention from other offerings, Qian Dalu felt increasingly assured that Mate Kai's path of physical cultivation was indeed viable. At just 8 years old, he could easily defeat a quasi-soul emperor. Who else could achieve such a feat? At that moment, the focus of their conversation, Mate Kai, was performing one-finger push-ups on a mountainside. 9,999, 10,000. Upon completing 10,000 push-ups, the remarkable strength of that single finger propelled his entire body into a graceful spin in midair. Perhaps due to the precocious nature of individuals on the Douluo continent, at the tender age of 8, Mate Kai had begun to develop impressively. System. Open the panel. Beep. Panel organizing. Host. Mate Kai. Martial soul. None. Spirit power. None. Speed. 350. Reaction. 440. Strength. 520. Lifespan. 250,250. Gazing at the information displayed on the panel, Mate Kai felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction. Although he had yet to break through to the fourth gate, these attributes alone were sufficient to establish his footing. With just these 3 fundamental attributes, his physical prowess was already capable of contending with a soul emperor. Of course, Mate Kai's rapid growth could be attributed to the rigorous training imposed by the golden crocodile Douluo. Throughout that year, the golden crocodile Douluo had transformed into a relentless taskmaster, presenting an array of novel training exercises. Mate Kai looked at the rows of footprints and drag marks left on the holy mountain by his training, each mark a testament to his arduous journey. Throughout the year, he had discarded the weighted iron garments, though his arms remained wrapped in bandages, with additional layers of protection on his forearms and calves. Beneath that protective layer lay the unimaginable burden of iron spikes, each weighing 1,000 pounds, not to mention the weight strapped to all 4 limbs. For an entire year, Mate Kai had trained under the burden of weights. Although the strain on his stamina and spirit was tenfold compared to ordinary training, his physical constitution experienced exponential growth. Mate Kai placed his hand on his chest and then tore off his shirt with determination. Without his garments, Mate Kai revealed his explosive muscular contours. Although not overwhelmingly striking, his well-defined muscles exuded an undeniable aura of strength. As he changed into his training attire, he muttered to himself, at this pace, I shall unlock the 4th gate within a year. His yearning for power remained quite fervent. In just a year, even Snow had attained level 36. That 7-year-old girl had already secured her position ahead of everyone else. It is time to descend the mountain. Stretching lazily, Mate Kai gazed down at the buildings below, his eyes shimmering with an inexplicable brilliance. Perhaps it was due to the recent rainfall. The paths of the holy mountain were exceptionally soft. Each step he took left a deep imprint in the ground, and even as he traversed the stone path, cracks would appear on the once sturdy slabs. Dear Grandpa, please tell little Snow when Brother Kai will return, Snow asked, turning to Qian Dalu, employing her most adorable charms. This tactic proved remarkably effective against Qian Dalu. Once she began to act cute, the previously stern expression of Qian Dalu faltered. Gently ruffling his granddaughter's hair, Qian Dalu spoke in a warm tone. Kai should be returning shortly. By my calculations, he ought to be descending soon. No sooner had his words fallen than golden crocodile Douluo entered the grand hall, his face radiating joy, a smile that was impossible to conceal. Great Elder, we have truly struck gold this time. Observing Golden Crocodile Douluo's exuberance piqued Qian Renxue's interest. What is it? Did that lad surprise you again during his assessment? At that moment, Golden Crocodile Douluo resembled a child who had just received a beloved toy. His steps light as he approached Qian Dalu and took a seat. Without hesitation, he drank from the tea laid out on the table. Grandpa Golden Crocodile, when will Brother Kai come back? Snow asked, her innocent eyes wide with curiosity. Perhaps due to Mike Kai's companionship, Snow no longer displayed such indifference towards those around her. She seldom sought to gain attention from BB Dong anymore. Do not worry, little Snow. Golden Crocodile Douluo, taking a breath, patted her head. Although Snow did not fully comprehend why the adults and Brother Kai enjoyed ruffling her hair, she respected their affection. However, the sensation of being patted by Brother Kai felt entirely different from that of her grandfather's, while bearing a heavy load. When he opened the third gate of the 8 gates of Duanjia, little Kai's ultimate punch shattered a testing stone weighing 20,000 pounds. Even without the burden, his punch reached an astonishing weight of 15,000 kilograms. Golden Crocodile Douluo exclaimed with great excitement. Everyone bore witness to Mike Kai's remarkable growth over the year. He endured various rigorous training exercises, including performing push-ups while carrying over 1,000 pounds of stone, and honing his physique and willpower beneath a waterfall. If I were to undergo such training, I am certain I could achieve it as well. Yet, he is merely an 8-year-old child. At this moment, Mike Kai found himself somewhat disheartened. Progressing to the next gate proved to be more arduous than anticipated. The further he advanced, the slower his physical enhancement became, and the extent of improvement diminished significantly. Currently, he could maintain the third gate for prolonged periods without any detrimental effects on his body, aside from some fatigue. It was only upon reaching the fourth gate that the true power of the 8 gates of Duanjia would manifest. But this would also entail a geometric increase in physical strain. Determined, he resolved to seek out his sister, Schwerer, as he had promised to take her on an excursion to the Spirit City upon his return. With a firm itinerary in mind, Mike Kai shed his dark green training attire and donned an opulent golden robe. Standing before the mirror, he admired his striking reflection and found himself unable to resist striking a handsome pose. Truly, he mused, I am quite dashing. As he spoke to himself, Mike Kai playfully lifted his garment, revealing a glimpse of his well-defined abs, feeling reminiscent of the so-called aloof male deities from his past life. After indulging in a moment of self-admiration, he stepped out of his room. Just as he opened the door, a radiant little girl, shimmering in gold and exuding a delightful fragrance, came running toward him. Brother Kai. Qian Renxue leaped into Mike Kai's embrace, feeling the warmth of his body and the firmness of his muscles. Caught off guard by her sudden affection, Mike Kai momentarily hesitated. With Qian Daolu's menacing gaze still fresh in his mind, he pondered whether to embrace her or not. However, under the weight of Qian Daolu's fierce glare, Mike Kai ultimately wrapped his arms around Qian Renxue's waist, holding her tightly. The scent of her delicate fragrance stirred something within the 8-year-old Mike Kai, causing his heart to race. Alas, in the Douluo continent, one reaches adulthood at the age of 12, and any untoward actions toward Qian Renxue would likely result in severe repercussions. As they wandered through the streets of Spirit City, Qian Renxue, embodying the essence of a carefree young girl, eagerly tugged at Mike Kai, leading him to a candied hawthorn stall. Her sparkling eyes fixated on the glistening red treats, practically broadcasting her desire to indulge. With a resigned sigh, Mike Kai retrieved a golden soul coin from his waist pouch, a gift from Qian Renxue on the anniversary of his arrival at the Spirit Hall. Amidst these moments, the elder Qian Dalu expressed his envy, lamenting that while he, as a grandfather, had never received a handcrafted pouch from Qian Renxue, Mike Kai, who had only been at the Spirit Hall for a year, had been bestowed such a treasure. Both Qian Daolu and Qian Xuanji felt a pang of jealousy, realizing that amidst their busy lives, their little angel had grown and changed in ways they had scarcely noticed. Yet, for reasons unknown, every time Mike Kai encountered Qian Xuanji, an inexplicable aversion welled up from the depths of his heart, as though he were unwilling to associate with him, the repulsion exceptionally potent. Of course, it was not only Mike Kai who felt this way. Qian Xuanji reciprocated the sentiment whenever he laid eyes on Mike Kai. After all, it was this blonde-haired youth who had spirited away his cherished daughter, which undoubtedly led to Qian Xuanji never bestowing a pleasant expression upon Mike Kai. Boss, how much? Upon reaching the candied hawthorn stall, Mike Kai plucked 2 skewers from a row of treats. 5 silver soul coins each, the vendor cheerfully replied. His gaze towards the 2 reminiscent of how fans viewed their beloved couples in a past life. Owl. Receiving the candied hawthorn, Qian Renxue eagerly bit into one, savoring the delightful explosion of hawthorn and sugar in her mouth. With her chin resting on her hand, she beamed with delight as she relished the flavor. Delicious, she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling after swallowing the sweet morsel. Observing her childlike demeanor, Mike Kai gently wiped the remnants from the corner of her mouth. At over 30 levels, and yet still behaving like a child, he chuckled indulgently. Throughout the year, despite the peculiar attitude of the old man Qian, the other worshippers had genuinely cared for him. Whenever he faced adversity from the golden crocodile Douluo, it was the Guangling Douluo who had taken him out to ease his mind. Lost in reminiscence, Mike Kai was suddenly jolted by a tug, as Qian Renxue pulled him forward. "Brother Kai, look over there. A kite," she exclaimed, leading him towards an enticing stall. Upon spotting the kites dancing in the sky, her eyes sparkled like stars. As she ran, her flowing golden hair swayed gracefully, akin to ripples disturbing a tranquil surface. In that moment, Mike Kai's heart was utterly stirred. After purchasing the kite, Qian Renxue eagerly dragged Mike Kai towards the outskirts of the city. Along the way, Mike Kai noticed the presence of powerful Soul Hall guardians lurking in the shadows. Being the young master of the Soul Hall, Qian Renxue was always accompanied by formidable protectors. Mike Kai understood their concern for the future of the Soul Hall's heir, and he refrained from commenting. Their journey outside the city was remarkably smooth, and upon reaching an open space, they together released the kite adorned with an angelic design. "Wow, it's really flying," Qian Renxue exclaimed, her gaze fixed on the slowly ascending kite. In that moment, both of them momentarily forgot all the worries that came with their identities, simply relishing the essence of being ordinary children. However, this heartwarming scene did not last long, as the sound of a child's cries nearby captured their attention. Exchanging glances, they instinctively moved towards the source of the sound. Parting the thicket, they discovered a girl with short golden hair, huddled beneath a tree, weeping, retaining her innocent childhood spirit. Qian Renxue, upon witnessing the girl's distress, ran over without a second thought. Mike Kai, resigned, could only follow suit. "If I were to run away on my own, I would surely be scolded mercilessly by Elder Qian. Why are you crying, little sister?" With that, Qian Renxue mimicked the gentle gesture of Maitake, tenderly stroking the girl's head. Oddly enough, it did not feel particularly comforting. The girl lifted her gaze, revealing her tear-filled eyes. "Big sister, my kite is stuck in the tree." She pointed towards the tallest tree in the distance, where a pink kite dangled. Beneath that grand tree, a young boy was laboriously attempting to climb. Yet, despite his efforts, his frail frame could not reach the kite. Qian Renxue assessed the height with her eyes, just as she was about to unleash her martial spirit to soar upward. She recalled her grandfather's admonishment: before becoming a powerful being, one must refrain from carelessly revealing their martial spirit on the continent. The six-winged angel martial spirit was exceedingly unique. Wherever an angelic martial spirit appeared, it would inevitably draw the attention of the Spirit Hall. While the Spirit Hall was renowned throughout the Douluo continent, its enemies harbored a deep-seated hatred for those who possessed the angelic martial spirit. Contemplating this, Qian Renxue turned her hopeful gaze towards Maitake. "Brother Kai," she uttered softly, her tone sending shivers down Maitake's spine. Shaking off the discomfort, as if to rid himself of the goosebumps, he replied, "Little sister, tell me your name, and we shall help you retrieve your kite. How does that sound?" Qian Renxue bestowed upon the little girl an innocent smile, her countenance resembling that of an angel descending from the heavens, deeply reflected in the girl's eyes. The girl then glanced at the equally handsome Maitake, and a rosy blush suddenly graced her tear-streaked face. "Big sister, my name is Liena." Indeed, the person before them was none other than Liena, the future disciple of the Pope. However, at this moment, she was merely 4 years old, residing in the orphanage of the Spirit Hall. As she had yet to awaken her martial spirit, she had not yet caught the attention of Bibi Dong. Liena. Qian Renxue repeated the name, her finger brushing over her red lips as she produced her handkerchief, gently wiping away the tears from Liena's face. "Little sister, my name is Qian Renxue, and that big brother is Maitake." Qian Renxue joyfully introduced herself to Liena. If all went well, it seemed she might gain another friend. "Hello, Brother Kai," Liena shyly remarked, turning her head away. In response to this petite girl who barely reached his waist, My take also displayed kindness. Suddenly recalling something, Liena pointed towards the person still climbing the tree, saying, "He is my brother, Xiaoyu." Perhaps due to the bond of sibling telepathy. As Liena pointed to Xiaoyu, he turned his head back to look at her. Upon noticing two individuals approaching his sister, Xiaoyu lost his grip and fell from the tree. Ignoring the pain from the fall, he scrambled to Liena's side, spreading his arms to shield her behind him. "Who are you? Why do you approach my sister?" In Xiaoyu, my take discerned a resilience that was uncommon for one of his age. Before me stands a youth named Xiaoyu, a person of formidable willpower. He chuckled softly, expressing a simple desire to befriend Nana. Qian Renxue, ever cheerful, appeared as though she could remain a child forever in the presence of Meitikai. With his sister protected behind him, Xiaoyu turned to glance at her, noticing the innocence in her eyes and her yearning for companionship. Ultimately, he stepped aside. "Hello, Nana, henceforth we shall be friends." Observing the small hand extended towards her, Liena hesitated briefly before placing her own hand into it. The moment their hands clasped, Meitikai commenced his actions. In the brief span of their conversation, he ascended to the top of the tree, thereby resolving the perplexing dilemma faced by the two young ones. The quartet played until dusk, and the night in the Spirit City was far more vibrant than during the day, with various vendors opening their stalls. Had it not been for their extraordinary circumstances, they might have indulged in the nightlife themselves. Liena's lively gaze swept over the myriad of novel sights before her, though her pockets were regrettably devoid of riches. Having grown up in the spirit orphanage, the two had never contemplated such matters. Beneath the bustling night, however, dark currents surged unseen. In a hidden chamber of the papal hall, Qian Shuanji sat disheveled in a chair, one hand pressed against his chest, each violent cough accompanied by traces of internal injury. "Curse that Haoyin sect, curse Tang Hao," he muttered, wiping the blood from his lips while channeling his soul power to heal himself. The strength of the angel spirit lay in its hexagonal versatility, be it healing, defense, speed, support, or even offense. The six-winged angel encompassed all characteristics flawlessly. This chamber was spacious, nearly the size of an entire spirit plaza, yet it felt confined, containing only a large bed and a solitary chair. It was also the very chamber where he had once defiled Bibi Dong. As Qian Daoliu's thoughts drifted into emptiness, Bibi Dong approached, her mesmerizing form swaying gracefully. She exuded an aura both enchanting and perilous, her gaze fixed intently upon the nearly lifeless Qian Shuanji. He noticed her arrival, but was too weakened to react. Maintaining his spirit felt like a monumental effort. "Donger, what brings you here?" He coughed. Despite his attempts to conceal his frailty, the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth was an undeniable testament to his condition, one that did not escape Bibidong's keen eyes. "Teacher, you have kept me waiting," she replied, her expression icy, radiating a bloodthirsty and vengeful aura. Outside the door, Qian Daolu stood, having received word of his son's grievous injuries upon his return. Alas, Bibi Dong had outpaced him once again. Bibi Dong gazed at Qian Shuanji, her eyes brimming with avarice, akin to a predator in the jungle who has spotted its long-desired prey. "Master, I am but a step away from attaining the title of a titled Douluo, and I require your assistance to transcend this threshold." Her eyes narrowed slightly, and in an instant, her soul power surged forth. From behind her graceful figure, 8 fearsome spider legs emerged, striking unhesitatingly towards the ailing Qian Shuanji. The sensation of being lifted by the spider legs made Qian Shuanji acutely aware of his soul power being relentlessly siphoned away, along with his very life force. "Bibi Dong, you." The levels of his soul power plummeted, 95, 92, 85. Feeling his realm diminish within, Qian Shuanji cast a pale gaze upon the woman who harbored such venomous hatred for him. When a bird is about to perish, its song is mournful. When a man nears death, his words turn gentle. Knowing he would not survive the night, he spoke softly to Bibi Dong before finally silencing himself. "Do not blame Xiaoxue. She is innocent." With those words, he was reduced to a desiccated husk. Outside, Qian Daolu clenched his fists tightly, but could not bring himself to intervene against Bibi Dong. Only after sensing the totality of his son's demise did Qian Daolu sweep away, departing from that place. "Ha! Hee-ha!" Bibi Dong laughed maniacally in the secluded chamber, reveling in the pleasure that only comes from personally exacting vengeance upon one's enemies. Her soul power surged higher, transcending to the level of a titled Douluo. while a rich essence of soul power remained sealed within her. Having slain the one who defiled her, the pent-up resentment within Bibi Dong erupted forth, enveloping the chamber in a tumultuous black mist. What a formidable grudge indeed. Just as Bibi Dong was lost in her own world, an ethereal and enchanting voice echoed beside her. Who? The voice instantly drew Bibi Dong back to reality, her senses sweeping across the chamber. Yet she could not locate its source. Who? Perhaps so, but I would prefer you to call me a deity. As the voice resonated, the swirling black mist coalesced, revealing a grotesque figure wielding a blood-red scythe. The oppressive aura emanating from this being extinguished any flicker of resistance within Bibi Dong. More terrifying than when she faced Qian Dalu himself. Bibi Dong, is it? I am the Rakshasa god, one of the 12 deities of the divine realm. The misty form of the Rakshasa god hovered beside her, teasing Bibi Dong's nerves with deliberate provocation. Your beloved master tarnished you. Cast aside your true love. Do you not harbor hatred? The seductive tone of the Rakshasa god pierced through Bibi Dong's attempts to block her ears. Do you not wish to personally obliterate the foundation of that loathsome angel clan? Do you not desire the power to dominate the entirety of Douluo continent? As he spoke, the Rakshasa god relentlessly forced the images of Bibi Dong's defilement to play in her mind. On that fateful day, the imposing figure of Qian Renxue within Bibi Dong's heart was irrevocably shattered. The foundation of her spirit collapsed entirely at that moment. The once innocent Bibi Dong, who had cherished beautiful fantasies about all things, met her untimely demise in that instant. Accept the trials of the Rakshasa god, and you shall ascend to become a deity revered by all on the Douluo continent. Ha 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 ha. The following day, a piece of news that would astonish the entire continent spread with an eerie swiftness. The former Pope Qian Renxue had perished at the hands of Tang Hao. The fall of the Pope ignited various factions with ulterior motives. Within the Hall of Offerings, the High Offering pondered. Little Gigi, despite being a 95th ranked title de law, could hardly be slain by Tang Hao, a mere 92nd ranked title de law. Qian Renxue had been watched over by these offerings as he grew. Though his character was somewhat flawed, his strength was undeniable. Accompanied by the 2 titled Douluos, Zhu Gui, and numerous soul saints and soul Douluos, this ensemble was powerful enough to annihilate a small nation. How could a 92nd ranked title de law have killed the Pope? The news of Qian Renxue's death struck the Spirit Hall like a heavy blow. Only Qian Dalu and the Golden Crocodile de law were privy to the truth. This grievance would surely be avenged by the Spirit Hall, but before that, a successor to the Pope must be chosen. A nation cannot remain without a ruler for a day, and the Spirit Hall cannot be without a Pope for even a moment. Despite their deep-seated hatred for the Haotian sect, the selection of the next pope must take precedence. As silence enveloped the room, it was ultimately Qian Dalu who broke the stillness. Bibi Dong possessed twin martial souls and had already surpassed the realm of a title de law. She merely lacked a soul ring to attain that title. She would be the new pope. Upon uttering these words, Qian Dalu appeared to age several years in an instant. Having lost his son overnight, the once apathetic man felt a tumult of emotions rise within him once more. The Spirit Hall was irrevocably divided into 2 factions during this generation. The next morning, news of the impending coronation of the new pope spread rapidly across the continent. A sleepless Bibi Dong sat before her vanity, meticulously preparing herself. A maid arrived to apply exquisite makeup and adorn her in the robes of the new pope. Meanwhile, atop the angel's sacred mountain, Meitai cradled the slumbering Qian Renxue. Last night, Qian Renxue had absorbed every word exchanged between Qian Dalu and the other offerings. In that moment, it felt as if the entire world had collapsed around her. Her father had been slain by the Haotian sect, and her mother's affections had eluded her. The only one who had loved her was gone. At that moment, Qian Renxue felt utterly forsaken by the world. With no one to confide in, she sought solace in Meitai, who was training on the sacred mountain. That night, as she wept bitterly, Meitai held her close, comforting her through this sleepless night destined for sorrow. At the coronation ceremony, Bibi Dong donned a resplendent silver papal gown. Standing devoutly at the foot of the altar, various factions extended their congratulations, along with their lamentations for the fallen former pope. Is it true that the former pope met his demise at Tang Hao's hands? A venerable elder with white hair and youthful features inquired of a middle-aged man beside him, whose countenance was as refined as jade. This man was none other than Qian Renxue, the Sword Douluo. Recognized as one of the 2 pivotal figures of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, and lauded as the continent's foremost assault de law. Ning Fengji, gripping his silver cane, leaned closer to Qian Renxue and whispered, regardless of whether the Pope truly perished by Tang Hao's hand, following the release of this news, it shall be perceived as such. Observe, the landscape of the continent is on the brink of transformation. Amidst the witnesses of various factions, Bibi Dong gradually ascended from the lower tier to the forefront. As the Grand Supreme Pontiff and a presiding elder of the Spirit Hall, Qian Dalu personally adorned Bibi Dong with the 9-turned purple gold crown, a symbol of the papacy, along with the papal scepter representing supreme authority. Thus concluded a succinct coronation ceremony, accompanied by the jubilant cheers of the citizens of Spirit City. Once the ceremony had ended, Bibi Dong sat upon the papal throne, surveying the bishops below with an air of superiority. The Haotian sect has overstepped its bounds. Tang Hao has slain the former pope. And as the disciple of the late pope, I am profoundly grieved by this. Therefore, the Spirit Hall must demand an explanation from the Haotian sect, Bibi Dong declared, her demeanor exuding an uncontainable aura of authority. Observing the bishops below who dared not utter a sound, she ultimately turned her gaze towards the ghost de law, standing nearby. Ghost Elder, Bibi Dong spoke, elegantly crossing her legs. Upon being unexpectedly summoned, the ghost de law knelt before her without hesitation. Your subordinate is present. His promptness spared her the need for further elaboration. Thus, the expedition against the Haotian sect shall be entrusted entirely to you. The weight of such a significant task left the ghost de law momentarily taken aback. Your subordinate shall not fail the pontiff's mandate. As the first morning assembly concluded and everyone in the papal chamber dispersed, an uninvited guest forcefully kicked open the door and strode in. Bibi Dong. It was none other than the golden crocodile de law. Despite the rudeness of his entrance, Bibi Dong suppressed her displeasure, recognizing the necessity of tempering her emotions in this moment. Power dictated respect, especially considering she had yet to attain her 9th spirit ring. In the face of the golden crocodile de law, Bibi Dong had no choice but to lower her stature further. Second Supreme Pontiff, the Papal Hall has its own regulations. Without a moment's thought, the golden crocodile de law pointed at Bibi Dong, warning her, do not presume that I am unaware of your actions. Remember, we placed you in this papal seat, and we can just as easily remove you from it. Do not forget, the Hall of Elders holds the authority to depose the Pope. Furthermore, you have no right to command the titled Douluos of the Douluo Hall and the Elder Hall. With that, the golden crocodile de law snorted coldly and departed. The grand doors of the papal palace closed heavily together. At this moment, Bibi Dong had never felt such humiliation. She had ascended to the papal throne, a position coveted by many, yet she found herself ensnared by even greater shackles. Ultimately, it all stemmed from her lack of power within the Spirit Hall. She felt devoid of foundation. If she did not swiftly elevate her strength, she feared she would truly become a mere puppet pope. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 6 years had passed. System, organizing panel. Ding. Panel organization successful. Host, Meitai, martial soul. None, soul power. None, speed. For 1,300. Reaction, for 1,300. Strength, for 1,500. Life, 650,650. Physique rating, 5 points. Currently able to unlock the door of Do. In these 6 years, Meitai's progress had been remarkably swift. His 8 gates of Duanjia had also reached a bottleneck, and he was capable of shouldering the burden of opening the door of Do in the bathroom. Meitai savored this rare moment of tranquility, soaking in the pool. Brother Kai, are you done yet? Outside the bathroom, Qian Renxue persistently knocked on the door. Meitai felt a sense of helplessness, wishing he could submerge himself entirely in the water. Shui, I feel like I've only been washing for less than half a stick of incense, he called out to the door. Since the untimely death of Qian Xuanji 6 years ago, Qian Renxue had completely opened her heart to Meitai, and their relationship had undergone a significant transformation. Their deepening bond brought both joy and concern. The joy belonged to the two of them, while the concern lay with Qian Dalu. It seemed that his little granddaughter was entirely captivated by the other. Sometimes, they even slept together, and although nothing untoward occurred, this alone was enough to irk Qian Dalu. Knock, knock, knock. Brother Kai, hurry up, grandfather is calling us. After leaving this message, a profound silence ensued. Meitai had half his face submerged in the water. Despite his helplessness regarding Qian Dalu's frequent calls, he knew he had to abide by the rules of the household. However, He considered himself quite fortunate in this regard. In the Douluo continent, one comes of age at 12 years old. Now, at 14, Meikai sported a short haircut. His combat prowess capable of overpowering a soul Douluo with ease. His formidable physical strength meant that even a peak soul emperor would struggle to breach his defenses. Even while standing still, observing the chiseled contours of his muscles, akin to iron, alongside the weights that would leave indentations in the ground. He reluctantly donned his clothes and pushed open the bathroom door. As the door swung open, it was no surprise that an angelic beauty appeared in his arms. "Schwer, we are no longer children," Meikai said with a hint of exasperation. Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue narrowed her eyes, her delicate hands resting on Meikai's waist. "How is it that you are now unwilling to even embrace me? Boyfriend." The last word was nearly bitten out through clenched teeth. Upon uttering those 3 words, a chill emanated from the depths of Meikai's being. Regardless of how formidable his physical prowess had become, it was undeniable that the waist remained a man's most vulnerable spot. Yet, one aspect perplexed Meikai. Despite enduring a powerful strike to his lower back without consequence, he found himself incapacitated by merely the pinch and twist of Qian Renxue's delicate fingers. The searing pain was nearly unbearable. Teased by Qian Renxue. In the throes of youthful vigor, Meikai couldn't help but redden. "Ahem, when did I become your boyfriend?" He chuckled awkwardly, his gaze drifting. Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue was displeased, swiftly extricating herself from his embrace. "Oh dear, brother Kai, you have already done such intimate things with me. Yet now you act as if you don't know me," she lamented, theatrically wiping non-existent tears from the corners of her eyes. Observing this enchanting beauty pouting before him, Meikai noted that the usually assertive Qian Renxue rarely exhibited such feminine whims. "You mustn't slander me. What have I done to you?" he retorted, clutching his chest as if grievously wounded. Qian Renxue's eyes sparkled mischievously as she gazed upon the flustered man before her, unable to suppress her smile. "Ahem, then I shall enumerate the things you have done to me, brother Kai. Who could forget the time you barged in while I was bathing 3 years ago?" Mentioning this incident caused Meikai to bristle like a startled cat. "Stop, no more," he exclaimed, shielding his head in dismay. Yet, Qian Renxue, reveling in his discomfort, continued to unveil his less than glamorous past. "Who was it that, unable to sleep at night, insisted I tell him bedtime stories?" She paused, letting the tension hang in the air. Meikai, prompted by her words, completed her thought. "Oh, I remember that night. It was you who crawled into my bed. Terrified of thunder," he teased. This playful banter served as a testament to the warmth of their relationship. "You," Qian Renxue huffed, her cheeks puffing adorably like a little pufferfish. Amused by her expression, Meikai reached out and poked her cheek, causing it to deflate like a deflated balloon. "Haha." Qian Renxue then took Meikai's calloused hand in her own, noting the contrast between her smooth fingers and his roughened palms. "It's rather unsightly," she remarked. Suddenly, recalling something, she looked at Meikai with a hint of concern. "Has that little fox, Nana, stolen your soul?" Perhaps due to having grown up alongside Meikai, Qian Renxue, although still yearning for her mother's approval, did not harbor the same fervent obsession as portrayed in the original tale. Consequently, she held no significant animosity towards Liena. Upon the mention of Liena, Meikai is reminded of the little girl who awakened her innate full soul power 2 years prior. Chosen by Bibi Dong as her personal disciple, her status transformed from an orphan to the contemporary saintess of the Spirit Hall, a remarkable leap facilitated by her exceptional talents. Yet, the thought of her constantly regarding him with those sly, gleaming eyes sends a shiver down his spine. As the saying goes, 2 distinct individuals cannot share the same bed. The girl who frequently shares her slumber with Meikai, Qian Renxue, quickly deduces his apprehensions. Nevertheless, this is for the best, as his grandfather once stated. Until the completion of the Spirit Hall's millennia-long plan, he must preserve his integrity. Their years of companionship have allowed Meikai to delve into Qian Renxue's heart. If she were to wed a version of him that could only be observed but never touched, she would surely harbor resentment. With this in mind, the notion of that little fox enticing her brother Kai seems less unacceptable. Let us proceed. Grandfather awaits us in the hall. Within the Angel Temple, the esteemed elder Qian Dalu is currently supporting them. Grandfather, Qian Renxue's voice instantly brings a smile to Qian Dalu's face, though it swiftly dissipates upon noticing their intertwined hands. Clearing his throat, Qian Dalu attempts to alert them with a cough, but to no avail. Meikai and Qian Renxue appear oblivious. What troubles you, grandfather? Have you fallen ill? Qian Renxue inquires, observing the incessant coughing of Qian Dalu. Her incisive remark nearly causes him to choke, intensifying his hostility toward Meikai. The latter, however, remains unfazed. Once he attains the 7th level and unlocks the open door of the 8 gates, even Qian Dalu will no longer be a match for him. Turning around, Qian Dalu firmly pats Meikai's shoulder, the force of which causes Meikai to draw in a sharp breath. The old man truly exerts no restraint. A smile plays on Qian Daolu's lips as he states, "Little Kai, despite lacking a martial soul and soul power, your strength could best an 86th level soul de law." He pauses, and this momentary hesitation nearly provokes a swift kick from Meikai. Once he feels it is sufficient, Qian Dalu clears his throat and continues. "The other elders and I have unanimously decided to appoint you as the Law Elder of the Spirit Hall." Boom. This proclamation leaves not just Meikai, but also Qian Renxue in a state of astonishment. "Grandfather, surely you jest." Qian Renxue's eyes widen in disbelief. The position of Law Elder has not been filled in the Spirit Hall for over 6 centuries. Qian Dalu nods slightly, indeed. The Law Elder operates independently and possesses the authority to mobilize all personnel from the Elder Hall and the Douluo Hall. As he raises his hand slightly, his words ignite a fervor within Meikai. However, if memory serves, the Law Elder should belong to the Papal Hall. While Qian Renxue had initially been enraptured by the authority of the Law Elder, her intellect soon regained its dominance. How could Qian Dalu possibly be unaware that the Law Elder belongs to the Papal Hall? The reason for allowing Meikai to continue in that role is to create a balance against Bibidong. Over the years, Bibidong has been advancing at an astonishing pace, growing increasingly formidable. In merely 6 years, she has subtly begun to grasp the overarching trends within the Papal Hall, a scenario that Qian Dalu is keen to avoid. Thus, they sought to have Meikai assume the position of Law Elder, like a sharp thorn embedded deep within the Papal Hall. Those present are all astute individuals, fully cognizant of the rationale behind Meikai's appointment. Qian Renxue fell into silence, unsure of her feelings towards that woman. She still yearned for the woman's approval. The attitude of the offering hall is to use Meikai as a counterbalance to Bibidong's ascent, ensuring that when Qian Renxue is eventually in a position of power, she can readily bring Bibidong down if necessary. After discussing Meikai, a fleeting expression of guilt passed through Qian Dalu's eyes as he glanced at Qian Renxue, hesitating to speak. Eventually, Qian Dalu had no choice but to break the silence. The abrupt shift in his emotions even took Meikai by surprise. Moments ago, he radiated an aura of unstoppable grandeur, yet now he appeared as an ordinary elder, concerned for his granddaughter. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence. "Grandfather?" Qian Renxue inquired, puzzled. She had never seen her grandfather so hesitant. "Ah, never mind. You should meet Bibidong," Qian Dalu finally said, shaking his head and placing his hands behind his back. After exiting the offering hall, Qian Renxue tightly grasped Meikai's hand, her slightly trembling form revealing her anxiety. "Do you not wish to see her?" Meikai asked, drawing her into an embrace. Qian Renxue remained silent. "If you do not wish to go, then do not. No one in the spirit hall can command you." Gently patting her head, Meikai spoke softly. After calming her restless heart, Qian Renxue shook her head slightly. "No, Brother Kai, I must meet that woman. This is a matter between her and me." Realizing he could not dissuade Qian Renxue, Meikai decided to support her resolve. "Once you have met her, I will take you to obtain your 6th spirit ring." As he stroked her delicate cheek, he thought about the fact that she was merely a quasi-spirit emperor, prompting him to prioritize the acquisition of her 6th spirit ring. Within the Papal Hall, Bibidong, languidly reclining on the papal throne, unveiled her long, fair legs without reservation. "Mother, do you wish for me to infiltrate the Tiando Empire?" After 6 years, Qian Renxue once again summoned the courage to address her as mother. Bibidong suppressed her aversion, rhythmically tapping her bony fingers against the papal scepter. "It is not my desire for you to go. Rather, it is the spirit hall that requires you." Bibidong's gaze sharpened, disassociating herself from the matter. Qian Renxue fell silent, uncertain of her own thoughts. Over the years, it was the first time the other party spoke to him in a tone that was not so disdainful. In the spirit hall square, Meikai gazed up at the papal hall, feeling a sense of unease as Qian Renxue insisted on going alone, sensing that she might face difficulties. "Brother Kai." Just as Kai was deep in thought, a delightful voice suddenly rang out nearby. The newcomer had a striking mane of golden-red short hair, adorned in the attire of the spirit hall, and possessed an enchanting beauty. Liena hurriedly approached Kai, her cheeks flushed, whether from shyness or fatigue was uncertain. "Brother Kai, what brings you back to the papal hall today?" Upon seeing Kai, her eyes sparkled with delight. "Ah, it's Liena," he replied, his expression softening as he gently patted the little fox's head. True to the original storyline, after awakening her martial spirit, Liena was taken under the wing of Bibi Dong as her disciple upon testing her innate full soul power. Even though Bibi Dong bestowed all her maternal affection upon Liena, the relationship between Qian Renxue and Liena remained amicable. Wherever Liena went, she was often accompanied by two others. Shortly after Liena's arrival, a strikingly handsome young man with silver hair and a man clad in fiery red followed closely behind her. Upon seeing Kai, Shiyue was momentarily taken aback. With one hand on his chest, he slightly bowed his head. "Brother Kai," he greeted politely. As the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face. And Shiyue exhibited such courtesy. Just as Kai was about to respond graciously, an inappropriate voice interrupted. "Who are you, kid? How dare you touch Liena?" Yen, engulfed in flames, resembled a volcano on the verge of eruption. From the moment Liena awakened her martial spirit, Yen had fallen deeply in love with her. However, despite his efforts over 4 years to pursue her, their relationship barely reached the level of ordinary friends. If it weren't for Shiyue mediating between them, their relationship would likely have reached a freezing point. "Yen," Liena admonished sharply, displeased with his disrespect toward Kai. "It seems our relationship isn't close enough for you to call me Liena." Her demeanor was icy, as if issuing a warning to Yen. Even Shiyue, who usually could soothe their emotions, remained silent at this moment. Yan's expression darkened, as if he had swallowed something bitter, his fiery gaze fixed intently on Kai. Years ago, a rumor circulated within the spirit hall about a person without a martial spirit or soul power who could meet the Pope without kneeling. The most prominent feature of that individual was the protective gear worn on their limbs. Currently, only 7 devotees and Bibi Dong were aware of Kai's physical prowess. It was not surprising that Qian Renxue, who had grown up with him, was in the know. Frequent outings with Qian Renxue to engage in playful activities with Liena had rendered the matter of Kai's physical training an unspoken secret between the two. Shiyue possessed a slight understanding of this, yet he inwardly believed that the path of physical enhancement would not lead far. The emergence of such misunderstandings stemmed from Kai's habitual concealment of his abilities. Ever since his physical prowess had surpassed a score of 5, all his training regimens had come to an abrupt halt. The grueling body tempering under the golden crocodile Douluo, along with the specialized combat training, had ceased entirely. After being chastised by Liena, Yan's resentment flared even more intensely. Yearning for confrontation, he pointed an accusatory finger at Kai, who was shielded behind Liena, and declared with disdain, "Boy, do you dare to engage in a soul battle with me? Whoever loses shall henceforth keep their distance from Liena." Before Yan's words could fully dissipate, Liena's reprimanding voice rang out once more. "What is your relationship with me that gives you the right to dictate my actions?" Yan dismissed Liena's admonition entirely, directing his finger back at Kai. "If you are indeed a man, do not cower behind a woman." Despite being chastised by this mere 9-year-old, Kai maintained a serene smile. "I'm afraid, Liena is not a wager to be made." This statement left Yan momentarily speechless, his face contorting further as he felt the surge of his released martial spirit. "However, regarding your challenge to a soul battle, I accept." Kai's eyes narrowed. Ever since Qian Renxue had expressed her intent to meet Bibi Dong alone, he had been harboring a surge of frustration, which he now saw as an opportunity to vent. Shiyue and Liena exchanged glances before departing the arena, leaving the expansive dueling ground, spanning over 1,000 square meters, to the two adversaries. "Brother, you ought to spend less time with Yan," Liena suddenly remarked, leaving Shiyue momentarily stunned. He and Yan were not only good friends, but also worthy rivals. In their first year at the Soul Master Academy, only Yan could match him in combat. Meanwhile, within the dueling arena, the flames enveloping Yan blazed even more fervently, and a grotesque fiery creature materialized behind him. Yan, martial spirit, flame lord. Level 20, First Ring Battle Spirit Master. Upon hearing Yin declare his rank, Shiyue murmured to himself. Wasn't he just at level 19 2 days ago? He has managed to break through to level 20 in such a short span. This very morning, upon awakening, Yin had discovered that his soul power had ascended. Overjoyed, he was eager to share this news with Liena. Unfortunately, just as he found her, he witnessed another individual affectionately stroking his goddess's head. Despite having released his martial spirit, the other party remained unperturbed. This act felt akin to dousing flames with gasoline. Boy, are you not going to summon your martial spirit? Mike Kai stretched his limbs, stating, martial spirit? Such worthless trinkets are of no use to me. With these words, Yin could instantly confirm the other's identity. The individual before me is the arrogant youth devoid of a martial soul and soul power, who dared to stand before the Pope without bowing. Aside from a slightly appealing exterior, he is fundamentally flawed. With a resounding thud, Yin struck the ground with his fist, transforming a section of the once sturdy martial soul plaza into a seething pool of lava. First soul skill, Hell Lava Surge. The magma, materialized by his soul power, clung to his arm. Let us employ merely half my strength. Just as he prepared to launch an assault, a sharp pain pierced his chest, and he lost consciousness. His body hurtling toward a distant pillar. Yan's form collided heavily with the granite column, fracturing it upon impact. At that moment, Mike Kai stood where Yin had been, still poised to strike. It seems I may have overestimated half my strength. With a single punch, the battle was concluded. Although it lacked satisfaction, Mike Kai managed to release the pent-up frustration within him. In this regard, Yin served a modicum of purpose. Once the soul battle concluded, Liena and Xiaoyu leaped down from the stands. Liena, like an enamored admirer, clung to Mike Kai's side. Xiaoyu sought to assess Yan's condition. He was an offensive-type soul master, specifically a flame lord whose martial soul significantly enhanced physical attributes. However, judging by the power of that punch and the subsequent damage inflicted, Yin would likely remain bettered for at least a month. With the conflict resolved, the duel within the Pope's hall also came to an end. I promise you, I will infiltrate the Heaven Do Empire, Schweder sighed, feeling a sense of relief. This marked the first time she had made a decision for herself. With a resounding crash, the grand doors of the Pope's hall were forcefully kicked open. Mike Kai's eyes burned with fury, while Liena stood by, bewildered. Who am I? Where am I? Didn't Brother Kai say he would meet with the Pope? Why did he kick the door open instead? Bibi Dong, you have crossed the line. Mike Kai was nearly beside himself with rage. Why could he not simply focus on his training? Must he pursue this undercover scheme in the Heaven Do Empire? Not only would it hinder his training progress, but if it failed, all those years of undercover work would be in vain. Moreover, the nobility in the Heaven Do Empire is steeped in corruption, with the royal family indifferent to the plight of commoners, prioritizing only their own interests. Sending Schwerer there to infiltrate carries the risk of her identity being exposed, which could endanger her life. Impudent. With a heavy thud, Bibi Dong's Pope's scepter struck the ground, unleashing the overwhelming pressure of her 93rd level title Douluo. Faced with such oppressive force capable of crushing high-ranking soul kings, Mike Kai's skin flushed crimson, veins bulging on his forehead, and a faint green steam erupted from his body. Utilizing his extraordinary physical resilience, he braved the lethal pressure. Schwerer belongs to the enshrined hall. You have no authority to interfere in her life, he declared. Bibi Dong clenched her silver teeth, knowing that due to the Rusalka divine trial, her soul power had been sealed by 30%. Maintaining the pressure of her 93rd level power for long would soon prove impossible, even for a 90th level. This is the Papal Hall, not a place for your reckless antics. You wish to wield your papal authority to suppress your opponent, yet regrettably, the current Mike Kai is far more than a mere member of the Sacred Hall. Bibi Dong, I am the Enforcer Elder of the Spirit Hall, endowed with the authority to intervene in all affairs of the Papal Hall. Upon uttering these words, even Bibi Dong could no longer maintain her composure. She stared in disbelief as her adversary produced the token signifying the position of Enforcer Elder. What a clever stratagem, to elect a new Enforcer Elder to stifle her progress. Having sat in the papal seat for so many years, Bibi Dong was well acquainted with the ranks of elders within the Spirit Hall. This Enforcer Elder, who had not appeared for over 6 centuries, was indeed within Bibi Dong's knowledge. The emergence of the Enforcer Elder signified that the Enforcement Hall of the Spirit Hall was no longer leaderless. This blatant maneuver left Bibi Dong seething with frustration. Bibi Dong, Do you truly wish to engage in combat with me? At that moment, Bibi Dong glared fiercely at Might Kai, her eyes filled with fury. Since that incident in the secret chamber, she had never felt such humiliation within the papal hall. A fine enforcer elder indeed. But have you forgotten that this is the papal hall? And I am still the reigning pope of the spirit hall? Bibi Dong hissed through gritted teeth. She sought to assert her papal authority over Might Kai. But if Might Kai could be subjugated by her status, then her years of existence would be rendered meaningless. Bibi Dong, it is true that this is your papal hall. But the enforcement hall I command spans the continent and is not to be trifled with. If you continue to pressure Shuer, I shall not hesitate to pull you down from that throne, even at the cost of internal strife. At this moment, the hand holding the papal scepter trembled slightly. She had never been so openly challenged. Within the papal hall, Might Kai was the first to dare insult her in such a manner. Ding. Health points 645650, currently decreasing. Might Kai paid no heed to the system's reminder. Although they were in a strong position, in a direct confrontation, he would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage against Bibi Dong initially. Liena, standing to the side, found herself in a quandary. Siding with her teacher might hurt Brother Kai's feelings, while supporting Brother Kai would be disrespectful to her teacher. The little fox felt anxious and conflicted as she observed the atmosphere between the two becoming increasingly tense. Any spark could ignite a conflagration between them. Moreover, the intensity of their interaction seemed to escalate further. Let us cease this. I have promised her, and I shall certainly go. Qian Renxue paused, casting one final glance at Bibi Dong before decisively averting her gaze. Besides, I am not only doing this for her, but also for the spirit hall. Come, let us hunt the sixth spirit ring and then depart. With that, Qian Renxue turned and grasped Might Kai's hand, leading him outside. As a delicate hand held his, Might Kai offered no resistance, silently exiting the 8 gates of Douluo state, following in Qian Renxue's footsteps. As the gates of the papal hall resounded with a heavy thud, Might Kai finally came to a halt. Bibi Dong, regardless of your past experiences, directing your hatred towards those around you is a sign of weakness. With those words, the doors of the papal hall slammed shut. Bibi Dong's gaze lingered on the spot where Might Kai had stood, a wave of powerlessness washing over her. She attributed it all to her insufficient strength. If only she could attain level 99, or ascend to a higher realm of divinity, she would obliterate all who dared to question her. With a sigh, Bibi Dong turned her attention to Liena, who was at a loss for what to do next. Follow me, and let us procure your second soul ring. Though Liena was taken aback by her teacher's knowledge of her recent breakthrough to level 20, a feat she had only achieved that very morning, she could not refuse Bibi Dong's command. After respectfully bowing in her teacher's direction, Liena departed from the papal hall. Her exit plunged the hall into an oppressive silence. In Bibi Dong's ears, the voice of the Rakshasa god echoed persistently. Do you harbor hatred? Do you despise your own weakness? If you possess the power to surpass all, would they still dare to oppose you? Outside the papal hall, Qian Renxue tenderly caressed Might Kai's cheek. On the day they had fully opened their hearts to one another, Might Kai had shared the intricate details of his martial arts training with her, including the fundamental reasons behind his enhancement through the 8 gates of Douluo. By unshackling all of his limitations and overextending his body, he attained formidable strength. As she stroked his cheek, feeling the warmth radiating from his skin, Qian Renxue's eyes brimmed with concern. I'm sorry, it's my fault. Before she could finish, Might Kai grasped her delicate hand that had been caressing his face. No, Shuer. I have promised that as long as I am here, I will not allow you to suffer even the slightest grievance. His gaze was unwavering, conveying to Qian Renxue that he would fulfill his vow. Even without a martial soul or soul power, his strength was sufficient to protect her. I believe in you. I have always trusted your capabilities. Might Kai knew that had his physical prowess reached a score of 6, he would have already confronted Bibi Dong in the papal hall. However, he did not possess absolute confidence in defeating her. The confrontation had been a gamble in which he wagered that Bibi Dong would consider her own status and refrain from attacking. Ultimately, fortune smiled upon him, for Bibi Dong chose to relent. Moreover, had they truly clashed, Bibi Dong would have had to pay a grievous price to emerge victorious. For in that moment of confrontation, his system had once again triggered a choice. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have activated a choice. Continuing to confront Bibi Dong, he secured a fleeting opportunity to enter the 7th gate. Consequently, he was awarded a card for the 7th gate experience. Without hesitation, Might Kai opted for it, confident that with the safeguard of the seventh gate, even if Douluo were to arrive, he would not dare claim victory over him. Come, I shall guide you to acquire the sixth soul ring, he declared. Qian Renxue nodded silently, allowing herself to be led outside the city. Wait. Just as they had taken a few steps, Liena sprinted after them. Hold on. She reached them, breathless, hands on her knees. Qian Renxue found it peculiar. Logically, after being confronted by Might Kai, Bibi Dong would need comfort the most. Otherwise, without anyone to console her, Bibi Dong would be left alone in her bed, crying and lamenting, a truly pitiable sight. Might Kai touched his waist and retrieved a handkerchief embroidered with a small fox from his storage soul guide. This handkerchief was a gift from Liena during her spirit awakening. He offered it to her, adopting a gentle tone. Why are you so exhausted, little fox? Liena's face flushed with embarrassment upon hearing his playful remark. Oh, Brother Kai, don't call me little fox, she exclaimed, stamping her foot in feigned annoyance. In response to Liena's seemingly playful admonition, Might Kai merely ruffled her hair. All right, little fox. I promise I won't call you that again. Upon hearing this, Liena's cheeks reddened once more, observing their playful banter. The heavy mood that had lingered in the Pope's hall dissipated. Qian Renxue chuckled. Nana, aren't you going to stay with your teacher? After all, Liena resolutely ignored the remark from the troublesome man, returning the embroidered handkerchief and stating, I am also at level 20 now. The teacher said I should join you in hunting for soul rings. Qian Renxue was not surprised by Liena's advancement. The spirit hall was brimming with prodigies. While he possessed innate soul power at level 20, some may never achieve such a breakthrough in their lifetimes. Despite lacking soul power, Might Kai consistently outperformed him, and Liena had already reached level 20 at the tender age of 10. Turning back to cast a lingering glance at the Pope's hall, Qian Renxue took hold of their hands and continued onward. Let us proceed. Since that woman has entrusted you to accompany us, let Might Kai assist you in finding your second soul ring. Qian Renxue decisively chose to give this opportunity for performance to Might Kai, who twitched the corner of his mouth. All right, Schwer, I just confronted the Pope for your sake, and now you want to even call me brother? Might Kai felt a surge of playful irritation. Yet he could clearly sense that Qian Renxue's current mood was far from pleasant. All her outward indifference and cheerfulness were merely a facade. The indifference expressed by her mother mirrored his own past experiences when he was known as a Kai. However, the present self has embraced the name of Métis Kai, embarking on a new existence in this world. The Douluo forest, upon entering, envelopes one in an atmosphere of shadowy dampness. Towering ancient trees obscure the sky, rendering it almost impossible to glimpse the heavens above. Renowned as the foremost soul beast forest of Douluo continent, the Douluo forest is home to two formidable 10,000-year soul beasts. Nana, have you decided which soul beast you desire for your second spirit ring? This marks Métis Kai's inaugural venture with Liena to acquire a spirit ring. He had previously assisted Qian Renxue in obtaining her fifth spirit ring. It was a 30,000-year sacred winged beetle, a soul beast known for its formidable defensive capabilities. Nevertheless, even this defensive-oriented 30,000-year soul beast could be shattered effortlessly by the fist of Métis Kai in his dormant state. Contemplating the various types of soul beasts discussed by their instructors at the Martial Soul Academy, Liena reflected on her own martial spirit, which leaned towards charm and control, thus necessitating a preference for a spirit beast of the mental category. Brother Kai, I only need a mental-type soul beast close to 700 years old. As for my wish, I desire a 50,000-year heavenly spirit horse. Finding a 700-year mental soul beast is relatively straightforward, but the 50,000-year heavenly spirit horse sought by Qian Renxue poses a significant challenge. According to the records in the Martial Soul Hall's library, the heavenly spirit horse possesses attributes of divine light and flames, indicating its formidable nature due to its multifaceted elemental properties. Ding! Selection triggered. 1. Assist Qian Renxue in locating the heavenly spirit horse. Reward: 10 attribute points. 2. Persuade Qian Renxue to choose another soul beast. Reward: 10 attribute points. Resolutely, Métis Kai opted for the first choice. Although the heavenly spirit horse may be elusive, its habitat is relatively discernible. Furthermore, the congregation of multiple elemental attributes renders the heavenly spirit horse a target for the dark demon, evil god tiger. Thus, the trio spent an entire afternoon in the Douluo forest in search of their quarry, yet returned empty-handed. The quest for an appropriate soul beast is inherently challenging. And thus, the trio remained undeterred. Meitikai retrieved 2 tents from his storage soul guide, feeling somewhat sheepish as he scratched his head while holding the unopened tents. My apologies. Nana, I hadn't considered your need for a spirit ring. I only brought 2 tents. However, I shall take the night watch so that you both can rest well. Should we encounter a soul beast tomorrow, it is essential that you conserve your energy. The 2 women gathered around the fire, where several soft-boned rabbits they had caught during the day were skewered on a wooden rack. In the Stardow Forest, enjoying roasted rabbit meat is a luxury, and few hunting parties could boast such leisure. After feasting, the 3 exchanged pleasantries before Liena and her companion retreated into their respective tents, leaving Meitikai alone by the fire, the flames casting warm light upon his visage. Gradually, he found solace in the stillness of the moment. Half an hour later, a steady rhythm of breathing emanated from Liena's tent, signifying that she had succumbed to slumber. Initially believing that Qian Renxue had fallen asleep, Mike Guy had just risen, ready to embark on a rigorous training session, when he noticed Qian Renxue emerging from the tent. Upon seeing her, he naturally abandoned the idea of training. What's the matter? Can't sleep? He asked quietly as Qian Renxue approached him, until she pressed her warm, delicate form against him. Akai, hold me tightly, she murmured, burying her small head into Mike Guy's sturdy chest, feeling the fierce rhythm of his heartbeat, which brought her a sense of reassurance. Gradually lifting his arms, he encircled her waist, drawing her into his embrace. Thank you for standing up for me today, she began, but Mike Guy, resting his cheek against her forehead, shook his head and interjected, we have grown up together since childhood. Even old Qian has never spoken of you in such a manner. Though I am unaware of what transpired between you and the Pope, I know that if you find yourselves on opposing sides in the future, I shall stand resolutely behind you. At these words, Qian Renshue's heart skipped a beat, her beautiful eyes quickly welling with tears. In their childhood, Mike Guy had vowed never to let a single tear fall from her eyes. Thus, seeing her tearful gaze, he instinctively reached out to wipe away her tears. However, before he could act, Qian Renxue, summoning her courage, suddenly lifted her head and stood on tiptoe. Mike Guy's pupils widened in astonishment as he felt the cool, sweet sensation of her lips against his, momentarily entrapping his mind in a blissful stupor. Feeling the warmth of her lips and the delightful aura emanating from her, Mike Guy found himself utterly captivated. His hands involuntarily rose to encircle her waist as they lost themselves in the kiss, as if the world around them could be set aside. Yet, the serenity of the night in the starry forest was shattered by the emergence of glowing green eyes and the chilling howls of wolves, igniting the darkness with their presence. The howls interrupted the couple's moment of bliss. Now, Qian Renxue resembled a startled cat, her delicate hands swiftly drawing forth a gleaming sword. Her gaze was filled with lethal intent as she focused on the wolves that approached, treating them as prey. Observing her furious demeanor, Mike Guy touched his lips, savoring the lingering warmth, while gently pressing down on her clenched hand. All right, Shue, don't be angry. Besides, if I'm not mistaken, these wolves should be kin of the Qian Yu Wolf King. The Qian Yu Wolf King, a formidable spirit-type soul beast, had been documented in the archives of the Spirit Hall. Upon hearing its name, Qian Renshue's slightly furrowed brow began to relax. Considering this concerns the soul ring that Nana requires, I shall let this matter pass. Sheathing her long sword, Qian Renxue sat down beside the fire, casually grabbing a prepared soft-boned rabbit from the ground and skewering it on a wooden rack to roast. Observing Qian Renxue's nonchalant demeanor, Meitikai found it amusing and prepared to awaken Liena. Little fox, it's time to wake up. The spirit rings have arrived. Meitikai's voice rang out loudly, penetrating the tent and rousing Liena from her slumber. Startled, she sat up abruptly, still dazed. Who's roasting a fox to eat? Referencing Anya, outside. Meitikai had already drawn 2 nunchaku from his waist, scanning the surroundings and counting the wolves. There were a total of 12. It appeared that this wolf pack lacked a 10,000-year-old wolf king. The Qian Yu Wolf King lineage could only be called a wolf king if it reached 10,000 years. A 1,000-year-old Qian Yu wolf could merely be referred to as a Qian Yu wolf. A Qian Yu Wolf King of 100,000 years would rightfully be regarded as the sovereign of the Qian Yu Wolf clan, akin to the Blue-Silver Emperor, known as the Qian Yu Wolf Emperor. With a swift motion, Meitikai began to wield his nunchaku, creating a whistling sound that echoed through the air. Inside the tent, Liena had just awakened and, somewhat dazed, peeked out, revealing her adorable little head. Sister Shui, what is happening? She inquired, rubbing her sleepy eyes and looking at Qian Renxue, who was seated by the fire. Seeing Liena's groggy expression, Qian Renxue pointed with the roasted soft-boned rabbit towards the jungle, where Mai Kai was already engaged in battle with the wolf pack. Your spirit ring has arrived. The mention of spirit rings instantly invigorated Liena, who quickly leaned closer to Qian Renxue, her voice filled with excitement. The spirit ring has arrived. Am I still dreaming, or has it actually been several days? It was understandable for Liena to think this way. When she had hunted for her first spirit ring, it had been led by the Pope herself. Even with the assistance of the Pope Bibidong and 2 titled Douluos, it had taken Liena 3 days to find her first spirit ring. Thus, the prospect of a spirit ring appearing in less than a day was astonishing. No. Is it wise for Brother Kai to face the spirit beasts alone? After her initial excitement, concern for Mai Kai crept in. Qian Renxue shrugged and tossed a few more logs into the now dwindling fire. There's no need for worry. Even an 85th level Soul Doulu would be no match for his strength. A pack of wolves without a 10,000-year-old wolf king cannot possibly harm him. In the jungle, Mai Kai swung his nunchaku, striking the approaching soul beast with a force capable of killing a soul saint in a single blow. The strike landed solidly on the 10-year-old Qian wolf, and in an instant, its head exploded, crimson blood and white brain matter spraying forth. With only 12 wolves in the pack, within a short span, only 3 remained. The remaining 3 wolves include one aged 400 years and another approximately 700 years old, while the leader of this wolf pack is merely 1,800 years old. Even when combined, this pack cannot withstand a single punch from Mai Kai. Thus, capturing the 3 older Qian wolves has truly presented a challenge for Mai Kai, as he must restrain his strength while ensuring he does not inadvertently kill them. The trio of Qian wolves bared their teeth at Mai Kai, and despite their kin being annihilated, their pride as wolves compelled them to stand their ground. A Qian wolf king of a millennium might pique Mai Kai's interest. Yet the mere 1,800 years of the current king would crumble beneath even the force he typically employs against a sandbag. After effortlessly tossing aside the 400-year-old Qian wolf, Mai Kai swiftly pinned down the one around 700 years old. He then disregarded the wolf king and turned his back, heading directly towards the fire pit. The Qian wolf whimpered, "Mommy, I encountered a monster, and my teeth broke when I bit him." Upon returning to the campsite, Mai Kai spotted 2 individuals engaged in lively conversation. Discarding the soul beast in his hand, he unhesitatingly approached Qian Renxue, snatching the tender-boned rabbit she had offered. The stolen treat was undeniably delicious. Qian Renxue shot him a beautiful glare before shifting her attention to the struggling Qian wolf. Despite being on the brink of death due to Mai Kai's overwhelming might, the wolf's pride prevented it from bowing its head, even with its last breath. Liena approached the soul beast, poking the Qian wolf with a stick. Instantly, the wolf glared fiercely at her. "Brother Kai, is this my soul beast?" Mai Kai nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, it is likely just over 700 years old, making it the perfect choice for your second soul ring." Observing Mai Kai savoring his meal with an unrefined enthusiasm, Qian Renxue, without a hint of disdain, produced her handkerchief to wipe his face. "Honestly, you act like a child," she teased, indulgently. With Mai Kai's confirmation, Liena prepared to absorb the soul ring. She drew a sharp dagger from her waist and unhesitatingly pierced the neck of the Qian wolf. Sitting cross-legged beside it, she summoned a faint aura of soul power, gently touching the wolf's forehead. Immediately, the Qian wolf began to emanate a gentle glow as the soul ring gradually materialized and floated towards Liena. At that moment, Qian Renxue set aside her belongings and stood, her hands forming delicate seals. A soft wave of soul power radiated from her, enveloping both Liena and the Qian wolf. She slightly closed her eyes, seemingly to protect Liena, ensuring that she would not be disturbed during the absorption of the soul ring. Were there even a modicum of soul power within Mai Kai, the duty of protection would not have fallen to Qian Renxue. Mai Kai stood to the side, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze fixed intently on Liena, anxious that even the slightest mishap might occur as she absorbed her soul ring. Although he remained silent, the tension within him was palpable. He understood that a failure in this moment would not only profoundly affect Liena's innate talent, but could also leave hidden injuries that would impede her future cultivation. After a lengthy pause, Liena slowly opened her tightly shut eyes, which shimmered with an unusual brilliance, as if stars were twinkling within them. She felt the surge of soul power within her, a formidable force rising from the depths of her being, signifying that she had successfully absorbed the soul ring. Unable to contain her elation, she sprang to her feet, and in an instant, all her fatigue seemed to dissipate into thin air. She turned to my Kai, her eyes brimming with gratitude and joy. "Brother Kai," she exclaimed without hesitation, leaping into his embrace, tightly holding on to him as if wishing to convey all her joy and appreciation. My Kai was momentarily taken aback, but he soon wrapped his arms gently around Liena, a tender and indulgent smile gracing his face. Qian Renxue quietly observed this scene, a surge of inexplicable emotions welling up within her. She slightly puffed out her cheeks, resembling a little hamster with its cheeks stuffed with nuts, as a fleeting glimmer of disappointment flickered in her bright eyes. The recent warmth of her close contact with my Kai lingered on her lips, that faint sensation igniting a flow of warmth within her. Yet, at this moment, he was embracing Liena, and that tenderness and indulgence stirred a pang of sorrow within her. Qian Renxue was particularly sensitive to emotions, thus, witnessing the two in an embrace, even knowing it was a trivial matter, left her feeling despondent. She gently bit her lower lip, attempting to mask her feelings. However, the bitter sensation spread through her heart like creeping vines. She involuntarily took a few steps closer, wanting to say something, yet unsure of how to begin. Ultimately, she could only stand to the side, silently watching the pair, her heart a tumult of complex emotions. Sensing the subtle and intricate gaze of Qian Renxue, my Kai gently patted Liena's back, signaling her to release him. Though the little fox felt a twinge of reluctance, she obediently let go and stepped aside, a satisfied and blissful smile adorning her face. My Kai turned to Qian Renxue, his gaze soft and warm, filled with affection, as if to say, "Rest assured, Shui, no matter the time, you are always the one I cherish most." Understanding the depth of my Kai's eyes, Qian Renshue's earlier pang of sorrow evaporated, replaced by a gentle and sweet smile directed at the little fox. By now, Liena had composed herself and replied with a smile, "Brother Kai, Sister Shui, my second soul skill is the Eye of the Celestial Fox, which can forcibly stun enemies with weaker mental strength for 5 seconds. Of course, if they choose to succumb to the illusion, the stun duration will be even longer." Liena playfully blinked her lively eyes as she spoke. My Kai stroked his chin, contemplating the formidable nature of her soul skill. Lacking a martial soul and spirit rings, he was unable to accurately gauge the strength of others. Moreover, while honing his physical prowess, he was simultaneously cultivating his mental fortitude, rendering Liena's ability ineffective against him. Upon comprehending the effects of Liena's soul skill, Qian Renshue's eyes instantly sparkled with brilliance. From the depths of her heart, she marveled, 5 seconds of dizziness. This could be the decisive factor in combat. In the clash of masters, every second is of paramount importance, let alone 5. "Nana, your soul skill is truly the key to altering the tide of battle." In Qian Renshue's mind, a vivid image emerged. Once Liena ascended to the rank of titled Douluo and faced an opponent of equal standing, should that adversary's mental strength fall below her own, this soul skill could forcibly incapacitate them for 5 seconds. 5 seconds could yield countless opportunities for a titled Douluo. Ample time to unleash a barrage of soul skills following the release of their martial soul's true form. As night deepened, the two women began to feel the pull of slumber. After exchanging goodnights, Liena retreated into the tent to rest. The flames danced in the night, casting a warm glow upon my Kai's resolute visage. Seated before the fire, his gaze was deep and distant, shrouded in mystery, as if transcending time and space. Qian Renxue lingered at the entrance of the tent, hesitating before finally stealing her resolve. She gently bit her lower lip, a blush blooming on her cheeks like the first light of dawn. With deliberate yet cautious steps, she approached my Kai. "Kai, it's late, and the night air is chilly. Would you care to come in and sleep?" Her voice trembled slightly, yet her tone remained remarkably resolute. She lifted her gaze to meet my Kai's, her bright eyes shimmering with anticipation and nervousness. The moonlight draped over Qian Renxue, bestowing upon her an ethereal beauty in that moment. In the late hours, moonlight filtered through the tent's seams, illuminating the two restless figures within. Inside the tent, silence reigned. save for the gentle rhythm of their breaths. Qian Renxue lay on her side, her eyes slightly ajar. Through the dim moonlight, she discerned the outline of my Kai beside her. A stirring sensation filled her heart as she cautiously shifted closer to him, her movements deliberate, fearful of awakening the slumbering figure. Simultaneously, my Kai sensed the subtle disturbance nearby. He opened his eyes slightly, gazing at Qian Renxue. Beneath the moonlight, her countenance appeared soft and beautiful, warming his heart. Unconsciously, he too inched closer to her, the distance between them narrowing imperceptibly. A little closer, just a bit more. They both murmured to themselves, their hearts racing with excitement until their bodies were completely aligned. Although they were aware that neither was truly asleep, a mutual understanding prevailed, and they refrained from acknowledging it. By dawn, the two early risers had tidied themselves and ventured outside, observing Liena still peacefully slumbering within the tent. My Kai surveyed the surroundings and called out, "Elder Ghost." As the words fell, wisps of black mist began to swirl around the forest, gradually coalescing into a shadowy figure. The ghost Douluo, having encountered the law elder before, bowed respectfully. Qian Renxue nodded slightly. The 50,000-year-old heavenly spirit horse would require a deeper venture into the Star Do forest, and it seemed inappropriate to bring along the level 22 Liena. Ghost Elder. Once Nana awakens, you may take her away. Shui, and I must continue our exploration of the deeper forest. I fear for her safety should she accompany us, said Kai. The ghost Douluo nodded faintly. The 50,000-year-old heavenly spirit horse, blessed with a divine light attribute, posed a significant threat to his ghostly presence. Should conflict arise, he doubted even his own ability to provide timely assistance. I understand, and I assure you, Law Elder, I will act accordingly. Not far away, Liena remained in slumber, her breathing steady yet tinged with unease. At that moment, a shadow glided silently through the trees. It was the ghost elder, his gaze sharp and his form swift as the wind. He gently approached Liena, cradling her with utmost care. She stirred slightly in her dreams before sinking back into a deep sleep. In an instant, the ghost elder vanished into the depths of the woods, leaving behind only a faint trace of ghostly essence. He had to return to the Pope's Hall to report, and waiting for Liena to awaken was not an option. At this juncture, Qian Renxue and Kai walked side by side, their steps light yet resolute, as if each footfall resonated with the melody of fate. They refrained from flying. Though Kai lacked soul power, his agility among the trees surpassed that of a typical flying soul master. It had been a long time since they had enjoyed such a serene moment together, and with their impending separation upon returning, the bittersweet feelings stirred within their hearts, igniting a palpable excitement. Deeper in the forest, ancient soul beasts sensed the formidable aura emanating from the pair, retreating into the shadows, observing them with a mix of curiosity and trepidation. Occasionally, a breeze would rustle the leaves, creating a symphony that intertwined with their laughter, painting a picture of harmony. Kai turned his head, offering Qian Renxue a warm smile, radiant as sunlight, inviting one to draw near. She returned the smile, their gazes meeting in a silent exchange that seemed to encompass 1,000 unspoken words. In the shadows, two men clad in golden armor exchanged knowing glances and chuckled in unison. Could it be that the young master and the law elder have already? They were none other than the serpent spear Douluo and the porcupine Douluo, tasked with ensuring the safety of Qian Renxue. As the duo ventured deeper into the heart of the Star Do forest, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Towering ancient trees obscured the sun, their leaves casting dappled shadows upon the ground. The wind whispered through the foliage, as if nature itself were softly narrating a tale. Side by side, Kai and Qian Renxue advanced cautiously, their breaths having slowed considerably, each step taken with utmost care, lest they disturb the sovereign of this realm. The air was thick with a mysterious and perilous aura that sent chills down their spines. Suddenly, a deep growl echoed from afar, causing the entire forest to tremble. They exchanged a grave glance, both aware that the source of that roar must be a forest monarch, such as the Titan giant ape or the sky blue bull python. Even if it were not, it was undoubtedly a soul beast over 50,000 years of age. The resonant breaths, even from several miles away, exerted immense pressure upon them. At last, they beheld a colossal, purplish-black tiger, the dark demon evil god tiger, adorned with immense wings and a sinister hook at its tail. Madakai's pupils constricted sharply. According to records in the Spirit Hall's library, there was but one dark demon, evil god tiger within the entirety of the Star Do Forest. Darkness surged like a tidal wave, instantaneously engulfing all in its vicinity. Clenching his fists tightly, Madakai's gaze remained resolute as he perceived the terrifying oppressive aura radiating from the dark demon, evil god tiger, as if the very air had solidified under its might. Qian Renxue pressed close to Madara, feeling the warmth and strength emanating from him, which afforded her a modicum of comfort amidst the suffocating darkness. The angelic domain unfurled silently, yet its sacred essence could not illuminate the surrounding gloom. She gently clasped Madakai's hand, their mutual understanding reaching its zenith in that moment. Suddenly, a pair of blood-red eyes ignited in the darkness, akin to two flaming orbs, illuminating a small expanse ahead. The dark demon, evil god tiger emerged slowly, each step accompanied by tremors in the ground, as though the entire forest quaked beneath its presence. Its massive form, cloaked in purplish-black fur that glimmered with an eerie sheen in the dark, exuded an overwhelming sense of oppression, while its elongated fangs sent shivers down the spine at a mere glance. The appearance of the dark demon, evil god tiger, seemed to elevate the terror enveloping the Star Do Forest to its pinnacle. Its thunderous roar resounded like a clap of thunder, instantly shattering Qian Renxue's angelic domain into fragments. Light and darkness intertwined at that moment, crafting a breathtaking tableau of tension. The tiger's gaze fixated on Madara, its blood-red eyes glinting with a cruel and cunning light. It swung its massive sinister hook, slicing through the air with a piercing shriek aimed at Madara. He swiftly evaded, but the hook's velocity was unmatched, nearly grazing him as a ripple suddenly emerged in the space around him. The dark demon, evil god tiger's form vanished from sight, leaving only an emptiness in its wake. Qian Renxue gasped. It disappeared. She too had felt the spatial disturbance, the soul beast's power capable of tearing the very fabric of space. Truly befitting the epitome of darkness that was the dark demon, evil god tiger. Her angelic domain had been obliterated in an instant when confronted with its malevolent realm. The figure of the dark demon tiger flickered through the darkness like a wraith, instantaneously appearing behind Qian Renxue, its blood-red eyes glimmering with avarice and cunning. A chill crept up her spine, and before she could react, the tiger's razor-sharp claws sliced through the air like lightning, lunging toward her heart. In that critical moment, Madara dashed forth like a cheetah, green steam erupting from him, a testament to his activation of the 8 gates. He materialized behind Qian Renxue at a speed surpassing sound, crossing his arms to firmly block the lethal strike of the dark demon tiger. A resounding crash echoed through the forest, as if the very earth trembled in response. Though Madara swayed slightly under the impact, he stood resolute like a mountain. His gaze was steadfast and unyielding, confronting the endless darkness without the slightest hint of retreat. Snow, soaring through the air, attempted to restrain the formidable tiger, whose strength rivaled that of an ordinary version of himself. Qian Renxue nodded, and her third purple soul ring flickered for an instant. The third soul skill, angelic domain. She ascended gracefully, as though lifted by an invisible force. With her eyes tightly shut and hands clasped, golden light converged within her palms, resembling a sun on the verge of eruption. With a soft exclamation, the golden radiance streaked through the darkness like a meteor, illuminating the surrounding area. Yet, the darkness loomed like an endless abyss, consuming all light. Even as Qian Renxue unleashed her angelic domain, it merely ignited a faint flame within the pitch-black forest. The dark demon tiger's scarlet eyes appeared even more ferocious amidst the golden glow, and it let out a thunderous roar before vanishing in an instant. Madara surged through the shadows, his nunchaku whirling like 2 silver dragons, each swing slicing the air with a whoosh. He focused intently on the faint trace left by the dark demon tiger, each ripple in the fabric of space quickening his heartbeat. Suddenly, the tiger's form re-emerged, and without hesitation, Madara charged forward, his nunchaku cutting through the air with a fierce wind, striking down upon the massive tiger's head. Thud! The nunchaku connected with the dark demon tiger's skull, causing it to falter momentarily, retreating several steps. A flash of ferocity flickered in the tiger's eyes as it unfurled its massive wings, summoning a tempest that intertwined darkness and gales into an apocalyptic scene. It growled deeply, its voice laden with wrath and disdain, as if defying the sanctity of the world itself. In a blink, it vanished once more, leaving behind a distorted wave of spatial energy. Might Guy's expression turned grave. He understood the cunning and power of this soul beast, refusing to allow any moment of complacency. Gripping his nunchaku tightly, he attuned himself to the currents of air around him, striving to capture the essence of the dark demon tiger. At that precise moment, the tiger reappeared, its form ghost-like and elusive, the cruel light in its blood-red eyes shimmering with malevolence. It swung its colossal claws, cutting through the air with a fierce wind, lunging directly at Meikai. With a swift motion, Meikai evaded the lethal strike. Yet he felt an overwhelming force emanating from the dark demon god tiger, as if it sought to rend the very fabric of space itself. Witnessing the relentless assault of the dark demon god tiger, a glimmer of resolve flashed in Madakai's eyes. He inhaled sharply, his muscles tensing, as if he intended to concentrate all his strength into this singular moment. Just as the tiger's claw was about to make contact with his body, Meikai suddenly let out a low growl, his feet pounding the ground fiercely, propelling himself toward the dark demon god tiger like a cannonball. Gripping his twin nunchaku tightly, the weapons whistled through the air, tracing a sharp arc. With a resounding crash, Madakai's nunchaku collided violently with the tiger's claw, unleashing a powerful shockwave. The surrounding air seemed to be torn apart by this force, creating a vacuum around them. At the moment of impact, the emerald steam around Meikai intensified, and the veins on his forehead, already prominent, became even more pronounced. 8 gates of Duanjia, 6th gate, open. 5th soul skill, Angel's Judgment. With a fierce roar, Madakai's figure surged forward, enveloped in green steam and boundless might, launching an attack capable of obliterating a tidal Douluo of level 92. At this juncture, Qian Renxue, unwilling to be outdone, gripped tightly onto the angelic sword forged from her soul power, which radiated a brilliant light against the night sky. Under her command, the holy sword rapidly expanded, transforming into a colossal light blade several dozen meters long, its blade shimmering with golden divine radiance. As if it could purify all darkness in the world, Qian Renxue leaped, hurtling toward the dark demon god tiger, which was locked in a standoff with Meikai, wielding the magnificent golden sword. Sensing the sacred and formidable aura, a flicker of fear crossed the tiger's eyes. It understood that if it did not escape swiftly, it would find itself in an irretrievable predicament. With a thunderous roar, it intensified its dark aura, coalescing into a swirling black vortex surrounding its body. Choosing to relinquish its entanglement with Meikai, the dark demon god tiger charged directly into Qian Renxue's assault. As the golden sword met the dark demon god tiger, the moment was breathtaking. Golden light intertwined with the black vortex, creating a stunning tableau. The tip of the sword collided with the tiger's chest, producing a deafening roar that seemed to tear the very air around them asunder. Qian Renxue felt an immense force surge through her, causing her form to sway in midair. And the light sword began to fracture under the impact. The golden radiance gradually dimmed, while the black vortex grew ever more ferocious, as if it sought to consume everything in its path. Roaring with ferocity, the dark demon god tiger's eyes gleamed with a cruel light. Its massive body rolled through the air, each rotation stirring the surrounding darkness, conjuring tempestuous storms of shadow. The storms collided with the shattered light sword fragments of Qian Renxue, unleashing even more potent waves of energy. Although the holy attribute of light is highly effective against the dark demon evil god tiger, the disparity in their strengths is evident. With merely 60,000 years of existence, the true combat prowess of the dark demon evil god tiger is comparable to that of a 96-level tidal Douluo. Should it be allowed to grow unchecked, upon reaching 100,000 years, it would likely require a level 98 to even stand a chance in combat against it. Meitkai's fists moved with the swiftness of lightning in a tempest, carving indistinct trails through the night. His velocity had reached astonishing heights, each punch resonating with a thunderous roar that seemed to shake the very fabric of space. Fireballs coalesced in the air, propelled by the force of his punches, streaking across the night sky like meteors, illuminating everything in their vicinity. Upon striking the body of the dark demon evil god tiger, these fireballs erupted with a deafening explosion, scattering flames that lit up the entire area. The dark demon evil god tiger staggered back under the barrage of fireballs, its body marred by several charred wounds. Yet, a more ferocious gleam flickered in its eyes, as if it had been incensed. It let out a thunderous roar, its dark aura thickening once more, forming swirling black winds in an attempt to counter Might Kai's assault. Enveloped by a pair of massive wings, it sought to shield itself from Might Kai's onslaught. Flames and darkness intertwined, heralding an apocalyptic scene. The dense fireballs fell like meteors, relentlessly crashing into the enormous form of the dark demon evil god tiger. Each collision was accompanied by the acrid scent of charred flesh, as if the very air had ignited from the intense flames. In this ceaseless sea of fire, the dark demon evil god tiger was finally provoked. It unleashed a piercing howl that penetrated every leaf of the forest, echoing in every corner. With its massive claws planted firmly on the ground, its robust body rose slowly like a mountain, its towering form appearing even more formidable amidst the flames. Once fully upright, it exceeded 10 meters in height, resembling a king risen from the depths of hell. With each stomp of its front claws, the ground trembled, as if the earth itself could scarcely endure its might. Waves of force surged from beneath its feet, sweeping through the surroundings like a tempest, pushing both Might Kai and Qian Renxue back. Expressions of gravity adorned their faces, acknowledging that the ensuing battle would be even more arduous. Suddenly, Qian Renxue felt an inexplicable chill. She had been gracefully darting through the air, skillfully hindering the movements of the dark demon evil god tiger. Yet now she found herself momentarily suspended in midair. It was as if time had frozen in that instant, her pupils reflecting the terrifyingly fierce crimson eyes of the beast. Those eyes, reminiscent of a gaze from the abyss, were filled with boundless malice and evil intent. She felt as though an invisible force had locked onto her, penetrating her very soul and rendering her immobile. The world around her seemed to vanish, leaving only those burning crimson eyes, which continued to magnify within her mind. He felt his heart race, cold sweat trickling down his forehead, yet he could not escape the binding force that held him captive. On the other side, a fierce battle erupted as well. A two-headed serpent soared gracefully through the air, releasing deadly venomous mist in an attempt to provide the colossal pufferfish with an opportunity to strike. However, their adversary was no ordinary foe. It was a titan giant ape, towering like a small mountain, shrouded in darkness. The creature's skin resembled hardened rock, impervious even to the sharp quills of the pufferfish Douluo. Its eyes glinted with a savage light, each roar sending tremors through the surrounding air. The serpent's toxic fumes seemed to lose their potency before it, dissipated by an invisible force. To prevent the titan giant ape from interfering with the young master and Might Kai's confrontation against the dark demon evil god tiger, the two were left with no choice but to engage the titan giant ape with their combined strength of level 92. The pufferfish Douluo and the serpent spear Douluo joined forces, striving to restrain the rampaging beast. Yet, the titan giant apes might exceeded their expectations. Each punch it threw resembled a cataclysm, forcing them to retreat repeatedly. Their expressions turned grave, realizing they had encountered a true adversary. The titan had unexpectedly appeared here, intending to drive away the dark demon evil god tiger, only to face the tidal Douluo of the spirit hall. The mere thought of the spirit hall brought memories of a gentle ant who had once treated him kindly. A glint of alertness flickered in Might Kai's eyes as he keenly detected subtle spatial fluctuations surrounding Qian Renxue. This disturbance resembled a vortex hidden beneath the surface, gradually expanding, seeking to engulf Qian Renxue within. He recalled the ancient texts he had perused in the Spirit Hall library, which mentioned the dark demon evil god tiger's unique ability to draw individuals into an arena for a one-on-one life and death duel. The air was thick with tension and oppression as Qian Renxue's form began to blur, seemingly enveloped by an invisible force. Might Kai's heart tightened. He knew the dark demon evil god tiger had initiated its assault. Swiftly, he concentrated his soul power, preparing to act before Qian Renxue was completely drawn into the arena. The green mist surrounding him intensified as he moved, instantly appearing beside Qian Renxue. "Not on my watch," he declared, pushing her away just as she was about to be pulled into the deadly duel arena, taking her place instead. In that moment, Might Kai felt the world around him twist, as if being torn by an invisible force, his vision obscured by a chaotic gray. In this peculiar space, time seemed to lose all meaning. Everything fell into stagnation. He looked up to see boundless darkness above, stars twinkling within it, yet unable to illuminate the eerie arena. Beneath him lay a hard surface that bore an uncanny softness, akin to stepping on a sponge. An indescribable aura filled the air, both frigid and searing, suffocating him. A wave of profound unease washed over Maite Kai. He understood that this was the arena of the dark demon evil god tiger, a place that existed solely in legend. A battleground for life and death. He inhaled deeply, attempting to soothe the turmoil within, yet an inexplicable chill coiled around his heart like a venomous serpent, rendering him incapable of relaxation. Ultimately, Maite Kai remained merely a 14-year-old youth, his mental faculties still immature. Had he encountered the dark demon tiger 2 years hence, he would undoubtedly possess the fortitude to face it without a trace of fear. The arena for the life and death duel had commenced. At the moment the countdown reached its conclusion, 3, 2, 1, the colossal form of the dark demon tiger trembled violently, as if the very air around it was being torn apart by its overwhelming presence. Its eyes glimmered with a sinister crimson glow in the darkness, resembling 2 burning flames that emanated an insatiable thirst for blood. Its front claws, sharp and formidable, wielded the power to rend asunder, struck fiercely in Maite Kai's direction. The air was pierced by a deafening rush of wind, the claws' force resembling tangible blades slicing through the stillness of space. Maite Kai felt a fierce gust bearing down upon him, his pupils constricting as his heart tightened. Ensnared by an invisible hand, in the face of this lethal strike, he summoned every ounce of his strength, a faint green luminescence enveloping his body, a manifestation of his soul's energy. He darted to evade the fatal blow, yet the speed of the dark demon tiger surpassed his imagination. Its massive paw mere moments from him. Like a bolt of green lightning, he nimbly maneuvered through the tiger's ferocious assault. His eyes sparkled with resolute determination as he wielded his nunchaku with a rapidity that formed an imperceptible barrier. Just as the tiger's enormous paw was about to make contact, Maite Kai executed a swift backflip, narrowly escaping the deadly strike. His form traced an elegant arc in the air, landing deftly upon the ground. Without a moment's hesitation, he gripped his nunchaku tightly and surged toward the dark demon tiger like an arrow. His assault was fierce and swift, each punch, kick, and strike landing solidly upon the beast. Maite Kai's offensive was akin to a tempest, his figure a whirling green vortex that starkly contrasted with the tiger's massive bulk. The nunchaku in his grasp danced like 2 agile fire dragons, carving blazing trajectories through the air with each strike, imbued with devastating force. The ground of the arena trembled under the impact of his nunchaku, as if even the fabric of space was being torn asunder by this might. Despite its enormous size, the dark demon tiger was compelled to retreat repeatedly under Maite Kai's relentless onslaught, its eyes reflecting a mix of confusion and incredulity. At that moment, Maite Kai seemed to embody the spirit of a war god upon the battlefield, his gaze unwavering and cold, each movement imbued with resolute intent. His nunchaku traced brilliant arcs through the darkness, akin to the brightest meteors in the night sky, illuminating the oppressive arena. As time passed, Maite Kai finally began to sense that something was amiss within himself. Having already exited the 6th gate, the current version of myself struggles to maintain even 5 gates. Meanwhile, the dark demon evil god tiger has undergone a more significant transformation, its once mighty form severely diminished since my entry. Most notably, its expansive wings, once spanning several dozen meters, have drastically shrunk. Sensing impending danger, the massive creature quickly contorts in the space, creating a distance of several dozen meters between itself and Maite Kai in the blink of an eye. Its eyes glimmer with cunning, as it begins to slowly gather a dark purple energy sphere within its maw. These energy spheres dart through the void like shooting stars across the night sky, hurtling towards Maite Kai with devastating force. Maite Kai, nimble as a mountain monkey, traverses effortlessly amidst the onslaught of energy spheres. Grasping his nunchaku tightly, each swing produces a howling wind, igniting sparks through friction with the air. The dark purple energy spheres erupt violently upon contact with the nunchaku, unleashing dazzling violet light and powerful shockwaves. Both combatants continue to shrink in stature. Nearly half an hour has passed, and Maite Kai has reverted to the age of 9. Meanwhile, the dark demon evil god tiger, with its 60,000 years of cultivation, now possesses only 30,000 years of power. Maite Kai, lithe and agile, dances through the arena like a flickering flame. Each swing of his nunchaku is accompanied by fiery effects, resembling 2 dragons of fire swirling in the air. These flames are not mere visual embellishments. They are the result of a fierce collision between his soul power and vitality, each strike imbued with astonishing destructive force. Even without entering the sixth gate, a single entry grants Meitai the ability to unleash the Peacock Strike, even in his ordinary state. At this moment, although reverted to the age of 9, Meitai's gaze reflects unwavering determination, brimming with courage and resolve. He no longer fears the formidable size and terrifying power of the dark demon Evil God Tiger. Instead, he chooses to confront it boldly. The dark demon Evil God Tiger, witnessing this transformation, is momentarily struck by fear, surprised that this seemingly frail boy could unleash such astonishing might. However, it remains a formidable foe, and despite its diminished cultivation, it is not easily vanquished. The duel intensifies in the arena, with howling winds and swirling dust. Although Meitai's form is diminutive, each swing of his nunchaku seems to carry the weight of 1,000 pounds, ripping through the air with a piercing sound. His eyes are fixed on the dark demon Evil God Tiger, each attack swift and fierce, leaving the opponent struggling to keep pace. Despite its massive size, the tiger begins to show signs of fatigue under Meitai's relentless assault. Its wings flap desperately in an attempt to fend off the attacks, yet each time they are seared by the scorching flames. Suddenly, Meitai flashes like a green lightning bolt, positioning himself beside the dark demon Evil God Tiger in an instant. Gripping his nunchaku tightly, he yanks forward with such force that he tears one of the tiger's wings from its colossal body. In agony from the loss, the dark demon Evil God Tiger plummets heavily from its elevated stance. In Matkai's resolute eyes flickered a determined light, and without hesitation, he shed all burdens from his body. The heavy equipment fell to the ground like meteors, instantly creating gaping craters in the hardened earth. Amidst the swirling dust, Matkai's figure appeared like a wraith, lithe and swift, moving at a speed that nearly eluded the human eye. In an instant, a green silhouette darted across the arena, accompanied by a thunderous roar as Matkai's foot landed heavily upon the head of the dark demon Divine Tiger. This strike was powerful and decisive, driving the massive creature's form deep into the ground, causing the surrounding soil to explode outward. The dark demon Divine Tiger emitted a chilling wail, its eyes wide with disbelief and terror. A shadow of death swiftly enveloped the beast, which now lay helpless beneath Matkai's foot. Although its eyes glimmered with defiance and rage, they were overshadowed by an overwhelming sense of fear. Its limbs flailed weakly against the earth, striving to escape Matkai's grip. But each futile struggle was akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree, utterly ineffectual. The creature's head was forcefully pressed into the soil, the ground around it cracking under the pressure of Matkai's foot. Blood seeped from the corners of its mouth, mingling with the dirt to create a vivid scarlet tableau. Its body trembled, each quiver sending ripples through the surrounding air, as if it too quaked in response. The impact had disoriented the dark demon Divine Tiger's mind. Yet the instinct for survival compelled it to resist. Gradually, the beast's strength waned beneath Matkai's foot, its eyes dimming with each passing moment. Every futile struggle resembling the last gasps of a dying creature. Matkai stood firm, his feet as steadfast as rock, his gaze cold and unwavering, as if capable of piercing through any barrier. The surrounding winds seemed to halt, and the arena descended into an eerie silence. Only the faint sounds of the dark demon Divine Tiger's labored breathing and the slight tremors of the earth echoed in the still air. The creature's head was now completely submerged in the earth, leaving only its desperate eyes and a mouth smeared with soil exposed. Blood continued to trickle from its lips, merging with the dirt to craft a grim scene. Its limbs flailed impotently in the air, each lift a tremendous exertion of its remaining strength. Ding! System begins to interfere with the rules. Interference successful, exiting the life and death arena state. After a wave of dizziness, Matkai's vision gradually cleared, revealing that he was no longer within the blood-soaked arena of death. Surrounding him was a dense jungle, sunlight filtering through the leaves, casting warm rays upon his weary, sweat-soaked face. Suddenly, the darkness above split open as if the sky were being torn apart. Following this, a shadow plummeted rapidly, accompanied by a deafening crash as the dark demon Divine Tiger's massive form crashed heavily to the ground. The earth shook violently, dust rising to envelop everything in a shroud of gray mist. Matkai struggled to rise, gazing at the colossal beast sprawled upon the ground. The eyes of the dark demon evil god tiger had lost their fierce glint. Its massive form now appeared exceedingly fragile, its fur matted with dirt and blood, breath shallow. The birds of the jungle, startled by the tremendous sound, took flight, fleeing from the battlefield that had recently been rife with conflict. As Mike Kai's heartbeat had yet to fully stabilize, new sounds of combat echoed from the depths of the jungle. He furrowed his brow, ears perked, attempting to capture the distant fluctuations of battle. Suddenly, a powerful wave of soul energy surged from the left, crashing against his perception like an invisible wall. He swiftly turned his head, witnessing chaos unfold in the distance. Trees were uprooted, soil and stone swept away by a violent gale. At the heart of this tumult, three figures clashed fiercely, each collision accompanied by a deafening explosion. With his exceptional eyesight, Mike Kai recognized the three formidable beings. Qian Renxue, adorned in a flowing golden palace gown, floated like an ethereal being. Her first 5 soul skills streaked across the sky like meteors, each strike imbued with piercing coldness. She was locked in a deadly struggle against the Soul Eater Douluo and the Snake Spear Douluo, unleashing their ultimate techniques upon the Titan Great Ape. The Titan Great Ape, with its immense body resembling a mountain, bore down upon them, causing the ground to tremble beneath its weight, as if it might collapse at any moment. Though Qian Renxue's form was graceful, her soul skills appeared trivial before such a colossal beast. Golden light coalesced in her hands, transforming into sharp sword energies. Yet, when these energies touched the Titan Great Ape's skin, they vanished without a trace, akin to a cow sinking into the sea. Qian Renxue's complexion gradually paled, clearly having expended a considerable amount of soul power. Meanwhile, the Soul Eater Douluo and the Snake Spear Douluo each executed their ultimate moves, striving to restrain the rampaging giant. However, they soon realized that Qian Renxue's presence had become a burden. Whenever they endeavored to concentrate their firepower on the Titan Great Ape, her soul skills inadvertently disrupted their rhythm, thwarting their offensives repeatedly. Moreover, when the Titan's attacks targeted Qian Renxue, the two were forced to divert their focus to protect her. Helplessly, they watched as the Titan Great Ape's colossal fist, akin to a mountain, came crashing down upon the Soul Eater Douluo. The ground collapsed under the impact. The figure of the Soul Eater Douluo, mercilessly engulfed by the tremendous force, leaving behind an eerie silence amidst the swirling dust. Following this, the Titan Great Ape let out a thunderous roar, its sound waves spreading like a tangible force, causing nearby trees to splinter and branches to scatter. The Snake Spear Douluo staggered under the weight of that terrifying roar, retreating repeatedly, his face betraying a look of horror. In the midst of this chaos, Qian Renxue's figure appeared particularly solitary and helpless. Her golden gown billowed in the wind, yet at this moment, it had lost its previous elegance and composure. Faced with the Titan Great Ape's massive form and ferocious power, she seemed diminutive and fragile. The Titan Great Ape's titanic body now stood in the jungle like an unshakable monolith. It opened its gaping maw, emitting a deafening roar, a sound reminiscent of rolling thunder that reverberated through the jungle. The minions of the Spirit Hall, return my Aunt Rose life. The Titan Great Ape pounded its massive chest a few times and then, with a furious cry, brought its colossal fists crashing down onto the ground. As it roared, an invisible wave of gravitational force surged outward, snapping the surrounding trees as if they were mere twigs, their branches and leaves scattering like paper caught in a tempest. Qian Renxue felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon her instantaneously, her body yanked downwards by an unseen force, crashing heavily to the ground. Her golden gown traced a graceful arc through the air, yet at this moment, it appeared utterly powerless. She struggled to stabilize herself, but the weight of gravity surged forth like a tidal wave, leaving her no room to resist. Ultimately, she fell hard onto the ground, dust swirling around her as her once ethereal gown became soiled, and her long hair fell disheveled across her face. The Titan Great Ape's eyes gleamed with a brutal ferocity, as if it sought to devour the entire jungle. Its enormous form arced through the air like a meteor descending, exuding an aura of cataclysmic destruction. The Porcupine Douluo, who had been driven into the earth, now rose to his feet, as did the Serpent Spear Douluo, who had been knocked aside. Upon seeing their young master in peril, they shouted in unison, "Young master, get away." In that critical moment, Mei Tikai's figure materialized like a specter, racing toward the Titan Great Ape with his fists clenched tightly. his soul power surging wildly. With a resounding crash, Meitikai's fist collided forcefully with the Titan Great Ape's colossal fist, creating an invisible shockwave that rippled outward, snapping trees in its wake. The Titan Great Ape roared in fury, its mighty fist surprisingly repelled by Meitikai's strike, though he was also sent flying by the recoil. Meitikai executed a roll in midair, landing gracefully on the ground. Standing firmly, Meitikai felt his hands tremble slightly, pain radiating from his palms. He looked up at the enormous Titan Great Ape, observing the flicker of brutality and confusion in its crimson eyes. The massive fist hung in the air for a moment, seemingly incredulous that anyone could withstand its full-force assault. The aura of soul power pulsated around its gargantuan fist, each tremor echoing with the potential for annihilation. The surrounding air seemed to freeze, with only the heavy breaths of the Titan Great Ape resonating in his ears. Meitikai took a deep breath, acutely aware of the rapid depletion of his life force, yet he could not falter at this moment. Qian Renxue weakly rose from the ground. The two titled Douluos, equally exhausted from their battle with the Titan Great Ape, shielded her with their bodies, clutching their chests. The earlier confrontation had completely drained their soul power, rendering them incapable of maintaining their martial spirit forms. The colossal Titan Ape gradually lowered its immense form, its bell-like eyes gleaming with a fierce light, akin to two bolts of lightning cleaving through the night sky. Its gaze was fixed unwaveringly upon Mike, as if intent on penetrating the very essence of his being. The world around them seemed to freeze in time, the only sound resonating in the air being the Titan Ape's labored breaths. Mike felt the weighty oppression emanating from the beast, heavy as a mountain. Yet, he did not falter, his fists clenched tightly, and his eyes met the Titan Ape's gaze with unwavering resolve. He understood that this moment of confrontation was not solely about his own life or death, but also the safety of Qian Renxue and the two titled Douluos. The elder enforcer, the serpent spear Douluo, hesitated on the brink of speech, yet remained voiceless. Mike slowly turned, facing Qian Renxue and the two titled Douluos, a steadfast light shimmering in his eyes. Although his frame was slender, he appeared remarkably imposing at this moment. He inhaled deeply, as though gathering the entirety of his strength. His fists were tightly clenched, veins bulging, a testament to his determination and willpower. He slightly bowed his head, his gaze sweeping over the three figures before coming to rest on Qian Renxue's face. A gentle smile graced his lips, as if to reassure her that there was no need for fear, for he was there. In that instant, time seemed to stand still. Their four figures illuminated under the sun with striking clarity. Elders, take good care of Schwer. I shall handle the Titan Ape. At this moment, Mike was enveloped in a green steam, having once again entered the sixth gate state, now more adept than ever. Qian Renxue wished to utter more, but Mike had already engaged in battle with the Titan Ape. The once dominant Titan Ape, which had previously overwhelmed the three of them, now seemed to be on the verge of being subdued by Mike. No, I must assist Qian Renxue thought, biting her lip, her gaze resolutely fixed on the feeble dark demon evil god tiger in the distance. The sunlight cast a slant, accentuating the sinister black markings upon the tiger's body. Yet in Qian Renxue's eyes, it represented her sole hope. She rose slowly, her golden gown fluttering in the breeze, though dust-laden. It could not obscure her inherent nobility and resilience. With hands clasped together, golden light began to emanate from her palms, signaling her intent to unleash an attack. Drawing a deep breath, Qian Renxue moved with a swiftness akin to a golden meteor, charging towards the dark demon evil god tiger, racing against time. Behind her, golden wings unfurled gradually, reminiscent of an angel descending to earth, heralding light and hope. Her figure streaked across the sky like a shooting star, her golden sword radiating a dazzling brilliance, seemingly capable of cleaving through all darkness. As the sword tip was poised to strike the head of the dark demon evil god tiger, Qian Renxue's soul power surged dramatically, an overwhelming force erupting from the sword's tip. Accompanied by a deafening roar, the tiger's head was severed in a single stroke, blood gushing forth and staining the surrounding earth. With the demise of the dark demon evil god tiger, a pitch-black millennium soul ring slowly emerged, exuding an alluring glow. Qian Renxue did not afford the snake spear Douluo and the porcupine Douluo any opportunity for reaction. She swiftly appeared above the soul ring, her golden wings gently fluttering, as if isolating all disturbances from the outside world. As the angelic domain activated, Qian Renxue unhesitatingly began to absorb the soul ring imbued with dark elements. The air around her seemed to ripple with her breath, and the golden wings stirred a delicate whirlwind of dust. Behind Qian Renxue, the porcupine Doa and snake spear Do wore grave expressions, their gazes transfixed upon her, hands clenched tightly, as if gathering strength to strike at any moment. However, confronted with Qian Renxue, who had already commenced the absorption of the soul ring, they hesitated to act. They understood that any interruption of her absorption process could result in catastrophic damage to her meridians. Though they contemplated interference, by the time they regained their focus, Qian Renxue had already begun her absorption. Thus, all they could do was to safeguard her during this critical moment. Meanwhile, the beleaguered Meitai, entangled in a fierce struggle with the Titan giant ape, exhibited unmistakable signs of fatigue. His eyes were bloodshot, and beads of sweat mingled with dust, cascading down his cheeks like streams. With each punch, he felt the ache of his muscles and the draining of his vitality. It was as though he were ensnared in a life-and-death arena, reminiscent of his grueling 3-day battle with the dark demon evil god Tiger. Though only a brief moment had passed in the outside world, the toll was palpably real. Each blow from the Titan giant ape reverberated like a cataclysm, causing the ground to tremble beneath its weight. Gritting his teeth, Meitai relied on his indomitable will and unwavering faith to withstand the ape's relentless assaults. His form flickered across the battlefield, elusive like a specter, yet every appearance was accompanied by a surge of ferocity. Health, 150,700, with a mere 150 points of health remaining. If the battle was not resolved promptly, he would be forced to exit the 8 gates of Duanjia State. To confront the Titan giant ape in his ordinary form was akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot, a futile endeavor. Drawing a deep breath, Meitai felt an invisible force elevate him, propelling him high into the air. Sunlight bathed him, elongating his silhouette and contrasting sharply with the massive Titan giant ape below. His eyes gleamed with resolute determination, and his hands moved swiftly through the air, as if weaving a tapestry of arcane symbols. As he gestured, a fervent heat began to permeate the atmosphere. Fireballs coalesced within the shadows of his fists, streaking across the sky like meteors, accompanied by howling winds and searing thermal waves. Densely aimed at the Titan giant ape, the fireballs traced brilliant arcs in the air, starkly contrasting the colossal form of the Titan giant ape. They surged forward like blazing flames, distorting the air around them with their intensity. Upon collision with the giant's massive palm, a thunderous explosion erupted, accompanied by dazzling light that seemed to threaten to engulf the entire battlefield. Towards the peacock, Meitai fists danced through the air, reminiscent of a fervent phoenix swirling within flames. His arms moved with the ferocity of a tempest, each punch birthing fireballs that wove together in a tapestry of inferno. Cascading down upon the Titan ape, the fireballs fell like a meteor shower, enveloping the colossal creature in their fiery embrace. The Titan ape roared in fury, yet the relentless barrage of fireballs severely disrupted its rhythm of attack. The explosive sounds of the fireballs intertwined with the beast's roars, composing a tragic symphony. The battlefield appeared to be consumed by the sea of flames, the searing heat overwhelming, rendering it nearly impossible to behold. Amidst the inferno, Meitai's form flickered, as if he had become the sovereign of this blazing realm, each punch imbued with devastating force. The Titan ape's eyes glimmered with anger and defiance in the glow of the fireballs. With arms crossed and massive palms cloaked in rock-like fur, it seemed capable of withstanding any assault. However, just as it prepared to harness its strength for a counterattack, a sudden bellow from the depths of the forest struck like thunder, reverberating across the battlefield. This deep, ominous roar seemed to transcend time, echoing the ancient majesty and oppressive power of a bygone era. The Titan ape cast a reluctant glance at Meitai before turning away, fleeing the scene. Its immense form vanished like a mountain at the forest's edge, leaving behind an eerie silence. Meitai took a deep breath, as if to inhale all the tension and fatigue, expelling it with his exhalation. He gradually lowered his head, the green steam enveloping him dissipating like morning mist under the sun, revealing his robust, yet weary musculature. Sweat trickled from his brow, falling onto the earth below with a faint patter. He felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. Yet a greater sense of triumph surged within from overcoming a formidable foe. Though his legs trembled slightly, he steadfastly maintained his stance, unwilling to display any sign of weakness in this moment. Ding! Exited the 8-gate state, health regenerating. 130,700. As Might Guy's 8-gate state faded, a peculiar ripple emanated from the depths of the forest. The figure of Qian Renxue gradually materialized, her eyes shimmering with a resolute light. As if capable of piercing through the forest's mist, she gently raised her arm, 6 soul rings rhythmically pulsating around her, akin to ancient runes dancing in the air. The final black soul ring contrasted starkly with the other 5, resembling a solitary star in the darkness, radiating a mysterious and profound luminescence. Qian Renxue's expression was impassive, yet her gaze conveyed an ineffable authority. Standing there in quietude, she appeared to merge with the surrounding forest, embodying the guardian of this realm. The ancient black soul ring further augmented her aura of enigma and peril. In the twilight of the forest, Qian Renxue's silhouette appeared both fragile and yet resolute. She rushed towards Meitai with fervor, her golden hair billowing in the wind like a streak of lightning piercing the silence. She leaped into his embrace, and in that moment, all her fears and helplessness transformed into scalding tears that streamed from the corners of her eyes, cascading onto Meitai's chest. Her arms clung tightly around him, as if she sought to meld her very being into his. Her cheek pressed against his heart, listening to the steady, powerful rhythm of his heartbeat, which became her most solid anchor in that instant. The golden tears mingled with the green sweat, falling between them and creating a poignant tableau. Meitai slowly raised his arms, enveloping Qian Renxue in a firm embrace, as if he wished to assimilate her into his essence. His palms gently traced her trembling back, each finger conveying warmth. Striving to dispel the dread within her, Qian Renxue's tears trickled down Meitai's chest, dampening that expanse of skin. She gazed up at him, her eyes shimmering with a complex array of emotions, fear, dependence, and an almost imperceptible resolve. Her cheek remained pressed against his chest, attuned to the steady heartbeat. As if this were the safest harbor in the world, the surrounding forest, bathed in the afterglow of the setting sun, exuded an extraordinary tranquility, with only the intermingling of their breaths and heartbeats composing a tender scene. Meitai's gaze brimmed with tenderness as he looked down at Qian Renxue in his arms. "Swear, as long as I am here, I shall not allow any threats to come upon you." His voice was low and gentle, yet it instilled in Qian Renxue an inexplicable sense of trust. In the wake of the crisis, Meitai's thoughts began to crystallize. He gazed intently at Qian Renxue, where 6 soul rings revolved slowly around her, among which the black soul ring was particularly striking, resembling a black hole that devoured the surrounding light. His heartbeat quickened, and the visage of the dark demon, evil god tiger flashed in his mind. He gently pushed Qian Renxue away, his gaze fixated on that black soul ring. It pulsated slowly, as if imbued with life, each throb seemingly narrating a tale of some unknown power. Meitai's brow furrowed. He could sense the formidable and enigmatic nature of that dark force. Qian Renxue seemed to perceive Meitai's unease, lifting her head with a hint of confusion in her eyes. Meitai took a deep breath and spoke slowly. "Swear, have you absorbed the soul ring of the dark demon, evil god tiger?" His voice carried a note of disbelief. As Qian Renxue nodded slightly, the 6th black soul ring instantaneously radiated a dazzling brilliance, unleashing a mysterious and potent force. The surrounding space seemed to be drawn by this power, beginning to exhibit subtle fluctuations. Suddenly, a blinding golden light erupted from Qian Renxue, and in its wake, a new figure gradually coalesced within the luminescence. This being bore a striking resemblance to Qian Renxue, yet exuded an entirely different aura. Clad in black angelic attire, every inch of the fabric seemed imbued with dark power, shimmering with a profound luster. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall, white and flowing to her waist, creating a stark contrast with the black attire, enhancing her air of mystery and authority. "Akai, the soul ring of the dark demon god tiger has bestowed upon me the skill of the angelic avatar. Yet, I find myself ill-equipped to fully harness its inherent dark attributes. This avatar possesses the entirety of my power, 100-fold, governing my desires and all negative emotions." The figure before me, this dark manifestation of Qian Renxue, is distinctly her shadowed aspect. In contrast, the luminous side of Qian Renxue retains her original gentleness and resilience, surrounded by a golden aura that envelopes her like a divine angel gracing the mortal realm. Her eyes shimmer with unwavering resolve, as if capable of piercing through all darkness. Conversely, the dark aspect presents a wholly new Qian Renxue, clad in black angelic attire, her white hair blending seamlessly with the darkness. Her gaze is deep and cold, seemingly capable of devouring all light. Her existence resembles a black hole, drawing in the surrounding negative energy. The dark Qian Renshue's form appears particularly eerie amid the interplay of light and shadow, as she clings closely to Mei Tikai's body, akin to a tendril extending from the abyss, tightly entwining him. Her eyes, reminiscent of an unfathomable abyss, emanate an indescribable allure, as if capable of ensnaring one's very soul. Standing apart, Qian Renxue glows with golden radiance, sharply contrasting the dark Qian Renxue. She gazes at her shadowed self, a tumultuous wave of unnameable emotions surging within her, fear of the unknown and doubt in her own identity. The dark Qian Renshue's fingers glide gently across Mei Tikai's chest, leaving a faint trace. Her voice, low and seductive, carries an enchanting quality that is utterly irresistible. "You and I were once one. Why seek to transform me into your power?" she murmurs with a bewitching tone. Qian Renxue stands nearby, her eyes filled with fury and helplessness. The silhouette of the dark Qian Renxue flickers in and out of focus amidst the light and shadow. Her provocative gaze fixed intently upon Qian Renxue, a smirk playing upon her lips. Whenever Mei Tikai's gaze inadvertently meets hers, the dark Qian Renxue deliberately throws him a flirtatious glance. As if flaunting something, Qian Renxue clenches her fists, her nails digging into her palms, yet she remains silent. She understands that this conflict cannot be resolved through mere words, and Mei Tikai's affections are beyond her control. She can only watch helplessly as the dark Qian Renxue circles around Mei Tikai, each fleeting touch slicing through her heart like a knife. Moreover, the dark Qian Renxue can, in a sense, be regarded as a part of herself. Quarreling with her own essence feels like a childish act. The dark Qian Renxue gracefully steps before Mei Tikai, raising a finger to gently caress his chin, compelling him to meet her gaze. In the dim interplay of light and shadow, her eyes flicker with a captivating brilliance, akin to two stars in the night sky, both enchanting and perilous. Mei Tikai's heartbeat quickens involuntarily. He can feel the chilling touch of the dark Qian Renshue's fingertip and the complex emotions reflected in her eyes, a challenge, a temptation, and a trace of ineffable sorrow. He seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, ensnared in a meticulously crafted vortex. The air around them appeared to solidify, leaving only the subtle interplay between dark Qian Renxue and Mei Tikai. Their gazes met, akin to two converging rivers, stirring ripples, yet each maintaining its own course, unpredictable in nature. "Akai, let us return to the spirit hall." Qian Renxue breathed deeply, striving to suppress the fury within her, turning to grasp Mei Tikai's hand, attempting to extricate him from this peculiar entanglement. However, just as they were about to step out of this strange ambience, dark Qian Renxue suddenly acted. She flickered, akin to a specter, appearing behind them, and then, in an exceedingly provocative manner, her entire form languidly pressed against Mei Tikai's back. Her arms encircled his neck tightly, her cheek brushing softly against his ear, as if whispering something. This scene struck Qian Renxue like a bolt from the blue. She widened her eyes in disbelief, staring at the taunting and triumphant expression of dark Qian Renxue. Mei Tikai's body instantly stiffened. He could feel the cold yet soft sensation emanating from behind him, along with a faint, intoxicating fragrance that instigated a wave of inexplicable panic. The one behind him was also Qian Renxue, and the one holding on to him was also Qian Renxue, leaving Mei Tikai in a moment of utter indecision. "Schwer, can't you dispel this soul skill?" Mei Tikai said, somewhat embarrassed. If he continued to be provoked by dark Qian Renxue, he might indeed find himself standing at attention. The essence of dark Qian Renxue wafted like orchids and musk, gently swirling around Mei Tikai's nostrils. He felt as though he were engulfed in a shadowy forest, with the fragrance reminiscent of morning dew, carrying both a crispness and a sweetness. Her scent intertwined with the maidenly fragrance of dark Qian Renxue, resembling the most intoxicating wine in existence, causing Mei Tikai's senses to begin to blur. He closed his eyes, attempting to regain his composure, but that aroma seemed to possess an enchanting power, permeating through his pores and infiltrating his bloodstream, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. He sensed his breath quickening, as if a force was propelling him forward, rendering him unable to resist. Qian Renxue, equally exasperated, could only shake her head helplessly, stating, "It is futile. It may be due to the spatial attributes of that soul beast. Even if I withdraw my soul power from the soul skill, she can still persist." At this moment, dark Qian Renxue, perched on Mei Tikai's back, slowly spoke, "Little Shuer, I am your other side, which means I am you. Wishing for me to vanish is not a wise choice." Her voice was silken and delicate, gently resonating in Mei Tikai's ears, as if imbued with a certain magic, luring him into a brief stupor. Her tone was deep and magnetic, akin to a gentle night breeze caressing the lake's surface, creating ripples that made one's heart flutter. Observing this, Qian Renxue puffed up her cheeks, resembling a little hamster stuffed with food, glaring furiously at dark Qian Renxue. In her bright eyes, anger and helplessness flickered, accompanied by a hint of reluctance. She bit her lower lip, seemingly striving to suppress her emotions, preventing the flames of rage from erupting. However, the dark version of Qian Renxue appeared oblivious to her fury, continuing to whisper softly in her ear, her voice akin to a gentle trap, ensnaring Mei Tikai unaware. The only recourse was to return to the ancestral hall in search of Qian Dalu, who, as a level 99 entity, might possess some insights. Within the ancestral hall, Qian Dalu's lips involuntarily twitched, as if he were wrestling with inner shock and unease. The dimly lit space, illuminated by flickering candlelight, infused an air of mystery and tension. Qian Dalu's visage appeared particularly grave under the interplay of light and shadow, a bead of cold sweat forming on his brow, silently gliding down like the morning dew. He gradually rose, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze shifting between the two Qian Renxues. He endeavored to discern subtle differences in their expressions and gestures, yet found himself powerless. Their faces mirrored each other, as if reflections from the same mirror, leaving him momentarily at a loss. Who among the family could comprehend such a bewildering reality? Awakening to find one's granddaughter has become too. The atmosphere in the ancestral hall grew increasingly tense. Qian Dalu's eyes roamed over the two Qian Renxues, his brow furrowed as he pondered this rare and perplexing dilemma. His fingers unconsciously tapped lightly behind him, producing a faint yet hurried sound that starkly contrasted with the hall's silence. Standing before him were Qian Renxue and her dark counterpart. Their appearances strikingly alike, yet their auras profoundly distinct. Qian Renxue's gaze conveyed worry and helplessness, while the dark version exuded a sense of provocation and pride. Their presence enveloped the hall in an indescribable, eerie atmosphere. Mei Tikai stood to the side, his eyes darting between the two Qian Renxues, his heart filled with confusion and unease. He was uncertain how to confront this sudden upheaval, let alone how to resolve this seemingly insurmountable problem. Ultimately, after a contemplation that felt like the duration of a half-incense stick, Qian Dalu accepted the existence of this dark version of Qian Renxue. Although they were originally one, their essences diverged. Qian Renxue was sacred and inviolable, while the dark counterpart radiated a captivating allure. Mei Tikai found himself ensnared by the starkly contrasting gazes. As if bound by invisible chains, overwhelmed by an inexpressible pressure, the intertwining light and dark of Qian Renxue resembled reflections from two worlds, one pure and unblemished, the other profoundly shadowed, each gaze piercing his heart like sharp blades. Beads of sweat formed on Mei Tikai's forehead as he slightly turned his head, attempting to evade those penetrating looks. Yet, no matter how he sought to escape, those two gazes followed him relentlessly, as if intent on unearthing the secrets of his heart. He took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure. He understood that he could not evade this confrontation. He must confront the two manifestations of Qian Renxue before him, seeking a resolution to the predicament. Qian Dalu stands there, akin to a towering mountain, silent and profound. His gaze wanders between the two Qian Renxue, entwined in light and shadow, ultimately fixating on their eerily similar, yet distinctly different visages. A subtle sorrow pervades the air, and with his sigh, it seems as though time itself has come to a standstill. He slowly extends his hand, pausing just before making contact with them, as if fearful of shattering this enigmatic equilibrium. A flicker of complex emotion flashes across his eyes, an amalgamation of concern for his granddaughter's future and resignation to the capriciousness of fate. He understands that these two Qian Renxue embody a riddle that remains unsolvable. One is light, the other darkness, and their very existence is a paradox. Ultimately, He must accept the reality that his cherished granddaughter has become too. The following morning, as dawn breaks and the horizon blushes with soft gold, Meikai appears in the courtyard of the shrine, clad in simple training garb. His steps are firm as he circles the grand hall, running tirelessly. His breath is steady and vigorous, beads of sweat cascading from his brow, splattering upon the resilient stone, where they instantly evaporate into fine mist. Within Qian Renxue's chamber, the light is dim, the curtains tightly drawn. She sits at the edge of her bed, clutching the hem of her garment, her eyes glimmering with a tumult of emotions. Her complexion is pale, lips pressed tightly together, as if stifling the inner turmoil. An air of quiet farewell envelopes the room, imparting a sense of oppression. The dark Qian Renxue silently approaches her counterpart, emanating a chilling aura that starkly contrasts with the room's stifling ambience. Leaning against the window, she peers through the narrow slits of the closed curtains, gazing toward the gradually brightening world outside, as if seeking solace in the boundless light. She speaks softly, her voice deep and magnetic. "Sister, we are destined to be shadows of one another. Neither light nor darkness can sever our bond. There is no need for sorrow, for this is our fate." Qian Renxue lifts her head, a flicker of confusion crossing her features before determination takes hold. She gazes at the dark Qian Renxue's austere silhouette, an inexplicable strength surging within her. She knows that regardless of what the future holds, she must confront it with courage, for only thus can she honor their shared destiny. Yet, it soon dawns on her that she is the original, and this entity dares to call her sister. The dark Qian Renxue stands quietly by the window, moonlight filtering through the curtain seams, casting a mystical glow upon her stern visage. She tilts her head slightly, her gaze landing on the pensive Qian Renxue, an array of complex emotions flickering in her eyes. Under the sunlight, Qian Renxue's face is as pale as snow, her eyes shimmering with a blend of confusion and resolve. Her hands are clenched tightly around her garment, as if striving to grasp something elusive, yet feeling powerless. Her body trembles slightly, burdened by immense pressure. The dark Qian Renxue exhales softly, fully comprehending Qian Renxue's anguish. They are as one. Every emotional fluctuation of Qian Renxue sends ripples through her heart. She yearns to comfort Qian Renxue, but finds herself at a loss for words. "Come, Brother Kai has been waiting outside for quite some time." Qian Renxue's mood is like a sky shrouded in dark clouds. She storms out of the room, each step laden with an unusual heaviness. As she pushes open the heavy door, sunlight floods in, yet it fails to dispel the gloom within her heart. The 7 guardians stand like statues at the threshold, their gazes fixed upon Qian Renxue, imbued with an ineffable complexity of emotions. My Guy lingers in the shadows, his eyes brimming with sorrow and reluctance, as if he longs to speak, yet ultimately chooses silence. Qian Renxue's gaze sweeps over the assembly, finally resting on My Guy. She catches the glimmer of tears in his eyes and feels the anguish within his soul. In that moment, her heart grows even heavier. She yearns to utter something, but words elude her, leaving her to silently bear the weight of it all. "Grandfather," Qian Dalu approaches and gently pats his granddaughter's shoulder. "Xiaoxue, take good care of yourself over there. Your safety must come first. Should your identity be revealed, even if there are remedies, it would be best to abandon that path." Qian Dalu's voice is deep and resolute, each word resonating with the weight of 1,000 burdens upon Qian Renxue's heart. His gaze is profound, as if he can peer into the depths of the human soul, yet at this moment, it is filled with reluctance and concern for his granddaughter. The sunlight bathes the duo, casting a golden glow upon their figures. Qian Dalu grips Qian Renxue's small hand tightly, as if wishing to etch her warmth into his heart forever. They step out together, followed closely by the 7 guardians, forming a solemn procession. The air around them seems to solidify, leaving only the echo of their footsteps resonating in the empty corridor. Each step feels extraordinarily heavy, as if narrating the pain of parting. Qian Renxue's eyes glisten with unshed tears as she bites her lower lip, determined not to let them fall. At the rear of the procession, dark Qian Renxue gradually slows her pace, eventually aligning with My Guy. Leaning slightly closer, she speaks in her alluring voice. "Xiaoxue is leaving. Aren't you going to rush over for a hug or a kiss?" As Qian Renxue ascends into the carriage, her skirt billowing lightly. She appears so fragile, yet resolute in the golden sunlight. My Guy takes a deep breath, knowing he cannot let her depart so easily. It is as if an invisible force compels him to surge forward, wrapping his arms tightly around Qian Renxue's shoulders. Her body trembles slightly before she gradually relaxes, as if shedding all her defenses in that moment. They stand beside the carriage, the world around them seemingly frozen in time. Sunlight pours over them, warm and bright, yet tinged with a hint of melancholy. "Shuer, I will come to see you," Might Guy assures, and in his broad embrace, Qian Renxue finds a fleeting moment of solace. She gently turned, her eyes shimmering like stars, radiating a resolute brilliance. Her delicate lips quivered slightly, as if whispering tales of endless sorrow and reluctance. Suddenly, she rose to her toes and softly pressed her lips against Madakai's. This kiss was akin to the gentle warmth of a spring breeze, tender yet imbued with profound affection. Meikai was taken aback by the unexpected kiss, left nearly breathless, his pupils quivering as though witnessing the most exquisite sight in the world. He embraced Qian Renxue tightly, as though wishing to merge her into his very essence. The moment froze, and all eyes were fixed intently on the scene of that kiss. Qian Daolu's expression darkened, clouded with an ominous gloom that seemed palpable. His fists clenched tightly, veins bulging, revealing the tempest within. It appeared his granddaughter had indeed been spirited away, leaving him in a state of shock and helplessness. Madakai's cheeks flushed crimson, as if scorched by the sun, his heart racing wildly. As if striving to break free from his chest, he held Qian Renxue close, longing to immortalize this moment. Standing in the shadows, dark Qian Renxue's lips twitched into a faint, cold smile. Her gaze flickered between the two, revealing a tumult of emotions within her. Initially, she had intended merely to jest, never anticipating such an outcome. A surge of inexplicable feelings arose within her. Was it jealousy or resentment? Dark Qian Renxue pondered, recalling how she had urged Meikai on, hoping to secure him for herself without a twinge of guilt. Now, the two were intimately entwined, lost in a world that belonged solely to them, passionately kissing as if to fuse all their emotions into that singular moment. However, just then, a heavy cough shattered the tranquility like thunder. Qian Renxue jolted awake from her reverie, her eyes meeting Qian Daolu's formidable and intricate gaze. Her cheeks instantly flushed with embarrassment, akin to being scorched by fire. As waves of shyness and panic surged within her, flustered, she pushed Meikai away and fled towards the carriage, her skirt trailing gracefully through the air. Her heart raced like a drum, pounding as if to escape her chest. She dared not look back, gripping the carriage door frame tightly, seeking a semblance of security. Qian Renxue departed, and with this separation, the uncertainty of how long it would be until she saw her angel again loomed over her. As her carriage vanished from sight, the warmth and reluctance on Qian Daolu's face dissipated, replaced by a chilling authority. He stepped forward, his iron grip like a hook, seizing Meikai by the nape as one would a mischievous cat. The sudden force yanked Meikai off balance, nearly causing him to stumble. He looked up in astonishment, meeting Qian Daolu's deep, icy gaze, as though being engulfed by an abyss. A tightening sensation gripped Madakai's heart, an unprecedented pressure enveloping him. The grand doors of the offering hall creaked open, emitting a heavy sound that seemed to convey a sense of solemnity and reverence. Meikai was dragged forward by Qian Daolu, stepping into the towering hall. His steps were somewhat unsteady, yet he had no choice but to follow that formidable force. Of course, this entire scenario unfolded under the condition that Meikai refrained from resisting, for even after unlocking the 6 doors, he could not contend with Qian Daolu. Even if he wished to flee, he knew that no one, not even the strongest in the sky, could pursue him. The other 6 offerings exchanged glances, their complex emotions ultimately culminating in a silent sigh. Qian Renxue felt that her grandfather was being somewhat childish. After all, wasn't it just a matter of someone taking away the beloved cabbage he had painstakingly nurtured for so many years? Was it truly worth such anger? Within the offering hall, Qian Daolu stood upon a high platform, gazing down upon Meikai with eyes sharp as blades, as if capable of piercing through all facades. Meikai, positioned in the center of the hall, felt the immense pressure emanating from Qian Daolu and straightened his back, striving to appear more composed. He was acutely aware that he stood at a pivotal juncture. Even the slightest tremor could precipitate unforeseen consequences. Qian Daolu slowly descended from the platform, each step heavy and powerful, as though he intended to shake the very foundations of the hall. He approached Meikai, his piercing gaze fixed intently upon him, seemingly seeking to penetrate his soul. This time, Qian Dalu was not observing Might Kai in his capacity as the grand offering of the spirit hall, but as a grandfather. Having watched him grow since childhood, there was no need to elaborate on his character. In terms of strength, being capable of repelling the Titan giant ape, he must possess the prowess of a level 95 title Douluo, which made him somewhat inadequate in comparison. If there was a blemish to speak of, it was that Might Kai once apprenticed himself to the infamous Yu Xiaojing. In this regard, Might Kai wished to clarify that his decision to follow that notorious figure was not entirely his fault. Before his transmigration, he had scarcely paid attention to the Douluo continent, and after arriving, he found himself lacking any notable advantages aside from a bit of increased strength. Then one day, a person adorned with 2 soul rings, claiming to be the strongest in theory across the continent, approached him to take him on as a disciple. At that time, with little understanding of this world, Might Kai, almost as if compelled by fate, agreed. However, what transpired thereafter was that during his soul awakening, he gained nothing but a slight enhancement in his physical prowess, leading to his subsequent dismissal. Might Kai's mind drifted back to that encounter with Yu Xiaojing. That night, his gaze was resolute and fierce. The moonlight bathed his robust muscles, glimmering with a golden hue. He clenched his fists, feeling the surging power within him. Yu Xiaojing, the one who once boasted of being the strongest in theory across the continent, now stood before him with a dark expression. His eyes brimmed with fury and resentment, as if he intended to devour Might Kai whole. A smirk of derision curled at the corners of Might Kai's mouth as he charged at Yu Xiaojing, his fists raining down like a torrential storm. Yu Xiaojing's expression shifted dramatically, and he hastily summoned his soul power to defend himself. Yet Might Kai's strength surged forth like an unstoppable flood. Ultimately brought down with a single kick, he was relentlessly beaten for half an hour. The humiliation he had suffered over the years was returned doubly upon the hapless Yu Xiaojing, who was left so battered that even his own mother would struggle to recognize him. As a final act of disdain, my Kai spat upon him, a gesture laden with 1,000 years of contempt, before departing with a sense of satisfaction. The golden rays of the setting sun bathed the roof of the spirit hall, casting a warm, gilded glow over the entire structure. Qian Dalu stood at the entrance of the hall, his gaze piercing through layers of light and shadow, settling upon the young man who was destined to become his granddaughter's fiancé. My Kai, a name both unassuming and resolute, stood beside the enigmatic Qian Renxue, their shadows stretching long in the twilight. A gentle smile graced his features, yet his eyes sparkled with unwavering determination. Qian Dalu understood that, despite my Kai's humble origins, his resolve surpassed that of many. His expression deepened, revealing a complexity of feelings as he braced himself for the formidable trial ahead. The role of the sacrificial offering in Qian Renxue's 9th test. This was destiny's decree, an inescapable fate. Yet, a flicker of solace emerged within him as he gazed at his granddaughter, whose countenance appeared particularly serene in the sunset's glow, her eyes shimmering with hopes for the future. Though he could not accompany her through the long years, my Kai could. The young man's figure grew increasingly imposing against the sunset, each step imbued with conviction and strength. It seemed as if he was declaring war against fate, intent on proving that even a sacrificial offering could carve out a legend on the Douluo continent. Qian Dalu, the illustrious 99th level super Doa known far and wide, faced this unforeseen turn of events with an outward calm, despite the tumult within. He inhaled deeply and closed his eyes, gathering his inner strength. When he opened them again, the tumultuous emotions had vanished, replaced by resolve and tranquility. He regarded my Kai, soon to be his grandson-in-law, with a glimmer of approval. Recognizing that this was no ordinary youth, his spirit was formidable. Turning to face Qian Renxue, Qian Dalu's gaze was filled with warmth and anticipation. Gently, he placed a hand on her shoulder and whispered, "Child, I trust your choice. My Kai will be a good husband and an even better companion." Meanwhile, within the carriage, Qian Renxue felt a wave of warmth wash over her upon hearing her grandfather's words, yet she was also engulfed by shyness. She bit her lower lip, striving to keep her voice steady, but the blush on her cheeks deepened like fiery clouds at sunset. She gently closed her eyes, attempting to quell the turmoil within. However, each time she recalled my Kai's steadfast yet gentle smile, her heart raced uncontrollably. In her mind's eye, she could envision the young man standing before the spirit hall, illuminated by the fading sunlight, appearing so tall and majestic. The carriage rolled forward slowly, the rhythmic sound of the wheels echoing the promise of their impending fate. Taking a deep breath, Qian Renxue endeavored to calm herself. She was acutely aware that what lay ahead was not merely a test, but rather a profound new beginning. Indeed, everything that transpired within the Hall of Offerings was known to Qian Renxue. As she and the dark Qian Renxue were intrinsically linked, their perceptions were inextricably intertwined. Upon leaving the Hall of Offerings, the silhouette of my Kai elongated in the waning sunlight. He traversed the streets of Spirit City, a plan already forming in his mind. Upon arriving at the law enforcement hall, the two guards at the entrance immediately saluted him with utmost respect. My Kai inclined his head slightly and stepped into the grand hall. The once busy enforcers paused their tasks upon his arrival, rising in unison. In that moment, the air seemed to freeze. With only the echo of his footsteps resonating in the expansive hall, he surveyed his surroundings, his gaze piercing as if he could see into the very souls of each individual present. Drawing a deep breath, he spoke in a low yet resonant voice. From this day forth, the law enforcement hall shall abolish the direct jurisdiction of the papal hall. I, my Kai, shall personally oversee the reformation of the law enforcement hall, ensuring that every decree is strictly enforced. His words fell like a boulder into a tranquil lake, instantly stirring up waves of astonishment. His gaze was resolute, his tone indomitable, each word etched into the hearts of those gathered. The authority of the papal hall appeared to be effortlessly shattered by his declaration. A profound silence enveloped the hall, as if time itself had come to a standstill. The enforcers exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions a tapestry of shock and confusion. They had never anticipated that someone would dare to openly challenge the authority of the papal hall under its very nose. Yet, my Kai remained unfazed, continuing in his steady, commanding voice. I do not seek to be adversarial with the papal hall. Rather, I hope that our law enforcement hall can truly fulfill its role in contributing to the justice and order of the Spirit Hall. At that moment, a figure entered from outside, clad in a deep blue robe adorned with golden embroidery, exuding an air of solemnity and authority. His steps were deliberate, each one resonating with a weight that made the onlookers involuntarily tense. Approaching my Kai, he bowed deeply before raising his head to reveal a somewhat sycophantic smile. His eyes narrowed into slits, as if striving to curry favor with the newly appointed elder of law enforcement. Elder, I have a matter to address, he spoke, his voice quivering slightly with a hint of trepidation. My Kai nodded subtly, encouraging him to continue. The man, sensing his approval, cleared his throat, his voice steadier now. For so many years, the law enforcement hall has been under the jurisdiction of the papal hall. It has been said that an individual has been appointed as the elder of law enforcement, yet we have yet to receive any formal notification. Though his words were respectful, a trace of indifference crept into his tone. He cast a furtive glance at my Kai's elder robes, a flicker of skepticism and doubt crossing his features. Quickly masking these emotions, he continued in an inquisitive tone. Elder, might you be misinformed regarding the situation of our law enforcement hall? As a pivotal department of the Spirit Hall, we have always been directly governed by the papal hall. Even the two elders, Zhu Gui and Zhu Gui, would not easily interfere in our internal affairs. He spoke, his hands slightly outstretched, a hint of helplessness and difficulty etched upon his face. The surrounding enforcers nodded in agreement, their eyes betraying a blend of loyalty to the papal palace and skepticism towards my Kai's words. Unfazed by the doubts and rebuttals of those around him, my Kai maintained an air of serene composure. He lowered his gaze slightly and slowly retrieved a finely crafted token from his waist. The token emanated a soft golden glow, its surface intricately inscribed with complex runes, at its center a majestic emblem of the Spirit Hall, as if it contained boundless power. With the emergence of the token, the atmosphere in the grand hall instantly turned solemn. The onlookers' expressions shifted dramatically. This token symbolized immense authority within the Spirit Hall, reserved solely for the true enforcers of the law. Having never before encountered such a token, they now felt a surge of reverence within. My Kai raised the radiant token high above his head, the emblem of the Spirit Hall gleaming resplendently in the fading sunlight. His voice resonated with gravitas. This is the enforcer's token, bestowed by the Grand High Priest to affirm my identity. Within the hall, the enforcers who had previously harbored doubts found their skepticism dissipated upon witnessing the token. They understood the weight of its significance and recognized the veracity of my Kai's claims. One individual knelt before him, bowing deeply, his voice trembling with a mix of trepidation and excitement. I have been most disrespectful. I beseech you, esteemed elder, forgive my transgressions. His words reverberated in the hall, prompting the other enforcers to lower their heads in a show of respect and submission to my Kai. As he turned, his towering figure appeared even more imposing in the twilight glow. He strode deliberately towards the throne at the center of the hall, each step echoing with historical weight. Imbued with undeniable resolve, when he finally seated himself, his golden robe shimmered brilliantly in the sunset, as though he were the very sun within the spirit hall, radiating unmatched brilliance. His gaze, sharp as an eagle's, swept over the kneeling enforcers below. In his eyes lay both scrutiny and anticipation for the future. The corners of his mouth curled into a barely perceptible smile, as if envisioning a revitalized enforcement hall under his stewardship. From this day forth, I shall reclaim all authority of the papal palace within the enforcement hall. Any directives from the Pope must be reported to me without delay. Does anyone find this unclear? As my Kai's words echoed, the air in the hall seemed to freeze momentarily. He narrowed his eyes slightly, the depths of his gaze shimmering with an undeniable light. His look pierced through each bowed enforcer, as if to grasp their innermost thoughts. In the hall, only the sound of my Kai's breathing and the occasional rustle of fabric could be heard. The once arrogant enforcers now kept their heads lowered, unable to meet his gaze. Cold sweat trickled down their foreheads, overwhelmed by the formidable aura emanating from the new elder. The last rays of sunlight filtered through the windows, casting dappled shadows upon the floor of the hall. The figures of the kneeling enforcers were elongated, resembling colossal serpents crawling upon the ground, appearing feeble and insignificant. Ultimately, it was the individual who had spoken first who clasped his fists and addressed the assembly. We shall faithfully adhere to the elder's command. With the initiation from one, the others quickly echoed in agreement. Upon exiting the enforcement hall, the enigmatic Qian Renxue wasted no time in mocking Kai. Who would have thought that you would require a token to validate your identity? That woman has done remarkably well in less than 6 years. She is on the verge of completely mastering the papal palace. Qian Renxue followed closely behind Kai, a playful smile adorning her face, as if savoring a riveting performance. Her steps were light, yet they betrayed a hint of mischief and independence. Her eyes sparkled with an unusual light, as if searching for something intriguing within the shadows. Madara's strides were steady and powerful, each footfall resonating with an undeniable sense of solidity. However, Qian Renxue, akin to a nimble kitten, silently circled to his front, abruptly halting and turning to gaze at him. Elder Kai, you truly possess remarkable composure, she teased, her eyes twinkling with mischief. Yet, this spectacle is becoming increasingly captivating. Do you think we shall witness more surprises ahead? Qian Renxue's demeanor was increasingly reminiscent of a playful spirit. Should she be discovered by someone solely seeking amusement, it is likely that she would become their immediate choice. All right, little Xue, I shall be departing to the Starfall Empire to reclaim the authority of the enforcement hall there. During this time, you shall remain obediently in the offering hall. As Madara's words resonated, a glint of cunning illuminated Qian Renxue's lively eyes. In an instant, she moved like a streak of black lightning, swiftly ascending to Madara's side. Her fingers, delicate and soft as the finest silk, glided across his rugged visage, sending a shiver through his heart. Qian Renxue nestled closely against Kai, her face pressed against his chest, where the steady rhythm of his heartbeat was unmistakably audible. She gazed up at him with eyes that seemed to ensnare the soul, her lips curling into a roguish smile. Elder, I simply adore following you to witness the spectacle. How could you leave me in that dull offering hall? Is it perhaps because you have yet to savor my essence? Her words flowed like a seductive breeze in spring, gently caressing Madara's heart and causing him to shudder involuntarily. Her eyes sparkled with mischief and allure, akin to the brightest star in the night sky, drawing one irresistibly closer. Pressed against his chest, her soft touch quickened Madara's breath. Qian Renxue lifted her head slightly, her enticing lips whispering in his ear, her voice as sweet as honey yet laced with a hint of perilous temptation. Elder, do you not wish to experience another flavor of this world? As she spoke, her fingers delicately traced circles on his chest, the sensation coursing through him like an electric current, compelling him to involuntarily close his eyes. Such provocation on the bustling street ignited a fire within my Ku, nearly stoked by the alluring presence of the enigmatic Qian Renxue. You wish to send me away? That is utterly impossible. I am the embodiment of all of Xiao Shuer's negative emotions. If you choose to leave me behind, I cannot guarantee what I might do. Moreover, I have promised Xiao Shuer to safeguard you, this man. My Ku's steps faltered slightly under the weight of Qian Renxue's words, sensing an unprecedented challenge and temptation. The twilight cast elongated shadows of the two, as if narrating a tale of an unbreakable bond. Qian Renxue drew closer, her eyes sparkling with an otherworldly light, seemingly capable of piercing through his innermost thoughts. A playful smile graced her lips, a blend of mischief and provocation. As if to say, "Dare you attempt to leave me behind?" Taking a deep breath, my Ku felt as if he were standing at the edge of an unfathomable abyss, each step imbued with challenge and uncertainty. Yet, he understood that he could not allow himself to be led by Qian Renxue. Within the Star Luo Empire, the landscape was majestic, with towering mountains and meandering rivers, each inch of land seemingly sculpted by the hands of time. Ancient castles crowned the hilltops, their formidable walls weathered yet resilient. Sunlight bathed the castle spires, refracting golden hues, reminiscent of a guardian from ancient lore. Flanking the streets, shops bustled with merchants hawking a myriad of goods, from rare gemstones to everyday necessities. The throng of passers-by flowed continuously, some hurrying to their destinations, while others paused to converse, all bearing an expression of reverence and pride for this cherished land. An aura of solemnity permeated the air, as if each gust of wind and every chirp of a bird recounted the history and legends of this realm. In the heart of the Star Luo Empire, at a shadowy alleyway, Qian Renxue emerged quietly, draped in a black cloak that enveloped her completely. Only her eyes, glimmering with a chilling light, remained visible. The cloak billowed gently in the breeze, melding her with the bustling city, shrouding her in an air of mystery. Simultaneously, my Ku appeared at the other end of the alley, clad in simple cloth garments, a conical hat atop his head, and a mask obscuring much of his face. His gaze was resolute and profound, as if he could perceive all. Their eyes met, and without a word, they shared an unspoken understanding as they proceeded side by side. They navigated through the bustling streets, skillfully evading the crowds, advancing toward a secluded corner. Each step was light and swift, as if they were one with their surroundings. In the dim corner, they came to a halt. Qian Renxue gently lifted a corner of her cloak, revealing her porcelain-like fingers, which traced the air as if feeling the pulse of the city. My Ku surveyed the surroundings, his expression shadowed by a profound concern. The influence of the law enforcement elders had now diminished so significantly. The voice of dark Qian Renxue was low and frigid, imbued with an irresistible force. My Ku nodded, his gaze piercing through the narrow alleyway, directed towards the distant castle. There, the resplendent palace shone brilliantly under the sunlight. Yet beneath this grandeur lay a profound crisis. The power here had been insidiously devoured by the bishops. Dark Qian Renxue was, in essence, a conglomeration of Qian Renxue's negative emotions. Upon recognizing the current situation, she could not help but feel a surge of agitation. My Ku grasped her wrist firmly, his fingers cool yet strong, as if to temper her resolve. Their eyes met, and the glint of cold light in her gaze was particularly striking in the shadows of the cloak. "Xiaoxue, we must not act impulsively." My Ku's voice resonated deep and resolute, carrying an undeniable weight. The development of the enforcement hall over the years was inextricably linked to the shadow of the Star Luo Emperor. He slightly turned his head towards the distant palace. The Star Luo Emperor, a level 95 titled Douluo, was renowned throughout the empire. Every action we undertake must be executed with utmost caution, leaving no room for error. A flicker of concern crossed my Ku's eyes. He was acutely aware of the daunting and perilous nature of their mission. In the dim alleyway, sunlight was obscured by towering edifices, leaving only a patchwork of light and shadow. Dark Qian Renxue fixed her gaze on a nearby street corner, where several members of the Spirit Hall were brazenly oppressing a few civilians. Their laughter and jeers echoed through the tranquil alley, striking a dissonant chord. Anger ignited in Dark Qian Renxue's eyes, her fingers clenched into a fist, as if to condense all her fury into that singular blow. Her focus was unwavering on the actions and expressions of the Spirit Hall members, each detail vividly etched in her mind. Suddenly, a civilian was forcefully shoved to the ground by a Spirit Hall member, letting out a pained groan. This scene acted as a spark, instantly igniting the flames of rage within dark Qian Renxue. Just as she was about to rush forward, my Kai firmly seized her wrist. He shook his head at her, cautioning that the number of spies in the Star Luo Imperial City was the highest among the two great empires. Should they choose to intervene, their identities would be immediately compromised. A flicker of reluctance flashed in dark Qian Renxue's furious gaze, yet she recognized the truth in my Kai's words. Each step they took was akin to traversing a tightrope, necessitating extreme caution. She pressed her lips together, striving to suppress the anger within. Though the cold light in her eyes betrayed her dissatisfaction and resolve, my Kai looked at her, gently holding her hand, offering a semblance of comforting strength. Their gazes intertwined, conveying a silent understanding and tacit agreement. In this bustling city, two figures stood quietly in the shadows, awaiting the opportune moment. In the dim street corner, several Spirit Hall members continued their brazen oppression of the civilians, their laughter and taunts reverberating in the serene alley. Dark Qian Renxue's eyes were fixed upon them, filled with a potent mix of fury and defiance. Suddenly, she slightly tilted her head and gazed at my Kai. Her voice low and frosty. "We can no longer afford to wait." My Kai gently grasped her hand, his gaze profound and resolute. "We have another option." His words carried an irresistible force, laying bare their intentions before the Emperor of Star Luo. A flicker of surprise crossed the eyes of dark Qian Renxue, soon replaced by determination. She took a deep breath, as if striving to suppress the fury within, and then nodded slowly. Dark Qian Renxue felt a twinge of confusion, her inner turmoil overshadowed by astonishment in an instant. Her eyes, filled with perplexity, seemed to question my Kai. "Are we truly to take this step?" My Kai, with unwavering resolve, fixed his gaze upon her, as if to dispel her doubts. His eyes were deep and bright, shimmering with an undeniable strength. He slightly turned his head, gazing into the distance towards the palace, seemingly envisioning the confrontation with the Emperor of Star Luo. "We must do this," he asserted in a low, steady voice. "This is the swiftest way to resolve our predicament." Dark Qian Renxue inhaled deeply, her uncertainties gradually dissipating. She understood that my Kai's decision was sound. They could no longer linger in anticipation. Clutching my Kai's hand tightly, her gaze transformed into one of determination. In the Star Luo Palace, the current Emperor of Star Luo, Dai Tianfeng, sat majestically upon his throne, adorned in a golden dragon robe, exuding an imposing presence. He observed the two kneeling bishops of the Spirit Hall below, a barely perceptible smirk flashing in his eyes. "Your Majesty," one of the bishops raised his head, his face adorned with a smile. "We bring the latest news from Spirit City." Dai Tianfeng inwardly scoffed, realizing that merely promising high-ranking positions had made the two crimson-robed bishops his pawns. It seemed that the Spirit Hall was not as united as one might presume. Gently caressing the armrest of his throne, his mind was elsewhere. He understood that the collaboration between the Spirit Hall and the Empire had always been tenuous, with both parties harboring ulterior motives, each attempting to exploit the other for their own ends. Nonetheless, in recent years, they had indeed obtained a wealth of confidential information from the Spirit Hall through these two bishops. Seated regally upon his throne, Dai Tianfeng beckoned a eunuch to present a document. The eunuch bowed deeply, cautiously placing the document before him. Dai Tianfeng slowly opened it, revealing details regarding the progress of the collaboration between the Empire and the Spirit Hall, as well as some confidential intelligence. However, as he unfolded the document, the previously smiling expression on Dai Tianfeng's face abruptly froze, his eyes widening in shock. He swiftly scanned the contents, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. The atmosphere around him grew tense, the only sound echoing in the silent palace being the rustling of paper. Dai Tianfeng's gaze, deep and bright, seemed to be contemplating a significant decision. He understood that the information unveiled in this document would profoundly impact his relationship with the Spirit Hall, for it bore the name of a familiar yet alien title, the Law Enforcement Elder. The letter clearly stated that the Enforcement Elder would soon arrive in Star Luo City. Once the Enforcement Elder arrived, a thorough cleansing of all members residing in the Soul Hall branch of Star Luo City would ensue. Those whom he had previously bribed would inevitably fall victim to this purge. Observing the two kneeling bishops of the Soul Hall below, a subtle, almost imperceptible smirk flickered in Dai Tianfeng's eyes as he contemplated how to navigate the impending upheaval. He understood that he had to make decisions swiftly, otherwise, Once the enforcement elder truly set foot in Douluo City, all his prior efforts would be rendered futile. Dai Tianfeng's gaze swept dismissively over the two bishops, as though they were merely inconsequential ants. He waved his hand gently, signaling them to withdraw. The two bishops, recognizing the cue, promptly stood up and exited the grand hall with their heads bowed in respect. As they departed, silence reclaimed the chamber. Dai Tianfeng's expression grew grave. He rose and approached the window, gazing out at the bustling scene of Douluo City, while tumult brewed within his heart. Muttering to himself, the enforcement elder exhibited a glimmer of apprehension in his eyes. He was acutely aware that this upcoming enforcement elder, whose arrival was imminent, possessed unfathomable strength and wielded significant authority. Once he arrived, all the clandestine maneuvers between himself and the Soul Hall would be laid bare. What Dai Tianfeng was oblivious to was that the two red-robed bishops had scarcely crossed the threshold of the palace when they sensed a formidable surge of soul power emanating from all directions. Alert, they scanned their surroundings and beheld a man clad in black, his countenance austere, materialize before them. "Do you two even deserve to be members of the Soul Hall?" The man in black queried coldly, his tone dripping with disdain. The two bishops exchanged glances, acutely aware of the precarious situation. Yet they had no choice but to steel themselves for confrontation. Simultaneously, they summoned their soul power, activating their seventh soul skill, the embodiment of their martial souls. A colossal spectral image of their martial souls loomed behind them, radiating a dazzling light. However, in the face of the black-clad man's assault, they appeared as fragile as parchment. With a casual flick of his fist, he unleashed a tremendous force that shattered their martial souls in an instant. Mithraya's figure flickered like a specter. His fist, as unyielding as obsidian, gleamed with a fierce brilliance. With a chilling shout, his fist descended with the force of a tempest, ruthlessly striking the two red-robed bishops. In that moment, the air seemed to resonate with a tearing sound. The red fabric of their garments crackled under the ferocity of the punch. Their eyes filled with terror and despair. Mithraya's fist, seemingly imbued with the very might of the heavens, mercilessly crashed into their chests. The bishops' bodies trembled violently under the impact, their clothing tearing apart to reveal concave chests, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Struggling to maintain their footing, they attempted to rise. But the overwhelming force compelled them to writhe in agony on the ground, continuously coughing up blood, their faces as pale as parchment. One red-robed bishop, eyes wide with fear, looked up at the man before them. "We are the red-robed bishops of the Soul Hall. We stand united against the entirety of the Soul Hall." Maikai cast a cold, disdainful glance at the cardinal, a flicker of contempt flashing in his eyes. He slightly bent down and placed a foot upon the cardinal's head, as if crushing a fragile watermelon. To oppose the Spirit Hall? Maikai's voice was frigid and deep, resonating as though it emanated from the depths of the underworld. The pressure beneath his foot intensified, eliciting a pained groan from the cardinal, whose blood seeped onto the ground beneath him. The surrounding air seemed to solidify, with only the cardinal's agonized gasps echoing through the desolate street. Maikai's gaze shimmered with a sharp intensity as he lifted his foot. The cardinal's body crumpled to the ground like a discarded rag, utterly powerless. "Do you truly believe you can represent the Spirit Hall?" Maikai effortlessly hoisted a cardinal as if lifting a mere chick, and with a gentle push of his foot, he transformed into a shadow, kicking open the palace doors and striding in with audacity. Inside the palace, resplendent with light, the grand hall shimmered with golden brilliance, the glazed tiles reflecting dazzling rays. Yet, apart from Dai Tianfeng, the hall was devoid of any other presence. The moment Maikai set foot in the palace, an oppressive aura enveloped him. A figure suddenly materialized in the once empty hall, a woman cloaked in black, her countenance both enchanting and regal, resembling a queen of darkness, distant and unattainable. Standing before Maikai was the enigmatic Qian Renxue, her gaze fixed upon the imperious Douluo emperor. Witnessing the intrusion into his palace, Dai Tianfeng furrowed his brow, a flicker of displeasure crossing his features. As the emperor, his dignity must not be tarnished, yet the sight of the two severely beaten bishops quelled his anger. He inhaled deeply, striving to regain his composure. The bishop's dire state shocked and pained him, simultaneously solidifying his resolve to confront the mysterious visitor before him. Maikai regarded Dai Tianfeng with a cold stare, as if observing an insignificant insect. His eyes brimmed with scorn and disdain, entirely unfazed by the emperor's presence. Qian Renxue remained silently beside him, her gaze like ice piercing toward Dai Tianfeng, awaiting his next move. Mai Kai retrieved a token from his waist, a golden-hued emblem engraved with the fierce visage of a soul beast. The token felt cold and unyielding, as though it contained immense power. Upon seeing the token, the faces of the two bishops turned ashen, their eyes widening with palpable terror. Regret and fear flooded their hearts as they realized they had just attacked an elder of the Spirit Hall, an act of such reckless folly. They understood that every elder of the Spirit Hall was at least a titled Douluo, their strength unfathomable. They had faced countless arrogant soul masters in the law enforcement hall, yet had never envisioned a day filled with such dread. In that moment, their hearts felt as if swept by a chilling wind, cold and fearful. King of the Star Luo Empire, I, representing the Spirit Hall, hereby unilaterally terminate all collaborations with you. As Mei Tikai turned to leave, it seemed as though everything behind him was no longer of his concern. However, just as he was about to take that step, a tremendous aura erupted from Dai Tianfeng. Akin to a torrential flood, the entire space appeared distorted under this overwhelming force, filled with an indescribable sense of oppression. Dai Tianfeng, a 95th level title Douluo, now resembled a soaring dragon in the sky, his eyes gleaming with a sharp brilliance, every strand of hair seeming to quiver, emitting faint crackling sounds. His figure, accentuated by this imposing aura, stood tall like an insurmountable mountain before Mei Tikai, his fist clenched tightly, veins bulging, seemingly declaring his resolve. Under no circumstances shall you depart so easily today. Dai Tianfeng could not acquiesce. After all, this was the Star Luo Palace. Allowing them to leave would be tantamount to trampling the dignity of the entire Star Luo Empire. His expression darkened, reminiscent of storm clouds before a tempest. He moved, darting towards Mei Tikai like a flash of lightning. With each step, it felt as though he were striking the very nerves of the ground, causing the palace to tremble. The air seemed to resonate with his fury, a torrent of might sweeping towards Mei Tikai, enveloping him entirely. Dai Tianfeng's speed was breathtaking, his fists clenched, the air around them distorting under his raw power. His eyes sparkled with unwavering determination, as if he intended to unleash the wrath of the world upon Mei Tikai. Just as his fist was about to make contact, a more formidable force erupted from Mei Tikai, and the two energies clashed violently in the air, producing a deafening roar. Dai Tianfeng's claw descended like a mountain, laden with boundless strength and fury, aimed directly at Mei Tikai. Yet, in that critical moment, Mei Tikai slightly sank, his hands coming together as if grasping a tempest, firmly catching Dai Tianfeng's claw. The collision of their powers generated a fierce shockwave, as if the air within the palace had been suddenly evacuated, creating a powerful suction that made everything around tremble. Green steam blazed around Mei Tikai like flames, imbued with a mysterious and formidable force, transforming him into an invincible giant. The atmosphere within the palace reached a peak of tension. Royal guards surged in like a tide, their spears glinting with cold light, aimed directly at dark Qian Renxue and Mei Tikai. Their gazes were filled with vigilance and resolve, as if awaiting a command to strike without hesitation. The light in the palace, reflected off the spears, became glaringly bright, while dark Qian Renxue seemed to merge into the shadows, her figure flickering, with only her cold eyes gleaming in the darkness. Mei Tikai stood beside her, enveloped in swirling green steam, resembling a deity surrounded by flames. The two figures stood resolutely before a multitude of guards, undaunted by their presence. The gaze of the dark and enigmatic Qian Renxue swept across the assembly, cold and profound, as if it could penetrate all facades. Meanwhile, Mai Kai clenched his fists tightly, poised to confront the impending onslaught. Within the palace, the only sounds resonating were their breaths and the whistling of spears slicing through the air, as if time itself had congealed in that very moment. Seventh Soul Skill. Martial Soul, True Form. A tremor coursed through Dai Tianfeng's body, and the air around him seemed to solidify under the weight of his aura. Suddenly, an astonishing force erupted from him, elevating the previously stifling atmosphere to its zenith. A roar reverberated through the hall, and from behind him, a colossal white tiger phantom began to materialize. This magnificent creature boasted a coat as pure as snow, with eyes crimson as blood and claws sharp as blades, seemingly capable of rending anything asunder. Its immense form nearly enveloped the expanse of the palace, instilling a sense of awe in all who beheld it. With each breath, The white tiger stirred a tempest, churning the air within the palace into turbulence. In that moment, Dai Tianfeng appeared to merge with the white tiger, his aura surging to unprecedented heights. His gaze sharpened, as if it could pierce through the very souls of Might Kai and the dark Qian Renxue. The veins in his clenched fists throbbed, imbued with an annihilating power. Qian Renshue's silhouette danced in the dim shadows of the palace, merging with the darkness itself. Her eyes, deep as the night, glimmered with a frigid radiance, as if they could devour all light. The dark holy sword in her grasp emanated a haunting violet glow, each swing accompanied by a profound blade aura, akin to meteors streaking through the night sky. As the royal guard surged forth like a tidal wave, Qian Renxue moved with ethereal grace, weaving through the gaps between the spears as if she were a specter. Her movements were swift and elegant, each evasion executed with impeccable precision, seemingly foreseeing the trajectories of her adversaries' attacks. Her swordplay unfolded like a beautifully crafted poem, each strike generating a fierce wind that fragmented the air around her. Might Kai flexed his wrists, the deep and resolute cracking of his joints resonating like a prelude to the battle that loomed ahead. He stood tall and unwavering, resembling a pine tree defying a tempest. Though he appeared calm, an undeniable sense of latent power emanated from within him, rendering onlookers breathless. His eyes sparkled with a keen light, reminiscent of stars in the night sky, brilliant and profound. As Might Kai's gaze met Dai Tianfeng's, the air between them seemed to solidify, their respective auras clashing and sparking in a silent struggle. Dai Tianfeng's brow furrowed slightly. He sensed the intense and pure strength radiating from Might Kai, a force that felt capable of piercing through all barriers, reaching the depths of his soul. An inexplicable fear surged within him, not born of Might Kai's soul power, but rather from an unfathomable, ineffable sense of strength that emanated from him. Despite the absence of any discernible soul power fluctuations from Might Kai, he felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon him. In an instant, Might Kai surged forth like an arrow released from its bow, breaking through Dai Tianfeng's seemingly tangible soul pressure with unrelenting force. His speed was so extraordinary that one could scarcely perceive more than a fleeting green shadow darting through the palace. Within that shadow, it seemed as if flames were igniting, emanating a searing aura that distorted the surrounding air. Just as Mei Kai was about to close in on Dai Tianfeng, the astonishment on Dai Tianfeng's face shifted to grave seriousness. The eighth soul ring on his body, radiating a faint black light, began to glow subtly, as if a mysterious force surged within. With the illumination of the soul ring, Dai Tianfeng's aura surged once more, and the colossal phantom of the white tiger became increasingly substantial, as if it were about to step forth from the void into the realm of reality. Eighth soul skill, white tiger shattering heaven. In the void, a dazzling beam of light suddenly erupted, followed by a profound and fierce claw mark that appeared out of thin air, as though it had torn the very fabric of space itself. This claw mark intersected, resembling two immense tiger claws entwined in a vigorous assault, wielding the power to obliterate the heavens and earth, directly targeting the fist extended by Mei Kai. In that moment, the air seemed to be ripped apart, emitting a piercing howl. Mei Kai's fist collided with this ethereal claw mark, unleashing an astonishing shockwave. The air within the palace was frenziedly stirred by this force, creating a massive vortex. Light and darkness intermingled, as if the entire palace were shaken by this overwhelming power. The phantom of the white tiger became even more tangible in the void, as if it were striving to break free from the intersecting claw marks and descend into reality. Its eyes glowed crimson like blood, its gaze sharp as a blade, fixated intently on Mei Kai, as if it sought to devour him. Mei Kai's expression became grave. He sensed the destructive power emanating from the white tiger, yet he did not falter. Instead, he summoned his soul energy to its utmost, preparing to confront the impending clash. The brilliance of the meteor in the void had already dimmed, replaced by the intense collision of soul power within the palace. Before Dai Tianfeng's deep and fierce claw mark, Mei Kai's figure stood steadfast like a boulder amidst a tempest. With the rampant surge of his soul energy, the center of the vortex, once entwined with light and darkness, erupted in resplendent radiance. Mei Kai's fist seemed to embody the strength of the entire starry sky, each swing imbued with a heart-stirring momentum. Under the gaze of all, The claw mark that had rent the heavens began to emit crackling sounds beneath the force of my Kai's blow. Cracks spread from the center outward, akin to a shattered mirror, gleaming with blinding light in the darkness. The phantom of the white tiger trembled at this sound of shattering, its crimson eyes betraying an overwhelming disbelief and fear. My Kai inhaled deeply, his gaze ignited with an indomitable flame. He concentrated all his strength, and that already dazzling fist now shone even more brilliantly like the stars. With a mighty roar, he thrust his fist forward with an indescribable might, directly assaulting the already fracturing tiger claw. The air seemed to be torn asunder by this force, creating visible fissures. At the intersection of these cracks, the once unmatched tiger claw began to tremble violently, as if unable to withstand the cataclysmic blow. Immediately, a deafening sound of shattering echoed through the air, as the colossal tiger claw disintegrated into countless fragments beneath the force of my Guy's punch, scattering like meteors. The atmosphere within the palace seemed to be vacuumed away by this singular blow, leaving only the sound of his heavy breaths in the profound silence. After the once formidable tiger claw was shattered, an even more ferocious power surged forth from my Guy's fist, akin to an enraged dragon dancing wildly in the void. A flicker of fear crossed Dai Tianfeng's eyes as he attempted to summon the soul power within him to resist this overwhelming strike, but it was already too late. In a moment, his figure was propelled backward at an alarming speed, crashing into several sturdy palace pillars along the way, producing a cacophony of thunderous sounds. Deep within the palace, the walls cracked under the immense force, and debris and dust flew in all directions. Dai Tianfeng's body resembled a wayward comet, ultimately colliding heavily with a thick stone wall, which crumbled under the impact, sending dust swirling into the air. Lying amidst the ruins, his chest heaved violently, clearly bearing the brunt of grave injuries. "Father." As the dust gradually settled in the palace wreckage, Dai Tianfeng's fallen figure was revealed. Surrounding him were shattered stone columns and scattered debris, a scene of utter devastation. At that moment, a group of armored guards rushed in, weapons in hand and expressions tense, evidently startled by the sudden onset of battle. Amidst this throng of guards, a golden-haired youth stood out conspicuously. His seemingly youthful visage was now marred by shock and fury. His eyes fixated on my Guy, who stood at the eye of the storm, ablaze with righteous anger. This young man was none other than Davis, the crown prince of the Xinglua Empire. Witnessing his father's defeat filled him with indescribable shock and rage. In the dust-laden ruins of the palace, Davis's eyes widened in fury as two soul rings gradually materialized around him, symbolizing his soul power and strength. Yet, just as he prepared to take a step toward vengeance, a chilling and sharp force suddenly assailed him. A searing pain erupted in his neck, and darkness surged forth like a tidal wave, engulfing his consciousness. In the moment Davis fell, he glimpsed a shadowy figure. It was a white-haired woman clad in a black robe, her face obscured by shadows, revealing only a pair of frostbitten eyes. Those eyes seemed to penetrate the soul, inducing an icy dread. With a delicate wave of her slender fingers, a dark purple light struck Davis like a bolt of lightning. Dai Tianfeng laboriously lifted his head, his gaze piercing through the ruins and dust, resting upon my Guy, who stood amidst the remnants of the storm. His heart was filled with bitterness and despair, yet overshadowed by an overwhelming fear of the unknown. The appearance of the white-haired woman felt like a specter in the darkness, instilling an unprecedented sense of threat within him. In the ruins of the palace, he remained the sole figure retaining consciousness. Surrounding him were shattered columns, scattered rubble, and the lifeless forms of the guards. His chest continued to rise and fall violently, each breath akin to a knife's edge. Yet at this moment, he had to endure the pain, for he understood that a greater peril awaited him. He struggled to sit up, his gaze firmly fixed on the silhouette of the white-haired woman. Her figure flickered in the darkness, as if she might vanish into the night at any moment. Dai Tianfeng took a deep breath, attempting to summon the remnants of his soul power to confront this sudden turn of events. Yet, he was acutely aware that with his current strength, he could hardly contend with such an adversary. The white-haired woman glided gracefully through the ruins, each step seeming to tread upon the void, leaving no tangible trace behind. Her black robe billowed gently in the night breeze, revealing her delicate form, akin to a ghostly orchid blooming in the darkness. When her gaze fell upon my Kai, a hint of youthful shyness emerged in her otherwise frosty eyes, reminiscent of the warm sun of spring, instantly melting the surrounding cold and darkness. She gently bit her lower lip, as if hesitating, but ultimately mustered the courage to walk toward Meitikai. Though her steps were light, each one was imbued with determination. Her heartbeat resonated in the silent night sky, as if it were the soul melody. As she approached Meitikai, a faint smile graced her lips, reminiscent of the rising sun, warm and radiant. It was noteworthy that in dealing with those guards, the dark Qian Renxue had not even utilized her martial soul. Thanks to her childhood training in physical techniques with Meitikai, Qian Renxue's skills were remarkably refined. The two were essentially one, and thus, the dark Qian Renxue had perfectly inherited this prowess. Meitikai looked down at Dai Tianfeng, his voice penetrating the air to reach Dai Tianfeng's ears. Do you still not understand? I am not here to negotiate with you. The notification has been delivered, and you, along with the Star Luo Empire, possess no right to refuse. Dai Tianfeng's complexion instantly turned as pale as paper, his eyes widened, filled with disbelief and rage. He felt as if struck by an invisible force, causing his insides to tremble violently. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, staining his regal dragon robe and creating glaring red blooms. He trembled as he attempted to wipe away the glaring crimson, but the blood clung to him like his current dignity, impossible to erase. To be so humiliated at this moment, as the emperor of the Star Luo Empire, was undoubtedly the greatest blow to him. He clenched his teeth, his eyes gleaming with a frenzied light, as if he wished to devour the entire world. The two departed from the Star Luo Imperial Palace. It was not until deep into the night that they resumed their actions. The night was as dark as ink, and the lights of the Star Luo Palace flickered in the shadows, as if they might extinguish at any moment. Meitikai and the dark Qian Renxue walked side by side, their figures elongated in the moonlight, each step resolute and powerful. The streets within the imperial city were desolate and silent, occasionally pierced by the distant sound of a watchman's clapper, shattering the stillness of the night. The dark Qian Renxue moved with ethereal grace, her garments flowing like a specter in the night. In contrast, Meitikai's steps were steady, each footfall echoing upon solid ground, instilling a sense of reassurance. Soon, they arrived before the sub-palace of the Martial Soul Hall, its towering edifice appearing even more solemn and mysterious in the night. The stone lions at the entrance shimmered with a chilling luminescence under the moonlight, as if vigilantly safeguarding this territory. In the nocturnal ambience, two sentinels stood before the spirit hall, resembling statues in their immovable stance. Clad in armor and wielding long spears, their demeanor was solemn. The moonlight cast a hazy silver glow upon their austere faces. As Meitikai and dark Qian Renxue approached, the guards' gazes sharpened, assessing the unexpected visitors with a blend of scrutiny and alertness. Halt! One of the guards commanded in a deep voice that reverberated through the empty street with formidable authority. Meitikai paused, nodding slightly in acknowledgement of their respect, while dark Qian Renxue remained quietly at his side. Please present your token or credentials. One guard extended his hand. The night enveloped the spirit hall like thick ink, saturating the space before it. Slowly, Meitikai drew a golden token from his waist, which sparkled brilliantly in the moonlight. Upon sighting the token, the guards' expressions transformed into one of reverence. They inclined their heads slightly, gripping their spears firmly, and rendered a precise military salute to Meitikai and dark Qian Renxue. We have seen the esteemed elder. Under the moon's glow, their armor glinted with a cold brilliance, harmonizing with the golden radiance of the token, creating a tableau of solemnity and grandeur. Meitikai gently nodded and, accompanied by dark Qian Renxue, ascended the stone steps, entering through the grand door. As they crossed the threshold into the spirit hall, an ancient and dignified aura enveloped them. The hall was brightly illuminated, with spirit patterns in the murals flickering in the interplay of light and shadow, adding an air of mystery. Just as they stepped over the threshold, a white-haired elder hurriedly traversed the corridor. Despite his brisk pace, he exhibited no signs of fluster. Each step was firmly planted on the floor, producing a faint echo. The elder's countenance was benevolent, yet his eyes sparkled with a penetrating light, as if he could peer into the depths of one's soul. Though his robe appeared somewhat worn, it remained clean and tidy, exuding an extraordinary demeanor. Upon seeing Meitikai and dark Qian Renxue, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, quickly replaced by composure as he clasped his hands in greeting, saying, "Esteemed elder, I apologize for not receiving you properly at this late hour. Please forgive my shortcomings." His voice was deep and resonant, echoing clearly throughout the expansive hall. The arrival of Hirsch added a distinct hue to the solemn spirit hall. His movements were agile, akin to a steel-winged griffin soaring through the night sky, each step light, yet powerful, seemingly capable of shattering the very air. As he approached, the atmosphere within the hall became palpably tense. Mei Tikai and dark Qian Renxue exchanged glances, each perceiving the caution reflected in the other's eyes. However, Hirsch maintained a gentle smile, as if the palpable tension bore no relevance to him. When Hirsch reached the two, he halted, his gaze sweeping over them before finally resting on the golden token in Mei Tikai's hand. He inclined his head slightly in respect, and then spoke, "Esteemed elder, your presence at this late hour suggests matters of great importance. Might you disclose the nature of your visit, so that I may prepare accordingly?" Hills, the Platinum Bishop of the Spirit Hall, an 86th level agile attack type Spirit Douluo, possessed the supreme beast spirit, the steel-winged griffin. Mike Kai turned to Hills and remarked, "You currently serve as the Vice Hall Master of the Spirit Hall stationed in the Star Luo Empire. Am I mistaken?" His voice echoed through the vast hall, each word piercing like a frigid steel needle into Hills' heart. Hills involuntarily trembled, his eyes widening in disbelief. He had never imagined that this seemingly ordinary elder before him possessed such profound knowledge of his identity and background. He slowly took a step forward, closing the distance between them, as if seeking to completely suppress Hills' aura. Hills slightly lowered his head. Moonlight streamed through the window, casting a dazzling glow upon Mike Kai's golden token, illuminating his calm and profound visage. Mike Kai's gaze was piercing, as if he sought to unveil all of Hills' inner secrets. Taking a deep breath, Hills endeavored to calm the tumult within him. He raised his head, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes, both shock and reverence. He spoke slowly, his voice trembling slightly. "I did not expect the esteemed elder to have investigated so thoroughly. I am in awe. May I inquire what wisdom you seek to impart with your late-night visit?" "Troops." Mike Kai's words struck like a cold blade, instantly shattering the silence of the hall. He moved closer to Hills, gently placing his hand upon the broad shoulder of the latter. Though the pressure was light, it felt as weighty as a mountain, causing Hills' heart to leap. "Troops," echoed throughout the expansive hall, reverberating like ancient war drums, shaking Hills to his core. He felt the chill of Mike Kai's palm, a coldness that seemed to penetrate his skin and reach deep into his soul. Hills' eyes widened in shock, reflecting the resolute and fierce visage of Mike Kai. In his mind's eye, he envisioned an icy expanse, where howling winds and swirling snowflakes reigned, and Mike Kai stood as a solitary wolf upon that frozen landscape, unyielding in the face of the storm. "You are surely aware of the actions undertaken by the Law Enforcement Hall in Star Luo City over the years. The powers of the law enforcement elders have been eroded by those bishops. If I were to dismiss them hastily, they would undoubtedly incite turmoil in Star Luo City. Thus, I require military force, and I need your assistance to quell this impending unrest." As Mike Kai's words settled, a brief silence enveloped the hall. An invisible pressure seemed to pervade the air, making it difficult to breathe. Hills and the guards around him held their breath, their eyes filled with astonishment and unease. Moonlight filtered through the crevices of the window, draping Mike Kai in a silver sheen. He stood there like a towering mountain, imposing and magnificent, demanding respect. Suddenly, Mike Kai's gaze sharpened, as though piercing through the walls of the hall to gaze upon the distant Star Luo City. A steadfast light flickered in his eyes, as if he had already glimpsed the storm that was about to erupt there, oppressing the populace and colluding with the royal family of Xinghua. "The law enforcement hall has become infested with too many corrupt individuals for me to purge individually. Thus, I must resort to absolute force to suppress them." His gaze seemed to transcend the barriers of time and space, piercing through the distant and glorious history of the Spirit Hall. His voice echoed throughout the vast hall, imbued with an undeniable resolve. The Law Enforcement Hall was originally a sword to uphold the honor of the Spirit Hall and ensure the peace of the people. Yet it has now become a source of internal strife, eroding our very foundation. His words were like a fierce flame amidst a chilling wind, instantly igniting the tense atmosphere surrounding them. Hills could sense the determination and strength emanating from Mai Kai, a reflection of an elder's profound love and sense of duty towards the Spirit Hall. Mai Kai slowly turned to face Hills, his eyes glimmering with an unyielding light. "Hills, I require your assistance. I need you to mobilize all available forces." I want those who have betrayed the spirit hall to understand that the cost of betrayal is one they cannot bear. As my Kai's words gradually faded, the once tranquil night sky seemed to be stirred by some mysterious force. Suddenly, a fierce bolt of lightning sliced through the inky darkness like a blade, illuminating the entire world in a blinding flash. That brilliance was fleeting yet dazzling, akin to fireworks blooming in the night sky, evoking a sense of awe. This lightning appeared as a portent from nature or a manifestation of some enigmatic power, adding an air of mystery and tension to the quiet night. As it dissipated, the night returned to its serene state, yet an inexplicable sense of shock lingered in the air. Hills felt his throat constrict involuntarily, as if a heartstring had been silently plucked, heralding the significant upheaval to come. Then, as if drawn by an invisible force, those present bowed their heads in unison, kneeling before my Kai. This gesture was both a mark of respect for my Kai and a solemn acknowledgement of the impending grand ceremony. A solemn and reverent atmosphere enveloped the air, as if time itself had momentarily frozen. Each face was etched with awe and gravity, the sound of their knees touching the ground resonating in the tranquil space like an ancient hymn, expressing their reverence for the sublime and the sacred. Hills knelt alongside the others, his heart brimming with curiosity and anticipation for the unknown. He understood that in this moment, it was not merely their bodies that bowed, but their souls earnestly gazed towards a higher realm. We humbly obey in the name of the elders. The hearts of the crowd surged like a tumultuous sea, filled with fervor. Tonight, beneath the starry sky, there seemed to be an ineffable tension, heralding the arrival of an extraordinary night. The wind gently caressed, yet it carried a hint of chill, foretelling the impending storm. The heartbeat of the crowd intertwined with the shadows of the night, weaving a compelling tableau that signaled the night would be anything but ordinary. As darkness deepened, a light drizzle transformed into a torrential downpour, as if the heavens had been torn asunder, unleashing endless tears upon the earth. In the stillness and oppressive atmosphere of the deep night, a cadre of soldiers moved silently, adorned in resplendent golden armor, as if they had emerged from ancient legends, radiating a light of indomitable spirit and unwavering resolve. Their steps were light yet powerful, gliding noiselessly through the halls of the spirit hall, as if the very winds parted to grant them passage. Their gazes were resolute, their expressions solemn, as if heralding an impending transformation. As the rain intensified, their silhouettes grew increasingly indistinct against the night, yet their steadfastness and determination shone ever brighter, akin to lights flickering in the downpour. Their departure was akin to a flash of lightning cutting through the tranquil night, brief yet dazzling, enough to stir the soul. In the latter half of the night, while most lay in slumber, this band of golden-armored soldiers had quietly vanished, leaving behind only the echoes of their footsteps resonating in the night, along with a resolve and conviction, now clearer than ever, washed anew by the rain. In stark contrast, the scene within the law enforcement hall unfolded as if in an entirely different realm. Laughter and cheer filled the air, vibrant with the essence of life. People gathered joyously, some dancing lightly, others toasting merrily, a vivid tableau of extraordinary revelry. Their faces glowed with satisfaction and joy, as if all sorrow and worry had dissipated amidst the mirth. The entire law enforcement hall was enveloped in this jubilant atmosphere, the very air suffused with a delightful lightness. This ambience stood in sharp contrast to the tension and solemnity outside, further accentuating the tranquility and harmony within. In this moment of gathering, individuals temporarily set aside the turmoil and troubles of the outside world, reveling in this rare tranquility and happiness. They raised their glasses in celebration, exchanging blessings, as if in this instant, all difficulties would fade into the past, and the future brimmed with hope and anticipation. Beneath the dim light, a figure of somewhat portly stature resembled a heavy weight, firmly seated upon the delicate frame of the woman below. His countenance was marked by self-satisfaction, seemingly relishing the power of his elevated position. His gaze, akin to that of a cunning fox, glinted with slyness as it stealthily fell upon the individual seated in the main chair. The person in the main seat resembled a towering mountain, sitting there with an inscrutable calm. His eyes held the depth of an abyss, concealing his true thoughts from view. However, upon receiving the insinuation from the portly figure, his gaze flickered slightly, as if stirred by a ripple of intrigue. This tableau unfolded like an exquisite painting in the quiet night. The rotund figure, the young woman beneath him, and the individual in the main seat all appeared as protagonists within this canvas, each playing their respective roles in a complex interplay of power and desire. "Sir, the law elder will soon take office. Our days of revelry may soon be numbered," remarked the portly figure. The individual in the main seat responded with a cold smile, fingers caressing the wine glass, concealing his true intentions. "I have already dispatched spies to inform Emperor Xingluo of this matter. Should he wish to continue our collaboration, the royal house will undoubtedly send someone to eliminate the law elder." Seated in the principal chair, the man wore a sinister smile, as if everything lay within his grasp. The night was heavy, thick as ink, when suddenly, the grand doors of the law enforcement hall were forcefully kicked open, shattering the stillness of the night. Wood splintered, accompanied by a deafening crash that reverberated through the expansive hall, sending tremors through the heart. A gust of wind, laden with fine rain, rushed in, shattering the atmosphere of merriment within. The corpulent figure jolted in alarm, his hefty body swaying precariously in the chair, nearly toppling over. Terrified, he gazed towards the entrance, where a lithe soldier stood, clad in gleaming golden armor that sparkled with a chilling brilliance against the rainy backdrop, his face exuding an undeniable authority. The laughter and chatter of the crowd froze in that moment, enveloping the law enforcement hall in an eerie silence. Only the soldier's heavy breaths and the soft patter of rain outside intertwined, creating a stifling and tense ambience. The man in the principal seat raised an eyebrow, a glint of coldness flashing in his gaze, as he slowly rose, his eyes burning with intensity, fixating on the unexpected visitor at the door. In the hall, every gaze converged upon the soldier outside, as if an invisible force drew them towards that solemn figure. With the soldier's arrival, a weighty atmosphere descended quietly, permeating the air like dark clouds in the night, oppressive and heavy. The air seemed to freeze, breaths taken with caution, fearful of shattering the uncanny stillness. Each corner of the hall bristled with tension, as if an unknown peril lurked just beyond the threshold. The hearts of the gathered were taut with anticipation for the unforeseen events that might unfold. The soldier, resolute as a statue, silently turned and stepped aside with steady strides. Then, a series of distinct footsteps echoed through the curtain of rain, like the heavy beat of a drum, each thud synchronizing perfectly with the heartbeat of those outside. The sound reverberated in the rainy night, each step bearing the weight of inevitability, pressing down upon the hearts of the listeners. The footsteps acted as an unyielding metronome, precisely regulating the breaths of those outside, allowing the invisible pressure to surge forth like a tide, rendering the air even heavier. Within the hall, the collective gaze remained fixated on the entrance, as if even breathing had ceased. In the silence, only the intermittent sounds of gasps broke through, starkly jarring. Each face reflected tension and eager anticipation, as if awaiting the arrival of a momentous event. This stifling silence was infused with an unknown anxiety, thickening the atmosphere further. The rhythmic footfalls echoed in the vast hall, each step akin to a heavy stone dropped upon the hearts of the onlookers. As the footsteps drew nearer, the collective focus sharpened, ultimately resting upon the threshold. There, a figure gradually emerged, cloaked in the mantle of an elder, exuding both solemnity and authority, Might Kai. His countenance was dark and foreboding, reminiscent of storm clouds before a tempest, oppressive and weighty. Within his deep-set eyes flickered a flame of fury, akin to a volcano on the brink of eruption, instilling a shiver of dread in all who beheld him. His footsteps, though steady, resonated with a thunderous might that seemed to reverberate throughout the entire hall. As he fully entered, it felt as if the very breaths of the onlookers were stifled by the authority he exuded, plunging the hall into an eerie silence. Might Kai's gaze swept across the crowd, his eyes sharp as blades, rendering all unable to meet his stare. His presence ignited the already oppressive atmosphere, intensifying the tension that enveloped the hall. "Well done indeed," Might Kai's voice echoed in the vast chamber, each word striking the hearts of the assembly like a heavy hammer. His complexion was ashen, and the fury radiating from his eyes seemed poised to ignite the entire hall. Clenching his fists tightly, the veins on his hands bulged, as though he were desperately suppressing an inner tempest of rage. His scrutinizing gaze fell upon the assembly, and those who once held themselves with arrogance, members of the enforcement team, now bowed their heads, their faces etched with terror and unease. Their bodies quivered, as if on the verge of crumbling beneath the weight of his formidable presence. The air within the hall was thick with tension, almost as if it had solidified under the force of his wrath. Each movement he made was imbued with a palpable strength as he slowly approached a table laden with wine and delicacies. His icy stare fixated on the untouched goblets and dishes. With a sudden, sweeping gesture, he sent the items crashing to the ground, the sharp sound of shattering glass mirroring the fragmentation of his current mood. The man seated at the head of the table instantly transformed from calm to menacing, as if the tranquility before a storm had been ruthlessly torn asunder. Slamming his hand upon the intricately carved armrest, the wood splintered under the weight of his blow, shards flying as if to symbolize his inner fury and discontent. He rose with the agility of a leopard, his heavy robe billowing with his movement, revealing his strong, muscular legs. His eyes, sharp as a hawk's, bore into my Kai, filled with threats and warnings. A cruel smile tugged at the corners of his mouth, as if he reveled in my Kai's astonishment and unease. The surrounding air seemed ignited by his anger, an invisible pressure enveloping the hall, deepening the already fraught atmosphere. Elder, do not forget, this is the enforcement hall. Even as a titled Douluo, you hold no authority over us. A sharp voice pierced the silence, shattering it like a calm lake struck by a boulder, sending ripples of disruption. A tide of enforcement personnel surged in, their steps synchronized and powerful, each footfall resonating with resolve, as if determined to obliterate the stifling tension. Their eyes were steely and cold, weapons glinting ominously in the light, instilling a sense of dread. Among them, several souled Douluo rose from their seats, their imposing figures standing tall like unyielding mountains. Their gazes were fierce and predatory, fixated on my Kai as though they were ready to devour him whole. The collective force they exuded was overwhelming, akin to a tempest sweeping through, causing the entire hall to tremble. As he gazed upon them, a profound pity emanated from Kai's eyes, as if he were observing a flock of lambs marching towards their own demise in ignorance. A cold, crystalline gleam flickered within his gaze, sharp and clear as ice in the heart of winter. He slowly raised his hand, his fingertips tracing an elegant arc through the air, as though he were performing a silent symphony. With the grace of his motion, an invisible energy began to permeate the hall, spreading like ripples, enveloping the enforcers and the soul masters within its embrace. They were suddenly beset by an overwhelming pressure upon their hearts, as if an unseen mountain bore down upon them, stifling their breath. Their steps grew heavy, as if bound by invisible chains, rendering them immobile. Fear and despair shone in their eyes, as though they had foreseen their fates. From this day forth, the elder enforcers would assume full control of the enforcement hall, abolishing all prior regulations and reclaiming the rights of all bishops. As Kai's voice faded, it seemed as though a tempest had swept through the grand hall, shattering the once solemn atmosphere into fragments. The faces of the enforcers shifted dramatically. A tumultuous blend of terror and fury etched upon them, as if they had glimpsed their impending doom. The once haughty soul masters now appeared as wilted vegetables, having lost their former grandeur in an instant. Their eyes brimmed with resentment and hopelessness, foreseeing their imminent failure. Yet, Kai remained unmoved, his gaze unwavering and indifferent, as if everything lay within his grasp. He turned slowly, presenting his back to the assembly, and walked towards the depths of the hall. Each step was measured and resolute, as though proclaiming his determination and authority to all present. Having absorbed Kai's words, the individual seated in the main seat suddenly erupted into a sinister laugh. The audience below was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected laughter. Qian, what are you laughing at? He is the elder enforcer. The previously portly figure who had been reclining atop a young woman had now dressed himself, staring at his friend with confusion as he processed the sudden outburst. The man called Qian cast a malevolent glare at Kai. Yakozu, Yamamoto, have you not yet discerned? He is impersonating our spirit hall's elder enforcer with intentions of rebellion. A glaring fact laid bare before us. Do I need to elaborate further? Seize him. At Qian's command, chaos erupted within the hall. Soldiers swiftly drew their long swords, their blades glinting ominously, aimed directly at Kai. Their faces bore a resolute determination. Despite facing a titled Douluo, their loyalty rendered them fearless. Multicolored spirit rings illuminated the hall, resembling the resplendent stars in the night sky, radiating powerful waves of spirit energy. Among these rings, some flickered with searing flames, others exuded frigid frost, while yet others crackled with the thunder of lightning. Under the weight of such formidable spirit energy, the entire hall seemed to tremble. Among them, the most striking figures were Yakozu and Yamamoto. The figure of the warrior clenched his fists tightly, his joints cracking audibly, as 8 luminous soul rings spiraled around him, each radiating a distinct hue, reminiscent of his illustrious past victories. Yamamoto, with a visage marked by malevolence, formed intricate hand seals as 9 soul rings ascended behind him, exuding an overwhelming aura that sent shivers down the spines of onlookers. The atmosphere in the hall grew palpably tense, with every gaze fixed upon Yamamoto. Towering like a majestic peak, he stood surrounded by the resplendent glow of his 9 soul rings, akin to 9 brilliant stars. Each flicker of the soul rings resonated with powerful waves of soul energy, transforming the hall into a tumultuous ocean. Yamamoto's expression was grim, his eyes glinting with a chilling intensity, as if he intended to devour the very essence of the hall. He advanced slowly, each step echoing in the hearts of the gathered crowd, instilling an inexorable sense of dread. The warrior stood to the side, his gaze a tapestry of emotions as he observed Yamamoto. He had never fathomed that his comrade would ascend to the rank of title Douluo at such a crucial juncture. The radiance of the 9 soul rings illuminated his face, revealing his inner turmoil and trepidation. He recognized that from this moment onward, the chasm between himself and Yamamoto had widened irreparably, rendering their former camaraderie obsolete. Kamida's countenance paled in an instant. The smirk that once graced his lips evaporated, replaced by profound shock and anxiety. His eyes were fixated on Yamamoto, as if attempting to unravel the formidable power concealed within those 9 soul rings. Yamamoto's aura continued to ascend, transforming him into an insurmountable peak, no longer the familiar brother, but a towering presence of strength and authority. Each soul ring on his being shimmered with resplendent light, exuding an air of majesty. The illumination of the hall seemed to be devoured by Yamamoto's overwhelming presence, leaving only the 9 soul rings behind him to gleam in the darkness. Even the air around felt as though it had solidified, rendering it difficult to breathe. Suddenly, a ferocious energy erupted within the hall. Eager to showcase his prowess, the warrior resembled an enraged beast, as his 6th soul ring burst forth in a blaze of brilliance, illuminating the dim chamber. His muscles swelled like inflating balloons, every vein threatening to rupture, showcasing astonishing might. With a roar, he forcefully stomped the ground, causing the floor to groan under the strain, cracks spreading like a spider's web. The entire hall trembled at that moment, as the spectators felt their footing falter, their heartbeats quickening. He surged forward like lightning, targeting Might Guy, his colossal fist accompanied by a rushing wind, as if intending to rend the very air apart. In that instant, the warrior embodied an unstoppable deity of war, his momentum and strength reaching their zenith. 6th soul skill, Armored Shell Strike. In a blur, Might Guy's form flickered before the eyes of the onlookers, as if he had transformed into a fleeting shadow. His movements were swift and graceful, akin to a cheetah darting through the underbrush. Just as the warrior's fist was about to connect, he effortlessly sidestepped, evading the forceful blow with ease. The fist struck empty air, and the adversary felt an immense force reverberate back from his own punch, numbing his entire arm. He gazed in astonishment at Might Guy, whose calm and profound eyes seemed to hold boundless mysteries. Meanwhile, Might Guy stood unwavering, his attire not even fluttering in the slightest. He cast a fleeting glance at his opponent, as if regarding a foe of little consequence. His gaze was filled with disdain and contempt, as if to say, "Is this truly your utmost effort?" The atmosphere in the hall grew increasingly tense with the onset of battle. Outside, the soldiers of the Spirit Hall, initially arranged in neat formation, surged in like a tide, their steps resolute and powerful, their armor gleaming with a cold radiance under the sunlight. Upon entering the hall, they hesitated not for an instant, promptly aligning themselves behind Might Guy, forming an indomitable barrier. These soldiers bore steadfast expressions, their countenances solemn, their long swords glinting ominously in the sunlight, their tips pointed resolutely forward. Their presence not only provided Might Guy with formidable support, but also imbued the entire hall with a palpable aura of lethal intent. Inside the hall, those who had previously attempted to resist, Kamida, Yamamoto, and the others, were now compelled to confront this sudden turn of events. They looked upon the neatly arranged soldiers, a chill creeping into their hearts. They understood that the arrival of these soldiers had irrevocably altered the dynamics within the hall. Although the combat prowess of these soldiers would not significantly impact the high-level confrontation, one of the Spirit Hall's cardinal rules strictly prohibits harm to its personnel. The three of them were acutely aware of the legitimacy of their opponent's status as an enforcer. Yet, for the moment, they could only cling to this rationale to deceive themselves. The atmosphere within the hall became instantly palpable, as if the very air had ceased to flow. Yamamoto, Kamita, and the adversary exchanged fearful and hopeless glances. They realized that they had no recourse left but to confront Might Guy with absolute enmity. Yamamoto took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his trepidation, and once more formed seals with his hands. The light of 9 soul rings surged dramatically, as if to illuminate the entire hall. He suddenly propelled himself off the ground, transforming into a fleeting shadow, hurtling toward Might Guy. His movements were swift and ferocious, as if to unleash all his rage and power in that singular moment. Observing this, Kamita and the adversary gritted their teeth and unleashed their formidable soul power, launching their own assaults on Might Guy. The 3 attacks surged forth like 3 wild dragons, the tumultuous waves of soul power threatening to bring the very hall to ruin. Might Guy's eyes sparkled with unwavering resolve in the dim hall, resembling 2 indomitable beacons. As he inhaled deeply, a tremendous aura erupted from within him, akin to a volcano on the brink of eruption. Green steam began to rise slowly from his form, enveloping him in a hazy emerald mist. This vapor contained a potent life force, seemingly the purest essence of nature. Under the weight of this overwhelming presence, the surrounding air grew heavy, making even the act of breathing a challenge. The silhouette of Might Guy became increasingly indistinct beneath the shroud of emerald vapor, yet his gaze grew ever more piercing. He fixed his attention on the 3 assailants, as if he had already discerned their trajectories of attack. His hands gradually ascended, gathering a verdant radiance within his palms, as though some arcane power were coalescing. 8th gate of the 8 gates, 6th gate, open. The enemy's eyes widened in astonishment as they regarded Might Guy as tranquil visage. A tumult of emotions stirring within. His fists felt as if drawn by an invisible force, unable to advance further. Might Guy's form appeared to meld with the wind, his movements light and fluid, each subtle turn exuding an ineffable grace. He smiled gently, a glimmer of sharpness flashing in his eyes, as if capable of penetrating all illusions. Suddenly, Might Guy shifted, transforming into a bolt of lightning, instantly standing before the enemy. With a delicate wave of his hand, a formidable force surged forth like a tidal wave, propelling the adversary backwards several paces. 8th spirit skill, Annihilation Fong. Yamamoto's voice thundered across the battlefield, his 8th spirit ring igniting suddenly, resembling a brilliant star slicing through the night sky. Under the radiance of this spirit ring, Yamamoto's figure appeared even more imposing, akin to a war deity emerging from the annals of antiquity. His aura swept in like a tempest, distorting the very air around him. His eyes sparkled with a fierce light, as if able to pierce through any semblance of falsehood. In this moment, he seemed to merge with the heavens and earth, becoming the sovereign of this battlefield. With a fierce shout, Yamamoto clenched his fists tightly. A terrifying power began to surge wildly within him. Upon his knuckles, a dark energy coalesced, forming a sharp fong that radiated a devastating aura. This fong seemed capable of devouring all, causing the surrounding space to tremble. The atmosphere on the battlefield became palpably tense. Kamita's eyes flickered with resolve, his form suddenly blurring, as if merging with the surrounding air. In an instant, his 7th spirit ring flared to life, a dazzling light enveloping him, casting his figure as a warrior sprung from myth. As the spirit ring shimmered, Kamita underwent a remarkable transformation. His muscles expanded, his skin hardened like iron, every inch seemingly infused with boundless strength. His fists tightened, the sound of cracking knuckles echoing, as if capable of rending the very air itself. His eyes sparkled with a sharp light, flames seemingly dancing within his pupils. He took a mighty step forward, causing the ground to quake, as if the entire battlefield trembled beneath his feet. In this moment, he appeared to be the epicenter of a storm, with all under his dominion. Might Guy's gaze flashed with determination, his form remaining steadfast under the weight of spirit power, as straight as a pine. He inhaled deeply, as if to draw in the very air surrounding him, then exhaled forcefully, unleashing an invisible force that swept towards the 3 adversaries like a torrential storm. The ethereal shadows of Wang Ba, the wild boar, and the porcupine began to tremble violently under the formidable soul force unleashed by my Kai. As if they were on the verge of shattering, their combined soul pressure appeared feeble, akin to mere paper, before my Kai. With each step he took, his figure grew increasingly imposing, reverberating in the hearts of onlookers and inducing an involuntary sense of trepidation. A mere flick of his hand unleashed an even greater surge of power, which effortlessly tore apart the soul barrier formed by the trio. My Kai moved across the battlefield like a wraith, his speed seemingly transcending the confines of time. To the astonishment of the crowd, he materialized instantaneously behind the enemy soldier. His physique reminiscent of a leopard, brimming with astonishing explosive force. Clenching his fist, his muscles taut with fury and strength, he unleashed a punch that struck like thunder, landing squarely on the soldier's shoulder. A sharp crack echoed through the air as the soldier's shoulder disintegrated beneath the might of my Kai's blow, blood and flesh splattering, bones shattering, akin to sand dunes ravaged by a tempest. The soldier felt an overwhelming force surge through his shoulder, as if struck by a colossal weight. Before he could react, his body was propelled into the air. His vision blurred, the roaring wind and the terrified cries of his comrades filled his ears. Yet he found himself powerless to respond. Arcing through the air like a thrown object, he crashed heavily to the ground, feeling every inch of his body aflame with pain, as though sliced by countless blades. Struggling to rise, the excruciating agony radiating from his shoulder robbed him of all strength. Once again, my Kai's figure moved like a specter, now targeting Yamamoto. Before Yamamoto could recover from his astonishment, my Kai's fist descended upon him with the ferocity of a tempest. Yamamoto sensed an irresistible force bearing down upon him. The black fangs he had summoned shattered like fragile ice crystals under the weight of my Kai's iron fist, scattering into countless dark fragments. Simultaneously, Kamita faced a brutal assault. A powerful figure, concealed in the shadows, emerged suddenly, brandishing a gleaming longsword. With a swift strike, the blade found its mark on Kamita's resilient back. The seventh soul ring around Kamita dimmed instantly, his form quaking violently under the impact of the sword, ultimately causing the ethereal manifestation of his soul to fracture like glass, dispersing into shimmering starlight in the air. The silhouette of the dark figure, Qian Renxue, drifted across the battlefield like a phantom, her eyes shimmering with a profound and frigid starlight. Her dark holy sword reflected a chilling gleam in the sunlight, with Kamita's blood slowly trickling down its blade, leaving behind harrowing marks. With a gentle sweep, an invisible force consumed the bloodstains, restoring the sword to its former luster. Yet, her expression morphed into one of extreme disdain and revulsion, as if the blood were the most vile substance in existence. She furrowed her brow slightly, her gaze sweeping across the battlefield, where Might Guy's figure weaved through the crowd, each strike akin to a thunderclap, unstoppable. An inexplicable thrill surged within her. What kind of power did this man possess? Only the cold glint of his sword and the shadow of Might Guy remained. Dark Qian Renxue stood silently at the side, emotions swirling within her profound eyes. She watched Might Guy, the man devoid of a martial soul, yet exuding a suffocating strength. Might Guy moved like a flash of lightning among the throng, each blow carrying devastating force. His fists swept across the battlefield like a tempest, rendering once impenetrable defenses as fragile as paper under his iron grip. Dark Qian Renxue's hand trembled slightly, as if the dark holy sword in her grasp was also murmuring. She recalled her days as Qian Renxue, memories of martial souls and power flooding her mind. Yet, at this moment, she found herself engulfed in deep doubt about all of it. The curtain of the final act silently descended. This tumult, once as boisterous as the laughter of children, had quietly drawn to a close. The three supreme forces, once radiant and resplendent, now lay under Might Guy's iron fists like withered leaves ravaged by a tempest, utterly defeated and in disarray. His figure stood as an unyielding peak in the center of the battlefield, instilling fear in all who beheld it. The once formidable soldiers of the enforcement hall, previously exuding authority and dominance, had crumbled under the fierce onslaught of the elite from the martial soul hall, akin to sandcastles washed away by the tide, fleeing in disarray. Their retreat not only signified the end of this chaos, but also heralded the establishment of a new order upon this land. Everything fell into silence, leaving only the dust scattered by the wind and the traces of the battle, narrating the events that had just transpired. My Guy and Dark Qian Renxue. The pivotal figures who had altered the course of the battle gazed with deep and resolute eyes, as if they had already glimpsed the direction of the future. Beneath the moonlight, Dark Qian Renxue faded away like a ghost, her presence akin to a fleeting meteor in the night sky, brief yet brilliant, before vanishing into the endless darkness. Her departure left a mysterious void on this stage, awaiting the arrival of new protagonists. Under the moon's glow, my Guy's stature appeared remarkably imposing. His gaze, sharp as an eagle's, swept across the three writhing in agony on the ground, perceiving their plight as a trivial spectacle. Once proud and powerful, they now appeared to him as mere dust scattered by the wind, insignificant. Despair and reluctance marked their faces. They had once been so full of vigor, yet now found themselves in such dire straits. Their martial souls shattered, their vitality waning, each breath accompanied by painful groans. Kawada, the warrior who once took pride in his iron-like back, now resembled a turtle stripped of its shell, utterly vulnerable. His back bore wounds from the long sword that pierced to the bone, blood seeping out and staining the earth around him. He struggled to rise. Yet every attempt ended in failure, leaving him to helplessly roll upon the ground. The rain gradually subsided, and with the quelling of the rebellion, the torrential downpour ceased. The battlefield seemed to descend into a profound silence. The sound of raindrops striking the ground diminished slowly until it vanished entirely, leaving only the occasional sound of labored breaths and muted groans. The air was thick with humidity and the earthy aroma of wet soil, while the once gloomy sky began to brighten, revealing the faint glow of dawn. On the battlefield, my Guy stood resolute, his gaze slicing through every corner like a blade, as if confirming the conclusion of each skirmish. The once mighty warriors now lay scattered, either sprawled or curled up, struggling painfully in the muddy terrain. Their groans rose and fell in a haunting symphony, intertwining with the morning birdsong, creating a unique melody of post-battle devastation. After the night comes the dawn. The first rays of sunlight pierced through the clouds, cascading upon the war-torn earth. As the dust settled, the cacophony of battle gradually faded, leaving behind a scene of chaos and ruin. Amidst this desolation, the law enforcement hall emerged like bamboo shoots after rain, quietly blossoming anew. They stood tall on the battlefield, their postures erect like indomitable warriors. Their eyes were resolute and profound, seemingly heralding the establishment of a new order. Their presence was akin to the dawn's first light, bestowing hope and an opportunity for rebirth upon the land. Under the sun of the post-battle landscape, the members of the law enforcement hall began to rebuild their homeland, mending the wounds inflicted by the insurrection. They labored diligently, their sweat soaking their garments and saturating the soil that had once endured so much suffering. Through their efforts, green shoots began to sprout from the ruins, and the air was suffused with the essence of renewal. Within the Douluo Palace, Dai Tianfeng was promptly informed of the developments at the front. Seated upon a meticulously crafted dragon throne, a flicker of surprise and unease crossed his visage. My Guy's strength and decisiveness far exceeded his expectations. Before the armies of the Douluo Empire arrived, he had swiftly quelled the sudden rebellion. The once mighty warriors, now writhing in agony on the battlefield, contrasted starkly with him, standing unyielding like a god of war. Reflecting on this, a complex expression emerged on Dai Tianfeng's face. His heart tumultuous. He understood that this new leader of the law enforcement hall possessed not only formidable strength, but also unwavering conviction and indomitable will. Such an entity undoubtedly posed a significant challenge to the Douluo Empire. You say you wish to leave? My Guy regarded the enigmatic Qian Renxue with confusion. He could not fathom the girl's thought process. She had insisted on accompanying him just days prior, yet now, after scarcely 3 days, she was adamant about departing. When she had come, she had sought to charm and plead to join him, yet now she simply stated her intention to go, impervious to any persuasion. Qian Renxue, observing his baffled expression, turned her head away in mild irritation, thinking him rather dense. She decided it was best to avoid further entanglements, for she would soon be leaving. Rising gracefully, she leapt lightly to a nearby tree, turning her back to my Guy and waving her hand in farewell, signaling her imminent departure. My Guy watched as the slender figure of Dark Qian Renxue gradually vanished among the treetops, a surge of inexplicable emotions swelling within him. Gazing upon her receding silhouette, he perceived her resolute determination to depart and felt the impending unknown she would bring. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon Might Kai's face, illuminating his resolute features. He inhaled the fresh air deeply, feeling a surge of strength within, a steadfast belief in the reconstruction of his homeland, as well as a courageous readiness to confront the challenges that lay ahead. Though dark Qian Renxue's figure had disappeared from sight, Might Kai's gaze remained fixed upon the treetops. He envisioned her soaring freely through the sky, a twinge of envy stirring in his heart. Might Kai's eyes followed the black streak of light that gradually faded into the horizon, a powerful desire swelling within him. He imagined himself, like dark Qian Renxue, gliding effortlessly through the air, unencumbered, an experience he had never known. He lifted his gaze to the boundless blue sky, a rush of fervor coursing through him, as if he could see his own form soaring among the clouds. Suddenly, a blinding black streak raced across the sky, akin to a shooting star streaking through the night. Brilliant yet fleeting, it tore across the heavens, heading toward the distant star Luo Empire with a speed so swift it was nearly impossible to comprehend. Might Kai was taken aback by this sudden spectacle, his eyes widening as he endeavored to imprint every detail of that black streak into his memory. The trajectory of the light left a long tail in the sky, resembling a lightning bolt in the darkness, illuminating the expanse above. In a secluded corner of St. Sol village in the Fasno province of Notting City, sunlight dappled the ancient cobblestones, adding a sense of antiquity to the tranquil town. Against this backdrop, a figure emerged quietly, a scruffy old man, clad in tattered clothing, his face etched with the passage of time. Yet, at this moment, his previously placid countenance contorted into an expression of indescribable savagery. The old man's eyes sparkled with an unusual light, as if discerning the world's every illusion. His nostrils flared slightly, seemingly capturing an ineffable scent in the air. It was a nauseating aura, steeped in malevolence and arrogance, akin to a demon clawing its way from the abyss, exuding a stifling sense of oppression. The old man furrowed his brow, his hands clenched into fists, veins bulging with intensity. An overwhelming sense of rage and unease surged within him, for he distinctly sensed that this aura was identical to that of Qian Renxue, who had once inflicted upon him endless suffering and humiliation. Qian Renxue, the one who prided himself as a member of the angelic race, possessed an essence that pierced the old man's heart like a sharp dagger. The old man's body trembled slightly, a resolute gleam sparkling in his eyes. He understood that he could not merely stand by and allow this malevolent aura to ravage the world unchecked. Dark Qian Renxue traveled swiftly. Within just 2 days, she had traversed the entirety of the Star Luo Empire. However, just as her figure swept past a village, a formidable and terrifying pressure suddenly manifested in the sky. Subsequently, a colossal Haotian hammer descended upon the dark Qian Renxue with great force. The speed of dark Qian Renxue suddenly faltered, her pupils constricted in alarm. Confronted by this unforeseen assault, her form whirled rapidly through the air, striving to evade the catastrophic blow. Yet, the Haotian hammer seemed to possess a will of its own, relentlessly pursuing her. Its immense shadow carving a deep trajectory in the air, exuding an aura of utter destruction. A thunderous roar echoed through the atmosphere, as if the very fabric of space were being torn asunder by this overwhelming power. Dark Qian Renxue momentarily flickered, narrowly escaping the direct impact of the hammer's head. But the residual shockwave still left her heart racing. As she looked up, a figure leapt from the distant mountaintop, wielding the Haotian hammer as if a war deity had descended. In the twilight that enveloped the world, Tang Hao stood like an indomitable giant, firmly grasping a black-red Haotian hammer. Its surface shimmered like the flames of an abyss, radiating a fierce and untamed brilliance. His strides were resolute and powerful, each step seemingly capable of trembling the earth itself. With each movement, the fiery red markings upon Tang Hao's body revealed themselves, pulsating like molten lava, brimming with an unparalleled strength. Simultaneously, the space around him appeared to be torn apart, as 9 soul rings, gold, purple, black, and crimson, twisted and spiraled around him in a frenzied dance. These 9 soul rings resembled brilliant celestial bodies, each emitting distinct luminescence, intercommunicating to form an indescribable pressure. Particularly striking was the 9th scarlet soul ring, resembling a blood-red moon. Its profound and eerie hue alone could instill fear in the hearts of onlookers. Within this scarlet ring lay an unfathomable darkness and a thirst for slaughter, each flicker seemingly capable of devouring all in its path. It was not merely a soul ring, but rather a bottomless black hole of souls, emanating a suffocating sense of oppression. In this realm, Tang Hao appeared as a reaper risen from the depths of hell, brandishing the Haotian hammer, encircled by the 9 soul rings, with the terrifying 9th ring casting a chilling aura. His emergence heralded the foreboding of an impending tempest. Leaving all in awe, the cold wind howled, stirring up clouds of dust as if chronicling the sorrows of times past. Upon this desolate land, a name thundered like a bolt of lightning, the Spirit Hall. Tang Hao, a name that once sent tremors throughout the Douluo continent, now erupted from his shattered throat in a roar. His voice was laden with boundless fury, as if he sought to rend the very sky asunder. His eyes, consumed by hatred, glowed with a blood-red hue, reminiscent of hellfire, igniting in the darkness. Opposite him stood a tall, exquisitely beautiful woman, dark Qian Renxue. Her eyes sparkled with a complex array of emotions, nostalgia for her father, enmity for her foe, and an overwhelming dread towards the man before her. She recognized that this Haotian Douluo, the one who had slain her father, was among the most formidable beings on this continent. Yet, at this moment, Dark Qian Renxue was merely a 6-ring soul emperor. Though she possessed extraordinary talent, she still appeared diminutive in the face of absolute power. Her heart brimmed with resentment and helplessness, for she understood that she could not contend with this formidable man. Tang Hao's silhouette gradually faded into the darkness, yet his voice resonated like thunder in the ears of Dark Qian Renxue. He roared, denouncing the sins of the Spirit Hall, each word striking like a sharp blade, piercing deeply into the heart of Dark Qian Renxue. You have taken everything from me. I will make you pay. Tang Hao's voice echoed through the night sky, as if he sought to level the entire Spirit Hall to the ground. Dark Qian Renxue clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging into her flesh. But she remained indifferent to the pain. She knew she could not retreat. Even in the face of overwhelming foes, she must avenge her father. Their gazes met in the air, as if igniting the entire night sky. This was a battle of life and death, a fateful confrontation. In this moment filled with excitement and tension, whoever emerged victorious would become a legend upon this continent. Tang Hao furrowed his brow slightly, a flicker of astonishment rising within him. He had not anticipated that this young girl, so youthful, could possess such astonishing momentum and strength. Taking a deep breath, he spoke in a low, resolute tone. A young emperor such as yourself, if not eradicated today, will surely become a grave threat to my Haotian sect in the future. No sooner had the words left his lips than Tang Hao's body surged forward like an arrow released from its bow. The Haotian hammer, firmly grasped in his hand, gleamed with a cold light under the moon's radiance, as if it contained the power to annihilate the heavens and the earth. Observing this, Dark Qian Renshue's eyes flickered with a chilling glimmer. She moved swiftly, transforming into a shadowy wraith, racing towards Tang Hao. The distance between them diminished instantaneously, as if they were destined to collide. However, at the very moment of impending contact, Tang Hao swung the Haotian hammer with tremendous force, crashing it down upon Dark Qian Renxue. The strike was so powerful that it seemed to tear the air asunder, producing a sharp, piercing howl. Dark Qian Renshue's expression shifted, yet she harbored no intention of retreat. With a deft twist of her body, she skillfully evaded the attack of the Haotian hammer while simultaneously conjuring a dark luminescence in her hand, launching a counterstrike against Tang Hao. Their figures intertwined in the night sky, each clash resonating with thunderous reverberations. Their movements were as swift as lightning, as if time itself had come to a standstill. The surrounding air warped under their formidable presence, creating swirling currents that engulfed everything in their vicinity. Tang Hao understood that although Dark Qian Renxue was young, her strength was not to be underestimated. He had to exert his utmost effort to completely vanquish her. Thus, he swung the Haotian hammer once more, unleashing an even more ferocious assault. Dark Qian Renxue, undeterred, engaged in a breathtaking duel with him, showcasing astonishing speed and power. The intensity of their battle escalated. Each strike resonated with the force of thunder, and every collision seemed capable of rending space itself. The swirling air currents grew denser, as if they threatened to envelop the entire world. The outcome of this battle will undoubtedly determine the fate of the Haotian sect. However, at this very moment, a momentary lapse from the Dark Qian Renxue presented Tang Hao with an unparalleled opportunity. With an indomitable light flickering in his eyes, A torrential force surged from within him, coalescing upon the colossal hammer he wielded. In that fleeting instant, he seemed to connect with the very essence of heaven and earth, transforming into an immovable monolith. With a thunderous crash, Tang Hao's hammer descended like the wrath of the heavens, striking forcefully against the soul power shield of dark Qian Renxue. The shield shattered instantaneously under the hammer's might, fracturing like fragile glass. The immense impact swept through like a tempest, leaving dark Qian Renxue feeling an irresistible force bearing down upon her. She violently expelled a mouthful of blood, her body resembling a leaf caught in a turbulent tide, uncontrollably propelled backward. Meanwhile, within the palace of the Tiando Empire, the atmosphere grew unbearably tense. The Snow Knight Emperor gazed in astonishment at Xue Qinghe, witnessing the usually composed and reserved crown prince now pale as a specter, with crimson stains adorning his lips. His hands gripped the armrests of his chair tightly, as if endeavoring to restrain something within himself. The surrounding ministers fell into a stunned silence, exchanging anxious glances filled with trepidation. The Snow Knight Emperor hastily rose and approached Xue Qinghe, inquiring with genuine concern, "Qinghe, what is amiss? Do you feel unwell?" Xue Qinghe struggled to lift his gaze, a flicker of anguish crossing his features. He inhaled deeply, attempting to quell the turmoil within, yet the violent shockwaves emanating from afar crashed upon him like a cataclysm, rendering him powerless. Gritting his teeth, he managed to utter, "Father, I am fine, merely a bit unwell." The air within the palace seemed to freeze, enveloped in a profound silence, broken only by the Snow Knight Emperor's worried voice echoing in the stillness. He extended a hand to offer his son some warmth, but upon touching Xue Qinghe's icy skin, he felt the tremors of his heart. Xue Qinghe's complexion was as pale as the first snow of winter, his lips quivering slightly as he valiantly fought against his body's tremors. Yet he could not conceal the profound sense of powerlessness rising from the depths of his being. He reluctantly raised his gaze to meet that of the Snow Knight Emperor, whose eyes, once filled with wisdom and resolve, now reflected confusion and sorrow. In a corner, Xue Bing maintained a composed demeanor, yet a subtle complexity flickered in his eyes. He slightly turned his head, his gaze shifting between Xue Qinghe and the Snow Knight Emperor, as if pondering something significant. The atmosphere in the palace thickened further, the very air seeming to solidify, leaving only the faint sound of Xue Qinghe's labored breaths resonating in the silence. Upon Xue Qinghe's unsteady return to the opulent prince's palace, the tightly shut doors severed all external scrutiny. Behind those doors, an unusual light flickered, as if some arcane magic was quietly at work. Xue Qinghe's figure began to distort and transform within the radiant glow, ultimately vanishing his handsome princely visage, replaced by that of an enchanting woman of unparalleled beauty. Qian Renxue stood before the mirror, reflecting her current disheveled state. Her once porcelain-like visage now bore no trace of color, with a faint, still wet smear of blood at the corner of her lips, rendering the sight harrowing. Her eyes remained tightly shut, as if she were striving to suppress the agony raging within her. Her chest heaved violently, each breath accompanied by a fit of harsh coughing, as if she might expel her very innards. She clutched the edge of the dressing table with a grip so tight that her fingertips turned pale. Yet not a sound escaped her lips. She silently endured it all. As Xue Qinghe stumbled away, the heavy atmosphere within the palace shattered like broken ice, fracturing the tension instantaneously. In the shadows, two figures emerged like phantoms, guardians of the dark, the titled Douluo, Dark Sting, and Serpent Spear. Their expressions were grave, their eyes glimmering with concern and vigilance. Dark Sting, agile and swift, approached Qian Renxue, his hands gently supporting her as if fearing to disturb her fragile spirit. Serpent Spear followed closely, his gaze sweeping across the palace, seemingly searching for lurking threats. "Young master, what has happened?" Dark Sting's voice was low and laden with worry. Qian Renxue slowly opened her eyes, a flicker of determination and resilience igniting within them. She gestured lightly with her hand, signaling her well-being. Yet her pallid complexion and the blood at her lips rendered her injuries impossible to overlook. "I am fine," Qian Renxue answered, her tone dismissive, though a subtle hint of confusion lingered in her brow. Ever since she had set foot in the territory of the Tiando Empire, she had not encountered a single battle. Thus, it was inconceivable that she bore any internal wounds. Suddenly, a shadow crossed her mind. Dark Qian Renxue, this presence, inseparable from her, resonated with her, as if they were reflections in a mirror. Realization dawned upon her. Only if dark Qian Renxue had suffered grave harm would she be affected, akin to an invisible ripple radiating through the depths of her soul. She quietly embraced the pain emanating from this alternate self, as if she could touch the tenacious and unwavering spirit of dark Qian Renxue. Tang Hao stood resolute, his mighty Haotian hammer raised high to the heavens. The overwhelming soul power surging like molten lava, swiftly painting the sky in a blinding crimson hue. Dark Qian Renxue appeared utterly disheveled, clutching her wildly beating heart with one hand, blood spilling from her lips like scattered crimson beads, dotting her snow-white gown. Her eyes shimmered with defiance and shock as she gazed upon the impending hammer of destruction. Scum of the Spirit Hall. Tang Hao's voice rang out cold as iron, brimming with boundless fury and murderous intent. Today, let me, Tang Hao, exact a measure of retribution for the innocent lives lost. With a thunderous shout, the soul power coalescing within the Haotian hammer reached its zenith, akin to a brilliant meteor streaking across the sky, hurtling towards dark Qian Renxue with ferocity. The overwhelming momentum seemed to make the very heavens tremble, an oppressive force that enveloped the battlefield with suffocating intensity. At this moment, the dark figure of Qian Renxue appeared as if completely engulfed by shadows, her countenance as pale as parchment, seemingly drained of all vitality. As a level 95 titled Douluo, even in her injured state, her power was far beyond that of a mere soul emperor. Yet, the harsh reality lay before her, and she felt an unprecedented sense of despair. In this life-and-death moment, Qian Renxue suddenly emitted a sorrowful laugh, a sound filled with boundless grief and helplessness, as if it were a cry from the depths of her soul. Unexpectedly, amidst this perilous situation, the image of a young boy surfaced in her mind, a boy who once illuminated her life, offering her endless hope and warmth. However, now she found herself struggling alone in this darkness. While that boy remained an unreachable memory, she could not help but reminisce about the moments shared with him. Days filled with laughter and sunlight. Yet, reality was merciless, and she had to confront the predicament before her. In the unending darkness, Qian Renxue resembled a flickering candle flame, consuming the last remnants of her soul power. Her body gradually became ethereal, as though a gust of wind could disperse her. Nevertheless, deep within her eyes flickered a resolute light, a manifestation of fearlessness and determination, as if she had cast aside all concern for life and death. In that decisive instant, Qian Renxue faced the thunderous hammer wielded by Tang Hao without fear. As her figure collided with the hammer, it felt as if time itself froze at that moment. She did not retreat or evade. Instead, she chose direct confrontation, embodying her absolute trust in her own strength and her yearning for victory. That strike reverberated throughout the surroundings. In this vast expanse, the once mighty mountains seemed to tremble under tremendous force, collapsing into a flat wasteland. As the residual waves gradually dissipated and the dust settled, the dark figure of Qian Renxue, who had stood at the center of the battlefield, had vanished without a trace. Tang Hao possessed unwavering confidence in his own strength. Despite being gravely injured at this moment, his pride and dominance remained undiminished. He understood that the blow he had just delivered was a full-force thunderous strike. Even an 80-level soul Douluo would find it impossible to emerge unscathed. On the battlefield, only Tang Hao remained, standing quietly, his gaze piercing as if he could see through all illusions. His silhouette grew larger in the twilight, resembling an insurmountable mountain towering over the wasteland. And rest easy. Tang Hao's voice resonated deeply and resolutely, each word akin to a vow pressed from the depths of his heart. The Spirit Hall owes us a debt. I shall settle it one by one until they repay all their sins. His fist clenched tightly, veins bulging, as if he sought to channel all his anger and determination into that gesture. He slowly turned, his gaze sweeping over the mountains now reduced to ruins. The vitality and prosperity of yesteryears long gone, leaving only devastation in its wake. Yet, within Tang Hao's heart, there was not a trace of remorse. Only endless determination and resolve. With a swift motion, he vanished like a specter, leaving behind a vow that echoed in the wind. I shall make them understand the true cost. Meanwhile, within the prince's residence, Qian Renxue was quietly cultivating to heal her injuries when suddenly, she seemed to be struck heavily, and a mouthful of fresh blood erupted forth, staining her garment crimson. This time, her complexion was no longer the pale hue of before, but rather a ghastly white, as if all vitality had been ruthlessly stripped away in that moment. Her eyes were filled with dread and despair, as though she had witnessed the most horrifying sight imaginable. My counterpart has been slain. Qian Renxue's voice trembled. Disbelief etched across her features. In the instant when the dark Qian Renxue vanished completely, all memories surged forth like a tidal wave, mercilessly battering her soul. As Qian Renxue coughed up blood again, the splattering crimson resembled a torrential downpour, causing the pupils of the serpent spear Douluo and the spike porcupine Douluo to constrict in shock and fear. Although they understood that this must be a consequence of the dark Qian Renxue's predicament, witnessing their young master in such agony stirred an indescribable worry within them. Qian Renxue gently lifted her hand, her fingertips brushing against the blood at the corner of her lips, elegantly wiping it away as if it were a trivial matter. However, within her profound gaze, a flicker of furious fire ignited, akin to an imminent volcanic eruption, brimming with unending wrath. Through gritted teeth, she forced out a name, Tang Hao. This name acted as an incantation, unleashing her anger like a surging tide, filled with boundless hatred and resolve. In the silence of the room, Qian Renxue's delicate fists clenched tightly, as rigid as frozen frost. When she struck down, the armrest of the chair disintegrated under her strength, scattering into splinters. Though she still possessed the sixth soul skill to summon the dark Qian Renxue, at this moment, her breath was erratic, like a candle flame swaying in a tempest. On the brink of extinguishment, Qian Renxue was acutely aware that she was no longer in her peak condition. Forcing her soul power at this juncture would only be akin to pouring salt onto a wound. A glimmer of determination flashed in her eyes, yet it could not conceal the hint of helplessness. In this pivotal moment, she needed to remain calm, lest her impulsiveness plunge her into a deeper crisis. Within the borders of the Douluo Empire, in the vast expanse of its realm, Hirse, the newly appointed head of the law enforcement hall, had quietly risen to prominence. His name now resonated throughout the martial world. In terms of strength, he was unfathomably profound. In terms of reputation, he was renowned far and wide. And in terms of character, he was highly regarded. At this moment, my Kai found himself within the Zhu family residence of the Douluo Empire. The master of this abode, Zhu Ganglai, was a formidable 85th-level agility-type soul Douluo, whose name echoed throughout the Douluo Empire, known by all. The esteemed elder of the law enforcement has graced us with his presence. Our negligence and carelessness are truly a breach of etiquette, and we beseech the elder for your forgiveness. Zhu Ganglai, known for his astute dealings, now expressed genuine respect, conveying his sincerity and goodwill towards my Kai. A few days ago, my Kai faced the formidable Starry Emperor alone, a breathtaking spectacle witnessed by Zhu Ganglai from the shadows. He beheld my Kai's valiant courage, as well as his extraordinary strength and audacity. Thus, when my Kai appeared before him, Zhu Ganglai felt a mix of reverence and admiration. He understood that such a formidable individual deserved his utmost respect and honor. Without hesitation, he expressed his esteem, hoping to cultivate a favorable relationship with this powerful figure. As my Kai entered the resplendent halls of the Zhu family estate, the opulence was striking, with intricately carved beams and painted ceilings exuding an air of nobility. His discerning gaze swept around the room until it landed on the Starry Emperor, who sat imperiously in the main seat, a barely perceptible glint of malice in his eyes. The attendants around him bowed their heads submissively, creating an atmosphere thick with tension. My Kai continued his stride, approaching the Starry Emperor directly, each step echoing like a heartbeat, provoking a subtle tremor among the onlookers. Upon reaching the Emperor, he inclined his head slightly in a gesture of respect. The Starry Emperor responded with a faint smile, devoid of any warmth, and intoned gravely, "Esteemed elder, I have long admired your esteemed reputation. It is indeed a fortunate occasion to meet you today." With an impassive countenance, my Kai replied coolly, "Your Majesty is too kind. May I inquire what wisdom you wish to impart by summoning me today?" He was acutely aware of the political intricacies at play. Fully cognizant that this was a banquet of peril, he chose to attend alone. In the stillness of that night, both men tacitly avoided discussing their recent confrontation, as if it were a nightmare never to have occurred. For the Starry Emperor, that memory felt like a sky cleaved by a sharp blade, leaving behind an unhealable rift. Once a sovereign of unmatched prowess, he had been ruthlessly crushed by my Kai, marking a glaring blemish upon his life. an indelible shadow that loomed over him ever since donning the crown. The Starry Emperor, once a figure who gazed down upon the world with invincible authority, now found himself humbled and cast down from his pedestal after that confrontation. A profound affront to his dignity. He understood that this failure was not merely a defeat in battle, but a significant setback on his path to dominion. In that moment, his authority and dignity seemed to be mercilessly stripped away, leaving behind only a shattered heart and boundless regret. Thus, they opted for silence, choosing to forget. Yet that pain and humiliation were like a brand etched into their very souls, a constant reminder of their past defeat. In the long hours of the night, they might silently reflect within, perhaps even revisit that battlefield in dreams, but regardless, they could not erase the weighty shadow that lingered. As my Kai stepped into the grand hall, a chilling undercurrent seemed to rise silently from the stone beneath his feet, akin to a hidden current lurking beneath the abyss. Stirring yet elusive, his senses sharpened to an acute degree, as if he could perceive the intangible threat surrounding him. Dozens of soul saints, 4 soul Douluos, and 2 titled Douluos. A glint of sharpness flashed in my Kai's eyes as he mentally assessed these forces. They were no ordinary adversaries. Each one represented the pinnacle of strength within the Starry Empire, their presence pressing down upon him like an insurmountable mountain. However, even in the face of such formidable power, my Kai's steps exhibited no hint of hesitation. He appeared to traverse a precarious tightrope amidst a tempest, undeterred by the abyss that loomed ahead. His gaze radiated unwavering resolve and confidence. He understood all too well that this was a battle concerning honor and dignity, a fight from which he could neither retreat nor evade. His confidence stemmed from an absolute trust in his own strength. He believed that regardless of the myriad challenges that lay ahead, he possessed the capability to surmount them all. His strides were steady and powerful, each step seeming to declare to the world that he, Might Guy, would not be vanquished by any adversity. In this moment, although he merely held the title of Enforcer Elder, his heart harbored aspirations for the exalted position of Judgment Elder. The allure of that power burned within him like a fierce fire in the depths of an abyss, igniting his soul and rendering him unable to resist its pull. At last, the day of the banquet arrived. The Star Luo Emperor, the supreme sovereign of the entire Star Luo Empire, appeared particularly composed today. Seated upon his throne, his gaze pierced the assembly, surveying each guest present. Before the banquet commenced officially, the Star Luo Emperor made an unexpected gesture. He extended an olive branch to Might Guy, with whom he had previously harbored grievances. This action undoubtedly transformed the atmosphere of the banquet. Although neither party mentioned the recent conflict, the ripples of that tempest had already stirred the hearts of all present. The events of that day lingered vividly in their minds, and every attendee was acutely aware of the undercurrents at play. Might Guy's intrusion into the Star Luo Imperial Palace was undeniably a brazen affront to the Star Luo Emperor, a stinging slap in the face. Yet, more astonishing was his ability to extricate himself with such poise, as if everything was within his control. In an unexpected turn, the Star Luo Emperor reached out to Might Guy with an olive branch, a gesture that left everyone present in a state of shock and bewilderment. Might Guy's valor and prowess had evidently posed a threat to the Emperor, yet he chose this manner to dissipate hostility. All eyes were riveted upon Might Guy, their breaths held in anticipation, as every subtle motion and flicker of his gaze resonated deeply within the hearts of those gathered. His decisions would not only dictate the forthcoming actions, but also profoundly shape the future dynamics of this continent for decades to come. Yet, at the center of this maelstrom, Might Guy remained remarkably tranquil. He gently lifted his teacup and drank the verdant tea in one gulp, as though it were not merely tea, but a testament to his unwavering resolve and indomitable courage. Unfazed and unconcerned by any potential treachery lurking within the beverage, his demeanor was calm and collected, radiating an air of nonchalance that seemed to affect everyone around him. Conversely, this very composure induced a sense of restlessness among the attendees. They yearned for a hint or guidance from him, yet Might Guy remained as inscrutable as a tranquil lake, its surface undisturbed, leaving them unable to fathom the true intentions of his heart. In that moment, time appeared to stand still. All eyes were fixated upon Might Kai, eagerly anticipating his next move, his decision, the moment that would alter the fate of the continent. Ahem, a slight indulgence from the humble author. As I had a particular fondness for the bold little girl who dared to challenge her destiny while immersed in the world of Douluo continent. Though it may not change much, at least I can lend her a hand here. A faint smile, imbued with an indescribable allure, graced Metikai's lips as he faced the outstretched hand of the Star Luo Emperor, a symbol of friendship and reconciliation. Without hesitation, he dismissively waved it away, letting that sincerity fall to the ground like a mere afterthought. This act was akin to delivering a resounding slap to the Star Luo Emperor's face in front of the assembled crowd, instantly igniting the previously tense atmosphere into a fervent uproar. Yet, in the face of Metikai's brazen rejection, the Star Luo Emperor remained remarkably composed, as if he had anticipated this turn of events all along. Leaning back languidly in his chair, his eyes sparkled with a profound brilliance, as if he had already discerned the depths of Metikai's soul. With a mere utterance from him, figures that had been lurking in the shadows surged forth, akin to ferocious beasts poised to pounce on their prey. The air in the venue seemed to freeze under an invisible frost, each inch heavy with a palpable sense of oppression. In this stifling atmosphere, even the slightest friction felt akin to kindling, ready to ignite an unforeseen conflict. One of the Soul Douluos, his voice low and sinister, seemed to emanate from the depths of the earth. Elder Lawmaker, I implore you to weigh His Majesty's proposal with utmost caution. His words hung abruptly in the air, yet the threat and warning they carried pierced the heart like a cold blade. There was no need for further elaboration. The menace woven into his words was sufficiently clear. In the current predicament, even a titled Douluo of level 97 would find it arduous to escape this invisible pressure. Here, every breath was laden with danger and unease, as if catastrophic forces could erupt at any moment. The message was unmistakably conveyed, yet Meitikai remained unfazed. Weary from the encounter, he felt no desire to linger in the Star Luo Empire since her departure. The following day, within the solemn confines of the imperial court of the Star Luo Empire, an unprecedented and significant decision was unveiled. The imperial family formally announced that, in order to maintain the delicate and precious harmony with the Spirit Hall, they had made a decision of historic magnitude. In this ancient and enigmatic land of the Star Luo Empire, a legendary tale of the heart of the war god had long been whispered. It was the national treasure, brimming with boundless power and wisdom, traditionally referenced only in the direst moments of the empire. Now, for the sake of peaceful coexistence with the Spirit Hall, it would be offered forth. The news swept through the Star Luo Empire like a tempest, igniting fervent discussions among the populace, some gasping in awe, others lamenting, while many silently prayed. Those who had once participated in that harrowing banquet felt the tumult of emotions swell within them. That night, they had borne witness to the might and terror embodied by the green figure. With a single strike, the true form of the martial soul shattered like fragile porcelain, as a tempest of fireballs descended upon the battlefield, mercilessly suppressing the Soul Douluo, leaving them utterly powerless to retaliate. Even more astonishing was the fact that the combined might of the two titled Douluo could not withstand a single exchange against that green figure. At that moment, the name Maikai became an eternal nightmare etched in their hearts. His power, his might, seemed to create an insurmountable chasm between them. Yet, they learned that for the sake of the Empire's peace, their royal family had decided to relinquish a treasure as invaluable as the heart of the war god. In that instant, the entire Star Luo Empire appeared to be engulfed in profound contemplation. Once the affairs of the Star Luo Empire had settled, Maikai chose not to linger. He understood that while this land was beautiful, it was not his ultimate destination. The following day, as the first light of dawn kissed the horizon, Maikai awakened early. Greeted by the morning sun, he was acutely aware that today marked his farewell to this land. It was time to pass the weight of his responsibilities smoothly to his successor. As he pushed open the heavy wooden door of the law enforcement hall, an unusual aura enveloped him. Maikai scanned the courtyard and quickly spotted an extraordinary figure. It was a young girl clad in a black form-fitting outfit, resembling a sprite of the night. Two cat ear-like hair accessories playfully perched atop her head, adding an element of charm. Her face, smooth as cream, bore a faint blush that emanated an innocent aura. Yet, within her bright eyes sparkled a depth and vigilance that belied her tender age. She stood quietly in the shadows, her gaze firmly fixed upon Maikai, akin to a poised cheetah ready to pounce on its prey. A slight shiver coursed through Maikai, yet he betrayed no alarm. Maintaining a steady gaze with the girl, attempting to glean more information from her expression. Her eyes shone like the brightest stars in the night sky, dazzling and unforgettable, leaving an indelible mark deep within his soul. However, when the source of this brilliance was revealed, it was merely a youthful girl, her crystalline gaze exuding innocence and purity. As the guardian of the law enforcement hall, Kai would not easily stoop to the folly of intimidating the young. He understood that a true stronghold must embody grace, demonstrating tolerance and respect toward the weak. Moreover, the girl's ability to stealthily infiltrate the grand courtyard of the law enforcement hall spoke volumes of her courage and prowess. Morning light filtered through the gossamer curtains, casting a gentle glow upon the tranquil courtyard. At that moment, Kai's servant arrived punctually with a sumptuous breakfast. He walked gracefully to the stone table and sat down, ready to savor the morning delicacies. Just as he took a delicate bite of the golden bread, his ears caught a faint sound, the soft gurgling of the girl's stomach, reminiscent of a brook gently flowing in the morning's serenity. Kai furrowed his brow momentarily, then relaxed once more, inhaling deeply, as if to absorb the freshness of the morning into his very being. He gestured lightly for the servant to prepare another portion of breakfast. Subsequently, he raised his head and gazed towards the little girl peering shyly from a distance. A gentle smile gracing his face as if a spring breeze had brushed across a serene lake. "Child," he softly beckoned, "come here, your breakfast awaits." The little girl, seemingly drawn by this warm invitation, cautiously approached, her eyes shimmering with anticipation and gratitude. With a smile, Metik slid the breakfast towards her, gesturing for her to sit and enjoy. In the tranquility of that morning, a simple meal transformed into a bridge connecting two souls. Despite a tinge of unease nestled within her heart, the little girl mustered her courage and carefully advanced forward. Though her steps were somewhat unsteady, each movement was imbued with determination. When she finally stood before Metik, it was the first time he fully beheld her visage. Her face, delicate as a porcelain doll and slightly cherubic, radiated an undeniable charm. Yet, it was the pure light in her eyes, clear and untainted like a mountain spring, that captivated him, rendering any dark thoughts inconceivable in her presence. "My dear, having partaken of my meal, you must tell me your name in return," Metik said with a smile, his voice as gentle as a caressing breeze. The little girl paused, momentarily taken aback. Then her bright eyes sparkled like stars as she looked up at Metik and softly replied, "My name is Zhu Zhuqing." Her voice, though soft, echoed with a clarity that resembled the melodious flow of a mountain stream, uplifting the spirit. As the two savored the lavish breakfast laid before them, Metik slowly set down his chopsticks and turned his gaze towards the girl sitting quietly beside him, gently inquiring about the particulars of her visit. "You bear the surname Zhu, originating from the illustrious Duke of the Underworld's household," he remarked, a hint of subtle curiosity lacing his tone. After all, just days prior, he had encountered the current head of the Zhu family, the memory of their encounter still vivid in his mind. Yet today, the daughter of that very family unexpectedly stood before him, the reason for her presence utterly perplexing. Zhu Zhuqing lowered her gaze, remaining silent, merely nodding slightly as if to tacitly acknowledge Metik's conjecture. Observing her response, a spark of intrigue glimmered in Metik's eyes as he scrutinized the young girl before him, as if seeking to unravel deeper truths hidden within her. "So, as you embark on this journey, does your father know of your whereabouts?" His voice, rich and resonant, seemed capable of penetrating the very depths of one's soul. He yearned to discern whether this young lady was acting independently or if she was part of a more intricate scheme. Zhu Zhuqing nodded gently, the subtle motion conveying a profound sense of helplessness, serving as her response to Metik's inquiry. "My father insists I marry a stranger, claiming it is my destiny," she confessed, her hands clenched into fists, fingertips digging into her palms, as if seeking strength to resist this imposed fate. Her once bright eyes now brimmed with tears, crystalline and pure, as if a mere whisper of the wind could unleash the sorrow buried deep within her heart, compelling her to weep unabashedly. Upon hearing this response, a wave of complex emotions surged within Kai. During his time at the Spirit Hall, he had once heard whispers of such arrangements from the elders, but to hear it spoken by Zhu Zhuqing herself imbued it with an added bitterness and sense of helplessness. He understood that in this world, rife with rules and fate, individual will often appears utterly insignificant. Within the illustrious history of the Star Luo Empire, the legacy of the Nether White Tiger is regarded as a symbol of imperial authority. Every emperor must possess this mysterious and potent force. Thus, from the moment the princes took their first breaths, their fates became inexorably intertwined with the Zhu family, who bore the bloodline of the Nether Spirit Cat. From a young age, these princes were bound by arranged engagements with the young ladies of the Zhu family, not merely political unions, but rather a means to ensure the perfect fusion of the Nether White Tiger and the Nether Spirit Cat bloodlines, thereby birthing even more formidable descendants. Their childhoods were spent amid the complex courtly rituals and rigorous education, while the shadow of the ethereal blue cat emerged as their deepest hope and yearning. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The princes were destined to endure a series of brutal competitions, struggling for survival amidst the whirlpool of power and desire, engaging in life-and-death battles with their brothers. In this war devoid of smoke, only the most formidable, cunning, and ruthless individuals could ultimately ascend to the throne, reigning above all. My Kai reclined languidly against the weathered stone table's edge, his elbow resting casually on its surface, cradling his weighty thoughts in his palm as he gently supported his forehead. His gaze was fixed upon the woman before him, Zhu Zhuqing, whose eyes brimmed with fragility, as if tears were poised to cascade at any moment. A profound and ineffable ripple stirred within my Kai's heart, a blend of deep sympathy and an irresistible sense of responsibility. He was acutely aware that the fate confronting Zhu Zhuqing was not one she could easily counter. Her strength appeared diminutive and helpless in the face of such overwhelming destiny. At this moment, she required more than just a bystander. She needed someone who could extend a hand and shelter her beneath a protective sky. A powerful impulse surged within him, a desire to act on her behalf, to alter the course of her fate. This urge was so intense that he could almost feel the tremor of his own heart, an irresistible force propelling him toward Zhu Zhuqing, toward that fragile soul ensnared by fate. Miss Second of the Zhu family, what brings you to this domain of the Spirit Hall? My Kai's voice was calm and unruffled, as tranquil as a still lake. He slightly raised his gaze, scrutinizing the woman before him, and inquired softly, "Do you not realize that there is no room left for negotiation between myself, the Star Luo imperial family, and the Zhu clan?" However, Zhu Zhuqing merely shook her head slightly, her eyes as cold as frost, unwaveringly fixed on my Kai, as though she sought to penetrate the depths of his soul. "I am well aware that the esteemed elder possesses extraordinary strength, while I, Zhu Zhuqing, am but an inconsequential second daughter of the Zhu family." Her voice, though soft, carried an undeniable conviction. "I did not come here ignorant or unafraid, but rather with a heartfelt plea to the esteemed elder, requesting assistance to leave the starry empire in search of a new horizon." As her words lingered in the air, the entire space seemed to descend into a brief silence. Mike Kai's gaze rested upon her for a moment before he spoke slowly. "I am aware of your request. But do you understand that departing from the Starry Empire means relinquishing everything? Your family, your identity, even your future?" Zhu Zhuqing did not waver. She nodded, her voice growing even more resolute. "I understand. Yet, I am willing to bear it all. For it is only by leaving that I may discover the path that truly belongs to me." Mike Kai fell silent for a moment, then finally replied, "Very well. I shall grant your wish. But remember, this is your choice. You must bear the consequences of whatever the future holds." Zhu Zhuqing knelt heavily, her eyes shimmering with unwavering determination. "Thank you, esteemed elder. I shall not disappoint you." Astute and worldly, much like a cunning old fox, Mike Kai was adept at reading the hearts of people. He discerned that the cool demeanor exuding from this young girl was not a reflection of her inherent coldness, but rather a mechanism of self-protection. At her tender age, she ought to be filled with boundless dreams and aspirations for the future, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and anticipation for the world. Yet, the wheel of fate had inadvertently paved a predetermined path for her, extinguishing the flame of hope within her the moment she discovered her future was bound. What remained was a silent ash of despair. Zhu Zhuqing. Behind this name lay her unspoken suffering and helplessness. In that moment, her heart must have felt as if it were being eroded by the harshness of winter, cold and desolate. At Mike Kai's gentle summons, several envoys adorned in the distinctive garments of the Spirit Hall quietly entered the room. Their presence infused the previously tranquil space with an air of solemnity and mystery. Without hesitation, Zhu Zhuqing positioned herself at the center of the awakening stone. Her gaze was steadfast, imbued with a hint of curiosity and anticipation for the unknown. "Relax your mind. Free yourself of distractions. Simply attune your heart to the sensations." My soul power will guide you into the realm of spirits. The voice of Hills was like a gentle spring breeze, warm yet powerful. Zhu Zhuqing inhaled deeply and slowly closed her eyes. Her heart gradually found tranquility, as if the entire world had quieted around her. She felt Hill's soul power flowing into her being like a gentle stream, tender yet potent, guiding her to explore the strength hidden deep within her body. Under the influence of this force, Zhu Zhuqing seemed to enter an entirely new realm. Her senses heightened, allowing her to perceive every subtle change within her. She felt as though she had become one with the world, intricately connected to Hill's soul power. As time passed, Zhu Zhuqing began to sense an unprecedented force coalescing within her. When her form was enveloped in a profound violet glow, a slender tail gracefully extended from her back, while a pair of fluffy cat ears emerged atop her head. This sudden transformation enveloped her in an aura of mystique, rendering her even more enchanting and imbued with strength. Meitikai observed the scene with little surprise, merely nodding slightly, just as he had anticipated. His gaze conveyed an affirmation of the girl's prowess, coupled with a serene acceptance of the unfolding reality. The ethereal spirit cat martial soul, he mused inwardly, closely aligned with his previous conjectures. He then gently signaled to a nearby attendant to prepare for Zhu Zhuqing's forthcoming spirit power assessment. Hills, the ever-gracious and composed servant, nodded in acknowledgement of the instruction. He approached Zhu Zhuqing with a seemingly ordinary, yet intricately significant, testing orb in hand. "Please place your hand upon it," he intoned, his voice as gentle as a spring breeze, yet imbued with solemnity. Zhu Zhuqing complied, delicately positioning her hand atop the orb, ready to embrace the forthcoming evaluation of her spirit power. The moment her slender fingertips brushed against the surface of the orb, it erupted into a dazzling radiance, akin to a star igniting in the night sky. This sudden brilliance elicited a look of astonishment from Hills, who had not anticipated that the seemingly petite girl before him possessed innate spirit power of the 8th rank, a testament to her exceptional talent. Hills himself, though he also bore innate spirit power of the 8th rank, had suffered due to past recklessness and greed, which led him to absorb spirit rings beyond his capacity, ultimately hindering his innate gifts. Since then, his journey of spirit power growth had been fraught with obstacles, potentially forever stalling at the 86th level, unable to progress further. In stark contrast, Zhu Zhuqing stood at the same starting point, yet her future brimmed with boundless possibilities. Should she steadfastly pursue her path with diligent cultivation, she might very well transcend her limits and reach the fabled realm of tidal Douluo. Contemplating this, Hills could not help but feel a surge of anticipation and admiration for Zhu Zhuqing's future. As he gazed upon her, an unmistakable envy shone in his eyes, a sentiment quietly noticed by Meitikai standing nearby. However, at that moment, Meitikai withheld any promises, instead etching this moment deeply within his heart. Under Hill's careful guidance, Zhu Zhuqing gently withdrew her martial soul, a mysterious force within her gradually returning to tranquility. A loving smile graced Hill's face as he approached her, his voice soft yet resolute. "My dear girl, from this day forth, you officially embark on the path of a spirit master. It is a journey filled with challenges and opportunities. May you forge ahead, fearless and undeterred." Zhu Zhuqing nodded softly, her eyes shimmering with determination. Her response, though simple, was infused with hope and resolve for the future. At that very moment, a long-forgotten voice echoed in Meitikai's mind. "Ding! Detected a person of great fortune. Zhu Zhuqing, please. Host, make a choice." The system presented two choices. 1. To extinguish the life of the one destined for great fortune, rewarded with a storage necklace. 2. To nurture the growth of the one destined for great fortune, rewarded with a storage necklace. Though the rewards appeared identical, the profound implications concealed within were as deep as an abyss. Meitikai understood that each choice would lead him down a radically different path, rendering the future enigmatic and fraught with uncertainty. After much contemplation, his gaze resolutely settled upon option 2. He recognized that the child before him, Zhu Zhuqing, was merely a 6-year-old girl, innocent and pure, brimming with vitality like the rising sun. Faced with such a pristine existence, his well-cultivated sense of morality vehemently repudiated any notion of extinguishing the life of a 6-year-old child. Since he could not extinguish her life, he opted for an alternative path to assist her in her growth. This was a decision laden with challenges and hope, one he was willing to embrace. Using his strength to guide Zhu Zhuqing towards a brighter future. He believed that only in this manner could he truly embody the noble spirit and responsibilities of a warrior. Should Zhu Zhuqing's fate veer off the righteous path in the future, straying into darkness, he vowed that in her moment of despair, he would personally rescue her from the abyss, even if such salvation came at the cost of her life. Time flowed swiftly, and before long, it was midday. Zhu Zhuqing gathered all her belongings and boarded the carriage alongside Might Kai. As the carriage gradually departed from the starry royal city, she delicately lifted a corner of the curtain to glance back at the place where she had grown up. The familiar palace, the streets where she once played, and the starry sky she had gazed upon countless times all melded into a faint sorrow in her heart as the carriage continued its journey away. Meanwhile, Qian Renxue had also taken action. The flames of vengeance burned fiercely within her heart due to Tang Hao's slaying of the dark Qian Renxue, an anger that could not be quelled. Thus, she quietly revealed Tang Hao's hiding place to the spirit hall, fueled by her thirst for retribution. However, when this information reached Bibidong's ears like a tempest, she did not, as everyone expected, immediately dispatch elite forces to capture Tang Hao. Instead, she chose to suppress the news deeply. The carriage moved steadily along its lengthy journey, the sun now high in the sky, casting dappled shadows within. Where time seemed to stretch, Zhu Zhuqing's stomach, having endured the prolonged jostling and travel, began to rumble softly. She lowered her head slightly, a blush gracing her cheeks. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, naturally not one to trouble others, boarding Might Kai's carriage had already taken all her courage. At that moment, to voice her needs to this stranger felt like an insurmountable challenge. Yet, how could Zhu Zhuqing's subtle concerns escape Might Kai's notice? The moment her stomach began to rumble, that faint sound brushed against his ears. He understood that this little girl must be hungry, yet stubbornly wished to conceal it. Perhaps Zhu Zhuqing believed her efforts to mask her discomfort were clever enough, but to Might Kai, every minute gesture of hers was as transparent as ink upon white paper. He offered a faint smile, resolved to alleviate the awkward atmosphere in his own way. Might Kai gently waved his hand and skillfully retrieved several meticulously prepared provisions from the mysterious and intricate storage soul guide at his waist. With another subtle smile, he took out the precious storage necklace bestowed upon him by the system, placing it in the palm of his hand. Here, have something to eat. Might Kai extended the lightly fragrant food towards Zhu Zhuqing, his eyes brimming with concern and anticipation. During this time, you must dedicate yourself to cultivation. Once you achieve the 10th level, I shall personally guide you to hunt for the soul ring that matches your essence. His words resonated with unwavering determination and promise, akin to a radiant star illuminating Zhu Zhuqing's path through the darkness. Subsequently, Might Kai handed the necklace to Zhu Zhuqing, the small token embedded within it shimmering softly, exuding an indescribable aura of authority and mystery. Keep this token safe. It will offer you a glimmer of hope in times of peril. His voice was deep and powerful, each word seemingly imbued with immense weight, enveloping Zhu Zhuqing in an unprecedented sense of security. Instinctively, she wished to decline, yet as she prepared to voice her refusal, Might Kai swiftly draped the exquisite necklace around her neck. The coolness of the necklace contrasted sharply with the warmth emanating from his fingertips. Within Zhu Zhuqing's heart, an indescribable emotion surged forth, a warmth she had never experienced even from her parents. It felt like a gentle spring breeze, quietly sweeping across a frozen lake, stirring ripples of feeling. At the tender age of 6, when one should embody innocence and carefree joy, Zhu Zhuqing, due to the whims of fate, had long departed from a home filled with laughter and mirth. Though her heart retained the purity of childhood, it also bore the weight of burdens not meant for her years. Yet, in this moment of unexpected warmth, a flicker of solace seemed to ease the heaviness within her. Might Kai chose silence, sitting quietly beside her, his eyes closed as if he were absorbing the rare tranquility surrounding them. As dusk descended, the sky darkened like ink, and the pace of the carriage slowed. The horses, not forged of iron, could not gallop ceaselessly. Thus, the night became their rare moment of repose and relaxation. The coachman adeptly settled the horses, securing their reins to ensure they could sleep soundly through the night. Meanwhile, Might Kai swiftly and skillfully erected 3 tents, providing shelter from the wind and rain for everyone. Zhu Zhuqing sat quietly beside the warm fire, its glow dancing upon her delicate and aloof features. Her gaze was deep and tranquil, as if it could engulf all emotions, rendering her inner turmoil inscrutable. She remained there, seemingly isolated from the world around her, immersed in her own thoughts. "Come, try this." Mai Kai's voice was gentle yet resolute, as he offered a tender rabbit bone to Zhu Zhuqing. A hint of hesitation flickered across Zhu Zhuqing's youthful visage, yet she ultimately acquiesced to accept this offering. "Zhu Zhuqing, what are your plans for the future?" asked Mai Kai. His voice laced with concern, aware that the girl before him was but 6 years old, still tender in her understanding of the world's harshness and uncertainties. Surviving alone in this vast, boundless world posed an immense challenge for her, especially with the century-old soul beasts lurking in the shadows, ready to claim her life at any moment. Zhu Zhuqing gently shook her head, taking a sizable bite of the soft-boned rabbit, chewing thoughtfully, as if contemplating something profound. "I do not know. I can only proceed and see what unfolds." She spoke softly yet resolutely, as if prepared to confront whatever lay ahead. Though the path before her was shrouded in uncertainty, she was willing to explore, to experience, and to grow step by step. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing's heart resembled a lake enveloped in mist, shimmering yet directionless. She gazed around in confusion, unable to identify a target for her journey or a guiding beacon within her soul. Nevertheless, as long as she could break free from the shackles that confined her like a bird in a cage, she felt a profound, ineffable satisfaction. The cage that once bound her and hindered her flight now seemed merely a symbol of power, an empty facade. Zhu Zhuqing had never harbored any lingering attachment or yearning for that lofty power. What she sought was the unbridled freedom to soar through the vast expanse of the world. Unrestrained and unencumbered, the first rays of dawn seeped through the tent seams, gently illuminating the space. As Zhu Zhuqing awakened from her slumber, her eyes brimmed with incredulous astonishment. To her utter surprise, she discovered that her soul power had experienced a remarkable surge overnight. Just the day before, her soul power had firmly resided at the 8th level. However, at this moment, that once steady energy had astonishingly ascended to the 10th level. Such a pace and magnitude were nearly unbelievable, akin to a fantastical tale that would hardly convince even the most ardent of readers if penned as a legendary narrative. Yet, Zhu Zhuqing felt the reality of it all. She meticulously reflected, striving to uncover the source of this sudden transformation. Her thoughts drifted back to the soft-boned rabbit from the previous night, an ostensibly ordinary creature. Yet it was a concealed millennium soul beast. The rabbit's flesh, nourished by a millennium of soul power, was exceptionally delectable, imbued with vibrant life and potent energy. At the time, she had not pondered deeply. She had merely relished the exquisite flavor and consumed it heartily. In retrospect, it appeared that the soul power within that rabbit had so wondrously melded with her being, propelling her soul power to unprecedented heights. After 3 days of arduous travel, the group finally arrived at Nodding City. The weary driver hastily disembarked, preparing to replenish essential supplies for the journey ahead. Meanwhile, Mai Kai resolved to seize this brief respite to embark with Zhu Zhuqing on her inaugural soul-hunting expedition. They entered the soul-hunting forest without obstruction, armed with the token of the Spirit Hall. The acquisition of each soul ring signifies a leap in power. Mai Kai cast a glance at the girl beside him. Zhu Zhuqing had remained taciturn throughout their journey, her bright eyes concealing emotions unknown to others. "My dear, you seem to harbor some concerns," Mai Kai inquired softly, his tone tinged with genuine concern. Zhu Zhuqing slightly shook her head, yet her small hand clutched tightly at the hem of Mai Kai's garment, as though seeking solace from his presence. She offered no reply, instead gazing silently ahead, as if confronting challenges that lay hidden within the dense woods. Mai Kai refrained from pressing further, understanding that a girl of her age might possess her own secrets and worries. He gently patted the back of Zhu Zhuqing's hand, imparting a measure of warmth and strength. "Do not worry. Your elder sister Xue was terrified when she acquired her 5th soul ring. Yet she emerged unscathed in the end." Without hesitation, Mai Kai began recounting the misadventures of Qian Renxue, with an ease that belied the gravity of the tale. He shared Qian Renxue's past, as if narrating a cherished adventure. This light-hearted exchange between them acted as a soothing balm, gradually warming Zhu Zhuqing's heart. The tension that had gripped her began to dissipate, replaced by a burgeoning curiosity and anticipation for the elder sister she had yet to meet. As they continued along their path, Mike Kai took the opportunity to disguise Zhu Zhuqing. Observing his own skills and transformation, he felt a sense of satisfaction. The pair pressed onward, relishing the rare tranquility of the moment. However, not far off, an unexpected commotion shattered the calm. Deep within the heart of the Soul Beast Forest, a distinctive aura resonated, indicative of a confrontation between soul masters and soul beasts. Yet, the fluctuations of soul power suggested that both parties appeared remarkably feeble at that moment. Nearby, a rugged man with stubble and a cropped hairstyle was leading a young boy, roughly Zhu Zhuqing's age, through the woods at a brisk pace. Though their steps were hurried, they exuded a sense of resolute determination, as if pursuing an ineffable opportunity. "Little San, focus," the man urged. "This mandala snake's attributes align perfectly with your blue-silver grass. We cannot allow it to escape." His voice carried an undeniable authority, his eyes glinting with the cunning and wisdom of a hunter. As his words fell, the man's figure suddenly stilled, a tremendous surge of soul power erupting from within him, coalescing into a comical pig martial spirit. While its appearance was endearing, its eyes sparkled with a fierce intensity, hinting at the potential for extraordinary power. Following this, the man began to chant incantations, and with a thunderous roar, the pig unleashed an astonishing soul skill, thunderous fart, rending the heavens. The resounding explosion echoed through the forest, as if the very air had been torn asunder. In the distance, Mike Kai felt drawn to the sudden disturbance, his gaze penetrating the layers of foliage to alight upon the tumultuous battleground. Yet, confusion and bewilderment clouded his expression, as if this scene defied the rules with which he was familiar. In the grand tapestry of Mei Kai's life, the existence of Yuxiagang undoubtedly stands as an indelible blemish, akin to the most glaring shadow in the night sky. Upon his arrival, he was naive and unsuspecting, seduced by the cunning Yuxiagang's silver-tongued persuasion, unwittingly becoming the latter's disciple and sharing a period of time that he would rather forget. It was during these fog-enshrouded days that an indescribable hatred began to fester deep within Mei Kai's heart. Each recollection of being manipulated ignited an unquenchable fury within him, with his disdain for Yuxiagang growing uncontrollably like wild grass. If only time could reverse, he would never allow himself to fall into such a predicament. Yet, life offers no what-ifs, only outcomes. Beep. The destined child has been detected. Please make a choice. 1. Slay the destined child Tang San. Reward, physical attributes elevated to level 7. 2. Humiliate the destined child Tang San. Reward, physical attributes elevated to level 7. Note, slaying the destined child now may result in uncontrollable consequences, such as the emergence of figures like Zhang San or Li San. The system's words conveyed a clear message. At this moment, Tang San was not someone to be easily vanquished. Yet for Mei Kai, the encounter with Tang San felt akin to an unforeseen tempest. He was certain this was their first meeting. Yet the loathing that surged from the depths of his being was as palpable as a summer's aversion to mosquitoes, intensely vivid and unmistakable. As Tang San's figure came into view, that aversion surged forth like an undercurrent, silent yet potent enough to be nearly impossible to ignore. He could not fathom why he felt this way. The disdain seemed innate, ingrained to the very marrow of his bones. Standing there, his gaze fierce and unwavering, Mei Kai focused intently on Tang San, while tumultuous emotions roiled within him. He understood that this animosity was not baseless, but rather a manifestation of some unknown, deeply hidden secret related to Tang San, quietly stirring. However, at this moment, he was unable to unravel this enigma, left to endure the rampant hatred within him, akin to the incessant buzzing of summer night insects, vexatious and unsettling. Unbeknownst to him, the once dreaded mandala snake had quietly reappeared at Mei Kai's side. Its presence enveloped the surroundings in an invisible chill. Zhu Zhuqing's gaze sharpened instantly, her hands instinctively gripping the short dagger at her waist. The blade shimmered coldly in the sunlight, poised to be drawn at a moment's notice. At that moment, the mandala snake opened its fearsome maw, lunging violently towards Mei Kai's body. In this life-and-death moment, a glimmer of resolve flashed in Mei Kai's eyes. Faced with the menacing serpent's jaws, he did not hesitate. With a thunderous strike, he delivered a forceful blow that sent the mandala snake crashing into the ground. Dust erupted around them as the serpent was forcefully driven into the earth, seemingly rendered immobile. The sudden upheaval swept over Tang San and his companion like a chilling gust of wind, leaving them utterly unprepared. Tang San's reaction was instinctive. In an instant, his hand darted to his waist, where a glimmering array of silver needles lay concealed. They had pursued the mandala snake for nearly an entire day. The trials and patience required for such a task were self-evident. Now, with their quarry so tantalizingly close, the intrusion of a third party was nothing short of a provocation to their diligent efforts. A glint of coldness flashed in Tang San's eyes. He was acutely aware of the value of the mandala snake, not merely due to its rarity, but also because of its significance to him and his master. Should it be snatched away so easily by another, that individual would have sealed their own fate. Senior, please refrain from making any hasty moves. Yu Xiaojing's voice was urgent and anxious, his gaze darting towards the mandala snake, fearful that it might vanish into nothingness under the might of this formidable opponent. In the Douluo continent, strength reigns supreme. Regardless of age, anyone with profound cultivation is revered as a senior. However, when Yu Xiaojing's eyes met the familiar visage of Might Kai, his heart involuntarily skipped a beat, as if gripped by some unseen force. Yi Kai? A tremor of disbelief laced Yu Xiaojing's voice. This name carried profound significance for him. What do you think you are? Daring to command me to halt? Might Kai's brows furrowed, a flicker of displeasure glinting in his eyes. Yu Xiaojing, in his ignorance, was utterly oblivious to the depths of his own naivety. Yet, this was no longer the Yi Kai of yore, filled with fantasy and innocence. The figure standing before them now was the enforcer elder of the Spirit Hall, Might Kai. His name had irrevocably severed ties with the past. In Might Kai's eyes, the gentleness and confusion of former days had vanished, replaced by a resolute gaze and profound wisdom. Everything about him had been dedicated to the Spirit Hall, and he fought for it with unwavering loyalty. Yu Xiaojing's eyes widened in disbelief, as if witnessing an extraordinary spectacle, a hint of uncontainable embarrassment flickering across his face. However, this embarrassment was fleeting. Soon, a smug smile broke forth on his previously lecherous countenance. He looked at Yi Kai, a self-satisfied smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, as if he had grasped the situation entirely. You are Yi Kai. I know you. There is no need for you to evade me any longer. His words brimmed with confidence, as if he believed that Yi Kai was merely throwing a childish tantrum. As long as you are willing to kneel now and bow your head in apology, I will still be your respected teacher. His tone carried an air of condescension, as though he were bestowing a tremendous favor upon Yi Kai. Yu Xiaojing naively thought that by lowering himself and providing Yi Kai with a way out, this one student would scurry back to him, resuming his role as a mere pawn in his game. Yet, he failed to realize that Yi Kai's heart had long since transcended his control. Might Kai's gaze flickered with an indescribable disdain as he regarded Yu Xiaojing, as if admiring a jester. That expression, dripping with mockery akin to that reserved for a fool, suggested that I had shown too much mercy when I once struck you. He intended to make Yu Xiaojing truly experience suffering. This resolution was etched into his heart like a sharp blade, firm and resolute. Subsequently, Might Kai began to advance slowly, his steps deliberate and powerful, each one proclaiming his unwavering determination towards Yu Xiaojing. However, Yu Xiaojing clearly misinterpreted Might Kai's intentions. As he observed the approaching figure, he mistakenly believed that his unique charisma had captivated Might Kai. Thus, a smug, sinister smile crept across his already unsightly visage, reminiscent of the biting cold wind on a winter night. With a thunderous crash that reverberated through the air, as if even the atmosphere shuddered, Yu Xiaojing's previously nonchalant grin abruptly froze. A flicker of astonishment flashed in his eyes as he stiffly lowered his gaze, only to witness Madakai's fist descending upon his abdomen with the weight of a hammer. At that moment, Tang San's pupils constricted in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that the other would strike his teacher with such unhesitating ferocity and without a hint of restraint. Yet, in this instant, Tang San's reflexes outpaced his thoughts. The silver needle in his hand transformed into a streak of silver light, swiftly hurtling towards Might Kai. It traced a graceful arc through the air, moving with such speed that even the astute Zhu Zhuqing failed to perceive it in time. Nevertheless, Might Kai seemed to anticipate the attack. He gracefully sidestepped, his movements fluid as a cat, effortlessly evading the lethal strike. The silver needle, originally aimed at him, instead found its mark within Yu Xiaojing's body, struck unexpectedly in the abdomen. Yu Xiaojing appeared to be instantly deprived of all capacity for reaction by an unseen force. Almost immediately, a searing pain surged from deep within him, akin to a cruel blade mercilessly slicing through his nerves, eliciting agonized cries reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. Ah! Ah! Yu Xiaojing clutched his painfully throbbing abdomen, his body seemingly drained of all strength, collapsing helplessly to the ground and writhing in agony. Witnessing this, Tang Xin felt a jolt of alarm and instinctively moved forward to assess Yu Xiaojing's injuries. However, Madakai's figure materialized behind him like a specter. Have you ever experienced the sensation of being struck by light? Madakai's voice brimmed with mockery and provocation, as if showcasing his speed and might to Tang Xin. Tang Xin spun around abruptly, but it was too late. Madakai's foot descended upon his chest like a bolt of lightning, the tremendous force propelling him through the air. With a resounding crash, Tang Xin's body collided heavily with a distant tree trunk before sliding helplessly to the ground. A sharp pain radiated from his chest, as though he had been struck by a colossal boulder, rendering him breathless. Meanwhile, Meikai stood there, observing Tang Xin's disheveled state, a self-satisfied smile curling at the corners of his mouth. At that moment, the master and apprentice appeared as disheveled as stray dogs on the streets. Meikai's leg remained suspended in midair, maintaining the stance of a thunderous strike, as if the very air had solidified around him. Though a flicker of guilt stirred within him, for his opponent was but a child. The intoxicating thrill of dominating the situation and effortlessly subduing his adversary surged through him like fine wine, rendering it irresistible. The path of death, the path of death. Tang Xin roared within. At this juncture, Yu Xiaojing writhed on the ground like a worm turned on its back, struggling to move amidst the dust. Each scar on his body felt as if seared by raging flames, causing the self-proclaimed Great One to sweat profusely, beads of perspiration cascading down his brow. Meanwhile, Tang Xin's complexion had turned as pale as parchment. The kick delivered by Might Kai had struck him with the force of a tempest, nearly dislodging his very soul and bringing him dangerously close to reuniting with his long-departed grandmother in the underworld. Yet, Tang Xin's gaze remained fixated on Might Kai, brimming with resentment and determination. He was resolute in etching the visage of this foe deep within his heart, awaiting the day when he could exact revenge with newfound strength. However, Might Kai had no intention of relenting. He keenly sensed the lurking presence of a hidden observer, sly as a serpent, watching him with malicious intent. This concealed malevolence, akin to a chilling wind, intensified the flames of his own fury. In order to draw the lurking mouse from its shadows, Might Kai understood that he must further humiliate this master and apprentice. With a plan forming in his mind, he took a deep breath and commenced his strategy. He strode purposefully towards the beleaguered Yu Xiaojing, mercilessly placing his foot upon the latter's hand, the action executed with a swift and unhesitating precision. A piercing scream shattered the silence, as Yu Xiaojing's face contorted in agony, as if subjected to 1,000 tortures. He desperately attempted to withdraw his hand, but Might Kai's foot bore down upon it like a steadfast mountain, rendering him immobile. There was no trace of compassion or sympathy etched upon Might Kai's face. His eyes were cold and resolute. He knew that only through such torment could he provoke the hidden mouse into revealing its true form. And he was prepared for whatever might unfold. As Yu Xiaojing's hand was brutally pinned, it was subsequently ground underfoot, the harshness of the act eliciting a scream that seemed to reverberate through the tranquil forest, instigating a tremor among the creatures dwelling within. The crushed palm resonated with a disquieting sound of splintering bones, sharp as ice cracking and heavy as iron breaking. Each crack sent shivers down one's spine, as if one could feel the excruciating pain mercilessly gnawing at Yu Xiaojing's nerves. In that moment, he was a pitiable sight, with a mixture of viscous saliva and crimson blood trickling from the corners of his mouth, intertwining to create a grim tableau. His trousers, soaked with the cold sweat of fear and pain, clung to his body, rendering him utterly wretched. Observing this, Might Kai furrowed his brow, his face betraying a profound disdain and disgust. His gaze swept over Yu Xiaojing, akin to that of one observing a repugnant blemish, filled with disdain and contempt. A piercing scream shattered the silence, as disbelief and agony filled Yu Xiaojing's eyes. He attempted to struggle, yet could only helplessly witness his palm being crushed beneath Yi Kai's foot, the ghastly sound of shattering bones echoing like the whispers of a malevolent spirit. Yi Kai? Yu Xiaojing's voice trembled, each word seemingly forced from the depths of his throat. However, before he could finish his plea, Mike Kai mercilessly brought his foot down once more. In that instant, Yu Xiaojing felt the world spin around him. His palm was no longer a hand, but a mangled mass of flesh and blood. The excruciating pain surged forth like a relentless tide, causing him to cast aside all notions of pride and dignity, instinctively biting down on the shoe that crushed his hand. Saliva mingled with blood, staining Mike Kai's footwear. The nauseating scent elicited a grimace from Mike Kai, who scowled and kicked Yu Xiaojing aside. Like a kite severed from its string, Yu Xiaojing flew through the air and landed heavily on the ground with a dull thud. Trembling, he lay there, his eyes filled with terror and despair. Teacher Tang San, enduring immense pain, struggled to rise from the ground, his eyes bloodshot with resentment fixed upon Mike Kai. Mike Kai's attention remained focused on the figure concealed in the shadows. Observing the other's remarkable restraint, he deduced that the target was no longer Yu Xiaojing. Since Yu Xiaojing was no longer the focus, Mike Kai's penetrating gaze locked onto Tang San, as if attempting to see straight through him. Each time his eyes met Tang San's, he keenly sensed the hidden figure in the shadows losing its composure, akin to a beast disturbed at its sensitive nerve. The presence, silently safeguarding Tang San from the darkness, indeed existed. This revelation deepened Mike Kai's curiosity regarding Tang San's identity. Questions flooded his mind. What background did this seemingly ordinary youth possess that could attract such a mysterious protector? However, before delving into these enigmas, Mike Kai had to confront the immediate threat. He swiftly sidestepped, expertly evading the flying needle aimed at him. These hidden weapons were silent yet lethal. Had it not been for his quick reflexes, he might have already succumbed to their strike. Refocusing on Tang San, Mike Kai's gaze fell upon his forearm, where an unfamiliar device was affixed, capable of launching hidden weapons with such stealth. A sense of revulsion for such underhanded tactics lurking in the shadows flickered in Mike Kai's eyes. He silently resolved to first sever Tang San's audacious arm as a warning to others. Yet, just as he was about to act, a force, as formidable as a mountain and as tumultuous as a river, suddenly surged from afar, descending upon them like an invisible giant hand, pressing down with tremendous might. The potency of this soul power felt as though it could tear through the air, causing everything around to tremble in response. Mike Kai felt an overwhelming pressure that startled him. He understood that such an attack could not be launched by an ordinary individual. What audacity! The arrogant fiends of the spirit hall dared to rampage in this place. The voice of that figure rolled in like thunder, deep, resonant, and filled with an awe-inspiring authority that sent shivers down the spine. The sky suddenly darkened, as if drenched in blood, and amidst the crimson hue, a shadow emerged like a wraith. Clad in tattered black robes, he resembled a specter risen from the abyss. Wielding a heavy hammer with a gaze that burned fiercely, fixated squarely upon Mike Kai. This man was Tang Hao, a formidable force that once made the entire continent tremble. He had initially tolerated Mike Kai's humiliation of Yu Xiaojing, but when he saw the spearhead of Mike Kai directed towards Tang San, a furious blaze ignited within him. Tang San was his beacon of hope, a crucial piece on his path to vengeance. He could not allow anyone to harm him. Even at the cost of his own life, he would protect Tang San at all costs. Tang Hao's words were akin to the profound night sky, revealing not a glimmer of starlight, concealing his true identity and the profound connection with Tang San that ran through their veins. He did not consciously restrain the oppressive force emanating from his being, as if it flowed naturally like a mighty river. Before this irresistible pressure, Tang San and Yu Xiaojing were like fallen leaves caught in a tempest, collapsing to the ground, plunged into unconsciousness. However, in this shadowed corner of the night, Zhu Zhuqing was spared from calamity by Mike Kai's guardianship. He stood as a steadfast barrier, shielding her from the invisible oppression, allowing her to remain conscious. Within the dusty archives of the Spirit Hall, Tang Hao's deeds were shrouded in a veil of mystery, becoming untouchable secrets. Meanwhile, Mike Kai possessed a faint awareness of the truth concealed in darkness. Throughout the vast history of Douluo continent, Tang Hao's name had once been a source of trepidation and legend. For the sake of a spirit beast, he had dared to oppose the Spirit Hall, even personally bringing an end to the illustrious reign of the former pope. This audacious act plunged the Haotian sect into an unprecedented crisis, forcing them to retreat into seclusion to evade the Spirit Hall's wrath and to quell its fury. Some claim that Tang Hao was the true embodiment of wickedness. Yet, when those 9 resplendent spirit rings revolved around him, and he stood aloft like a deity. The overwhelming aura he exuded commanded a sense of reverence. Might Kai's inability to fly remained a persistent ache within his heart. Though his heavenly drive allowed him brief moments of suspension in the air against true aerial combat spirit masters, such as the formidable Qian Dalu, he found himself at a disadvantage. Tang Hao loomed like an insurmountable mountain, gazing down upon Might Kai with cold, piercing eyes, as if he could consume anyone who dared to underestimate him. He spoke slowly, his voice slicing through the air like an icy blade. "Are you prepared to meet your demise, boy?" Might Kai, seemingly unfazed by Tang Hao's imposing presence, casually cleared his ear, as if dismissing the displeasing noise that disturbed him. Yet, the green vapor rising from him blazed with a fervent intensity akin to flames, signifying the unwavering resolve and indomitable spirit within. Observing this, Tang Hao's lips curled into a sardonic smile. The hammer in his grasp swelled to an immense size, as if capable of shaking the very heavens and earth. As the hammer expanded, the surrounding air seemed to freeze, plunging the temperature into a chilling abyss. Standing at the heart of this cold, Meiti Kai acutely sensed that his attributes were being diminished by this frigid force. Tang Hao's mocking laughter echoed in the still air, as if he had already envisioned Meiti Kai's defeat. "Is this the realm?" Meiti Kai murmured, his voice laced with astonishment and anticipation. For any soul master, a realm represents an ineffable enhancement, particularly in contests where strengths are closely matched. A soul master wielding a realm undoubtedly increases their odds of victory by a substantial margin. What an alluring advantage indeed. At that moment, Tang Hao wielded the Haotian hammer, channeling a force akin to thunder, and struck down fiercely upon Meiti Kai. Yet, Meiti Kai did not flinch. Instead, he chose to confront the onslaught head-on. He clenched his fists, summoning all his strength to meet the roaring Haotian hammer with a powerful punch. With a thunderous crash, their attacks collided, unleashing a tempestuous wave of energy. This wave surged forth like a violent storm, sweeping everything in its path, causing foliage to bend and sway in disarray. Zhu Zhuqing, quick on her feet, darted behind a steep slope, narrowly avoiding the fate of being swept away by the forceful blast. She pressed closely against the ground, her gaze fixed on the figures of the 2 combatants, her heart brimming with tension and anticipation. Meiti Kai bore the weight of the Haotian hammer's pressure head-on. In that instant, he felt an immense burden akin to that of a mountain, providing him with a clearer assessment of Tang Hao's formidable prowess. He understood well that in the 6th gate state, he was no match for him. Moreover, at present, his own strength had waned, rendering him akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree, with little hope of success. The hand that had just clashed with the Haotian hammer trembled slightly, as if recounting the awe-inspiring power he had just encountered. He deeply appreciated the renown of the Haotian hammer, hailed as the continent's premier weapon soul, and grasped the terrifying strength of Tang Hao, the continent's foremost power Douluo. Taking a deep breath, Meiti Kai slowly crossed his hands over his chest, as if gathering some enigmatic force. The green vapor enveloping him dissipated like morning mist under the sun, transforming into a profound shade of blue, a hue imbued with boundless potential and might. 8th gate of Duanjia, 7th shock gate, open. As his deep and resolute voice resonated, the deep blue vapor surged like crashing waves, enveloping Meiti Kai entirely. He seemed to metamorphose into a bolt of blue lightning, sharp and resplendent. Tang Hao's brow furrowed slightly. He could sense the powerful and mysterious force emanating from Meiti Kai. It was a feeling both familiar and foreign, reminiscent of soul power, yet not entirely so. It was more ferocious, more tumultuous, as if it contained the ability to shake the very foundations of the earth. Nevertheless, Tang Hao did not yield to fear or retreat. The figure of Might Kai flickered into existence like a specter, standing shoulder to shoulder with Tang Hao. His fist surged forth with the ferocity of thunder, aimed directly at Tang Hao's face. In that instant, Tang Hao's pupils constricted, astonished by the swiftness of his opponent. He instinctively raised the Haotian hammer in anticipation of this seemingly unstoppable strike. Might Kai's fist collided violently with the Haotian hammer, producing a deafening roar akin to 2 colossal mountains crashing together. Tang Hao felt a tremendous backlash, akin to a cataclysmic avalanche, crashing against his body. The force was overwhelming. Even a warrior of his caliber found it nearly insurmountable. Under the impact of this recoil, Tang Hao's already battered form staggered several steps back, each movement laborious and heavy. His expression was one of disbelief. As the embodiment of strength, he had never imagined someone could surpass him in sheer power. In that singular moment, an unprecedented shockwave enveloped him, rendering his perception of reality hazy. His eyes widened in astonishment, as if witnessing an incredible miracle. The magnitude of the force exceeded his wildest expectations. Simultaneously, Might Guy, having unlocked the initial gate, felt an unfamiliar surge of power coursing through him. A sensation both bewildering and profound. This energy flowed like a tranquil river, deep and serene, yet concealed within it lay the ferocity and heat of volcanic magma. He endeavored to harness this power, only to find it akin to a great dragon, both gentle and fiercely untamable. As the two stood locked in confrontation, the air thrummed with a tense and potent energy. With the secret technique's force augmenting his strength, how long could this state be sustained? Tang Hao's eyes gleamed with a scrutinizing light. He believed Might Guy's prowess stemmed solely from some fleeting technique that unleashed latent potential. Yet, while his assumption bore some truth, it was ultimately misguided. The Eight Gates technique could indeed be classified as a secret art, but Might Guy's mastery of it transcended mere reliance on external forces. With his current physical prowess, maintaining this state for 12 hours was entirely feasible. Just as Might Guy's clenched fist was poised to descend once more with the fury of thunder, an unexpected sound of cracking bones pierced through the still air, resonating with alarming clarity, like shattering glass, cold and jarring. Might Guy's brow furrowed instantly, as if bound by invisible chains. The pain of his fractured bones pierced his nerves like the tip of a frigid blade, causing his entire body to tremble involuntarily. Seizing the moment of his opponent's brief disorientation in midair, Tang Hao inhaled deeply, as if drawing all the power of the heavens and earth into himself. With a surge of determination, he swung the Haotian hammer, tracing a fierce arc through the air, resembling a silver lightning bolt as it hurtled towards Might Guy. This strike, imbued with the might of thunder, seemed poised to rend the very fabric of space and reduce all to dust. However, Might Guy chose not to endure the blow. A flicker of caution crossed his eyes as his form moved with ghostly swiftness, deftly evading this lethal assault. Might Guy felt a pang of regret within, for he had overlooked a matter of utmost importance. While the activation of the Eight Gates might grant him astonishing power in a fleeting moment, it also imposed a tremendous burden upon his body. From a young age, he had honed his physique through the rigorous practice of the Eight Gates, making the opening of the first 6 gates feel like a mere routine, causing little harm. However, as he endeavored to break through the constraints of the 7th gate, an unprecedented surge of power overwhelmed him, subjecting his body to unimaginable strain. The agony of torn muscles and fractured bones seared through every nerve of Might Guy, akin to being engulfed in raging flames. Yet, at that moment, he stood before a formidable opponent, a titled Douluo of level 95. Drawing a deep breath, he slowly brought his hands together, as if gathering some mysterious force from the heavens and the earth. His aura began to ascend, resembling a volcano poised to erupt. Observing this, Tang Hao curled his lips in a sneer, dismissing it as mere theatrics. He swung the Haotian hammer in his grasp, its surface shimmering with radiant golden light, embodying the might of thunder, and struck fiercely towards Might Guy. The Lin Tian strike. This technique was one of the Haotian hammer's ultimate skills, immensely powerful. In the past, Tang Hao had once sent a level 92 ghost Douluo flying with but a single strike. Now, facing the equally formidable Might Guy, he unleashed this potent skill without reservation. In response to Tang Hao's fierce assault, Might Guy did not flinch. A glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes as he called out, "Day Tiger." Immediately, a fierce tiger, imbued with boundless might, charged towards Tang Hao's Haotian hammer. In that instant, 2 formidable forces collided in the sky, producing a deafening roar. The air seemed to freeze, leaving only the silhouettes of the 2 combatants engaged in a fierce clash. The 2 forces, akin to a tempest, intertwined and collided, unleashing a cacophony of thunderous sound. Under the impact of this force, both men were akin to ships overturned by a colossal wave, involuntarily retreating, each step feeling as though they traversed a bottomless chasm, ultimately retreating over 100 paces. Might Guy, having endured countless trials and tribulations, was now able to withstand the immense backlash brought forth by the 7th gate. He straightened his chest once more, his form akin to an arrow released from its bow, hurtling towards Tang Hao with remarkable speed. His offensive was as relentless as a torrential downpour, punches and kicks raining down densely, each strike laden with incredible power. Faced with this overwhelming onslaught, Tang Hao found himself momentarily challenged. A flicker of surprise crossed his gaze, but it was quickly overshadowed by resolve and tenacity. Gritting his teeth, he relied on his extraordinary willpower and strength to barely fend off Might Guy's ferocious attacks. However, amidst the barrage, Tang Hao could not evade a punch from Might Guy, which landed upon him like a sledgehammer striking steel, producing a dull thud. Instantly, a look of pain flashed across Tang Hao's face, his visage swelling rapidly, becoming quite unsightly. In that brief moment of distraction, the sky transformed into a canvas ignited with flames, an endless rain of fire cascading down like a waterfall. As if the apocalypse had descended, the fiery orbs intertwined in the night sky, crafting a magnificent yet destructive spectacle. Confronted with this apocalyptic vision, Tang Hao's eyes flickered with astonishment. He was acutely aware of the formidable power of this rain of fire, which was not to be underestimated. Haotian Guardian, Tang Hao bellowed, his Haotian hammer swinging with ferocity, akin to a tempest, deflecting the fireballs that rained down from above. Each strike was accompanied by a shower of sparks, as if he were battling against fate itself. Yet, amidst this fierce confrontation, Tang Hao remained oblivious to the anomaly behind him. Unbeknownst to him, Might K had appeared like a specter at his back. His gaze was icy, resembling that of a leopard fixated on its prey. In a sudden burst of motion, Might K leapt forward and delivered a powerful kick to Tang Hao's face. The force of the blow was immense, imbued with seemingly boundless strength. Tang Hao's already swollen visage bore the marks of this brutal assault, with crimson streaks marring his skin. Propelled by the impact of Might K's kick, Tang Hao was sent hurtling through the air, tracing a parabolic arc before crashing heavily to the ground. Upon landing, he clasped his face with both hands, the searing pain akin to flames licking at his skin, rendering him nearly incapacitated. The imprint of Might K's shoe was indelibly etched upon his face, as blood streamed from his nostrils and forehead, pooling in the dust below. In that moment, a tide of humiliation surged within Tang Hao. Renowned for his brilliance and esteemed reputation, he never envisioned that he would find himself in such a disgraceful predicament. His eyes brimmed with resentment as he fixed an unwavering gaze upon Might K, as though he wished to consume him whole. Finally, unable to contain his fury, Tang Hao raised the Haotian hammer with all his might and struck the ground. A thunderous roar erupted as the earth trembled, dust billowing into the air, seemingly shaking the very mountains. Might K instinctively extended his arm in response. As the dust gradually settled, dissipating like a faint mist in the atmosphere, Tang Hao's figure, alongside Tang San and the others, vanished without a trace, as if they had merged into the serene void. Taking a deep breath, Might K confirmed that Tang Hao had indeed fled the scene, and he slowly released the state of the 8 gates. In that instant, the pain and exhaustion that surged like a tide threatened to overwhelm him. He stumbled, nearly collapsing to the ground. This was his first venture into the realm of the shock gate, and it was also his inaugural realization of his physical limitations. He understood that his current physique was insufficient to withstand the terrifying backlash of the death gate. It seemed he must continue on the arduous path of body refinement, tirelessly forging his corporeal form. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing's form was heavily concealed by dense underbrush and twisted branches, cradled tenderly by Mother Earth, obscuring all traces of her presence. Once the surrounding tumult and chaos had completely subsided, she cautiously emerged from her thicket, revealing a pale and youthful visage. With trembling steps, tinged with an unmistakable trepidation, Zhu Zhuqing slowly approached Might K. In Zhu Zhuqing's heart, she had long held a remarkably high estimation of Maytake's prowess. She envisioned that Maytake's strength was potent enough to shake the very foundations of the Star Luo Empire, perhaps even subduing her illustrious father and the supreme Star Luo Emperor. However, upon witnessing the resplendent 10,000-year spirit ring adorning Tang Hao, she was still taken aback. That spirit ring shone like a constellation, as dazzling as it was profound, seemingly harboring endless mysteries and power. A title Douluo possessing such a spirit ring was undeniably in a league far beyond that of ordinary title Douluos. Yet, just as she anticipated a formidable battle for Maytake, he revealed an extraordinary strength that surpassed her imagination. Not only could he contend with Tang Hao, who wielded the 10,000-year spirit ring, but he could also suppress him to the point of near helplessness. This scene sent waves of astonishment surging through Zhu Zhuqing's heart. My take tightly clasped his shattered arm, the sound of fractured bones echoing in his ears, while the severe muscle strain in another part made each step he took a Herculean effort. His complexion was pale, yet his eyes sparkled with unwavering determination. It was evident that he needed to swiftly discover a method to counteract the backlash of the 8 gates Duanjia. He murmured to himself, his voice infused with resolute conviction. The might of the 8 gates Duanjia was formidable, yet the ensuing backlash loomed over him like a double-edged sword, threatening his very existence. He understood that if he did not resolve this issue promptly, should he encounter a formidable foe like Tang Hao again, especially one inclined to a protracted battle, he would be left with no means to retaliate. Yet, at this moment, these concerns were beyond his immediate resolution. He took a deep breath, pulling his thoughts back to reality. At present, he had more pressing matters at hand, leading Zhu Zhuqing to obtain her first spirit ring. This was the primary objective of their journey. It seemed that fortune favored the two, as they unexpectedly encountered a shadow leopard, severely injured from a previous skirmish. Shortly after embarking on their quest, the shadow leopard lay quietly by a tree, its once keen eyes now vacant and devoid of spirit, as if it had glimpsed the most dreadful nightmare, robbing it of any will to resist. Observing this, Zhu Zhuqing acted swiftly and decisively. Her dagger sliced through the air like lightning, ending the shadow leopard's life with grace and precision. Subsequently, a pale yellow spirit ring ascended gently from the creature's body, as if recounting its bravery and glory in life. Zhu Zhuqing swiftly settled into a meditative posture, closing her eyes to center her mind. With her spirit power as a guide, she drew the pale yellow spirit ring towards herself. In that moment, she seemed to establish a wondrous connection with the spirit ring, her breath synchronizing with its pulsations, as if she could feel the boundless power contained within. When the spirit ring successfully merged with her being, their mission reached a triumphant conclusion. However, a glint of vigilance flickered in Maytake's eyes. He was acutely aware that Tang Hao's appearance in Nodding City was no mere coincidence. In this city, there undoubtedly exists someone he holds dear, or perhaps a secret he harbors deep within. A resolute determination surged within Kai as he realized that to unveil this shrouded mystery, he merely needed to employ a few subtle tactics. He was confident that with a modicum of investigation, he could uncover the traces left by Tang Hao, thereby revealing the truth behind it all. Meanwhile, the night enveloped the surroundings like ink, as Tang Hao raced through the dense forest, burdened by the unconscious Tang San and the hefty Da Shi Yu Shao gang upon his back. Upon reaching a concealed tree hollow, he carefully laid them down, treating them as if they were two precious treasures. However, the moment he set them down, a torrent of blood uncontrollably spilled from the corner of his mouth, staining his garments crimson. He pressed his hand against his searing cheek, where the deep imprint of a shoe appeared glaringly under the moonlight. Tang Hao clutched his chest tightly, as the tumult within felt as if it might erupt at any moment. His complexion was as pale as parchment, yet his eyes betrayed an unwavering resolve and indomitable spirit. The fierce battle against Kai had not only exerted unprecedented pressure upon him, but had also aggravated old wounds that had long remained unhealed within him. At this moment, Tang Hao felt as though his very organs were misaligned, twisted by an invisible force. Spirit Hall, just wait and see. His roar resonated through the air like thunder, his gaze ablaze with fiery wrath. He abruptly turned, his eyes landing on the unconscious Tang San, a flicker of complex emotion crossing his features. Little San, you must grow stronger swiftly. His voice was low and resolute, imbued with an invisible force that surged within, for one day, they would stand side by side in battle. He did not finish his sentence, yet the determination and anticipation within it were palpable. He awaited the day they could join forces to overthrow the spirit hall together. Zhu Zhuqing stepped onto the threshold of the inn, her heart heavy with worry, akin to a gathering storm cloud, as her thoughts lingered on Kai's injuries, almost compelling her to rush out in search of a healing soul master. Just as she was about to take that step, Kai's voice, warm and soothing as a spring breeze, gently resonated, his strong hand firmly resting on Zhu Zhuqing's shoulder. Zhuqing, there is no need to fret for me. His voice carried an undeniable conviction. Zhu Zhuqing turned to meet Kai's deep and tranquil gaze, finding a semblance of solace amidst her turmoil. She understood that despite his grievous injuries, Mai Kai had never shown a hint of retreat or weakness. Her own wounds would be treated by the system once she exited the 8 gates Duanjia state, though the duration would extend in accordance with the severity of her injuries. Zhu Zhuqing nodded gently, retracting her foot from the threshold. Would everything truly be all right? Though she knew the man before her was not in grave danger. The clouds of anxiety loomed heavily over her heart, refusing to dissipate. Mai Kai seemed to perceive her unspoken fears, yet he did not directly address her concerns. Instead, shifting the conversation towards Zhu Zhuqing's future. I have taken you beyond the borders of the Star Luo Empire. What are your plans henceforth? His voice resonated with a deep, magnetic timbre, akin to the strings of a harp gently stirred by the night breeze, delicately striking the chords of Zhu Zhuqing's heart. Momentarily taken aback, she soon found herself engulfed in contemplation. Her gaze drifted towards the horizon, as if transcending the vast expanse of time and space. Glimpsing a future that remained nebulous in her heart. I may stay at the Soul Master Academy for a while, she uttered, her tone imbued with a hint of hesitation, yet underscored by a resolute determination. Mai Tai tenderly brushed the tips of Zhu Zhuqing's hair, his fingertips seemingly imbued with a warm magic that instantaneously dispelled the lingering shadows from her eyes, with a smile illuminating his face. His eyes sparkled with sincerity as he extended an invitation. Zhu Zhuqing, would you accompany me back to the Spirit Hall? This seemingly simple query, akin to a gentle spring breeze caressing the frozen surface of a lake, stirred the depths of Zhu Zhuqing's heart. The once dull glimmer in her eyes now resembled stars ignited, shimmering with anticipation and yearning for the future. Perhaps, prior to encountering Mai Tai, Zhu Zhuqing had relinquished all hope for her future, believing she would succumb to the interminable darkness. However, Mai Tai's arrival was akin to a radiant beam slicing through the gloom, illuminating her path forward. In that moment, she felt an inexplicable force compelling her, and she instinctively nodded in agreement to Mai Tai's invitation. Though her voice was soft, it brimmed with conviction and resolve, as if she had finally discovered her true sanctuary. As time unfolded, Zhu Zhuqing and Mai Tai's interactions deepened, her spirit gradually unburdening itself from the initial shyness and reticence that had once enveloped her. Now emboldened, she began to explore topics previously untouched. With a gentle voice, she inquired, revealing a trace of curiosity and investigation in the soul-hunting forest. Did you have a grievance with those 2 individuals? Her question, though light, concealed a tide of concern and curiosity beneath the surface. Mai Tai paused momentarily, lost in fleeting reflection. Recalling the antics of those 2 in the soul-hunting forest, a wave of indescribable distaste surged within him. He lifted his gaze, his eyes piercing as they met Zhu Zhuqing's, and spoke slowly. Indeed, those 2 have a history with me. His tone was calm and resolute, as if recounting an affair detached from his essence. Captivated by his gaze, Zhu Zhuqing felt a flicker of intrigue arise within her heart. She remembered the previous days at the banquet, where even under the influence of a drug, Mai Tai had not revealed such profound emotion. Yet now, she perceived an unprecedented chill and determination in his eyes. She nodded gently, refraining from further inquiries. She understood that every individual harbored their own tales and secrets, and Mai Tai's past might encompass the very pain he was loath to discuss. She was willing to wait for the day he chose to share. For now, her presence beside him was enough, offering warmth and solace. Meanwhile, within the Starry Empire, a tide of unrest was quietly brewing. Since the departure of Mai Tai with Zhu Zhuqing from this land, the imperial court of Xinghua has been disrupted, akin to a tranquil lake disturbed by a colossal stone, causing an immediate uproar. At this moment, the hurried footsteps outside shattered the silence of the court, as a messenger burst in, breathless. He hastened to kneel before the officials, his voice trembling slightly from urgency, yet his words were crystal clear. Your Majesty. Intelligence indicates that the 2nd young lady of the Zhu family has been spotted at the enforcement station of the Spirit Hall, lingering for quite some time. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere in the court turned frigid, a wave of astonishment rippling through the assembly. Any movement of Zhu Zhuqing was sufficient to tug at the hearts of many. Now, her presence at the enforcement station, coupled with the discreet departure of the elder enforcer days prior, painted a vivid picture in the minds of those present regarding Zhu Zhuqing's current whereabouts. The tension in the court escalated abruptly, as the gazes of all converged, silently exchanging their speculations and concerns. All of this was instigated by the enigmatic woman named Zhu Zhuqing and her inexplicable connection to the spirit hall. In a secluded corner stood Dai Mubai, his hands clenched like iron, sharp nails digging into his palms, blood seeping quietly between his fingers. Yet, at this moment, he was oblivious to this trivial pain. Dai Mubai was acutely aware that without Zhu Zhuqing, there would be no spectral white tiger. And without the spectral white tiger, he would undoubtedly falter against his elder brother. In the ensuing imperial power struggle, he knew he would be vanquished by his brother. Whenever Dai Mubai recalled that instant, he felt as though an invisible force had drained him of all vitality, akin to a parched tree scorched by the relentless sun, devoid of life. Fortuitously, he found himself in a remote corner, surrounded by officials, yet their gazes did not linger upon him, as if he were a forgotten shadow. However, his elder brother, Davis, possessed a gaze as keen as that of a hawk, piercing through the crowd, keenly capturing every subtle expression of Dai Mubai. In this realm, if anyone wished for Dai Mubai to remain weak, it was undoubtedly Davis. He understood that once Dai Mubai rose, his own position would be perilously threatened. Thus, he remained ever vigilant, thwarting any potential breakthroughs or advancements from Dai Mubai. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing suddenly turned, her steps resolute as she walked slowly towards my Kai. Each stride seemed to bear the weight of the world, her eyes shimmering with unprecedented determination and resolve. Finally, to the astonishment of those present, Zhu Zhuqing knelt before my Kai, her movements devoid of hesitation or retreat, as if proclaiming her intent to the universe. Subsequently, she bowed deeply, her forehead colliding heavily with the unforgiving ground, producing a resounding and unwavering sound, echoing the conviction within her heart. Teacher, she lifted her head, her voice imbued with steadfastness and plea. Please teach me to grow strong. I wish to seize my own destiny, no longer swayed by others. Zhu Zhuqing fled the empire to avoid having her fate manipulated by others. She yearned to seize control of her own destiny. Yet, deep within her heart, Zhu Zhuqing understood that to ensure her fate remained unshackled, she must possess the strength to defy all challenges. Mike K regarded her with a glimmer of admiration in his eyes, recognizing that the girl before him harbored an indomitable spirit. Very well, I shall grant your request. Mike K spoke slowly, his tone imbued with solemnity and sincerity. However, you must remember that the path to strength is fraught with hardships and obstacles. You will need to exert more effort and sweat than others. Moreover, once you embark on this journey, there is no turning back. Zhu Zhuqing nodded resolutely, her eyes shimmering with determination. I understand. I am prepared. No matter how many difficulties lie ahead, I will persevere until I become sufficiently powerful. Teacher, are you well? Tang San's voice, filled with concern, shattered the chaotic silence enveloping Yu Xiaojiang, who was emerging from unconsciousness. Yu Xiaojiang's consciousness, like the first light of dawn, struggled to surface from the profound darkness. He vaguely sensed a push, and gradually, his vision focused, revealing Tang San's anxious visage. As Yu Xiaojiang regained full awareness, an indescribable agony surged through him like a tidal wave, akin to 1,000 arrows piercing his heart. Particularly, the hand that Mike K had mercilessly trampled was now a mangled mass of flesh and blood, bones shattered. However, amidst this abyss of despair, a glimmer of gratitude arose within Yu Xiaojiang. He was relieved that Tang Hao had tended to his injuries before departing, for otherwise, the extent of his wounds would have been unimaginable. At that moment, a storm of dark clouds gathered in Yu Xiaojiang's eyes, reflecting the oppression and fury akin to the calm before a tempest, all stemming from Mike K. Were it not for Mike K, how could the illustrious Yu Xiaojiang suffer such humiliation? Tang San deeply empathized with his teacher's pain and frustration. He too harbored profound resentment towards Mike K, a fiery hatred burning within him, insatiable and unquenchable. The path to vengeance. Tang San silently repeated this phrase in his heart, as if it had become his sole belief and motivation. He vowed that when he grew strong enough one day, he would ensure that Mike K paid in blood for both his teacher and himself, cleansing this mark of humiliation. However, given their current predicament, re-entering the territory of soul beasts was patently unwise. The two of them, filled with a sense of loss and disarray, quietly returned to the academy. They knew full well that relying solely on their own strength would no longer suffice in finding a suitable soul ring for Tang San. Thus, they resolved to seek the assistance of the dean of the Nodding Academy. This esteemed dean, a soul master of level 43, was renowned for his prowess within Nodding City, his reputation preceding him. With his intervention, the issue of Tang San's soul ring would undoubtedly gain some security. Upon returning to Nodding Academy, the two attended to their injuries briefly before Yu Xiaojing hurried towards the dean's office without delay. However, Tang San chose a different path, opting to return to his dormitory alone. Pushing open the familiar door, he was immediately struck by the desolate scene within the dormitory. The vast, empty space seemed to be suffused with an air of coldness and solitude. A wave of melancholy surged within him, prompting Tang San to retreat from this oppressive atmosphere and seek solace in a stroll amidst the fresh air. With no particular destination in mind, he found himself wandering towards the back mountain. There, two factions faced off against each other, the tension palpable and grave. Upon his arrival, the harrowing sight of Wang Sheng being mercilessly hurled away seized his heart. Instantly, his gaze sharpened like a blade. At that moment, Xiao Wu's expression had turned as frigid as frost, her clear eyes ablaze with flames of fury. She fixated on the arrogant figures before her, her inner wrath igniting like dry tinder, burning fiercely. Xiao Qinyu and his companions reveled in their triumph, their laughter echoing across the barren ground like sharp arrows piercing Wang Sheng's heart. They mocked him relentlessly, trampling his dignity underfoot as though he were a feeble tiger, ready for slaughter. Ha ha ha, Wang Sheng, you pitiful beast. Xiao Qinyu's group erupted in raucous laughter. Yet, Wang Sheng could only endure in silence, his heart heavy with bitterness. The identity of a defeated man left him voiceless, burying the humiliation and resentment deep within. He clenched his teeth, striving to suppress his tears, but his bloodshot eyes betrayed the turmoil of anger and sorrow within. At that moment, Xiao Wu's gaze suddenly pierced through the chaos and landed on a familiar figure, Tang San. It was as if she had found a long-lost anchor, the shadows on her face dissipating like morning mist. Tang San, help me teach them a lesson. Her voice bore a resolute undertone, pointing accusingly at those who dared to provoke her. However, upon hearing her plea, Tang San's expression faltered slightly. He was grappling with excruciating physical pain, a searing sensation that threatened to engulf him. He understood that in his current state, even the typically less formidable Wang Sheng would struggle to prevail. All eyes turned toward the direction Xiao Wu indicated, and Tang San's demeanor resembled that of someone who had swallowed a heavy stone. The youth who had previously clashed with Wang Sheng showed no sign of retreat, his gaze unwavering as he charged toward Tang San without hesitation. His steps were firm and powerful, as if each stride resonated with the solidity of rock, exuding an unstoppable momentum. Confronted with this onslaught, Tang San realized there was no escaping his fate. He took a deep breath, suppressing the fear and hesitation within him, and resolutely advanced to meet the challenge. Utilizing his agile movements, he skillfully evaded several strikes from the youth. Yet, with each dodge, the pain coursing through his body intensified, as if countless needles were piercing his skin. However, as Tang San focused intently on evading, a moment of oversight exposed a vulnerability. The youth seized the opportunity, landing a solid blow to Tang San's face. The force of the strike left a deep mark, reminiscent of the injuries previously suffered by Yu Xiaojing. In that fleeting moment, Tang San felt as though time had come to a standstill. The shadow of the stick before him descended with the ferocity of thunder, striking relentlessly upon his shoulders and shins, culminating in a devastating blow to his chin. At that instant, his thoughts seemed to be drawn away, and only when the sound of the stick colliding with his chin erupted in his ears did he awaken from his stupor. The youth's wooden stick, imbued with an irrefutable force, struck Tang San's chin with a resounding impact. It felt as if the earth itself had split apart. Tang San's body convulsed violently, and blood gushed from his mouth like a fountain, sending him soaring through the air like a kite severed from its string. Tang San, Xiao Wu exclaimed, her voice tinged with terror and disbelief. She had never imagined that the normally invincible Tang San could appear so fragile and vulnerable before a boy of such youth. Xiao Qinyu gazed at the motionless figure of Tang San on the ground, a chill creeping into his heart. Should a life truly be lost, even his father, the city lord, would face severe repercussions. Hey, are you all right? Xiao Qinyu attempted to inquire about Tang San's condition, but his voice quivered imperceptibly. However, the Tang San lying on the ground was no longer the same as before. His eyes were bloodshot, resembling rubies scorched by flames, shimmering with a captivating yet terrifying light. The veins on his forehead bulged like coiling dragons, signifying the fury and indignation surging within him. Tang Sen repeatedly recited the path of vengeance in his heart, each word striking him like a hammer, intensifying his hatred towards Xiao Qinyu and his companions. His blood-red gaze fixated on them, as if he intended to etch their likenesses deep into his memory, marking them as symbols of his future retribution. As Tang Sen struggled to rise from the ground, blood and dirt mingled at the corners of his mouth. In that moment, the heavy stone that had hung over everyone's hearts finally fell away, granting a sense of relief. Xiao Qinyu inhaled deeply, casting a complex glance over the victorious group of students, and slowly spoke, "You have won. From this day forth, the position of leader of Nodding Academy belongs to you." With that, Xiao Qinyu turned and, along with his companions, hurried away as if fleeing a plague. Leaving behind an empty arena, Xiao Wu and her companions approached slowly, confronting the bittersweet taste of what appeared to be victory. Their faces bore little joy. Instead, they were marked by a weighty sense of reflection. This triumph had not been earned through their own strength, but rather through the surrender of others in despair, which had ultimately paved the way for their glory. Xiao Wu's heart was profoundly stirred by Tang San's suffering. She yearned to approach him and soothe his wounds with her tenderness. Yet, what greeted her was the gaze of Tang San, seemingly consumed by darkness, cold and terrifying. Like a demon from hell. "Don't touch me." Tang San's voice emerged like a whisper from a frozen abyss, carrying an icy chill that instantly froze Xiao Wu's heart. Startled by the sudden coldness and ferocity, she stumbled back a few steps, her trembling fingers pointing at Tang San, a surge of indescribable anger rising within her. "Tang San, on what grounds do you dare to shout at me?" Xiao Wu's voice trembled, imbued with an indomitable spirit and unwavering resolve. Her eyes sparkled with unshed tears. Yet it was her bewilderment and fury towards Tang San's actions that shone through. Taken aback by the sudden confrontation, Tang San found his heart's hatred and anger momentarily shattered by Xiao Wu's piercing inquiry, a flicker of reason creeping back into his consciousness. "Xiao Wu, I, Tang San, wished to explain and apologize," he yearned to articulate, but as the words hovered on the tip of his tongue, he faltered, unsure of how to commence. The turmoil and anguish within him rendered him voiceless. Before he could utter a sound, however, Xiao Wu had already turned away and departed. The surrounding crowd, initially filled with goodwill, attempted to approach Tang San to offer solace. Yet, as their gazes met his eyes, which appeared as though encased in frost, their intentions dissipated like mist in the wind. One by one, they retreated, daunted by the chilling indifference radiating from the young man before them. As the throng dispersed, only Tang Sen remained in the vast emptiness, standing alone, his silhouette rendered desolate by the waning sunlight. Everything around him seemed detached, as if he were a forgotten corner of the world, bearing the solitude and anguish of his heart in isolation. In that moment, a profound sense of betrayal and abandonment quietly took root within Tang San's heart. This feeling pierced him like an invisible thorn, embedding itself deep within, inflicting unprecedented agony. His reason battled to suppress the tumultuous emotions within, yet that pain blazed like an inferno, relentlessly scorching his soul. The scars left by the soul-hunting forest, coupled with the recent brutal blows he had endured, left indelible marks upon him. With every step he took, he felt the searing pain acutely, that fiery sensation coursing through him, nearly unbearable. Nevertheless, he remained silent, biting down on his teeth, enduring it all in stoic silence, bearing the excruciating torment. Tang Sen staggered toward the familiar office, each step a struggle against his own limits, yet his inner resilience propelled him onward. At last, he arrived at his teacher's office. The slightly worn wooden door creaked open under his trembling hand. The sight that greeted him warmed his heart. Teacher Yu Xiaojiang was engrossed in his work, his demeanor unchanged from the norm. Yet, when their eyes met and he beheld Tang San's battered form, a flash of shock and concern flickered in Yu Xiaojiang's gaze. "Xiao San, what happened to you?" Yu Xiaojiang hurriedly rose and approached Tang San with quickened steps, his eyes filled with worry and confusion. Gently, he traced the injuries on Tang San's body, each wound a glaring red mark that pierced his heart. As Tang San felt his teacher's concern, a surge of warmth flooded through him. He fought to suppress the tears welling in his eyes, unwilling to reveal his vulnerability to his mentor. "Teacher, it's nothing," Tang San replied, his voice slightly hoarse, a mere remnant of his sparring with classmates. He endeavored to make his tones sound lighthearted, yet the pain and fatigue were unmistakable. Yu Xiaojing gazed at Tang San, his heart a tumult of emotions. Xiao San, you will forever be my most exceptional student. The voice of Yu Xiaojing was resolute and warm, encouraging him to believe in himself and persevere through any adversity. By the way, the dean has already promised me that he will accompany us tomorrow to assist you in hunting your first soul ring. Gently, Yu Xiaojing wrung out a towel soaked in warm water and carefully placed it on Tang San's face. After his preliminary examination, he feared that the mark left by the stick on Tang San's visage would be indelibly etched upon him. This scar might become an inseparable part of his life, accompanying him through the years to come. Tang San felt the profound care emanating from his teacher, and gratitude surged within him like a spring, causing tears to well up in his eyes. However, the warm towel draped over his face acted as a veil, quietly concealing his tears, leaving only silent emotion in its wake. Later that evening, after finishing his meal at Yu Xiaojing's place, Tang San declined the offer to spend the night there and trudged wearily toward the dormitory. Upon arriving at the door, he gently pushed it open, only to feel a chill wash over him at the sight before him. The bed he once shared with Xiao Wu was now harshly separated, and more glaringly, a fresh set of bedding lay on Xiao Wu's bed, resembling an insurmountable chasm. In that instant, his heart sank into an abyss of despair. He stood frozen in place, emotions swirling chaotically within him, a mix of confusion, disappointment, and a barely perceptible anger. Yet, he knew he could utter no words of reproach at that moment. Silently, he approached his own bed and lay down gently. Though his body was fatigued, his heart felt as if it were crushed beneath a colossal weight. He closed his eyes, attempting to escape this sudden upheaval through sleep, but his thoughts galloped wildly in his mind, unbridled like wild horses. The next day, as Tang San slowly opened his weary eyes, he surveyed his surroundings and discovered that this usually bustling place was now devoid of life, leaving him in solitude. The feeling of abandonment intensified within him like a rising tide. He envisioned his classmates already on their way to the classroom, while he remained ensnared in this quiet corner. Just as he was engulfed in this inexplicable emotion, a gentle knock at the door shattered the silence. Rising, he walked toward the entrance, curiosity stirring within him. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by his teacher Yu Xiaojing and the dean of Nodding Academy, both wearing gentle smiles. "Teacher," Tang San greeted softly, his voice tinged with surprise and respect. He then turned to the dean, his gaze filled with inquiry and curiosity. "Xiao San, soon the dean will personally lead us to assist you in obtaining your first soul ring," Yu Xiaojing exclaimed, his voice brimming with excitement, as he energetically clapped Tang San on the shoulder. However, Tang San's brow furrowed slightly at that moment, a flicker of pain crossing his lips unnoticed. The powerful palm of Yu Xiaojing, combined with Tang San's already scarred body, nearly sent him into a dizzying state, as if the entire world were spinning before his eyes. Noticing Tang San's pale complexion and his frequent gasps for breath, Yu Xiaojing suddenly awakened to the realization of his recklessness. He hastily withdrew his hand, his eyes filled with regret and self-reproach. The dean cast a cold glance at Yu Xiaojing, his deep-set eyes brimming with discontent and reproach. Then, his gaze shifted to Tang San, and upon seeing the fresh marks adorning the boy's youthful visage, a flicker of sympathy arose within him. The trio silently boarded an old horse-drawn carriage, which gradually made its way into the soul-hunting forest. As they passed the spot where they had previously encountered Mei Tikai, the remnants of the battle still sent shivers down their spines. However, both Tang San and his master tacitly avoided the topic, bypassing that area altogether. Time seemed to blur in this enigmatic forest, and after an indeterminate while, a vivid flash of color suddenly caught their attention. It was a mandala snake, its lithe form shimmering with a ghostly blue light, clearly a creature of over a century in age. "Teacher, look, it's a mandala snake," Tang San exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he pointed at the serpent, his voice brimming with enthusiasm. Yu Xiaojing's gaze was equally captivated by the unique creature, and he understood that this snake was undoubtedly the ideal first soul ring for Tang San. They exchanged a knowing smile and nodded in agreement, their eyes promptly turning to the dean. The dean subtly inclined his head, as if he had already discerned their intentions. In the next moment, he sprang into action with the agility of a leopard, swiftly vanishing from their sight and heading straight into the depths of the soul-hunting forest. Almost immediately, the sounds of a fierce battle erupted from within, suggesting that the dean had engaged the mandala snake. Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang felt a tightening in their hearts, realizing that the dean was already confronting the serpent. Without a moment's hesitation, they hastened in the direction of the commotion. With each pulse of the battle's rhythm, their hearts raced, equally concerned for the dean's safety and hopeful that the mandala snake would successfully become Tang San's soul ring. Before long, the dean returned, dragging a nearly incapacitated mandala snake before them. The creature struggled weakly in his grip, evidently bereft of the strength to resist. Upon witnessing this scene, both Yu Xiaojiang and Tang San sighed in relief, the weight upon their hearts finally lifting. They knew that with the mandala snake as his soul ring, Tang San's strength would experience a significant enhancement. Yu Xiaojiang scrutinized the mandala snake meticulously, but when he discerned its age, the smile on his face abruptly faltered. After his investigation, he discovered that the snake was merely a century old, a far cry from the maximum limit of over 400 years. Yu Xiaojiang hesitated, contemplating whether to persuade Tang San to forego this soul ring. However, just as Yu Xiaojiang was deep in contemplation, Tang San swiftly delivered the final blow to the mandala snake. A yellow soul ring tinged with a hint of white gradually emerged from the creature's body. Without hesitation, Tang San settled into a meditative posture, commencing the absorption of the soul ring. By the time Yu Xiaojiang prepared to offer guidance, Tang San had already begun the process. Given the circumstances, Yu Xiaojiang refrained from uttering any objections, instead choosing to wait in silence. The first soul ring, though yellow and of a century's age, was not the most desirable choice. Within the hallowed halls of the papal palace, Bibi Dong sat languidly, her crossed legs subtly revealing her long, alabaster limbs beneath the hem of her skirt. The staff she clutched seemed to embody the full weight and power of the spirit hall, and at that moment, this potency appeared to converge within her piercing gaze. Bibi Dong's eyes, sharp as an eagle's, fixated intently on the figure of Mei Tikai below. Flames of fury blazed within her, as if capable of incinerating everything in their path. Mei Tikai, how dare you act so brazenly? To mobilize the personnel of the papal palace without the Pope's consent. Your audacity knows no bounds. In response to Bibi Dong's wrathful admonition, Mei Tikai remained unfazed. He shrugged nonchalantly, a smirk of disdain playing at the corners of his mouth. Bibi Dong, spare me your airs of authority. The Star Luo spirit branch has decayed to this extent. Your so-called papacy is undeniably complicit. Their exchange reverberated through the expansive papal palace, the atmosphere thickening with tension. Bibi Dong's anger roiled within her, while Mei Tikai stood resolutely, unyielding in the face of her fury. A tempest seemed poised to erupt within this sacred domain. Mei Tikai, you must remember that this place is the abode of the esteemed Pope, a realm of sanctity. Bibi Dong's tone surged with fury like a tempest, her astonishment and indignation barely concealed. For many years, none had dared to be so audacious before her. The papal palace? Mei Tikai scoffed derisively, his laughter echoing through the cavernous hall like the sharp edge of a blade, scraping against Bibi Dong's dignity. His gaze toward her was steeped in disdain and contempt, as if she were nothing more than an inconsequential stone or the insignificant residue from refuse. Bibi Dong, do you truly believe that without the support of the worship hall, you could easily ascend to this papal throne? Or do you naively think that once seated in this position, you would be free from challenge, your authority unassailable? Mei Tikai's voice was frigid, each word piercing Bibi Dong's heart like a dagger. Their dialogue resembled two finely honed blades, intertwining and clashing within the papal palace, each encounter sending shivers of trepidation through the air. Mei Tikai's words, sharp as ice, struck Bibi Dong with the weight of a hammer. You have betrayed Xuere's trust, using her affections as bait to lure her into the heavenly Dou Empire, executing some nefarious undercover scheme, merely a pawn in your wicked designs. His words swept through the tranquil space like a bitter wind, utterly dismantling Bibi Dong's facade of hypocrisy. Your sole purpose is to obliterate Xuere's innate talent for cultivation, rendering her a mere pawn in your ambitious schemes. The eyes of Mei Tikai blazed with fury, his words crashing like thunder in the stillness, reverberating throughout the space. Those thunderous declarations pierced through Bibi Dong's heart like a sharp blade, leaving her trembling in astonishment and dread. A flicker of panic crossed her gaze, as if the deepest secrets of her soul had been laid bare, and the once proud facade crumbled under Mei Tikai's penetrating scrutiny. Bibi Dong, brimming with confidence, believed each step she took was meticulously calculated, akin to a master strategist carefully orchestrating a game of chess. Yet, in the face of her meticulously crafted schemes, my Tikai appeared as an omniscient sage, exposing her intricate thoughts as if they were mere blank parchment. Before his words had fully dissipated into the air, Bibidong's previously unruffled countenance resembled a tranquil lake ravaged by a tempest, unable to retain its serenity. The mere mention of the name Yu Xiaojing struck her heart with the force of a sledgehammer, awakening long-buried memories and emotions, leaving her unable to maintain her composure. A 29th-level waste wielding the authority of both elder and pope is an absurdity. Yet he continues to deceive and exploit the spirit hall under the guise of an elder's decree, indulging in unjust gains. My Tikai's gaze, sharp as that of a hawk, remained fixed upon Bibidong's mercurial expression. He was already well aware of the intricate entanglement between her and Yu Xiaojing. Through meticulous investigation, he had uncovered every detail. Although he felt a twinge of sympathy for Bibidong's plight, it was overshadowed by a profound disdain for her actions. Silence. He is not a waste. Bibidong's voice thundered, filled with indignation and resolute defiance. Each time Yu Xiaojing's name was uttered, her seemingly impenetrable facade was pierced, revealing her vulnerability. Yu Xiaojing represented a sacred sanctuary within her heart, an inviolable line she refused to allow anyone to cross or demean in any form. Clutching her pope's scepter tightly, her sixth spirit ring erupted in a brilliant glow, as if to stain the entire space with a crimson frenzy. Sixth spirit skill, blood-sucking spider sting. With her command, countless sharp stings poured forth like a torrential downpour, racing toward my Tikai. Each sting shimmered with a dark light, exuding a chilling aura of death, as if to shred any obstacle in their path into oblivion. A sardonic smile curled at the corner of his mouth as he fixed his gaze upon Bibidong. You dare to strike at me for the sake of a waste like Yu Xiaojing? Bibidong, as the Pope, you truly exude an imposing majesty. Before the echoes of his words faded, his right hand shot forth like lightning, swiftly grasping a pair of nunchaku that materialized in his grasp. In the hands of my Tikai, the nunchaku appeared to possess a life of their own, tracing fierce trajectories in the air as his hands danced. Bibidong's spider stings descended like a torrential downpour, yet each assault was deftly countered by the nunchaku, the sounds of their clashes resonating like firecrackers throughout the grand hall. After a fierce exchange, my Tikai successfully parried all of Bibidong's attacks. At this moment, his gaze transformed from earlier calmness to one imbued with gravity and determination. Bibidong, are you truly prepared to turn against me today? My Tikai's voice was low and resolute, enveloped in a verdant steam that symbolized his 8 gates of Duanjia. His presence was as steadfast as a mountain, matching the formidable Bibidong, who had reached level 97. Bibidong's deep-set eyes glimmered with a chilling light as she regarded my Tikai's hostile visage, as if contemplating a toy on the verge of shattering. With her long, fair legs, she descended from her throne with an elegant and composed grace, each step imbued with an ineffable authority. The 8 gates of Duanjia. This method of forcibly extracting bodily potential, how long do you think it can endure? Bibidong's tone was haughty and disdainful, as if she already envisioned my Tikai's downfall. How long can it last? A smirk of derision graced my Tikai's lips. If you wish to test it, then come forth. Oh, by the way, that Yu Xiaojing. He is likely not faring well at the moment. My Tikai casually mentioned this, yet the words pierced Bibidong's heart like a sharp blade. In an instant, Bibidong's expression darkened, resembling the sky before a tempest, oppressive and foreboding. You court death. Bibidong's voice was as frigid as ice, each syllable emerging like a blade forced through clenched teeth, sending chills down one's spine. Following that, a dark purple aura surged forth from Bibidong, enveloping her surroundings like a mist of shadows, gradually consuming everything in its vicinity. Her body began a grotesque transformation, her lower half contorted into the form of a massive, menacing spider, 6 sharp legs extending from her oval abdomen, glistening with a cold sheen. Simultaneously, her hands lost their human form, becoming sharp and unyielding, as if capable of tearing through anything with ease. This ghastly visage starkly contrasted her usual gentle and charming demeanor, rendering her unrecognizable. At this moment, Bibidong appeared as a demon risen from the depths of hell, ugly and terrifying. Her hideous form was so shocking that no one could fathom this was the same enchanting pope they knew. Bibidong erupted in fury, her claws carving a fierce arc through the air, summoning two dark purple blades, akin to specters from the underworld, hurtling toward my with lightning speed. The blades sliced through the air, emitting a piercing whistle, and in an instant, struck my body. Within the grand hall, dust was stirred up, resembling a dense fog that obscured the vision of all present. Amidst the swirling smoke, the figure of Might Guy flickered in and out of view. With his arms crossed protectively over his chest, he appeared to steadfastly resist the onslaught akin to a tempest. His voice, deep and resonant, seemed to echo from the annals of time. Eighth gate of the 8 gates, 6th gate, open. As his words fell, an overwhelming aura erupted forth from his being. This force surged like a torrential flood, instantaneously dispersing the surrounding haze. Green steam rose from his form, akin to emerald flames igniting, illuminating the entire hall. In the wake of this formidable presence, Might Guy's silhouette appeared even more towering and formidable. In an instant, he materialized before Dawn, delivering a powerful kick aimed at her abdomen. However, Dawn proved to be equally adept, her sharp claws swiftly parrying his strike. The collision produced a resounding thud, and for a moment, the air seemed to freeze. As Dawn braced against the immense force, a wave of astonishment welled up within her. Restricted by the divine trial, her peak level of 97 was now limited to a mere 95. Confronted with Might Guy's nearly unreasonable display of brutality, she felt an unprecedented pressure. Nevertheless, Dawn did not falter. She understood the significance of this battle and recognized that surrender was not an option. Drawing a deep breath, she steadied herself, preparing to meet Might Guy's forthcoming assault. Leaf Hurricane, Might Guy bellowed, unleashing tremendous power from his feet once more. This time, even the once unyielding Dawn found herself compelled to retreat several steps under the force of his momentum. The sharp legs of her spider-like form clawed at the ground, etching 6 harrowing gashes into the hard earth, as if marking the land itself. Yet, even in this predicament, Dawn's reaction was as swift as lightning. In the moment her body was pushed back, a potent surge of soul power erupted from within her. Her 7th soul ring ignited like a flame, radiating a brilliant light. 7th soul skill, true body of the martial spirit. With Dawn's incantation, the air behind her seemed to tear open, gradually revealing a colossal spider that emerged. This creature melded with Dawn's form, becoming an extension of herself, elevating her already formidable aura to unprecedented heights. 8th soul skill, Spider Emperor clone, Dawn declared, her voice resonating throughout the hall, imbued with an irresistible authority. In quick succession, her 2nd, 3rd, and 6th soul rings illuminated, twinkling like stars in the night sky, radiating dazzling brilliance. 2nd soul skill, Deathly Poison Mist. 3rd soul skill, Death Prison. 6th soul skill, Blood-Sucking Spider Sting. Under the glow of this radiance, a clone identical to Dawn abruptly materialized within the hall. A dark purple mist emanated from Dawn, swiftly enveloping the entire Pope's hall. This mist, reminiscent of the breath of death, exuded a lethal chill that sent shivers down one's spine. Concurrently, countless cages woven from spider silk materialized silently, appearing as if alive, rapidly ensnaring Meitikai and binding him firmly within their grasp. At last, Dawn unleashed her 6th soul skill, the blood-sucking spider thorn. The thorns descended like a torrential downpour, blanketing the grand hall. Each thorn shimmered with a ghostly light, infused with deadly poison, aimed relentlessly at Meitikai. In that moment, the hall transformed into a battlefield of hell, where the dark purple mist, the resilient cages, and the dense thorns collectively wove a fatal web, ensnaring Meitikai within its ominous embrace. Just as Dawn believed her victory was assured, a deep, resonant voice emerged from the dark purple mist. Open the gate. Suddenly, a massive white tiger burst forth from the poisonous haze, devoid of any soul power fluctuations. The white tiger roared and lunged towards Dawn with its colossal frame. Yet, this was no ordinary beast. It let out a roar that resounded like thunder, shaking the very foundations of the Pope's hall. Its powerful and agile physique seemed to cause the earth to quake with each step as it charged toward Dawn. In that instant, the entire hall trembled. The thunderous roar not only reverberated in Dawn's ears, but also struck a chord deep within her soul. She had believed victory was within her grasp. Yet now this enigmatic white tiger instilled an unprecedented sense of peril within her. The tiger's roar, akin to a tempest, shattered the tranquility of the Pope's hall, echoing in every corner and stirring the hearts of all. Its gaze blazed with primal ferocity, and then, its immense and agile form surged forward like a cataclysm. Amidst the swirling toxic mist, fireballs erupted like shooting stars, incessantly darting from the haze, resembling wrathful fire spirits dancing in the night. Wherever these fireballs traversed, the air seemed to ignite, causing the temperature in the Pope's hall to soar, waves of heat crashing forth. The fireballs struck Bibi Dong with unerring precision, each one akin to a searing brand, leaving deep imprints upon her skin. Her body trembled under the onslaught of the fireballs, the ghastly burns blooming like radiant red flowers, glaringly vivid against the darkness. In the midst of this relentless barrage, Bibi Dong's fury ignited completely. She roared, her eyes glinting with resolute determination, intent on subduing Meikai in one fell swoop. Her hands transformed into razor-sharp claws, akin to two blades slicing through the air, striking mercilessly toward Meikai's form. This attack was so potent that even the most adept soul masters at defense would quail in fear, as if the very air were being cleaved asunder. However, in the face of this seemingly flawless assault, Meikai displayed remarkable composure and strength. He reached out, and in the blink of an eye, firmly grasped the claw blades held in Bibi Dong's hands. In the next instant, his other hand swiftly clenched into a fist, akin to a cannonball poised to launch, and struck fiercely at Bibi Dong's head. This blow was astonishingly powerful, accompanied by a sound that pierced the air and instantly struck her forehead. Bibi Dong was momentarily stunned by this sudden assault, blood trickling down her forehead, intertwining with her fury and resentment, creating a heart-wrenching tableau. Meikai's figure swept past like a tempest, his foot coming down heavily upon Bibi Dong's ample chest. In that fleeting moment, the soft sensation was akin to rippling spring waters, nearly washing away his steadfast resolve. However, he quickly steadied his mind, refusing to let that fleeting wavering cloud his judgment. As his foot landed, Bibi Dong's body was sent hurtling backward like a leaf caught in a wild gale. Her figure traced an arc through the air before crashing violently against 3 or 4 sturdy pillars, finally coming to a halt. She trembled slightly upon impact, clearly indicating the immense shock inflicted by Meikai's strike. Compared to his previous fierce battle with Tang Hao, Meikai had now fully harnessed the power of the open gate. This strength was sufficient to rival a rank 99 ultimate Douluo, naturally overwhelming a rank 97 title Douluo unable to unleash its full potential. In her current state of rage, Bibi Dong, despite her formidable power, appeared utterly vulnerable before Meikai. Debris cascaded down like a torrential rain, mercilessly pummeling Bibi Dong, the immense force seemingly intent on tearing her apart. Under such a brutal onslaught, she was compelled to relinquish her martial spirit embodiment. As the grotesque martial spirit faded, Bibi Dong's previously contorted face re-emerged, revealing a breathtaking beauty that was truly mesmerizing. Yet at this moment, her allure seemed painfully feeble. Her papal robe had become tattered, as though it had endured a relentless battle. The blood from her forehead trickled down like a mournful red blossom, blooming against her pale visage. Bibi Dong appeared utterly drained of all strength, lying dazed upon the ground, her eyes filled with disbelief and shock. She had never imagined herself to be in such a wretched predicament, nor could she fathom her total defeat. The entirety of this experience felt insufferable, as if her world was collapsing before her very eyes. At this moment, Meikai also emerged from the 8 gates of Duanjia State, the blue steam enveloping him gradually dissipating like morning mist, merging into the air. His breathing, though now steady, revealed a profound fatigue and pain with each rise and fall. The backlash from entering the open gate still ached intensely, and most of his muscles were severely torn, yet in this condition, he was still capable of completely overpowering Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong, I am uncertain of the secrets you harbor. Madakai's voice was deep and resolute, akin to an unyielding mountain. If you choose to continue down this path, it is likely that you will find it increasingly difficult to sit comfortably upon the papal throne. As his words echoed, Madakai's figure vanished from the papal hall like a wraith, leaving Bibi Dong alone in the vast chamber, her heart churning with indescribable emotions. Upon returning to the sanctuary, Meikai immediately spotted Qian Dalu kneeling beneath the statue of the angel. This scene struck him as both amusing and perplexing. Qian Dalu's actions resembled a diligent employee clocking in for work, a routine that was impossible to overlook. Yet, Meikai understood that this was Qian Dalu's steadfast adherence to his faith, a profound reverence for the angelic figure that stirred deep within his soul. With a soft sigh, Meikai felt a mixture of exasperation and admiration for Qian Dalu's dedication. He recognized that everyone possesses their own beliefs and aspirations, and Qian Dalu, in his own way, expressed a deep veneration for the angelic deity. Seemingly sensing something amiss, Qian Dalu spoke as Meikai approached, his tone imbued with inquiry, yet underscored by an undeniable affirmation. You and Bibi Dong have clashed, haven't you? Meikai shrugged lightly. With someone as astute as Qian Dalu, concealment was futile. Indeed, we have clashed, he replied candidly, devoid of any evasion. Upon hearing this, Qian Dalu sighed softly, his breath tinged with helplessness and regret. She is not as you perceive her, he began, hesitating as if grappling with unspoken truths. Perhaps you have only witnessed her harshness and indifference toward Xiaoxue. Meikai refrained from pressing further, standing in silence as he awaited Qian Dalu's continued discourse, aware that the elder's forthcoming words would carry significant weight. You may have never truly comprehended the burdens that weigh upon Bibi Dong's shoulders. Qian Dalu's voice emerged slowly, laced with fatigue, as he took a deep breath, seemingly striving to release the pent-up emotions within. Meikai quietly moved beside him, offering no words, but silently grasping the cup of cooled tea from the table, raising it to his lips and consuming its contents in one gulp. As the liquid flowed down his throat, he felt as though he was also swallowing the icy resolve it represented. He then placed the cup back on the table with a firm clatter, the sound reverberating through the air like the unwavering determination in his heart. I do not concern myself with the myriad of circumstances that may have compelled her actions. None of these serve as justification for her harming Renxue. Madakai's voice rang out with clarity and strength, each word falling like a hammer upon the heart, making his steadfast position impossible to disregard. His gaze deepened, brow furrowing in contemplation as his voice echoed through the expansive hall, underscored by an unmistakable resolve. Moreover, I have heard rumors of some entanglement between Bibi Dong and Yu Xiaojiang. Once I investigate thoroughly and ascertain the details, I shall determine how best to proceed with her. With that, he turned to depart from the heavy, oppressive hall. As he approached the entrance of the grand hall, the sunlight streamed in at an angle, casting a long shadow of his figure. He paused, turning back to glance at Qian Dalu, who sat beneath the statue, a hint of concern etched on his face. I am preparing to journey to the Heaven-Do Empire to meet Renxue. Is there anything you wish for me to convey? At the mention of Qian Renxue's name, Qian Daolu's previously tranquil visage flickered with emotion. In this world, if there was anyone who could stir his heart, it was undoubtedly the jewel he cherished deeply. After a moment of silence, he simply shook his head gently. Meikai nodded, casting a lingering gaze at Qian Dalu before stepping into the bright sunlight, racing towards the direction of the Heaven-Do Empire. It was not until Meikai's presence had completely faded from perception that Qian Dalu slowly exhaled a long breath, a sigh imbued with profound weight and relief. The remaining 6 elders quietly emerged from the shadows, their gazes collectively directed towards the spot where Meikai had stood moments before. The second elder, Golden Crocodile Douluo, regarded the space for a brief moment before shifting his attention to Qian Dalu, his tone imbued with seriousness. What are your intentions regarding Bibi Dong? That woman dared to act openly within the hall of the Pope. Her audacity is astonishing. The third elder, Qingwan Douluo, remained silent, while the other elders exchanged glances, all awaiting Qian Daolu's decision. Amidst their expectant gazes, Qian Dalu gently shook his head, an action revealing a trace of helplessness and regret. I do not intend to take any action against her. Although his voice remained calm, the depth of meaning within it was impossible to overlook. The others exchanged glances, clearly taken aback by Qian Daolu's choice. His tone reflected a profound confidence in Meikai, akin to a sage recounting the virtues of a cherished protege. Meikai had grown under their watchful eyes, and his charisma, resilience, and unique approach to life earned the heartfelt approval of these seasoned elders. We, the older generation, will inevitably withdraw from the stage of history, becoming mere dust of time. Qian Daolu's voice resonated with a somber yet resolute tone, as if narrating an unalterable truth. What we must do is safeguard this final bastion for them, paving the way for their journey, while allowing them the freedom to soar and develop. Having spoken, Qian Dalu slowly rose, preparing to depart. Though Golden Crocodile Douluo felt a tinge of dissatisfaction, he understood that this was not the moment to voice his discontent. He realized that to act against Bibi Dong at this juncture could trigger a series of repercussions, an imprudent course of action for them. Therefore, he chose silence and patience. 3 days later, upon arriving at the Heaven Do Empire, Mai Kai did not hesitate for a moment, striding directly towards the royal prince's residence. From a distance, he caught sight of the 2 Seoul king-level guards, standing like towering mountains, vigilantly safeguarding the tranquility of the estate. However, Mai Kai had no intention of following the conventional path. This visit was intended to surprise Qian Renxue. With a deep breath, he leapt into the air, transforming into a soaring eagle that ascended several hundred meters, before gracefully arcing down to land precisely within the prince's residence. He skillfully evaded the patrolling guards and quietly approached the room where his target awaited. Gently pushing open the window, it creaked open without a sound, and he nimbly slipped inside, akin to a stealthy cat. Upon entering the room, a rich and intoxicating fragrance enveloped him, refreshing and invigorating, reminiscent of spring, yet intertwined with the unique scent of Qian Renxue, causing Mai Kai's spirit to stir with delight. He inhaled deeply, savoring the delightful blend of aromas, a smile of anticipation and excitement gracing his face. In this tranquil afternoon, Qian Renshue's presence was notably absent from the estate. Mai Kai understood well that, as the prince, she was likely occupied with court affairs and negotiations with ministers, her time consumed by myriad political duties and strategies, rendering her exceedingly busy. Contemplating this, a wave of gentle resignation washed over him, though he did not linger on it. He proceeded directly to the familiar bedroom, the place where Qian Renxue typically rested. The bed still seemed to hold her warmth, and the air was suffused with her distinct fragrance, as if she were right beside him. Mai Kai lay down softly, closed his eyes, and inhaled deeply, attempting to draw the aroma into his very being. The scent, much like Qian Renxue herself, was elegant and enchanting, rendering him blissfully entranced. Gradually, his eyelids grew heavy, and his thoughts began to blur. In this familiar space, he felt an unprecedented sense of peace and comfort. Before long, he succumbed to a deep slumber, casting aside all weariness and fatigue. As night fell, the estate was ablaze with lights. Qian Renxue, under the guise of Xue Qinghe, concluded her meeting with Ning Fengji, the leader of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. Exhausted, she entered her room and immediately sensed an unusual atmosphere permeating the air. Her keen instincts alerted her that someone had undoubtedly been present. Cautiously, she scanned the surroundings, her gaze ultimately resting on the wide-open door of the bedroom. With trepidation, she stepped inside, her heart tumultuous like a tempest. When her eyes fell upon the sight on the bed, the icy coldness in her beautiful gaze widened in astonishment and disbelief. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, a hint of red around the edges, as if they were on the verge of spilling over. At that moment, Mai Kai stirred awake, lying on the bed with a faint, enigmatic smile, quietly observing Qian Renxue. Overwhelmed by this sudden revelation, she almost forgot her disguise. Gently, she shed her facade, revealing her true visage. Her countenance, as if carved from ice and snow, now bore traces of confusion and helplessness. Standing there, their eyes locked, time seemed to freeze between Mai Kai and Qian Renxue. The moonlight gently cascades, illuminating the slightly aggrieved and red-rimmed visage of Qian Renxue, akin to the delicate petals of spring flowers brushed by a gentle drizzle, hesitant yet yearning to fall. The moment Mai Kai's foot crossed the threshold, the opening lines he had rehearsed countless times in his heart dissipated like morning mist, swept away by this unexpected tenderness. He slowly rose from the bedside, his movements imbued with an irresistible gentleness as he tenderly enveloped Qian Renxue in his broad embrace. In that instant, all the waiting and longing transformed into unspoken solace, silently flowing between them. "Schwer, I apologize for coming to see you only now." Mai Kai's voice resonated with a deep, magnetic timbre, akin to the softest starlight in the night sky, gently caressing Qian Renshue's heart and soothing her every grievance and unease. Nestled in his arms, Qian Renxue uttered not a word, merely listening intently to the rhythm of his heartbeat, feeling the warmth and tranquility that emanated from deep within. This silent understanding, requiring no words, surpassed the eloquence of 1,000 expressions. As they shifted their steps, they entered an elegantly adorned living room. The flickering candlelight cast a warm glow throughout the space. The servants had quietly arranged a meticulously prepared dinner on the table, and the air was thick with enticing aromas. Adding a touch of homeliness to this night of reunion, my Kai unceremoniously pulled out a chair, his movements fluid and natural, as if this place were inherently a part of his homecoming. With a smile, he picked up his chopsticks, ready to indulge in the belated meal. Yet his gaze involuntarily returned to Qian Renxue, the affection and indulgence in his eyes rendering the surrounding atmosphere almost tangible with softness. Noticing this, a playful glimmer passed through Qian Renxue's eyes as she slightly parted her lips, bestowing upon him a charming yet cheeky roll of her eyes. A subtle smile gracing her mouth. Observing his eager anticipation for the feast, she couldn't help but let out a gentle sigh. Her tone laced with a mix of fondness and exasperation. Wash your hands. At her words, my Kai's imminent dive into the delicacies froze, as if he had heard the softest command in the world. Reluctantly, he placed his utensils down, obediently rising to cleanse his hands. Upon returning, a childlike compliance and anticipation adorned his face. As he sat down, before he could utter a word, Qian Renxue skillfully grasped her chopsticks, delicately lifting a carefully selected dish and slowly offering it to his lips, her gaze tender as flowing water. With a gentle parting of her cherry blossom-like lips, she softly urged, "Come, open your mouth." Her voice, reminiscent of a warm spring breeze, swept through his heart, intoxicating him effortlessly. My Kai gazed at the enticing, aromatic food poised on the tips of her chopsticks. A wave of warmth surged within him. Without hesitation, he opened his mouth wide, as if to embrace both this tenderness and the exquisite flavor, savoring each bite, relishing this rare moment of peace and happiness. This scene was both warm and sweet, as if time itself had paused to capture this moment, leaving only the unspoken understanding and deep affection between the two. As night descended, the warmth of dinner flowed gently between them, like a steady stream nourishing their hearts after a long separation. Amid the dim lights, this mutual feeding of warmth quietly added an extraordinary sweetness and satisfaction to their meal, as the joy enveloped him like a fine wine, growing richer with each moment. A faint sound of footsteps shattered the tranquility of the room. The serpent spear Douluo entered, cradling a steaming bowl of dark, aromatic concoction in his hands. His arrival stirred little commotion, yet upon perceiving Kai, a flicker of subtle surprise danced in his eyes, quickly replaced by a courteous nod, embodying a calmness and composure akin to that of a seasoned warrior. He approached with measured steps, reverently offering the bowl, exuding a faintly bitter scent, to Qian Renxue. His voice deep and resonant. "Young master, it's time for your medicine." Qian Renxue's gaze fell upon the ebony potion, her brows involuntarily knitting in a delicate frown. A hint of reluctance akin to the faintest glimmer of starlight in the night sky, hardly noticeable, yet undeniably present. A soft sigh escaped her lips, a blend of resignation towards the bitter flavor and a quiet concern for her own health. Meanwhile, Kai's eyes brimmed with unmasked worry the moment the potion appeared. "Schwer, has something happened?" he inquired with genuine concern. This time, Qian Renxue remained silent, but the serpent spear Douluo swiftly articulated the reason. "It is Tang Hao. He has slain the young master's dark body, causing all the damage to rebound upon her." The serpent spear Douluo spoke with indignation, expressing his desire to confront Tang Hao if he were not at a disadvantage. The mere mention of Tang Hao stirred Kai's emotions, resolutely vowing that he would seek retribution for the young one after their departure. Qian Renxue's gaze lightly brushed Kai's countenance, capturing the subtle shift in his expression, reminiscent of the most elusive starlight flickering against the vast night. Without uttering a word, she could perceive the tumultuous thoughts swirling within him, an eager battle spirit akin to hidden currents, yet beneath it lay a steadfast resolve. However, ripples of unease stirred within Qian Renxue. She was acutely aware that Tang Hao, standing at the pinnacle of the spirit master realm as a 96th ranked titled Douluo, possessed unfathomable strength. Even those of equal rank must tread cautiously in confrontation with him. She wished to shield Kai from harm, yet fate seemed to delight in unexpected twists, for unbeknownst to her, Kai had already faced Tang Hao previously and had not only matched him, but had decisively bested him. "Kai," Qian Renxue murmured softly, her tone imbued with both caution and concern. "Please do not." Her voice, gentle yet resolute, was like a refreshing breeze in spring, attempting to quell the impending storm while retaining an essence of vitality and strength, perfectly expressing her care and admonition towards my Tikai. After spending a night at the prince's residence, before the sun had even risen, my Tikai departed, hastening towards the direction of the papal palace. To expedite his journey, he unhesitatingly unlocked the 6th gate of the 8 gates of Duanjia. As my Guy traversed the shadowy threshold, his speed underwent yet another remarkable enhancement. Whereas it had previously taken him 3 days to arrive, this time he accomplished the journey in less than half a day, even as the sun had only just begun to rise. Upon entering the papal chamber, he found the morning assembly in full swing. Golden sunlight streamed through the intricately carved window panes, casting a mottled glow within the hall, infusing this solemn space with an added warmth and an air of mystery. My Guy's gaze instinctively fell upon the exalted papal throne, where Bibi Dong remained seated. However, the once imperious and commanding presence was now shrouded in a veil of pale fragility, her aura seemingly diminished compared to the past, exuding an ineffable weariness and vulnerability. Such a transformation did not escape the notice of those present, yet none dared to lift their eyes to confront the subtle weakness obscured beneath the Pope's formidable facade. The cardinals, clad in crimson and platinum, bowed their heads, fixated on their own steps and postures, wary that any inadvertent gesture or glance might disrupt the delicate equilibrium and provoke the wrath of Her Holiness. Once the morning meeting concluded and all had departed, my Guy finally emerged from the throng. Yet, upon Bibi Dong's gaze meeting his, the animosity that had once burned within her eyes had seemingly dissipated. "You have seen Xiao Shui," she stated with an unsettling calmness, as if the altercation between them just days prior had never occurred. My Guy was taken aback by Bibi Dong's demeanor, but adhering to the adage of not striking a smiling face, he refrained from confronting her directly. "I have seen her, but the situation is dire," he replied after a moment of contemplation, imparting the current state of Qian Renxue to Bibi Dong. He could distinctly perceive that hatred occupied little space in Bibi Dong's gaze, and her demeanor lacked the frenzy of days past. This shift made my Guy uneasy. "After our encounter, it seems I have found clarity," Bibi Dong mused, her eyes glinting as she recounted her thoughts leisurely. "It appears you have awakened me. In hindsight, Yu Xiaojing seems utterly laughable, lacking in appearance, power, and strength. Even his once proud repository of knowledge was pilfered from our Spirit Hall's archives. Yet, I cannot fathom why I ever harbored feelings for him." Bibi Dong paused, the weight of her confession hanging in the air. My Guy was utterly astounded. The wielder of a dual martial spirit, a level 97 title Douluo under 30, and the Pope of the Spirit Hall had once loved that worthless Yu Xiaojing. The magnitude of this revelation left him momentarily speechless. He chose silence, absorbing every detail as Bibi Dong recounted her initial encounter with Yu Xiaojing. How he had beguiled her with his silver tongue, eventually manipulating her into the Spirit Hall's archives, which precipitated a cascade of tragic events. "So, you no longer harbor affection for Yu Xiaojing?" My Guy's gaze remained fixed intently upon Bibi Dong, in the face of the other's unabashed gaze. Bibi Dong met his eyes with an unyielding confidence. "My interest does not lie with that worthless individual anymore. Rather, I find myself intrigued by you." Upon hearing this, my Tikai was utterly astonished. Interested in him? He was merely somewhat handsome, a tad stronger, and a bit more robust. What other merits did he possess? Bibi Dong elegantly unfurled her form, reminiscent of the dawn breaking in the early morning light, standing up with an air of grace that did not forfeit her authority. Her steps were light, yet exuded an undeniable solemnity as she descended the steps. Each stride seemed to resonate through the very fabric of time, guiding the flow of air around her. Devoid of a martial soul and lacking the support of soul power, she nonetheless manifested a strength rivaling that of a peerless Douluo. Her voice, deep and magnetic, echoed like whispers in an ancient forest, serving as both an inquiry directed at my Tikai and a murmured reflection of her own astonishment. "Such a miracle! How could I not be curious and bestow upon you my deepest attention?" As she spoke, Bibi Dong had silently approached my Tikai, their proximity so intimate that they could almost hear the resonance of each other's heartbeat. In her profound gaze shimmered a blend of inquiry and admiration, while my Tikai, caught off guard by this sudden closeness, found his breath quickening and his pulse racing. The air was thick with a subtle tension, as if even the wind had stilled, awaiting the slightest shift that might follow. At that moment, my Tikai was completely ensnared by Bibi Dong, his heart pounding fiercely, every nuance of her movements captivating his very soul. In the prime of youth, my Kai had never experienced such tantalizing provocation. A faint blush crept across his cheeks due to the tension, and the veins in his neck seemed to swell, betraying an unspoken fluster. Observing his reaction, Bibi Dong's lips curled into a gentle, teasing smile. Her elongated fingers, akin to the tenderest willow branches in spring, delicately lifted his resolute chin, an action imbued with a sense of inexplicable intimacy while maintaining just the right distance. Oh, how rare it is to witness such a bashful expression on the face of a law enforcement elder renowned for their sternness. Her voice, soft yet resonant, carried a hint of playful mockery and admiration, infusing the taut atmosphere with a subtle warmth. At that moment, my Kai's thoughts seemed to freeze under an unseen force. His usual composure and assertiveness evaporated, leaving only the sound of his racing heart echoing within his chest. Yet, Bibi Dong's wisdom lay in her understanding of boundaries. She recognized that even the deepest interest should not overstep the limits of their respective identities, especially given the complex and unspoken relationship they shared. He was cherished by her daughter. Thus, she gracefully withdrew her fingers, allowing the fleeting intimacy to dissipate into the ether. I shall investigate the matter concerning Tang Hao. Anyone who dares to harm my daughter will surely face the consequences. After a moment of contemplation, Bibi Dong spoke before departing. Go seek out Nana. I have heard that upon your return, her third soul ring insists on your company. With this remark, Bibi Dong turned and entered the secluded chambers of the palace. Once she had left, my Kai exhaled deeply, as if he had just emerged from a harrowing ordeal. The usually unyielding demeanor he maintained could no longer be sustained. After all, he was still a passionate youth, and even the most steadfast of individuals could falter when provoked by such a mature woman. Moreover, in his past life, he had remained solitary for 20 years, with only Xue Er and Nana ever challenging him in such a manner. Once he was certain that my Kai had truly departed, Bibi Dong gradually sank to the floor, leaning against the door. Her gaze dimmed, revealing nothing of her thoughts. If only you were not Xiao Xue's, brother Kai. When will you return? Liena's voice brimmed with concealed joy as she delicately entwined her arm around my Kai's robust one, their silhouettes appearing particularly harmonious and warm beneath the setting sun. My Kai's eyes sparkled with affection as he gently caressed Liena's silky hair, silently conveying volumes of unspoken sentiments. Having just returned, I heard that my Nana has already reached level 30. I have come to help you acquire your third soul ring. His words carried a profound concern for Liena, causing her heart to bloom with happiness, akin to sweet nectar nourishing her spirit. Upon hearing his words, Liena's cheeks flushed, and with a hint of shyness, she turned her head away, murmuring, "She's not yours." Her soft whisper was barely audible, even to Kai. They exchanged a knowing smile, requiring no further words. Their unspoken understanding and deep affection were evident. Subsequently, they gracefully boarded the carriage that had been prepared for them. As the wheels turned slowly, the bustling city of Wuhuan faded into the distance, leading them towards the Star-Do forest. Upon reaching the edge of a quaint town bordering the forest, the carriage came to a gentle halt. As it could not proceed further, they were obliged to continue on foot into the Star-Do forest. Once inside, Liena was reminded of the time when she had been brought back by the elder ghost to acquire her first soul ring. At this thought, she released my Kai's hand and sulked to the side, a hint of annoyance flickering across her features. Kai was puzzled, unsure of the cause of her sudden displeasure. He attempted to grasp her hand once more, but she deftly evaded him. His confusion deepened, as he remained oblivious to what had transpired to upset her. Observing Kai's bewildered expression, Liena couldn't help but chuckle, her laughter ringing like silver bells, which prompted Kai to reflect on past events. He acknowledged that his previous actions had indeed been questionable, yet he had felt compelled to act as he did. As night descended quietly, the stars began to twinkle in the distant sky, while deep within the forest, cloaked in the gentle embrace of twilight, their figures continued to meander along the narrow pathways. Yet, time slips through one's fingers like fine sand, silently elapsing, while the coveted prize of desire remains ever elusive. As the last ray of sunlight shyly retreats into the embrace of the earth, a delicate veil of blue and violet envelopes the surroundings, serene yet enigmatic. In this moment, Kai adeptly gathers the scattered, dried twigs, skillfully weaving them into a rudimentary framework for a fire pit, as if illuminating a beacon of hope amidst the encroaching darkness. Soon, a breathtaking spectacle unfolds. Kai's fingertips seem to be caressed by the magic of the night, instantly conjuring a brilliant spark of fire. This flame dances between his slender fingers, as lively as a sprite. With a gentle flick, the flame gracefully leaps into the fire pit, bestowing life upon it. The roaring flames cast a warm glow around, comforting two weary hearts, slightly fatigued from their quest. Not far off, a few meticulously prepared soft-boned rabbits are carefully skewered on branches, destined to be the stars of tonight's feast. As the flames lick the meat, an alluring aroma begins to waft through the air, a fragrant blend of charcoal's richness and the succulent essence of the meat. This enchanting scent, akin to a spell, quietly disperses all the worries and fatigue accumulated throughout the day, allowing smiles of ease and joy to blossom once more upon their faces. In this cozy and tranquil night, the flickering firelight, the enticing scent of roasted meat, and the harmonious laughter of the two weave together a heartwarming and poignant tableau. As if the entire world has come to a standstill, wishing this moment could last forever. Seated by the bonfire, Liena instinctively leans her body, gently resting against Kai's sturdy shoulder, as if seeking a fleeting moment of peace and warmth. Observing this, Kai's lips curve into a tender smile, and he delicately offers the meticulously roasted, golden-hued soft-boned rabbit to her lips, the aroma rising in the air, adding an extra layer of warmth and temptation. "Do take a bite," he murmurs, his voice deep and magnetic, each word caressing the air like a gentle breeze. "Tonight, we have captured only these 4 little ones. And if fortune does not favor us tomorrow, we may find ourselves hungry." Liena's cheeks flush slightly, her shyness evident, yet she does not directly accept the perfectly roasted rabbit. Instead, in a nearly coy manner, she parts her luscious lips, reminiscent of ripe cherries, and delicately takes a bite of the roasted rabbit. This subtle gesture seems to infuse the air with a hint of sweetness. As the night deepens, the sky gradually weaves a tapestry of profound blue. At this moment, a crystalline raindrop quietly descends, landing squarely on Kai's proud nose, bestowing an unexpected softness to his resolute features. This scene, like the finishing touch on a masterpiece, renders the entire tableau even more vivid and poetic. Kai tilts his head slightly, his palm open to gently welcome the raindrop that floats down from the sky. A fleeting crease of concern appears between his brows as his gaze tenderly shifts to Liena, who remains nestled against him. In a soft whisper, he remarks, "The heavens seem displeased. Rain is imminent. It would be unwise to linger here for rest tonight." As she finished speaking, a fleeting shadow of worry flickered across Liena's eyes. At that moment, their predicament felt particularly helpless in the face of the sudden storm. Rain seemed to unveil the fragility and helplessness of the world in the most unassuming manner. Before they could ponder further, a deep rumble of thunder split the sky, akin to the whisper of a divine being, briefly illuminating the surrounding gloom. Almost immediately, a torrential downpour descended mercilessly, enveloping the world in a shroud of misty rain. Observing this, Kai acted swiftly and decisively, bending down to gently cradle Liena in his arms, as if he were holding the most precious treasure in existence. With a powerful push of his legs, he leapt gracefully like a cheetah, carving a smooth arc through the storm, landing securely on a drier patch not far away, thus providing them with a temporary haven from the tempest. In a protective manner, Kai held Liena tightly, weaving effortlessly through the dense curtain of rain among the treetops. Resembling 2 nightingales unafraid of the storm, the relentless rain soaked their garments, yet it seemed incapable of penetrating the warm barrier created by their intertwined warmth. In the solid embrace of Kai, Liena felt an unprecedented sense of safety and warmth, as if even the icy raindrops had softened. Time quietly slipped away amidst the rain, until a shadowy and mysterious outline emerged at the edge of Kai's vision, a cave concealed within the storm, as if nature had specially prepared a refuge for weary travelers. Upon seeing this, an urgent desire surged within Kai, and without hesitation, he adjusted their course, hastening toward that beacon of hope. At last, they reached the cave's entrance. Kai's movements were swift yet gentle as he carefully released Liena from his arms, allowing her to stand firmly on the dry ground. The absence of his warm embrace caused Liena to shiver involuntarily, her soaked clothing clinging to her skin, bringing a biting chill. Although Kai contemplated using his techniques to evaporate the moisture from his body, he dismissed the idea, realizing that he was nearly impervious to illness. Liena, too, wished to dry herself using her soul power, but as a mere level 30 soul master. She lacked the ability to effectively control her energy flowing across her skin. With a decisive motion, Kai swiftly discarded his outer garment as if shedding armor. As the fabric billowed behind him, his exposed form, marked by the passage of time with scars crisscrossing his body like badges of honor, revealed an indomitable spirit and resilience. These scars were silent testimonies of his past battles, narrating one courageous story after another. In that moment, Liena's gaze involuntarily trembled, as if drawn by an invisible force. Instinctively, she raised her hand to cover her eyes, attempting to shield herself from the visceral impact of his presence. Yet, curiosity and her deep concern for Kai ultimately triumphed over her shyness. She slowly lowered her hand, her eyes peering through her fingers, landing on the shocking scars that adorned his back. In that instant, tenderness welled up in her eyes, filled with endless compassion and pity for him. As Kai remained momentarily absorbed in his own world, Liena summoned her courage, gently tracing her fingertips over the cold scars, as if attempting to soothe the lingering pains of the past with her warmth. Brother Kai, her voice, delicate as a whisper, brimmed with deep affection. These scars must hurt terribly. Each word flowed slowly from her heart, laden with care and compassion for him, instantly warming the frigid room with tenderness. Kai's senses were subtly stirred by the inadvertent chill of Liena's touch, igniting a peculiar and exquisite tingling sensation that seemed to ascend from his feet, coursing through his entire being. The old scars, worn smooth by the passage of time, had long since lost the memory of pain. They were remnants of rigorous training, each one etched with resilience and defiance. It was precisely these seemingly harsh trials that had forged the man he was today, rendering every challenge trivial in comparison. He slowly turned, his gaze softly resting upon Liena's slightly bashful visage, her blush resembling the gentlest hues of dawn. Without uttering a word, Kai naturally took her suspended hand, guiding it gently to rest upon the most prominent scar on his chest. The air between them fell into a serene silence, as if swallowed by the night, while Kai silently moved past Liena, venturing deeper into the cave to prepare a fire. Despite being untroubled by illness, the warmth and light emanating from flames served as an irresistible solace for him. Within the depths of the cave, Kai's eyes, sharp as a hawk's, navigated through the dimness until they settled upon several desiccated branches lying quietly in the dust of time, awaiting the breath of new life. He picked them up with care, as if selecting precious treasures, and skillfully arranged them into a simple yet hopeful pyre. As the night grew more profound, a veil of gentle weariness enveloped the cave. Without hesitation, Kai constructed a small but sturdy tent for Liena, a testament to his thoughtfulness and concern. He, however, chose a stone slab beside the fire as his resting place, not out of laziness or neglect, but rather because he understood that the second tent had already succumbed to the dampness of the elements. In the stillness of the night, Liena was stirred from her slumber by an unexpected chill. Perhaps remnants of their earlier walk in the rain lingered, for she felt as though a thin sheet of ice caressed her skin, penetrating even through the soft bedding that enveloped her, gnawing at her very essence. Unable to endure the intrusion, she gently lifted the tent flap, stepping into the night, ultimately seeking solace beside the dying embers of the fire. The flickering flames danced like a gentle guardian, gradually dispelling the chill that surrounded her, bringing a long-awaited warmth and tranquility. The firelight cast a soft glow upon her slightly pallid face, imparting an air of gentleness and fortitude. This subtle motion, akin to a breeze caressing the still surface of a lake, gently roused the slumbering Kai. He slowly opened his eyes, his gaze drawn to the shivering figure nearby, and draped his already dried garment over Liena's shoulders. The two individuals sat quietly beside the campfire, its glow illuminating their faces and revealing the unspoken understanding and warmth that existed between them. The night remained profound, yet within this small space, an ineffable sense of coziness and tranquility flourished. In that moment, Liena felt as if time had gently pressed the pause button. A fleeting daze flickered in her eyes, and she instinctively leaned forward, akin to a fallen leaf returning to its roots, softly gliding into Kai's broad chest. The surrounding flames danced, Yet their warmth paled in comparison to the tenderness and reality found within his embrace, sending ripples of warmth through her heart, leaving her uncertain whether it was the fire's heat or the sudden sense of reassurance that stirred her. Kai was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected embrace, his initial surprise swiftly giving way to a subtle tenderness. His body tensed for an instant, as if even his breath had momentarily halted, but then, with a slow and resolute motion, he raised his arms and enveloped Liena, whose figure trembled slightly from emotion, firmly within his embrace. His actions were both gentle and strong, akin to safeguarding a rare treasure. "Do not fear. Through storm and rain, I am here." Kai's words were like the first rays of spring sunshine piercing through the chill of the night fog, warm and radiant, each syllable softly settling in Liena's heart, transforming into boundless peace and strength. At that moment, all fear and unease seemed to melt away in the warmth of his presence, leaving only two hearts intertwined under the flickering light of the fire. On the following morning, Kai's eyes gradually focused like the rising sun as he awakened from his deep slumber. His movements were slight and cautious, wary of disturbing the person beside him. With the slightest shift, he became acutely aware of Liena lying in his arms. At that moment, an inexplicable tenderness surged within him, as if brushed by the softest silk. His movement stirred Liena from her dreams, her eyes sparkling like morning dew, fresh and bright. By then, Kai had donned his clothing and sat beside the now extinguished bonfire. Liena gazed at him, a flicker of confusion crossing her features. Lowering her gaze to her own attire, which left little to the imagination, she felt a sudden wave of shyness wash over her. Although they had not engaged in any substantial intimacy the previous day, such closeness was a first for them. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, reminiscent of a ripe apple, evoking an irresistible urge to take a bite. The two washed up by a nearby stream, and Kai continued to guide Liena through the Douluo forest, persistently searching for her third spirit ring. Days passed without success, until Kai began to feel a hint of frustration. Suddenly, from the distant thicket, a white fox with 3 tails sprang forth. Observing its appearance, Kai's mind quickly recalled information about this spirit beast. It was likely a 1,700-year-old 3-tailed snow fox. Nana's spirit ring had arrived. As soon as Kai's words fell, even Liena's face lit up with delight. After nearly a week of wandering in the Douluo forest, they had finally encountered a suitable spirit beast. The 3-tailed snow fox suddenly emitted a haunting and elongated howl, its essence infused with millennia of spiritual power, surging forth like a frigid tide, pressing toward Liena with an intensity that seemed to solidify the very air around them. In an instant, the snow-white figure appeared to merge with the surrounding ice and snow, vanishing into thin air, leaving only delicate snowflakes to gracefully descend, marking the trace of its existence. Kai's gaze was as sharp as that of a hawk, instantly discerning the intentions of the 3-tailed snow fox. It felt as though a tree of life was awakening within him, with pale green steam rising gently from his form, imbued with a vibrant vitality. Without hesitation, he lifted Liena into his arms, transforming into a streak of green lightning as he pursued the direction in which the fox had vanished, leaving a series of afterimages weaving through the forest. The entire Douluo forest seemed to tremble under the sudden surge of speed and power, as a tremendous quake rippled through the ground, accompanied by the resounding crash of trees collapsing under the strain, creating a magnificent natural symphony. Amidst the swirling leaves and interplaying light and shadow, an exhilarating beauty unfolded, heightening the sense of urgency. Did it dare to attempt an escape? Kai roared, his voice imbued with an undeniable resolve and authority. He thrust his fist forward, and where the punch passed, the air ignited, coalescing into a dazzling fireball that surged forth. Wrapped in an aura of heat and destruction, soaring through the sky in pursuit of the elusive snow fox, vowing to reduce any obstacles to ashes. The chase traversed nearly every corner of the forest, only coming to a gradual halt at its periphery. Kai cornered the cunning 3-tailed snow fox, capturing it at last. At this moment, the snow fox lay feebly on the ground, its once resplendent silver fur, pure as snow, now mired in the dust of battle, appearing particularly disheveled. The spark of life that once danced in its eyes had faded into a subtle sorrow, like a flickering candle in the wind, wavering on the brink of extinguishment. Liena stood quietly to the side, her gaze complex as she regarded this fading creature. Even in such a fallen state, The fox's countenance retained an extraordinary beauty that evoked sympathy. Ripples of emotion stirred within her. An inexplicable desire to nurture this spirit beast began to grow. Yet, reason swiftly quelled this impulse. She understood that as a soul master, the bond with the spirit beast was often founded on strength and contract, rather than mere compassion or personal desire. Moreover, this three-tailed snow fox was the culmination of their arduous week of exploration, a vital step on his journey to power. With a soft sigh, Liena buried her hesitation and reluctance deep within. Driven by this resolve, her gaze gradually coalesced into an undeniable determination. She drew a sharp dagger from her waist with a fluid motion, her action so decisive that it seemed to meld seamlessly with her resolve. Without the slightest hesitation, the dagger sliced through the air, accurately embedding itself into the snow-white neck of the three-tailed snow fox. In that moment, time appeared to freeze. The three-tailed snow fox's body shuddered violently, erupting in a desperate and fierce struggle, its beautiful and mysterious tails thrashing wildly in the air, yet ultimately unable to escape the clutches of fate. Soon, all fell into silence, leaving only the whispers of the forest breeze and the delicate sound of falling snow. In that fleeting moment of life and death, a deep hue of purple gradually rose from the body of the snow fox, transforming into a resplendent soul ring that floated in midair, radiating an alluring glow. Upon witnessing this, Liena immediately sat cross-legged, her eyes gently closed. Fully immersed in the absorption of this soul ring, her breath became long and profound, as if melding with the natural essence surrounding her, and all the surrounding clamor faded away. After half an hour of tranquil passage, Liena finally opened her eyes, which sparkled with an even deeper and more resolute light. Her gaze shimmered with an unusual brilliance, her tone barely concealing her excitement, as she gracefully leaped to Kai's side, akin to the most agile sprite of the forest, and joyfully proclaimed, "Brother Kai, behold, my third soul skill is called Celestial Fox Whisper, a skill of group control. It weaves the deepest desires of each person's heart into an illusion, ensnaring them in a dreamlike reverie from which they cannot escape." Upon hearing this, Kai's eyes glimmered with curiosity and admiration. Although he did not fully grasp the intricacies of soul skills, Liena's radiant confidence and delight were enough for him to sense the extraordinary nature of this power. He gently stroked his chin, pondering that this ability was undoubtedly tailored for her, harmonizing with her cunning and intelligent nature while adding an endless layer of mystery. Then, Kai tenderly extended his hand, gently caressing the silken crown of Liena's hair, as if soothing a little fox that had just revealed its astonishing talents. His voice brimmed with affection and encouragement. "My dear Liena, you truly are extraordinarily gifted." Upon hearing this, a subtle blush crept onto Liena's cheeks, reminiscent of a rose shyly blooming in the morning light. She slightly parted her lips, playfully swatting away Kai's hand that was tenderly stroking her head. "I am not just yours, don't say such things." In her words, the girlish shyness and reserve floated like a gentle spring breeze, evoking a sense of endearment. At that moment, she appeared to be tinged with the blush of budding affection, enveloped in the sweetness and fluster of first love. Much like a little fox newly stepping into the world, both curious and bashful. Kai, witnessing this, allowed a gentle smile to grace his features. He chose not to pursue the playful banter further, his thoughts reflecting that it was still early, and the path back to the spirit hall was the rightful course. Thus, the two of them set off on their return journey, traversing the depths and mysteries of the Star Doe forest, eventually boarding the carriage bound for the spirit hall. The carriage glided through the interplay of dawn and dusk, and 3 days passed quietly until the magnificent spirit city gradually came into view. Before the city gates, the solemn outline of the papal hall appeared even more sacred under the golden hues of the setting sun, as Liena and Kai bid a reluctant farewell. After all, Kai now dared not approach Bibi Dong. Such a mature woman held the greatest allure and danger for someone as inexperienced as he. After their parting, Kai embarked on his journey to the Spirit Intermediate Academy, a surge of indescribable emotions stirring within him. Ever since he had placed Zhu Zhuqing in the academy, he had not attended to her at all. As a mentor to one's own disciple, one must fulfill the responsibilities inherent in that role. With the weighty elder's token in hand, Kai effortlessly passed through the academy's gates, as if traversing the barriers of time to return to a hopeful beginning. Every brick and tile of the academy seemed to narrate tales of the past and future, with him being an indispensable part of this narrative. Strolling within the academy, his steps instinctively guided him towards the first-year teaching building. Through the partially opened window, a familiar silhouette caught his eye. Zhu Zhuqing sat in the second-to-last row of the classroom, her demeanor both proud and resilient. Her gaze, sharp as that of a hawk, remained intently fixed on the eloquent teacher at the podium, her pen a blur as it meticulously inscribed each knowledge point into her heart. That focused expression stirred a warm current within Kai. He realized that despite the passage of time, Zhu Zhuqing's thirst for knowledge and pursuit of understanding had never waned. As her master, how could he remain a mere bystander? From this moment forth, he resolved to wholeheartedly fulfill his duties, not only guiding her in martial skills, but also serving as a beacon for her spiritual growth. Thus, Kai approached quietly, wary of disturbing her precious concentration. The golden hues of the setting sun lazily draped over the campus path, and as the final class bell echoed distantly, Zhu Zhuqing, with slightly heavy steps, began her journey home. As a new transfer student, her world seemed tinged with an added layer of solitude and the trials of adaptation. Upon returning to the dormitory that was meant for two, the gentle creak of the door revealed an unusual stillness and anticipation. Inside, a warm yet unfamiliar atmosphere enveloped her. Tightening her heart with unbidden tension, she quietly pushed open the dormitory door, her gaze weaving through every inch of the space, seeking to capture the essence of a presence that did not belong to her. Just as she felt the encroaching grasp of anxiety, a familiar figure emerged before her. Kai stood bathed in the soft light of the kitchen, busy and engrossed, as if meticulously preparing for an unexpected reunion. In that moment, all apprehension and fatigue seemed to be gently swept away by a warm current, and Zhu Zhuqing instinctively let down her guard, a smile of relief blossoming on her lips. She entered the room slowly, each step light as if she were treading upon clouds. Gently reclining on the soft bed, she allowed every cell of her being to bask in this rare tranquility and warmth. "Dinner is ready," Kai called softly in a voice that was tender yet slightly magnetic, infused with the warmth and anticipation of home. On the bed, Zhu Zhuqing gradually opened her eyes, though fatigue clung to her like a shroud. She still rose with a subtle resilience, gently lifting the covers as she stepped into the bathroom, cleansing the weariness of the world away with clear water, her fingertips brushing the surface, as if purifying her weary soul. Subsequently, she entered the kitchen, which was suffused with an enticing aroma, gliding in with a graceful step, reminiscent of a gentle beauty. She delicately arranged the exquisite dishes that Kai had meticulously prepared upon the dining table. The array of culinary delights, each crafted with Zhu Zhuqing's unique palate in mind, included steamed fish and sweet and sour fish, their flavors intertwined, exuding a vibrant allure akin to a bright spring day. Additionally, there was the golden, crispy roasted fish, its fragrance tantalizing, evoking an irresistible appetite. Each dish bore witness to Kai's attentive care for Zhu Zhuqing. As the two sat across from one another, the flickering candlelight cast soft shadows, illuminating their gentle contours. Kai refrained from picking up his chopsticks first, while Zhu Zhuqing patiently awaited, the air thick with an unspoken understanding and warmth. "Why aren't you eating?" Kai could no longer suppress his curiosity, softly inquiring, his eyes reflecting thoughtful consideration and concern for Zhu Zhuqing's tastes. It was essential to note that this sumptuous feast was prepared with utmost dedication, based on Zhu Zhuqing's past preferences, piece by piece. Zhu Zhuqing gently shook her head, her eyes shimmering with a tender light, and slowly pushed the meticulously prepared dishes towards Kai, her actions revealing an unspoken delicacy of care. "Please, after you, teacher." These simple words, like a gentle spring breeze, conveyed her sentiments warmly and subtly. As the cozy atmosphere of dinner gradually faded, and the last rays of the setting sun quietly slipped into the night, Zhu Zhuqing softly parted her lips, preparing to rise and clear the table, heading towards the slightly bustling kitchen. However, before she could fully commence her task, a broad hand rested gently on her shoulder, exuding undeniable tenderness and resolve. "Zhuqing, after a long day, it's time to relax." Kai's voice, deep and magnetic, flowed like the softest caress in the night wind. "Leave these trivial matters to me." With that, he placed a gentle yet firm hand upon her shoulder. Yet, Zhu Zhuqing shook her head. It was already unexpected for her teacher to prepare a meal for her, and to allow him to clear the dishes would be rather excessive for a student. Kai wished to prevent Zhu Zhuqing from feeling like a burden, but she, in turn, did not want her teacher to be delayed by her needs. As nightfall descended, the warm afterglow of dinner lingered in the air. Kai quietly cleared the dishes from the table, preparing to leave. Just then, a faint rustle of fabric broke the stillness of the room. Zhu Zhuqing's fingers gently caught the hem of Kai's departing garment, as if 1,000 unspoken words were caught in her throat. Kai instinctively paused. Turning to face her, his gaze soft and inquiring. Her eyes sparkled with complex emotions, wavering between the desire to speak and the silence that ensued, ultimately transforming into a faint smile, one that concealed subtle hesitation and struggle. "What's wrong?" Kai's voice was gentle and magnetic, akin to a spring breeze gliding over a lake, attempting to soothe the ripples in her heart. Zhu Zhuqing wrestled internally for a moment. Those words she longed to express danced on her tongue, but ultimately transformed into a silent sigh. She gradually loosened her grip on the hem of her garment, a gesture that revealed an ineffable sense of resignation and release. "It's nothing," she spoke softly, her voice tinged with an almost imperceptible tremor. Then, she gently turned away, sinking back into the softness of the bed, her silhouette exuding an aura of profound solitude and desolation. Standing at the doorway, Kai cast a deep gaze at Zhu Zhuqing, seemingly attempting to unravel the secrets hidden within her heart. Yet, in the end, he merely shook his head lightly, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips as he turned, leaving behind an unfinished story entwined with the night's embrace. As dawn broke the following morning, Zhu Zhuqing slowly awakened at the edge of her soft bed, her eyes sweeping over the somewhat lonely room around her. A barely detectable pang of regret took root in her heart. Perhaps she should have asked Kai to stay yesterday. After freshening up, she opened the door to leave for class, only to be startled by the figure standing outside. At that moment, Kai held several steamed buns in one hand, the other poised to knock. Upon seeing Zhu Zhuqing, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, and instinctively, he extended the buns towards her, his natural concern warming her heart like the gentle sun of spring. Zhu Zhuqing stood momentarily taken aback, her lips curving into an unconscious smile. The sudden warmth transformed her world into something soft and bright. As she gently took the last steaming bun into her mouth, her expression radiated satisfaction, as if savoring the finest delicacy the world had to offer. In that moment, the surrounding clamor seemed to hush, all for the sake of witnessing the conclusion of this simple joy. Kai's gaze was tender and profound, and once she swallowed the last bite, he spoke slowly, his voice imbued with unwavering certainty and promise. "From today onward, you need not attend classes at the academy. For the next 6 years, you shall train under my guidance. I will impart all my skills to you without reservation." Kai's words, like the first warm rays of spring sunshine, pierced through the mist in Zhu Zhuqing's heart, illuminating her eyes with a brilliance akin to the stars. She had long heard of Kai's formidable abilities, and the desire for strength within her blazed like a newly ignited flame, fervently burning. Receiving personal mentorship from such a powerful figure was undoubtedly a shortcut to reaching the pinnacle of her potential. After their meal, the two walked side by side through the familiar corridor of the Spirit Soul Academy, soon to be temporarily parted from it, ultimately arriving at a tranquil and mysterious spot at the back of the mountain. Here, surrounded by hills and with waters lapping at their knees, it resembled a meticulously crafted retreat, exuding a serene ambience that invited endless contemplation, a veritable paradise sought after by many. At the mountain summit, a curtain of water cascaded down like a silver ribbon, thundering as it split the mountainside in two. The grandeur of its force seemed like nature's most vigorous brushstroke, carelessly painted across this realm. Zhu Zhuqing stood amidst this breathtaking scenery, her eyes sparkling with boundless anticipation and yearning for the upcoming rigorous training. The impatience within her suggested she could already foresee her own transcendence. However, this hopeful vision was swiftly overshadowed by the weight of reality. Before me stands the formidable Douluo Dalu, her figure tall and imposing, emanating an aura of authority even in tranquility. With a mere flick of her sleeve, the overwhelming pressure of soul power, derived from her pinnacle at the 97th level, cascades forth like a tempest, mercilessly enveloping every corner of the space. Confronted by this vast ocean of soul energy, Zhu Zhuqing feels her body grow heavy, as if an immense weight bears down upon her, rendering her unable to resist its pull. In an instant, she finds herself pressed against the ground, immobile. Time appears to suspend in this moment. The atmosphere thick with an indescribable solemnity and oppression. Though ensnared in a dire predicament, the spark of determination in Zhu Juqing's eyes remains undiminished. Rather, in the face of such an extreme challenge, it ignites a fervent fighting spirit and an indomitable will. As Qingwan Douluo contemplates easing her pressure, her gaze meets the stern countenance of Kai. Please do not hold back, Teacher Qingwan, Kai implores, her words resonating with an irresistible strength. This is a path I have chosen for myself, and even if it means kneeling, I shall tread it to the end. The passage of 6 years, fleeting as a galloping steed, has not dulled Zhu Juqing's resolve. Instead, it has catalyzed a magnificent transformation within her. The youthful girl of yore has blossomed into a soul master of extraordinary grace and prowess. The trials of 6 years, marked by the harshness of time, bear witness to her ascent from a mere 13th level soul power to the pinnacle of 37th level, a leap not only of numbers, but of her very soul and spirit. Remarkably, her second soul ring has absorbed the essence of a millennium-level spirit ring. In the Soul Master Plaza, bathed in the gentle glow of moonlight, Kai stands at the center like a silent warrior, surrounded by a mysterious purple shadow that flickers in and out of existence, adding an enigmatic hue to the tranquil night. Through 6 years of grueling training, Zhu Juqing has mastered the art of speed to perfection. Her 37th level soul power not only unleashes her utmost velocity, but also exemplifies her profound comprehension of agility. Even when faced with a formidable opponent of the 60th level, she holds her ground, perhaps even surpassing them. First soul skill, Phantom Strike. Zhu Juqing's cool voice cleaves through the night sky, imbued with an unmistakable resolve and sharpness. In an instant, her hands are cloaked in a deep, dark purple radiance, a light that seems capable of consuming all illumination around her, reflecting the unwavering glimmer in her eyes. Like a specter, she flits between shadows, weaving an intricate web of attacks with her mastery of speed. Each flicker captures the precise moment. Each movement heralds the imminent storm. At last, she identifies a subtle flaw in Kai's defenses and transforms into a bolt of purple lightning, surging towards her opponent with ferocity. This is not merely a confluence of speed and strength. It is an eruption of her yearning for victory and her steadfast belief. Zhu Juqing darts forward, propelled by a chilling wind, delivering a merciless blow to Kai's chest. Yet, this all-out strike is akin to a drop in the ocean, failing to disturb Kai's impregnable defense in the slightest. More astonishingly, Kai effortlessly captured her outstretched arm in an instant, the sheer force propelling her into the air as if she were but a feather tossed into the wind. In mid-flight, Zhu Juqing swiftly adjusted her posture, transforming into a streak of violet light that darted through the air with breathtaking speed. With the determination of a released arrow, she unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks against Kai, each strike enveloped in purple radiance, slicing through the air and leaving behind a series of resplendent trails. Although these assaults were merely trifling nuisances to Kai, failing to inflict any substantial harm, Zhu Juqing showed no sign of retreat. Her eyes burned with an indomitable flame, each attack embodying her perseverance and resolve, as if she sought to pour her very will and strength into this seemingly futile confrontation. Meanwhile, on the Spirit Hall Square, Bibi Dong sat gracefully upon the throne that symbolized supreme authority, her demeanor exuding elegance and nobility, akin to a celestial being detached from the world, quietly observing the fierce battle unfold. Third soul skill, Nether Slash. Zhu Juqing murmured, her palms resembling blades of the darkest night, slicing through the air as 2 beams of ghostly light intertwined before Kai, carrying the full force of her might. Yet, this strike, imbued with endless chill and power, merely brushed against Kai like a gentle breeze against rock, leaving him steadfast and unyielding, akin to an immovable war god. A sense of disbelief flashed in Zhu Juqing's eyes as she recoiled, executing a series of exquisite backflips that traced graceful arcs in the air, swiftly distancing herself from the oppressive battlefield to evade any impending counterattack. Her hands, though wielding enough power to instill fear in ordinary soul masters, now felt as if they were meeting the most formidable of barriers. Each contact was akin to colliding with an iron wall forged from ancient ice, failing to harm Kai in the slightest, while the rebound force surged like a tidal wave, compelling Zhu Juqing to divert her focus to shield herself from the repercussions. As the smoke of battle began to dissipate, Zhu Zhuqing found herself drained of all strength, slowly collapsing into the dust, her chest heaving rapidly. Each breath seemingly burdened with an immense weight. The keen gaze she typically possessed now bore a veil of indescribable fatigue and defeat, despite her utmost effort. The explosive power derived from 6 years of grueling training only momentarily halted Kai's advance, akin to a pebble cast into an expansive sea, creating ripples that quickly faded into stillness. Kai approached slowly, his movements imbued with an undeniable tenderness. He extended his hand gently, palm up, as if inviting a weary traveler to return home. "You have done remarkably well, Zhuqing." His voice resonated, deep and warm, akin to the gentle sunlight of spring, attempting to dispel the shadows clouding her heart. However, for Zhu Zhuqing, this acknowledgement felt as distant as a comforting whisper carried on the wind, barely reaching the profound sense of defeat born from her own lofty expectations. She looked up at Kai, her eyes reflecting a tumult of emotions, resentment, confusion, and self-doubt intertwined within her gaze. "Teacher, am I truly so insignificant?" Her voice, delicate as a whisper, yet laden with gravity, struck at the very core of one's being. In that moment, Zhu Zhuqing appeared to stand at the crossroads of self-awareness, with an uncertain future ahead and no path of retreat behind. Gently brushing Zhu Zhuqing's silky strands of hair, Kai's eyes flickered with a barely perceptible tenderness, though he feigned a stern demeanor and pretended to be indignant, exclaiming, "How can you belittle yourself so? I ask you, on this continent, how many soul lords can match your prowess?" Defeating a level 50 quasi-soul king with merely 37 levels of soul power? Zhu Zhuqing's beauty lies not only in her ethereal and refined appearance, but also in her unwavering diligence, relentless effort, and unyielding resilience in the face of adversity. Each swing of her sword seems to declare to the world that true strength resides not in external ranks, but in the fiery determination of one's spirit and indomitable will. And Yan, after the fruitless pursuit of Liena, quietly turned his gaze toward Zhu Zhuqing. This shift may stem from a resonance with the heart of the strong or a profound attraction to her unique charm. Regardless, Zhu Zhuqing's presence had subtly planted a different sentiment within him. Her beauty and strength rendered him unable to divert his gaze, especially the considerable assets she possessed. After safely escorting Zhu Zhuqing to the threshold of her dormitory, Kai walked with a light step through the intricate corridors of Spirit City, ultimately arriving at the imposing and mysterious hall of the Pope. As the doors creaked open, an invisible aura of authority and solemnity enveloped him. He stepped inside, his eyes instantly locking onto the figure of Bibi Dong, seated majestically at the elevated throne. Time seemed particularly generous to her. 6 fleeting years had left no trace upon her exquisite visage. She remained breathtakingly beautiful, her nobility and aloofness rendered even more profound and untouchable by the passage of time. "This is my request." Kai's voice was low yet resolute, each word imbued with undeniable strength. He understood well that what he was about to propose was capable of altering someone's fate. Bibidong's gaze swept gently across Kai's face, and a hint of elusive tenderness surfaced within her profound eyes. The harrowing duel from 6 years prior had transformed her state of being. She resembled a phoenix awakened from slumber, reborn from the flames, becoming more resilient and profound. "Oh," Bibi Dong parted her lips with a hint of amusement. "You wish to have the woman named Zhu Zhuqing included among the golden generation of our spirit hall?" Kai nodded, his eyes shimmering with anticipation and resolve. "Indeed, Zhuqing possesses extraordinary talent and potential. I firmly believe that under the nurturing of the Spirit Hall, she will shine even more brilliantly." In the face of Kai's steadfastness and determination, a subtle smile graced Bibidong's lips. She was acutely aware that this request stemmed from Kai's deep concern and hopes for Zhu Zhuqing. Thus, she slowly nodded, her decisiveness and courage harmonizing with the regal authority she once held as a queen. "Very well, I grant you this request." Bibidong's voice rang clear and powerful, reverberating throughout the hall of the Pope. She was acutely aware that this decision was not merely a response to Kai, but also a significant strategic move for the future of the Spirit Hall. However, Zhu Zhuqing did not disappoint Kai's expectations, astonishingly. Within a mere 2.5 months, her spirit power surged from level 37 to level 40. Concurrently, Liena was not to be outdone. She had quietly crossed the threshold of 50 in spirit power. This leap not only affirmed her own strength, but also stirred an indescribable joy within Kai's heart. He readily resolved to take the two of them to acquire their spirit rings. As day turned to night and the stars shifted overhead, the trio finally arrived at a tranquil little town on the edge of the Stardow Forest after a relentless day and night of travel. Bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun, the tavern in the town appeared particularly inviting, a haven awaiting the return of weary travelers. Liena gently parted her lips, and as she breathed softly, it seemed even the fatigue in the air dissipated. Unconsciously, she stretched, her graceful figure illuminated by the sunset, revealing an enchanting silhouette, like a masterfully crafted painting that inadvertently caught the attention of passers-by. Kai sat nearby, delicately holding a teacup, poised to take a sip, but was unexpectedly captivated by this beautiful scene, nearly spilling his tea in a moment of awkward astonishment. Ahem, Nana, we are in a public place. Perhaps we should temper our exuberance, Kai gently reminded her, his tone laced with a subtle hint of fondness and helplessness. Upon hearing this, Liena not only refrained but instead smiled mischievously, her captivating eyes twinkling as they playfully showcased her alluring form in a seemingly casual manner. As if issuing a silent invitation to Kai, Zhu Zhuqing, observing from the side, felt her cheeks involuntarily flush with a hint of crimson. While she was confident in her figure, believing herself to rival Liena in certain aspects, her more reserved nature made it difficult for her to openly display her elegance amidst the public gaze, preferring instead to bestow Kai with her charms in private. Inside the tavern, the warm glow of the lights illuminated the three as their laughter wove together a scene of comfort and ease, seemingly untouched by the clamor of the outside world. Even the envious and curious glances cast by nearby men failed to disturb their tranquility. However, this serene atmosphere was about to be shattered by an unexpected storm. Just as the warmth of the moment reached its zenith, the tavern's door was forcefully flung open with a resounding crash, capturing everyone's attention instantly. 7 figures, exuding an undeniable aura of dominance, strode confidently into the space, heading straight for an empty table. Among them, one man stood out, with flowing golden hair and eyes like stars. He casually propped his feet up on a nearby dining table, embodying a sense of nonchalance and arrogance, as if the entire world lay at his feet. He tossed the menu on the table to a portly companion in his group. "Go ahead and order, fatty. This meal is on me. Dai mu bai?" The voice of the young man resonated with a rich and magnetic timbre, exuding an undeniable grandeur and generosity that seemed to make the very air tremble. This individual was none other than Dai mu bai, the third prince of the Star Luo Empire, though he was merely a downcast royal at the tender age of 14, with his soul power barely reaching level 33. One must not mention that Dai mu bai in the original text was level 37. After all, at the moment of his martial soul awakening, Zhu Zhuqing had already been whisked away, making his level slightly lower than the original, which is quite reasonable. Ma Hongjun took the menu, his carefree and unrestrained demeanor instantly apparent as he nonchalantly flipped through the pages, his fingertips lightly tapping as if engaged in an impromptu game of selection. "Waiter, I'll have this one, yes, and that one as well." His voice was filled with a hearty cheer. Dai mu bai, observing from the side, cast a glance at the economical and sensible dishes chosen by Ma Hongjun, secretly reveling in the prospect of a lighter burden on his wallet. However, this joy, akin to morning dew, had not yet fully blossomed before it was shattered by Ma Hongjuan's subsequent action. Suddenly, Ma Hongjuan's tone shifted, a glimmer of mischief flashing in his vibrant eyes. "Forget those. I'll take one of everything that's left." Dai mu bai's expression instantly became a complex tapestry of emotions, resembling the grimace of one who had just bitten into something unpleasant. His heart ached at the thought of the expense. Those dishes must have cost no less than 50 gold soul coins, a sum that could have procured him countless pleasures elsewhere. As Zhu Zhuqing's back was turned to them, Dai mu bai remained oblivious to her presence, as if the entire world had been gently separated by her unintentional turn. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjuan's gaze had already landed upon Liena. A sly smile crept across Ma Hongjuan's lips as he leaned slightly, adopting a posture that was both provocative and playful, nudging Dai mu bai's shoulder with a glint of yearning for the unknown in his eyes. "Dai, over there's a beauty." Ma Hongjuan's voice dripped with a certain lewdness, and his unappealing appearance only intensified the sense of revulsion. Though Dai mu bai found Ma Hongjuan's behavior somewhat frivolous, he could not suppress a flicker of curiosity. After all, Something that could elicit such a reaction from Ma Hongjun was surely exceptional. Thus, he followed the direction indicated by Ma Hongjun and slowly turned his head, his gaze piercing through the surrounding clamor until it finally settled upon Liena. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. Liena's figure gradually came into focus in Dai Mubai's eyes, standing with an unspoken elegance, seemingly isolated from the world, yet in harmony with all that surrounded her. Waves of emotion stirred within Dai Mubai's heart, a stirring touched by the beauty of the moment and a gentle longing for the possibilities that lay beyond. With an upright posture that commanded attention, Dai Mubai rose gracefully, his steps imbued with a hint of recklessness, and strode directly to the table where Liena sat. Effortlessly pulling out a chair and taking his seat with poise, he gently brushed through his golden hair, which shimmered under the sunlight. A confident smile curling at the corners of his mouth, as if the very lights of the restaurant dimmed in his presence. "My dear lady, I am Dai Mubai. Might I have the honor of sharing a conversation with you?" As his words lingered in the air, Zhu Zhuqing, seated not far away, felt her already lowered eyelids tremble, as if touched by an ephemeral string of emotion. Yet she resolutely restrained her feelings, allowing no trace of her inner turmoil to surface. At that moment, Dai Mubai was entirely absorbed in the enchanting figure of Liena, oblivious to the subtle shifts around him. Kai, with a hint of displeasure etched across his brow, parted his lips, his voice low and resolute. "I'm afraid she is unavailable." This statement was akin to a chill breeze on a warm spring day, subtly infusing the previously ambiguous atmosphere with a sense of coolness. With his intervention, the ambience within the restaurant underwent a delicate transformation. Each patron instinctively adjusted their breath, as if an ineffable tension pervaded the air. Dai Mubai's expression darkened, clouds of discontent gathering in his brow, clearly indicating that his patience was waning, and a tempest of anger brewed within him. He abruptly rose to his feet, standing tall like a pine, his finger pointing like a sword at the nonchalant Kai, his voice imbued with undeniable authority. "What do you think you are? How dare you disrupt my affairs?" Before his words could fully dissipate, an invisible force seemed to surge through the air, and Dai Mubai's figure was swept away as if by a tempest, suddenly hurled out through the seemingly sturdy wooden door of the tavern, crashing heavily onto the cobblestones outside, the dust swirling around him, accentuating his disheveled state. Meanwhile, the orchestrator of this chaos, Kai, maintained his serene smile, his fist suspended in midair, as though the thunderous blow had merely been a casual stroke of his hand. He gently brushed off the nearly imperceptible dust from his knuckles, a glimmer of disdain flickering in his eyes as he spoke with a dismissive tone. "It is quite rude to point. Did your parents not teach you any manners?" With that, he slowly retracted his hand, exuding an ineffable calm and strength that sent a shiver through everyone present, as if the very air had solidified. In that moment, the situation escalated abruptly. Like a sudden storm, catching all off guard, Dai Mubai's form seemed to be seized by an unseen force, instantly flung from view. Everything unfolded too swiftly for anyone to react. Just then, a waiter gracefully entered, balancing a platter of delicacies, poised to present the culinary delights. However, a fierce glint flashed in Ma Hongjun's eyes as he subtly extended his foot, tripping the waiter, causing him to stumble, and the exquisite dish lost its balance, hurtling toward Kai. In that critical moment, Kai demonstrated remarkable reflexes and composure, his body shifting with the fluidity of a dragon in water, effortlessly catching the out-of-control dish in his palm. What followed was a spectacle of astonishment. Instead of displaying panic, Kai, with a steady hand, caught the airborne meal and, in a swift motion, slammed it squarely onto Ma Hongjun's face. The force of the blow was so immense that it shattered the vegetables, leaving Ma Hongjun utterly unprepared as he was struck by this sudden culinary tempest, leaving him in a state of utter disarray. The air was thick with the aroma of the dishes, mingled with an almost imperceptible tension, as the scene transformed in the blink of an eye from tranquility to chaos, and then to a delicate equilibrium, an astonishing spectacle to behold. In a fleeting moment, Oscar, Tang San, and Xiao Wu were successively cast aside. Ning Rongrong's gaze was firmly fixed on the figure approaching with measured steps, the tumult of emotions within her heart difficult to quell, as an inexplicable sense of dread silently ascended within her. Yet, amidst the palpable tension, Kai's lips curled into a subtle yet profound smile, his voice softening as if a gentle spring breeze had arrived to dispel the surrounding chill. Ning Rongrong, is it? The little princess of the seven treasure glazed tile school. His words held a playful undertone, yet conveyed a respectful acknowledgement of her status, gradually dissipating the fear that had arisen from the unknown. Upon hearing her identity clearly articulated, Ning Rongrong felt her trepidation begin to wane, and her temper as a young lady swiftly flared. Indeed, I am the young lady of the seven treasure glazed tile school. How dare you treat my classmate in such a manner? Kneel down and apologize. No sooner had her words fallen than a resounding slap echoed as Kai struck her face. His words sliced through the air like a blade of ice, each syllable pronounced with chilling clarity. What grounds do you possess that would compel me to kneel in apology? Not even you, nor your esteemed father Ning Fengzi, should he grace this place with his presence, would command my respect. His tone bore no hint of emotional fluctuation, yet radiated an undeniable authority. Ning Rongrong, who ought to have been as delicate as a flower, now resembled a petal battered by the storm, crumpled on the ground. One hand caressing her stinging cheek, her eyes wide with disbelief and shock. That seemingly light slap had not merely struck her face, but had shaken her pride and dignity to their very core. You, how dare you treat me thus? The name of the seven treasure glazed tile school is not one you can so easily insult. Should Grandfather Jian and Grandfather Gu know of this, they would ensure you meet a most gruesome end. Her fury ignited like a raging inferno, her voice trembling with emotion, each word forcefully expelled as if through clenched teeth, laden with defiance and threat. However, just as her wrath threatened to spiral out of control, a peculiar wave of energy quietly enveloped the surroundings. The inconspicuous blue-silver grass seemed to respond to some unseen call, suddenly growing wildly, entwining and twisting, ultimately transforming into an irresistible force that gently yet resolutely pulled Ning Rongrong back from the precipice of her anger. At this moment, Tang San's fingers lightly brushed against her slightly swollen cheek, the surrounding blue-silver grass sensing its master's emotions, quietly weaving a soft net that shielded Ning Rongrong from any potential harm. In his eyes, anger and humiliation intertwined, forming a complex vortex that seemed poised to consume the shadows of the past. The brief confrontation just now was sufficient to unleash a torrent of memories, the indescribable humiliation of yesteryears crashing over him like a relentless tide, enveloping him completely. My Kai, it is indeed you. Tang San's voice trembled, each word seemingly forced through clenched teeth, laden with an uncontrollable outrage and shock. This name, akin to a sharp blade, once again tore open the wound in his heart that had yet to fully heal. Kai slowly turned, his visage, seemingly softened by the passage of time, appeared resolute and familiar under the dying rays of the sun. His gaze, tranquil as a still lake, seemed capable of probing the deepest secrets of the human soul. Standing in stark contrast to Tang San's eyes, which blazed with fury, an ineffable tension permeated the air, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Brothers, unleash your martial souls. Their soul rings emerged slowly around them. Tang San had already positioned his hands at his waist, retrieving several golden needles from within. Kai calmly exited the tavern, seemingly indifferent to their presence, or rather, completely dismissive of them. He began to flex his wrists, long and used to martial arts, the joints cracking with a sharp, heavy sound, as if each crack bore the weight of time's accumulation and the awakening of power, causing the surrounding atmosphere to thicken with an undeniable sense of pressure. Tang San's form shifted suddenly, reminiscent of a cheetah poised to pounce, as he dropped to one knee, palms pressed firmly against the ground. A warm and resilient energy surged within him. The first soul ring flickered at his fingertips, emitting a soft, yet resolute blue glow. First soul skill, blue silver bind, he exclaimed. As the words left his lips, the earth seemed to respond to his call. Trembling slightly before dozens of blue-silver grasses erupted from the ground, gracefully entwining around Kai's powerful wrists, as agile and determined as a serpent, binding every inch of his skin tightly. In the face of this sudden restraint, a flicker of disdain crossed Kai's eyes, quickly replaced by a faint smile, a manifestation of his scorn for the challenge and confidence in his own strength. With a gentle exertion, the seemingly indomitable blue-silver grass shattered in an instant. You elevate mere blue-silver grass to the status of treasure. Is the name of your first soul skill not a hollow boast? Tang San, you truly disappoint me. With that, Kai's hand clenched sharply, causing even the air to quiver. The bindings of the blue-silver grass disintegrated in an instant, and Tang San's figure was, as if drawn by an invisible force, compelled towards Kai. Just at that critical moment, a flash of pink whirlwind swept across the battlefield. Xiao Wu, with her unique grace and swiftness, darted through the shadows like the lightest of deer in the forest. With each leap, she brought with her a faint fragrance that embodied the essence of youth and courage. First soul skill, waist bow. Xiao Wu's voice rang clear and resolute, carrying an air of inviolable authority. She moved like a flash, preceding Tang San by a step, and appeared before Kai. Her legs coiled like springs, suddenly unleashing a powerful kick aimed precisely at Kai's chin, a force capable of shaking solid stone and causing the air to resonate. Just as Xiao Wu gathered all her strength, intending to intimidate Kai with the force of her strike, her foot was unexpectedly seized midair by Kai with a swiftness that took her by surprise. Her struggles resembled a flickering candle in a tempest, desperately exerting effort, yet appearing utterly powerless and insignificant. Kai's movements flowed seamlessly, transforming Xiao Wu into an extension of his own will, as he spun and swung her with an irresistible force, casting her heavily to the cold ground. In that moment, the air seemed to tremble in response, and accompanied by a pained cry, Xiao Wu's body fell like a wilting petal, crashing to the earth with a sharp, crimson line appearing at the corner of her mouth. Xiao Wu. Upon witnessing her injury, Tang San's eyes ignited with fury, and the gold and silver needles in his grasp were swiftly directed at Kai. In the blink of an eye, Kai moved like a wraith, his speed rendering the surrounding air seemingly frozen. With a swiftness that nearly transcended the limits of mortal perception, he effortlessly lifted the unconscious Oscar as if plucking a leaf from the wind. Tang San watched in horror, his pupils constricting, a wave of indescribable shock washing over him, helplessly observing as the delicate dragon whisker needles, glinting with a chilling light, mercilessly pierced Oscar's body. Each needle's impact felt like a cruel mockery of fate, instantly suffusing the tranquil space with tension and oppression. A heart-wrenching scream erupted, akin to a wild boar struck by lightning. In excruciating pain, Oscar awoke abruptly, his wail shattering the tranquility of the air, threatening to rend the heavens, echoing through every corner of the town and instilling fear and dread in all who heard. Subsequently, Kai's actions remained cold and resolute. He discarded Oscar like a worthless object, his demeanor exuding disdain and indifference, chilling to the bone. Meanwhile, his other foot silently descended upon Xiao Wu's head, further escalating the already tense atmosphere. Tang San, if you wish to spare this young girl's life, then kneel and bow your head. Kai's voice dripped with sinister laughter, embodying the essence of a villain. Tang San's eyes brimmed with resentment, yet he dared not act rashly. To him, Xiao Wu's life outweighed his own. As Tang San remained motionless, Kai swung the blue-silver grass, which lashed against Tang San's face like a whip. The crack echoed, leaving a deep mark upon his cheek. Kneel. In Tang San's eyes, a cold light flickered, imbued with a chilling intent to kill. Yet, constrained by the circumstances, he found himself compelled to suppress the fury surging within him. As he bent his knees, on the brink of succumbing to this unjust fate, a thunderous roar suddenly echoed from the horizon, reminiscent of an ancient bell being struck by a mighty hammer, deep and resonant with power. Who dares to lay hands on my students? The shout rang out like summer thunder, shattering the oppressive silence surrounding them. Following the sound, a towering figure approached, a man of formidable stature surrounded by 7 resplendent soul rings, radiating brilliance. It was none other than Zhao Wujin, renowned in the world of soul masters, hailed as the indomitable king. Zhao Wujin's gaze swept over the chaotic scene, and his heart ignited with rage upon witnessing his usually vibrant students now lying helplessly on the ground, like frostbitten eggplants. A glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes. With a low murmur, his soul power surged forth, and the 7th soul ring slowly ascended, emanating a dazzling light that seemed to freeze the very air around them. This was not merely the manifestation of a soul ring. It was Zhao Wujin's unconditional commitment to protect and defend his students, vowing to obliterate any threats that loomed. Great strength, Diamond Palm. Zhao Wujin leaped forward with the grace of a dragon, his massive form resembling a moving mountain, crashing towards Kai with an overwhelming force. The air rippled with waves of energy, heralding the extraordinary nature of his strike. Ha ha ha, this is splendid. Excitement gleamed in Kai's eyes. Though diminutive in stature, he harbored remarkable strength. Unperturbed, he clenched his fists slightly and, with an indescribable composure, slowly extended what seemed to be an inconsequential punch to meet Zhao Wujin's colossal palm, resulting in a thunderous collision that captivated the crowd. In an instant, it felt as though space itself had been torn asunder, followed by a deafening sonic boom that sent dust swirling and leaves fluttering. Zhao Wujin's expression changed abruptly as an unprecedented force surged from his palm, lifting his mountainous frame off the ground, akin to a kite severed from its string, uncontrollably soaring backwards until he crashed violently into a towering ancient tree, its trunk trembling as leaves cascaded down. As the dust settled, Zhao Wujin gradually regained his senses, disbelief evident in his gaze. He looked down at his arm that had clashed with Kai, now grotesquely twisted, the bones within shattered beyond repair. A recovery taking no less than a year and a half. With Xiao Wu on the brink of death, Oscar wailing in despair, Dai Mubai unconscious, and Ma Hongjun unresponsive, Ning Rongrong paralyzed with fear, even the soul sage Zhao Wujin had been sent flying by a single punch. In this moment, Tang San found himself engulfed in despair. Tang San, I present you with two choices: kneel and bow your head, or face death. Kai spoke with a tone of amusement. Tang San's fists clenched tightly, his nails digging painfully into his palms, blood seeping forth. Yet, this agony paled in comparison to the torment he was currently enduring. At long last, Tang San finally bent his knee, kneeling before Kai. Upon witnessing Tang San's submission, a playful smirk graced Kai's lips. Bow your head. The command resonated with a profound sense of humiliation for Tang San. Yet, in that moment, he had no choice but to comply, pressing his forehead forcefully against the ground, blood trickling down from his brow. Observing Tang San's heart-wrenching state, Kai's demeanor remained chillingly indifferent and resolute. With a casual kick, he dismissed the unconscious Xiao Wu, sending her limp form into Tang San's embrace. Tang San hurriedly reached out, steadying the soft, heavy body, the stark bloodstain on Xiao Wu's pale visage strikingly alarming. A wave of indescribable tenderness surged within him as he disregarded the filth on his sleeves to gently wipe away the blood from her lips, his gaze brimming with deep affection and concern. Subsequently, Kai turned leisurely, re-entering the somewhat chaotic tavern. The patrons within trembled in fear from the earlier events, too terrified to utter a sound. With a calm smile playing on his lips, he unclasped several heavy bags of gold soul coins from his waist, placing them on the table with a deep, resonant voice. Owner, consider these gold soul coins as compensation for the losses incurred by your establishment. Without pause, he then kicked Ma Hongjun out. After completing these actions, Kai led the two women upstairs to a room in the tavern. Back in the room, Zhu Zhuqing felt a heavy heart. Although she held little regard for Dai Mubai, her opinion of him had plummeted into the negatives. Yet, witnessing his terrified state stirred an inexplicable oddity within her. That sensation ignited a fierce desire to personally eliminate that debauched, fallen prince. A peculiar glint shone in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes, an inexplicable thrill that captivated her. Meanwhile, Liena, already sprawled on the bed, wiggled her delicate, fair feet. Her eyes filled with admiration and fondness for Kai's earlier indifference. Brother Kai's demeanor was exhilarating. I nearly lost my composure, she remarked, tightening her legs. Kai stood leisurely by the window, his gaze piercing through the veil of night, resting on the Shrek group outside, supporting one another. A sense of relief washed over him. Just a bunch of clowns. Without that teacher, their strength wouldn't even match up to my dear Nana. His words, laced with a hint of mockery and confidence, gently rippled through the air, creating subtle waves of impact. Upon hearing this, a spark ignited in Liena's eyes, her lips curving into a bright smile, as if she perceived Kai's words as the most sincere of compliments, secretly reveling in joy. Then, Kai slowly approached the door, and as he turned, his gaze tenderly brushed over Liena, his tone imbued with undeniable care and protection. You two shall sleep together tonight. I will be next door. Should anything arise, feel free to call for me. With that, he gently closed the door, leaving behind a warm and reassuring atmosphere, stepping into the night with quiet grace. As the night deepened, Kai slowly opened his eyes from his slumber. He turned and leaped through the window, only to behold a figure in the nearby forest, wielding a massive hammer. A hint of disdain curled at the corners of Kai's mouth as he effortlessly approached the man. Tang Hao, what a fortuitous encounter. I never expected you to deliver yourself to me. Though his words bore an undercurrent of amusement, they were laced with a complex tapestry of emotions. The culmination of years spent in fruitless searching. Tang Hao, gripping the Haotian hammer tightly, fixed his dark gaze upon Kai. I am uncertain why you have targeted the third party so vehemently, but one must always seek justice for those wronged. With that, 9 soul rings began to materialize around him. A sharp clap echoed through the night. Tang Hao stood momentarily dumbfounded, caught off guard by the sudden aggression. His eyes turned crimson with fury. You dare to insult me, you scum of the spirit hall. With a surge of power, he leapt forward, the Haotian hammer descending with an overwhelming force, as if to shake the very heavens. Yet, Kai moved with the grace of a specter, deftly evading the thunderous strike and closing the distance to Tang Hao in an instant. A powerful punch landed squarely on Tang Hao's chest, the force reverberating through the air. Tang Hao was propelled backward like an arrow released from its bow, quickly creating several hundred meters of distance between them, leaving only a fading afterimage in the air. His expression turned grave, fully aware of the formidable prowess of his adversary. At that moment, the bones in Kai's body emitted a series of sharp cracks, heralding the release of his utmost power. A swirling azure steam enveloped him, reminiscent of the wrath of a sea god, emanating an indescribable aura of majesty and strength. His speed transcended the limits of human perception, nearly rivaling the speed of sound, as he swiftly closed in on Tang Hao once more. A colossal punch, imbued with unparalleled might, struck Tang Hao squarely in the face. This blow is for Schwer. Kai's voice resonated deeply and resolutely, each word seemingly extracted from the very depths of his being, laden with undeniable force. As the punch fell, a thunderous roar akin to that of a tiger erupted, echoing through the night like the king of beasts bellowing in the wilderness, its intensity capable of shaking mountains and causing the entire town to tremble. In the inky darkness, amidst the profound silence, a sudden and jarring sound of bone fracturing shattered the stillness, akin to fabric tearing in the cold wind. Tang Hao's left arm now hung limply, resembling a withered branch. This was not merely a physical blow, but a severe blow to his dignity. He appeared increasingly overwhelmed, retreating step by step against Kai's relentless onslaught. Ha ha, the once mighty Tang Douluo now resembles a frightened bird, fleeing in all directions. How truly lamentable. Kai's laughter echoed in the vastness of the night, tinged with madness and delight, as if each word was a dagger, repeatedly slicing through Tang Hao's already battered spirit. Tang Douluo. Upon hearing these words, Tang Hao's brows furrowed deeply, and an uncontrollable blaze of fury and resentment flickered in his eyes. When had the esteemed Haotian Douluo ever found himself in such a wretched state, enduring such intolerable humiliation? This affront cut deeper than any physical pain he had ever experienced. Tang Hao's figure seemed ensnared in an invisible net, drifting aimlessly as he sought to escape. However, standing nearby with a demeanor of calm, Kai's expression shifted to one of displeasure. Tang Hao, should you wish to avert witnessing Tang San descend into greater peril, I implore you to halt immediately. Kai's voice was low and resolute, each word imbued with an undeniable authority. The moment these words escaped his lips, Tang Hao's form astonishingly froze in midair, the atmosphere around him thickening with his stillness. Bathed in the twilight glow, his countenance appeared particularly grim. Each mention of Tang San's name shattered the carefully concealed composure he had maintained, like fragile ice cracking under pressure. Observing this, a flicker of complex emotion flashed in Kai's gaze, only to be swiftly replaced by an unwavering determination. In a mere instant, he appeared before Tang Hao, without a hint of hesitation, delivering a sharp slap to Tang Hao's face. Though delivered in a moment of calm, Kai exerted no restraint. Even the 96th level title Douluo found himself rapidly swelling from the blow, his visage a ghastly sight. Subsequently, Kai discarded Tang Hao onto the ground as one would dispose of refuse. What folly is this, attempting to feign prowess without the strength to back it? Do you truly believe the world owes you, Tang San, any measure of respect? Kai remarked. At that moment, Tang Hao lay sprawled on the ground like a defeated dog. The recent detonation of his soul ring combined with years of internal injuries, pushing his body to the brink of collapse. Kai regarded him with a hint of disdain, a sentiment that Tang Hao was keenly aware of. A wave of humiliation surged within him, to the point where thoughts of self-destruction crossed his mind. I tire of this game. The constant evasion has lost its appeal, he declared, shifting the narrative. With that, Kai lifted his foot and pressed it against Tang Hao's severed arm. Tang Hao's piercing scream echoed like a blade tearing through the night sky, relentless and jarring. Even the resolute Kai could not help but frown slightly, covering his ears in a futile attempt to muffle the cacophony. Finally, as the anguished cries subsided into a heavy silence, Kai slowly spoke, his tone cold and resolute. As the Sun Heaven Douluo, I trust you would not wish for your illustrious legacy to end in this confined space. If you seek to survive, you must divulge the whereabouts of the Haotian sect. Upon hearing this, Tang Hao's once dulled eyes were reignited with a flicker of indomitable spirit. He fixed his gaze upon Kai, a mocking smile curving his lips. His voice faint yet imbued with unwavering conviction. Even if you take my life today, what of it? The might of the Haotian sect is beyond your comprehension. It shall not spare anyone who dares to challenge its authority. In response, Kai's brows knitted together tightly, and without hesitation, he aimed a kick at Tang Hao's groin. In a fleeting moment, Tang Hao's pupils constricted, reminiscent of the brightest star in the night sky suddenly losing its radiance. Although his body had been reduced to mere dust beneath the indomitable presence of Kai, the instinct for survival surged within him like a wildfire, compelling him to struggle desperately against his fate. Each subtle movement of Tang Hao exuded a poignant symphony of defiance and despair. He endeavored to summon every last vestige of strength within him, striving to break free from the invisible shackles, even if it meant striking against stone with an egg, pouring forth all his energy. Yet, the force that bound him so relentlessly was akin to ancient, unyielding ice, cold and resolute, rendering all his efforts futile. A crisp crack echoed, accompanied by the despairing sound of a shattered egg, marking the extinguishment of Tang Hao's final flicker of hope. He watched helplessly as his fragility and impotence dissipated under Kai's merciless foot. A tumult of emotions surged within him, shock, anger, and resentment, ultimately coalescing into an unbearable weight, causing his complexion to oscillate between pallor and ashen hues. At last, this pressure transcended the limits of what Tang Hao could endure. His consciousness was swept away like a leaf caught in a tempest, adrift in an abyss of darkness. In the fleeting moment before unconsciousness claimed him, his world was reduced to chaos and void, coupled with the haunting realization of no longer being a man. Come forth, Kai commanded, his voice resonating through the night. From the depths of the forest emerged two figures clad in golden armor, who promptly knelt before him in unison. We greet the law enforcement elder. Kai inclined his head slightly and then, with deliberate gestures, sealed all of Tang Hao's soul energy, confiscating his storage soul guide before entrusting him to the two armored figures. Imprison him in the law enforcement hall's dungeon. Whatever you do to him, ensure he does not perish. Having imparted these instructions, Kai turned and departed. When Tang Hao regained consciousness, he found himself bound in chains, suspended in midair. He attempted to wrench free from the iron bindings. Yet his body possessed no strength to draw upon. It was only when he beheld two figures, each wielding a small whip and gazing at him with cruel delight, that a chill coursed through him. Meanwhile, Kai returned to his quarters, contemplating the storage soul guide in his possession. Regardless of the methods he employed, he found himself unable to unlock this guide. A shadow of gloom settled upon his brow as he clutched the exquisite soul guide, his fingers seemingly imbued with an intangible force. With a gentle squeeze, the tranquil space was shattered by the sharp sound of splintering, as the once indomitable storage soul guide crumbled beneath his grasp, akin to fragile glass. As the soul guide fractured, several items gradually emerged from the scattered fragments. A few ancient wooden boxes, a heavy pouch of gold soul coins, and a token engraved with intricate and mysterious patterns, exuding an extraordinary aura, all bearing witness to this unforeseen upheaval. The token silently slipped into Kai's hand, its inscription of Haotian's sect bold and vigorous, seemingly bearing the weight of millennia's glory and tribulations, distinctly discernible. However, this emblem of sect authority, with a gentle squeeze of his fingertips, shattered into countless fragments, akin to leaves scattered by an autumn breeze, carelessly discarded into the corner waste bin. He nonchalantly gathered the heavy bag of gold soul coins, his gaze shifting to the two ancient wooden boxes on the ground, a flicker of curiosity glimmering in his eyes. As he slowly opened the box, a breath of fresh, natural energy greeted him, intertwined with the lush, verdant leaves of blue silver grass, dripping with vitality, yet concealing unknown secrets. As the blue-silver grass was gently peeled away, a brilliant azure light suddenly erupted, resembling the purest gem from the depths of the ocean, quietly resting there, exuding an alluring aura, indeed. It was an extraordinarily rare 10,000-year soul bone. Kai's pupils constricted sharply, shock evident on his face. This unexpected revelation crashed upon his heart like tumultuous waves. He never anticipated that within this seemingly ordinary wooden box lay such a breathtaking treasure, and for a moment, even his breath quickened. 10,000-year soul bone, he murmured, his voice laced with disbelief and astonishment. This was the first time Kai had encountered a 10,000-year soul bone at such a close range. Although he had seen the angelic soul bone set belonging to Snow, the difference between the 999-year soul bone and the 10,000-year soul bone, despite being merely a year apart, was like comparing heaven and earth. Upon storing the soul bone within the system's space, the long-forgotten system voice resonated in his ears. Detected a 10,000-year soul bone. Would you like to analyze it? Hearing that familiar voice in his mind, Kai momentarily forgot he even had a system. As it had been years since it last appeared, and the options had dwindled significantly. Analyze, Kai silently commanded. Ding, analysis successful. Item, 10,000-year blue-silver emperor's right leg bone. Producer, 10,000-year blue-silver emperor. Previous owner, awaken. Attached skills, flight, wildfire that cannot be extinguished, spring breeze that brings rebirth. Skill effect, flight, literal flight, once equipped. It grants the soul master the ability to fly. Skill effect, wildfire that cannot be extinguished, spring breeze that brings rebirth, as long as the absorber does not die immediately. This soul bone will continuously restore the absorber's injuries and vitality. Observing the system's description of this soul bone and its accompanying skills, Kai felt a weight in his breath. Despite his formidable strength, his only two shortcomings were his inability to engage in prolonged battles and to fly. Yet, this blue-silver emperor's right leg bone could perfectly address both issues. For a moment, Kai felt as if this soul bone had been crafted specifically for him. With this thought in mind, he continued to inquire within his heart, System, can I absorb this 10,000-year soul bone without soul power? Ding. The absorption of a soul bone does not impose strict requirements on soul power. Even a soul master without an awakened martial soul can absorb a soul bone. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Kai exhaled a sigh of relief and swiftly settled into a cross-legged position, pressing the soul bone against his right leg to commence the absorption process. This marked Kai's inaugural experience with soul bone absorption. Thus, he felt a palpable tension during the initial phase. However, once he fully immersed himself in the act of absorption, a surging vitality began to flow from his right leg into his being. As this life force nurtured him, the furrowed lines of worry on Kai's brow softened as if caressed by the gentle spring breeze, gradually giving way to an indescribable sense of tranquility and serenity. It was an unprecedented experience, gentle yet profound, akin to wandering along a forest path at dawn, surrounded by the delicate fragrance of flowers and the earthy aroma of soil, enveloping him in a blissful reverie, allowing him to forget the clamor of the world. This newfound strength not only revitalized Kai's physical form but also, in an intangible manner, stirred the depths of his soul, awakening a long-lost, profound understanding of the essence of life. In that moment, he felt an extraordinary resonance with the universe and the ceaseless force of existence, as his spirit underwent an unparalleled cleansing and elevation. Remarkably, even the vitality he had expended during the battle with Tang Hao began to recover at an astonishing rate. By the time the soul bone absorption concluded, it was already morning. Having just completed the absorption, Kai quickly activated the first ability of the soul bone. He felt his body gently levitate in midair, and under his command, he floated gracefully around the room. This was his first genuine experience of flight, evoking a special sensation within his heart. After a night of nurturing, all the vitality he had lost during the night had been fully restored. One could say that he was now poised to enter the 7th gate state with near limitless potential, though the 8th gate state would still pose a considerable challenge. Panel opened. Ding. Panel activated. Host, my Kai. Yi Kai. Gender, male, martial soul, none soul power, and soul bone, 100. 000. Year blue silver emperor's right leg bone. Strength, 17, 400, maximum 20, 000. The highest attainable by soul masters in Douluo continent is 11, 000. Speed, 15, 900, maximum 20. 000. The highest attainable by soul masters in Douluo continent is 10, 000. Reaction, 19, 880, maximum 20, 000. The highest attainable by soul masters in Douluo continent is 12, 000. Physical qualities, level 7, can now unlock the surprise gate, entering level 8 once the 3 foundational values reach 20, 000. Calculating hidden choice rewards. Ding. Calculation successful. The host has made a total of 72 choices over the past decade. Rewards are now being distributed. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Douluo continent's People's Education Edition of the 8 Gates of Duanjia. Can be taught to individuals from Douluo continent, but can only reach a maximum of 5 gates. First gate unlocks the host's limitations on soul power, allowing for better control of soul power flow within oneself. Second gate greatly enhances the host's physical strength, boosting the 3 foundational attributes. Third gate increases the host's soul power recovery speed. Fourth gate accelerates the flow of soul power, reducing the soul power consumption by 10, may cause bodily harm due to excessive soul power flow. Fifth gate doubles the duration of the martial soul's true form, doubles the 3 basic attributes, doubles soul power reserves during the duration, and reduces soul power consumption by 50, will cause continuous harm to the body during the duration, and after releasing the anime state, will enter a period of weakness. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 1 Nirvana pill. The user will undergo a rebirth after death, returning in a state of peak condition. In addition to these 2 primary items, various scattered treasures were also collected by Kai into the system space. Haha. Throughout the millennia on Douluo continent, I must be the only one at 22 years old capable of surpassing the limit Douluo. Kai sighed, suddenly feeling a loss of all motivation. This time, the hunt for soul rings was remarkably smooth, and combined with the minor conflicts with Shrek Academy, it only took 3 days in total. Liena obtained a 15,000 year blue fox, while Zhu Zhuqing hunted a 12,000 year nether magic leopard, thus concluding this endeavor. In the martial soul plaza, Liena and Zhu Zhuqing stood tall, resembling 2 exquisite beauties side by side, exuding an undeniable aura of presence in their silence. After a moment, Xiaoyu and Yan arrived together, their steps imbued with an unmistakable synergy and tension. The instant Yan's gaze met Zhu Zhuqing's ethereal and stunning visage, he felt an irresistible urge to approach, as if drawn by an invisible force. However, before this impulse could transform into action, Xiaoyu swiftly pulled him back, interrupting the budding frivolous thought. Xiaoyu, what is your intention? Why do you prevent me from reconnecting with Miss Zhuqing? Yan asked, confusion evident on his face, scratching his head in bewilderment and grievance. With a light chuckle, Xiaoyu gently prodded Yan's shoulder with her fingertip, then subtly gestured to one side. Following her indication, Yan's gaze fell upon a soft blue hue that caught his eye. Kai had now donned his signature attire, a robe woven with pale blue and golden threads, exuding both solemnity and authority, as if even the dust in the air held its breath in reverence. In this moment of gravity and solemnity, Kai stepped into the collective gaze of the assembled crowd in an unprecedentedly formal capacity, each of his strides seemingly imbued with an ineffable weight. Liena, Zhu Zhuqing, Xiaoyu, and Yan, while their hearts swirled with a mixture of confusion and curiosity, instinctively lowered their proud heads, offering profound respect to the esteemed Enforcer Elder. We have met the Enforcer Elder, they spoke in unison. Kai inclined his head slightly, his demeanor exuding both composure and authority, as if he could perceive the deepest ripples of the human heart. He then slowly retrieved a quaint little tome from his waist, though unassuming in appearance. It seemed to harbor boundless mysteries and power, stirring the imagination. With 2.5 years remaining until the Continental Senior Soul Master Academy tournament, the higher-ups had decided that this time, the Spirit Hall would bestow 4 high-level soul bones, each over 10,000 years old, as rewards. Kai paused momentarily, his gaze sweeping over the 4 who appeared somewhat restrained. And the goal I set for you is total victory. At these words, an indescribable thrill and longing seemed to permeate the air. The 4 young prodigies exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with renewed determination. They understood that this was not merely an announcement of a competition, but the greatest affirmation and challenge to their dreams and abilities. As soon as the words left his lips, Yan's eyes sparkled with an undeniable brilliance. He clenched his fists, as if flames surged forth from his palms. Enveloped in a fervent battle spirit, reminiscent of a fiery war god. Indeed, as a paragon of the golden generation, I vow to achieve total victory with an undefeated stance. His tone brimmed with confidence, having genuinely admired Kai's strength since being thoroughly impressed by him in previous encounters. Observing Yan in his fervent, anime-like fervor, Kai couldn't help but form a playful yet profound smile, one that concealed his approval of Yan's growth while hinting at a subtle anticipation for the challenges ahead. This tournament would differ from all prior ones. The higher-ups had unanimously decided to abolish the guaranteed spots for the two great empires and the Spirit Hall, meaning that you must start from the preliminary rounds and rely on your own strength to reach the finals. Upon hearing this, the light of confidence on Yan's face flickered for a moment, as if a gentle breeze had brushed against it, yet it swiftly reignited. Starting from the beginning? It's not too daunting. After all, we have 3 Soul Kings on our side. Xiaoyu, with his characteristic demeanor, crossed his arms leisurely, and in his silence, his confidence and pride were unmistakable, as if victory was already assured and the outcome had long been settled in his mind. In this moment, the perceptive Zhu Zhuqing keenly sensed the subtle intricacies beyond the battlefield. She gently parted her lips, her voice imbued with a tender yet undeniable resolve. Although our team boasts at least 3 Soul Kings, from the very first clash, our strategies, intelligence, and vulnerabilities will gradually be discerned by our adversaries. At that point, our advantages may very well vanish into thin air. Liena nodded in agreement, adding, I concur with Sister Zhu Qing. After all, Sister Zhu Yin is capable of besting Yin with her quasi-soul sect prowess. Should a similar prodigy arise during the competition, achieving a flawless victory might prove quite challenging. A subtle smile graced Kai's lips as he remarked, Indeed, Zhu Qing has reached the 43rd level. With diligent effort over the next 2.5 years, she might ascend to the rank of Soul King. This would elevate our martial spirit team to 4 Soul Kings, not only enhancing our chances of victory, but also bringing honor to the Spirit Hall before the world. Yet, as they gazed into the sparkling eyes of their 4 companions filled with earnest anticipation, Kai's words fell like a chilling winter breeze, suddenly dispelling the warmth of hope. Over the next 2.5 years, I shall subject you to rigorous training, and the location shall be the Hurricane Canyon. The moment these words left his mouth, their expressions shifted dramatically, even the usually devoted Liena revealing hints of palpable dismay and hesitation. Kai, must we truly go? She inquired, her voice a mere whisper, trembling with a barely perceptible quiver, as she sought to shield herself from the impending storm with the last flicker of hope. Even the typically composed Xiaoyu could not conceal the turmoil within. His tightly pressed lips and furrowed brows betrayed his unease and struggle against the unknown challenges ahead. While the Hurricane Canyon may not be as perilous as the Death Canyon, its environment is undeniably harsh. My friends, the decision is made and requires no further discussion. Return home, prepare your belongings, and by dawn tomorrow, we shall meet at the gates of Spirit City, come what may. With that, Kai turned with a carefree demeanor, gradually fading into the distance. The 4 exchanged glances, silence enveloped them, laden with an intricate array of emotions. Ultimately, it was Xiaoyu, with his characteristic serene smile, who gently tore through this invisible veil. Come now, let us not wear such solemn expressions. It is merely a journey to the Hurricane Canyon. In times past, we dared to tread even the darkest depths of the Death Canyon. What fear should we have of a mere storm? Though Xiaoyu's smile appeared slightly strained, it radiated an indomitable spirit, as if his words were enshrouding both himself and his companions in a mantle of courage. The memories of the Death Canyon lingered like phantoms in the night, terrifying yet having forged their resilience. Mentioning the Hurricane Canyon, renowned in equal measure to the Death Canyon, stirred within them a profound reverence, yet also ignited a deep-seated yearning for adventure and conquest. As night descended, a gentle veil of moonlight enveloped the dormitory of the Spirit Hall Academy, imparting an air of tranquility and mystery. In the bathroom, the soothing sound of water suggested that Liena was immersed in a realm of comfort and intimacy. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhu Zhuqing sat alone at the edge of her bed, the silvery light cascading down, defining her cool and resolute silhouette. Before long, a faint whisper of wind seemed to penetrate the stillness of the night, and outside the door, a shadow flitted by silently, like a ghost in the twilight. Zhu Zhuqing's gaze suddenly sharpened as she gently opened the window, allowing the night breeze to caress her face. Almost immediately, a swift shadow gracefully leaped through the window, landing silently, revealing its trained agility. The figure knelt humbly before Zhu Zhuqing, presenting a sealed letter with both hands, his voice deep and clear. "My lady, this is the detailed information you requested regarding Dai Mubai." As he spoke, the air seemed to linger with the resonance of his departure. He seamlessly merged back into the shadows of the night, vanishing into the vast darkness. Zhu Zhuqing delicately accepted the letter, her fingertips trembling as if they could sense the weight and urgency contained within. Slowly, she unsealed the envelope, the paper unfolding gently under the dim candlelight, each line of text flowing like a gentle stream into her sight. Her gaze traversed the words, occasionally furrowing her brow in concern, at times lost in contemplation. Within the room, only the sound of water cascading from the bathroom and the rustling of the letter filled the silence. Dai Mubai was originally the third prince of the Star Luo Empire, possessing the evil white tiger martial soul. He sought to escape the empire at the age of 6, but was captured by the crown prince, Davis. It was only after Zhu Zhuqing's disappearance that he finally fled the Star Luo Empire. After his escape, Dai Mubai arrived in the city of Suo within the Barak Kingdom, where, through financial means, he gained entry into an academy known as Shrek. At the age of 7, he ventured into the brothels with a chubby boy named Ma Hongjun, leading to a life of indulgence and debauchery, frequently visiting the brothels in Suo City in search of companionship. Zhu Zhuqing slowly closed the weighty letter, the truths inscribed within it chilling her heart, eroding the last remnants of warmth she held for Dai Mubai. With a soft sigh, the turmoil within her seemed to dissipate into the ether with that prolonged breath. She carefully stored the letter away and turned to enter her bedroom, the soft bed feeling like her only sanctuary at that moment. She lay down gently, allowing her weariness and disappointment to guide her into slumber. As dawn broke, the first rays of sunlight filtered through the window, gently brushing against Zhu Zhuqing's face and rousing her from sleep. However, this tranquility did not last long, as an unusual heaviness began to spread from her chest. Blinking her sleepy eyes open, she was momentarily taken aback by the sight before her. Liena, disheveled, was nestled against her chest in an almost indiscreet manner, the soft contours of her body resting intimately against Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing attempted to awaken Liena as gently as possible, nudging her softly, her eyes reflecting both confusion and a hint of helplessness. Yet, Liena seemed lost in her dreams, oblivious to the world around her, the serenity of her slumber contrasting sharply with her usual sharp wit. Observing this scene, Zhu Zhuqing felt a swirl of mixed emotions within her. She gently shook her head, trying to cast aside the sudden awkwardness and uncertainty, embracing a more tolerant mindset as she allowed Liena to continue this unexpected intimacy. As the morning light spread tenderly across the earth, when both women finally stirred from their slumber, the sun had already ascended high into the sky, draping the tranquil morning in a golden glow. Liena's fingertips gently brushed against her disheveled locks, and a faint blush inadvertently graced her cheeks, a remnant of the previous night's unintentional embarrassment and shyness. Reflecting on last night, she recalled that after her bath, an inexplicable drowsiness had overtaken her, leading her to unwittingly stumble into Zhu Zhuqing's tender embrace, sharing a bed in a haze of confusion. Though both were women, the morning light revealed an undeniable subtlety and awkwardness in their exchanged glances, saturating the air with unspoken tension. Liena hurriedly adjusted her slightly disordered attire, each delicate movement betraying her discomfort and her resolute effort to restore normalcy. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing, with her characteristic composure, quietly assisted her, their mutual understanding interlaced with an implicit compassion. At last, everything was in order, and they stood shoulder to shoulder, each grasping their small bags, gently pushing open the door that seemed to harbor the secrets of the previous night. To their surprise, Xieyu's fingers lightly rapped on the doorframe, his demeanor a blend of urgency and tenderness. The sudden opening of the door was akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, momentarily startling Xieu, who quickly regained his composure, a knowing smile flickering in his eyes, a silent acknowledgement of their shared secret. "Hurry. The elder has been waiting for us at the city gate for quite some time." With that, he seized their bags and dashed ahead, leaving little room for response. After exchanging a glance, The two women hurriedly followed in Xiayu's wake. Before the imposing gates of Soul Master City, as dawn broke, a determined figure challenged the very limits of endurance. Yin was drenched in sweat, each extension of his arms seemingly engaged in dialogue with the earth beneath him. On his back lay a specially designed weight crafted by Kai, a burdensome 500 pounds, bending his spine, yet failing to crush the conviction in his heart. 1982. 1983. Each number erupted from his tightly clenched lips, accompanied by labored breaths, akin to the beating of war drums, both urging and tormenting him. The air around him felt suspended, leaving only the sound of his relentless struggle echoing across the open grounds before Soul Master City. Kai sat leisurely on a nearby stone, his gaze a blend of sternness and expectation. His words, though lightly spoken, struck Yan's heart like a heavy hammer. If one is late, the entire team suffers. Remember, you are comrades in arms. Every ounce of your effort is a promise to the team. Add another 1,000. Let me witness your resolve. Yan's cheeks flushed crimson, reminiscent of a phoenix amidst flames, each breath accompanied by the violent rise and fall of his chest. Yet he did not waver. Instead, the fire in his eyes blazed even brighter. Yes, I, Yin, shall never disappoint my teammates, he roared, as if channeling all his fatigue and frustration into this final surge of strength. Ultimately, after completing nearly 5,000 push-ups, he felt as though all his vigor had been siphoned away, collapsing onto the ground, sweat and dirt intertwining to create a portrait of resilience and exhaustion. At that moment, Xiaoyu arrived in haste with Liena and Zhu Zhuqing, their footsteps resonating heavily in the stillness. The gazes of Liena and Zhu Zhuqing met, each discerning an unspoken sense of guilt and unease reflected in the other's eyes. The punishment, indirectly triggered by their tardiness, loomed over them like a colossal stone, weighing heavily upon their hearts. Yan's weary figure silently accused them of their transgression. Now that they had arrived, it was time to set forth into the Hurricane Gorge. Yet Yan, akin to a leaf swept away by a tempest, found herself ensconced within the carriage by Kai. This gesture conveyed a silent care and acknowledgement of Yan's perseverance and tenacity. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu, Liena, and Zhu Zhuqing had no choice but to run fervently, closely trailing the slowly advancing carriage. Kai sat confidently atop his steed, wielding a slender whip that fell firmly upon the horse's robust frame, each swing seemingly dancing with the wind, exuding an undeniable authority. Keep up, don't fall behind. Those who lag will find no supper tonight. His voice was deep and commanding, echoing across the wilderness as an ancient battle hymn, both inspiring and admonishing every follower. As he finished speaking, Kai gently tugged the reins, and the horse responded to its master's will, galloping forth and swiftly creating an insurmountable distance between the carriage and the three relentless pursuers, Xiaoyu, Liena, and Zhu Zhuqing. Their figures gradually blurred amidst the swirling dust, yet their indomitable spirit shone brightly beneath the scorching sun. The trio's soul power had long been sealed by Kai, leaving them to rely solely on their physical strength as they raced against fatigue and despair. Time flew, and before long, it was midday, with the blazing sun scorching the earth. Kai finally reined in the horse, allowing it a moment to catch its breath as the carriage came to a gentle halt in this tranquil spot embraced by sunlight. Having regained her strength, Yin emerged from the carriage, lighting a fire and skewering some raw meat to roast over the flames. Kai, is it truly all right for us to start without them? Yin hesitated, feeling a twinge of guilt at the thought of eating clandestinely. Kai playfully thumped her on the head. If you feel that way, why not run back to assist them? At this, Yin fell silent, sitting by the fire, focused intently on roasting the meat. After half an hour had passed, Kai finally spotted three figures supporting one another at the horizon. The trio, now breathless and drenched in sweat, had their clothes clinging to their bodies. Xiaoyu tied a rope around Liena and Zhu Zhuqing to prevent them from falling behind. As the captain of the Golden Generation, Xiaoyu dutifully fulfilled his responsibilities. Nana, Zhuqing, hold on a little longer. We are almost there. The other end of the rope was secured to their waists. Despite his own exhaustion, Xiaoyu continued to pull them forward. Even Zhu Zhuqing, who had undergone grueling training since childhood, displayed a strength comparable to Xiaoyu's. Despite the absence of her soul power, the pace of progression was too slow. The training segment in Hurricane Gorge is omitted. Directly proceed to the main storyline. During the arduous and protracted 2.5 years, Hurricane Gorge bore witness to the miraculous transformation of the four from youthful novices to seasoned warriors. The soul power of Xiaoyu has ascended to level 60, with Liena at 59, Yan at 58, and Zhu Zhuqing at 52. Each elevation of their soul power is a harmonious ode woven from sweat and tears, a testament to their relentless endeavors. As the four finally embarked on the carriage back to the Spirit Hall, the air seemed to still carry the fierce and indomitable spirit of the Hurricane Valley. Liena, once a girl radiant with smiles, now appeared unusually fatigued, unconsciously resting her head gently upon Kai's knee, her voice laced with a hint of affection and helplessness. Brother Kai, does Sister Schwer know of your strictness towards us? Her words encapsulated both the reminiscence of past hardships and the gratitude for Kai's profound care. Outside the carriage, the scenery rushed by, while within, this rare warmth and tranquility enveloped the journey in a soft glow. The clatter of hooves echoed, and in a flash, the outline of Spirit City became increasingly distinct. In just 2 days, they traversed numerous mountains and rivers. Upon entering the gates of Spirit City, Liena could hardly conceal her eagerness, grasping Zhu Zhuqing's hand, akin to a bird returning to its nest, swiftly weaving through the bustling streets towards their abode. As the door creaked open, a wave of warmth greeted them. They exchanged a knowing smile before stepping inside to relish the long-awaited moment of bathing, washing away the dust and fatigue of their travels. Teacher Kai, we shall take our leave now. Xiaoyu and Yin prepared to return to the Spirit Hall to register their current soul power, while Kai chose to meet Bibi Dong. Inside the hall, tranquil yet solemn, Bibi Dong, seated high upon her throne, exuded an extraordinary brilliance amidst the interplay of light and shadow. At the instant Kai pushed the door open, she seemingly trembled slightly. Yet that fleeting motion went unnoticed by all. In that moment, the entire focus of the grand hall rested solely upon Kai. He entered slowly, each step resonating with his own rhythm and strength, harmonizing beautifully with the solemn atmosphere surrounding him. His words redirected the attention of others once more. After respectfully bowing to Bibi Dong, the others departed the hall of the Pope in an orderly manner. How about this? I have added a 20-year-old Soul Emperor to the Golden Generation. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong momentarily lost her composure. What? She exclaimed, rising abruptly, stunned by the revelation. A 20-year-old Soul Emperor is unprecedented on the continent. Indeed, just as you surmised. Xiaoyu has already surpassed level 60 and only requires a 6th soul ring to become a Soul Emperor, Kai said with a charming demeanor. What say you, Your Holiness? The stakes are on my victory. Bibi Dong slowly returned to her throne, her posture revealing an unmistakable shock, her chest swelling like a tumultuous sea, each rise and fall laden with incredulous emotions. Her fingers intertwined tightly, knuckles paling from the pressure, as if even her fingertips were voicing the tremors of her heart. She parted her lips slightly, gently biting her lower lip, her expression a blend of resolve and helplessness, ultimately transforming into a long, heavy sigh that gradually dissipated into the air. Alas, I am now aware, a promise once made must be upheld. Her voice, though soft, resonated with unwavering conviction, each word echoing with undeniable resolve. Upon hearing this, Kai's lips curled into a serene smile, as if everything lay within his expectations. He turned to depart, his steps imbued with a sense of worldly detachment and grace. Hold on, Bibidong's voice suddenly pierced the air, laced with a subtle urgency and curiosity. How is it that within this brief span of 2.5 years, you have propelled Xiaoyu's cultivation to unprecedented heights, crossing a chasm of 8 levels that others find insurmountable? Her eyes sparkled with a thirst for knowledge, a curiosity that even her lofty position could not entirely suppress. Faced with Bibidong's inquiry, Kai paused but did not respond immediately. Instead, he offered a meaningful silhouette, seemingly contemplating how to provide an answer that would neither be overly ostentatious nor fail to quench her curiosity. Ultimately, he turned slowly, his voice deep and resonant. Some matters require the confluence of timing, location, and harmony among people, coupled with relentless effort and steadfast belief. Xiaoyu's achievements are a testament to his own diligence and the turning of fate's wheel. With those words, Kai resumed his stride, leaving Bibi Dong with a profound figure. As he crossed the solemn threshold of the papal hall, a guard clad in resplendent golden armor darted towards him with the swiftness of lightning, urgency emanating from his every step. Leaning close to Kai's ear, He whispered a few critical pieces of information, audible only to the two of them, before swiftly disappearing into the shadows of the night, his hurried footsteps echoing in the vast square. What? That scoundrel Tang Hao managed to escape right under our noses. The gravity of the situation demanded immediate action. Kai's figure surged forth, agile as a cheetah, as he raced away from the brilliantly lit center of Wuhan City, heading directly towards the enforcement station. In the nocturnal gloom, his silhouette raced with the wind, each stride resonating with undeniable determination and strength. Upon arriving at the once majestic enforcement hall, a sight of devastation met his eyes. The grand hall, once adorned in gold and resplendent splendor, had now succumbed to ruin, its remnants stark against the desolation. The guards who should have defended this bastion lay lifeless, sprawled across the ground, silently narrating the fierce battle that had unfolded here. Kai's fists clenched tightly, veins bulging, as if channeling all his anger and frustration into that moment. With a sudden burst of fury, he struck a nearby crumbling pillar with a powerful punch, the impact reverberating through the air as the stone shattered, dust swirling in the aftermath. Just as Kai's wrath threatened to overwhelm his reason like a tempest, a faint yet resilient sound emerged from the ravaged ruins, struggling to break free like a glimmer of light piercing through the shroud of despair. That figure, reminiscent of a warrior in adversity, moved inch by inch amidst the scattered debris and dust, driven by an unyielding spirit, ultimately extricating itself from the shackles of ruin, akin to a phoenix reborn from ashes, reclaiming life anew. Upon witnessing the scene, Kai felt his simmering fury swiftly supplanted by an inexplicable emotion. He hastened forward, extending his powerful hand to firmly lift the traveler, recently returned from the brink of despair, as if he were rescuing a soul on the verge of perdition. "Sinner Brooks, I stand before you, venerable lord." Though Brooks' voice was but a whisper, each word resonated with unmistakable respect and remorse. In that moment of re-emergence into the light, what surged within him was a profound reflection and contrition for past misdeeds. "Brooks, I recall you are the lord of this subchamber. What has transpired here?" Kai inquired with urgency. "My lord, approximately 3 days ago, one of the 4 singular clans, the Force Clan, learned of Tang Hao's imprisonment here, and thus an assault ensued. The leader was a soul Douluo wielding the martial spirit of a mighty gorilla." Brooks divulged all he knew. The Force Clan, how unsurprising, Kai mused, as the clouds of confusion in his mind dissipated upon learning that it was the Force Clan who had liberated Tang Hao. The entirety of Douluo continent was aware that the Force Clan remained a loyal canine to Tang Hao. Should any tidbit of news about Tang Hao arise, the Force Clan would dare confront the Spirit Hall, regardless of the risk of incurring its ire. "Investigate for me the current stronghold of the Force Clan, and ascertain which academy their third-generation disciples are attending. Conduct a thorough inquiry." With that command, Kai turned to depart. Since the Force Clan had chosen to openly position themselves against the Spirit Hall, they must be prepared to endure the repercussions that would inevitably follow. 3 days later, within the city of Tiando, the Titan clan's abode stood solemn and ancient, sunlight filtering through the leaves to cast dappled shadows upon the cobblestone path, reflecting a sense of time's passage. In this tranquility, a flurry of hurried footsteps shattered the surrounding peace. "Clan leader, the situation is dire." A clan member rushed in, his expression fraught with urgency, as if bearing tidings of an unspeakable storm colliding directly with Titan. Titan's brow furrowed, his voice instinctively lowering in respect for the tranquility within the chamber. What matter could incite such alarm? "Do not disturb our esteemed guest." With that, he guided the visibly unsettled disciple into the grand hall, where the flickering candlelight illuminated Titan's composed visage. He gradually took his seat at the head of the table, his gaze piercing, exuding an aura of authority that commanded respect without anger, and inquired, "What has transpired to render you so unhinged?" The disciple inhaled deeply, striving to steady his breath, slightly disordered from his haste, and promptly reported, "Esteemed clan leader, I chanced upon a piece of news in the city market concerning our clan's safety, hence my urgent report." Upon hearing this, Titan's eyes narrowed, a grave expression dawning upon his features. He understood that the disciple would not exhibit such urgency without just cause. Thus, he spoke in a low, serious tone. "Speak in detail, leaving nothing unaddressed." "Clan leader, it is grave news. A merchant placed an order for 500 tons of refined iron with us half a month ago, but today, he refuses to pay the remaining balance. Moreover, numerous trade associations have chosen to suspend their collaboration with our Force clan. If this situation is allowed to fester, our clan may face bankruptcy. The disciple relayed the entirety of the situation in one breath. What? With a resounding crack, the stone table before Titan shattered beneath his palm. The message from customer service is indeed accurate. Titan inquired eagerly. He was acutely aware of the plight of the Li family. Their livelihood primarily depended on blacksmithing. Should they lose these merchants, it would spell immediate financial ruin for the Li clan. In this chapter, a new character will make an appearance. A role I promised to a reader. I kindly ask all esteemed readers to refrain from criticism. Rest assured, this new character will undoubtedly align with the protagonists and must thoroughly challenge Tang San. In the city of Heaven Do, at Blue Tyrant Academy, no, it should now be referred to as Shrek Academy. The first light of dawn revealed a throng gathered before the imposing gates of Shrek Academy, bustling with excitement. Grandfather, is this truly the Shrek Academy you spoke of? A young girl in silver-white twin tails shimmered softly in the sunlight, her exquisite features reminiscent of a blossoming snow lotus. As she curiously inquired of the elder beside her. The elder was none other than Bai He, the current patriarch of the Min family, a formidable soul de law, whose face bore the marks of time, yet his keen eyes still sparkled with remarkable brilliance. He gently stroked his meticulously groomed white beard, speaking with a tone that was both warm and resolute. Indeed, this is the place the old gorilla mentioned. As the grandfather and granddaughter conversed, a student emerged from the depths of the academy, his imposing figure and robust build seeming capable of shaking mountains, starkly contrasting the delicate surroundings. His presence instantly captivated the attention of the crowd, and as his gaze met Bai He's, a fleeting yet discernible respect surfaced upon his rugged visage. "My uncle!" Talon exclaimed excitedly, waving at Bai He. The moment Talon entered the elder's sight, a look of unexpected joy blossomed on Bai He's face. As if time had conspired to reunite them with a long-lost miracle. He approached Talon, affectionately patting the young man's broad shoulder with the warmth unique to elders. His voice laden with nostalgia. "Talon, it has been many years. You have grown so much." At these words, Talon's cheeks flushed slightly, and with a bashful scratch of his head, he chuckled. "Hee, Bai He uncle, you've traveled quite a distance. Grandfather specifically instructed me to welcome you." At this moment, Bai Qinxiang, standing nearby, her eyes sparkling with recognition, gracefully stepped forward, her voice melodious and soothing like a clear spring. "Big brother Talon, it has been too long. I trust you have been well." Her demeanor exuded the refinement and grace of a cultured lady, turning even the simplest greeting into a refreshing breeze that dispelled the surrounding dust. Talon found himself irresistibly drawn to this sudden beauty. Bai Qinxiang's charm, subtle yet captivating, enveloped him like a gentle spring breeze, leaving an ineffable fragrance in its wake. In the sunset forest, "Teacher Zhao, please make certain to intercept that dazzling magical tiger." Tang San's voice exuded an undeniable urgency as he clenched his fists, a touch of ethereal blue light swirling in his palms. At that moment, the blue-silver grass entwined itself around a massive cave spider like a sinuous serpent, binding it tightly. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wujia's gaze flickered with gravity, and he soared into the air like a mountain, accompanied by a thunderous roar. His colossal hand, capable of shaking the earth, descended with the force of a landslide, crashing down upon the roaring striped demon tiger, reverberating through the air with a heavy sound of explosive force. Yet, in this critical moment, the cave spider beneath Tang San seemed to sense the imminent threat to its life, erupting in an unprecedented struggle. Its 8 slender legs flailed wildly, generating such power that they hurled Tang San's entire body into the air like a severed kite, tracing a breathtaking arc against the backdrop of the setting sun. In midair, Tang San expanded his form slightly, leveraging his extraordinary adaptability and exquisite perception of the wind. The blue-silver grass appeared to possess a spirit of its own, dancing gracefully around him, not only slowing his descent but also, at the crucial moment, utilizing the surrounding trees as leverage to deftly dissipate the impact, landing lightly and showcasing the exceptional skills and wisdom of a disciple of the Tang sect. Friends, retreat to the poison formation. The toxins there can momentarily suppress the soul beasts. Tang San cried out anxiously. The echoes of his fervent and resolute call resonated in their ears. Without the need for words, a shared glance was enough to initiate a tactical retreat amidst battle, their steps imbued with unwavering resolve and intelligence. Xiao-san, the poison from Senior Dugu won't last long. Before it expires, you must select your fourth soul ring. Yu Xiaojing's voice pierced through the chaos of battle. Imbued with a sense of undeniable urgency, Tang San's gaze cut through the swirling poison mist, scanning the hesitating soul beasts that feared the toxins. Finally, his focus locked onto the enormous and menacing cave spider, akin to a hawk pinpointing its prey. The spider, sensing this scrutiny, flashed a glimmer of ferocity in its eyes. Yet its pride as a formidable entity remained unmistakable. Just as Tang San was about to speak, the atmosphere abruptly shifted. The temperature around them plummeted as if an invisible hand had seized it, a bone-chilling cold sweeping in. Soon after, a sharp and elongated sound of something slicing through the air echoed from the horizon, heralding the swift approach of an unknown yet powerful entity. In a fleeting moment, a piercing cold light sliced through the heavens, resembling a river of stars cascading from the sky. A crystalline ice sword, imbued with boundless frost, accurately pierced the heart of the gathering crowd, causing the earth to tremble. This strike not only penetrated the cloud cover, but seemed to freeze the very air itself, enhancing the already frigid environment with an even more penetrating chill. Ning Rongrong parted her ruby lips delicately, her fingertips lightly lifting a gently falling snowflake. Its translucent form caused her to widen her eyes slightly, shimmering with disbelief. "It's snowing," her voice, as delicate as a whisper, resonated clearly amidst the serene and grand spectacle, as if nature itself was responding with the softest of echoes. As the words hung in the air, the horizon suddenly unfolded a breathtaking panorama. Fluffy snowflakes fell like feathers from the ethereal void, adorning the entire world in a silvery, enchanting cloak. This unexpected snowstorm not only delivered a visual spectacle, but also unleashed an unprecedented chill upon the surrounding spirit beasts, which erupted into uneasy roars and scattered in search of warm refuge. At the heart of this tempest stood the ice sword, around which the swirling snowstorm seemed to be imbued with life, spiraling wildly and performing a ballet of magnificent and mysterious ice tornadoes. In an instant, the ice tornado transformed into an expansive wave of air, gently rippling outward like the dawn breaking through the morning mist. Upon this land, caressed by the cold, stood ice swords erect like a forest, beside which stood a man with hair whiter than snow, his garments billowing gracefully. He resembled a celestial being descended from the heavens, untouched by worldly dust, surrounded by an extraordinary aura that evoked a profound reverence, compelling one to kneel in homage. Nangong Dichin slowly lifted his eyelids, his deep azure eyes akin to the depths of the ocean beneath a blanket of fresh snow, quietly surveying this entirely unfamiliar environment. Initially, his gaze reflected a tranquil emptiness, soon followed by a flicker of mild bewilderment, akin to the first light of dawn breaking through the mist. "Where's this place?" His voice was low and cool, devoid of any emotional turbulence, as if this inquiry were merely a customary greeting to the desolate space around him, maintaining an inexplicable sense of detachment and indifference toward everything. The moment Nangong Dichin solidified his form in the air, the ice swords that had once densely dotted the ground like cold stars miraculously began to dissolve one by one, vanishing into the void, leaving only a faint chill lingering in the air. Just as he intended to gracefully turn and depart, Lu Erlong, unable to contain her fiery temperament, advanced with determined steps, pressing closer until her hand firmly rested on Nangong Dichin's shoulder, the force conveying her pent-up dissatisfaction and unwillingness in that singular touch. "Halt! You have disrupted our plans. How can you leave so easily?" Lu Erlong's voice interwove anger and inquiry, resonating with remarkable clarity. Nearby, Ma Hongjun stealthily leaned closer to Dai Mubai, a playful smile dancing on his lips, whispering in a low voice, "Boss Dai, take a look at this one. In terms of appearance, he may not be inferior to you." The moment these words were uttered, a subtle shift rippled through the air, acknowledging Nangong Dichin's remarkable presence while teasing Dai Mubai's usual charisma. Nangong Dichin gently tilted his head, his clear, water-like eyes seemingly veiled by a thin mist, making it difficult to discern any emotional currents within. This scene was akin to a stone cast upon a tranquil lake, quietly stirring waves of anger in Lu Erlong's heart. Withdrawing slightly, Lu Erlong's aura shifted dramatically, her third spirit ring suddenly igniting with brilliance, akin to the brightest star in the night sky. signaling the awakening of her wrath. Third soul skill, thunderous fury. Upon concluding her words, she conjured a sphere infused with the dual forces of lightning and flame. A manifestation of celestial wrath hurled with fervor towards the direction of Nangong Dichin. In an instant, the air reverberated with thunderous roars, while flames danced wildly, colliding fiercely in the atmosphere, unleashing a brilliance so radiant that it illuminated the surroundings as if it were midday. In this resplendent display, Nangong Dichin's figure appeared particularly resolute. Rather than succumbing to fear, he adopted a demeanor of unflappable composure, gradually bending down to deftly retrieve an unassuming object from the ground where dust and light intertwined, exuding an ineffable air of serenity and confidence. The tempestuous sphere of thunder and fire, poised for destruction, was unexpectedly brushed aside by a seemingly mundane branch in Nangong's hand, disintegrating silently into countless fragments like morning mist meeting the dawn, vanishing into the ether. Within his eyes, the deep blue suddenly ignited with an otherworldly red glow, reminiscent of hidden flames within the abyss, heralding the onset of a tempest. Surrounding him, 7 soul rings, radiant as stars, began to revolve slowly, each encompassing unfathomable power and mystery. As his deep, resolute voice resonated, he declared, First soul skill, frosty 9 slashes. The branch in his grasp seemed imbued with life, transforming into a razor-sharp frost blade that sliced through the air with breathtaking speed, 9 crystalline sword lights cleaving the sky, imbued with a chilling intensity and unwavering resolve, aimed straight at the heavens. In response, Lu Erlong furrowed her brows tightly, her eyes ablaze with fury. Unwilling to yield, she summoned her soul power, roaring. 5th soul skill, blazing flame of ascendancy. With that proclamation, the air around her ignited as scorching flames coalesced into a violent vortex, enveloping her entirely. Within this fiery maelstrom, echoes of dragons and tigers resonated, exuding an overwhelming aura of majesty and destructive force, vowing to reduce all obstacles to ashes. At that moment, it seemed the universe had been cleaved into 2 realms, one of Nangong's icy slashes, sharp and frigid, the other of Lu Erlong's blazing inferno, intense and tempestuous. The flame vortex surged forth like an enraged dragon, instantly engulfing the 9 fierce sword lights, the flames illuminating the sky as if capable of incinerating all existence. Yet, just as the onlookers held their breath, anticipating the indomitable flames to dissolve the ice and alter the tide of battle, a dark figure emerged defiantly from the roaring inferno. Cleaving through the air with tenacity, it was Lu Erlong. She resembled a leaf cast adrift in a tempest, her form colliding chaotically against an ancient tree, its trunk trembling and leaves scattering. The moment she landed, a crimson stain graced her lips, starkly contrasting her current resilience. Her already profound eyes now widened in astonishment and defiance, shimmering with an indomitable spirit, clad in a black, form-fitting leather attire. As she struggled amidst the conflation of flames and sword lights, her garment lay tattered, revealing countless fissures akin to scars from a battlefield, inadvertently exposing her skin's pure, snow-like hue beneath. However, at this moment, Lu Erlong was too preoccupied with her injuries to care. Just moments ago, within the swirling flames, she had felt the overwhelming power of the 9 sword blades merging into one. Now, as Nangong stepped forward, Zhao Wujing immediately positioned himself protectively in front of Lu Erlong. Who are you, senior? Why do you wish to engage us? Zhao Wujing, aware of his inferior strength, humbly lowered his stance. Nangong tilted his head, clearly puzzled by Zhao Wujing's words. If memory serves, it was this lady who made the first move against me, he said, pointing a twig at Lu Erlong. Upon hearing herself referred to as Aunt, Lu Erlong nearly lost consciousness from indignation. At this moment, cold sweat froze into ice shards on Zhao Wujing's brow. To claim he was untroubled would be a falsehood. With Flinder injured, and Lu Erlong also wounded, he himself bore internal injuries from a severed arm sustained years prior. Not to mention the unmentionable state of De Shiyu. Nangong took a steady, determined step forward, causing the air to tremble slightly. Ning Rongrong's eyes caught this detail. The man stood barefoot, exuding an air of untamed nonchalance and transcendence. Erlong, Flinder's voice was laced with unmistakable concern, his gaze fixed on Lu Erlong's pale visage. In the midst of the fiery tempest, Lu Erlong had withstood the first 3 fierce slashes through sheer will and extraordinary strength. While the subsequent 6 strikes she had endured with her flesh and blood, the hardships and agony were all too evident. Amidst this tense atmosphere, Tang San, who had been silently observing from the side, finally moved. Coming to a halt, he faced Nangong, slightly raising his hands in a gesture of respect that was dignified yet unpretentious. In a calm yet resolute voice, he said, "Senior, please hold your ground for a moment. I have something to say." His words momentarily halted Nangong's advance, who squinted slightly, showing a hint of disdain for this individual who seemed oblivious to his situation. "I believe there has been some misunderstanding between us. Allow me to test your skills, and should I prevail, I ask that you do not impose difficulties upon others." Tang San stated with measured confidence. A sharp crack shattered the surrounding silence. Before Tang San's words could fully dissipate, a resounding slap echoed like thunder against his cheek. The force so great that it seemed to reverberate through the air. Nangong's voice, deep and resonant, emerged with undeniable authority. "What are you to negotiate with me?" His gaze never once settled upon Tang San, and this feeling of being overlooked sliced through Tang San's heart like a sharp blade, leaving behind an unspoken humiliation and resentment. This person was courting death, Tang San mused internally, yet his expression remained as tranquil as a still lake, showing no signs of disturbance, as if the entire encounter had been merely a fleeting breeze. This restraint and composure elicited quiet admiration from those who witnessed it. With a gentle wave of the wooden staff in his hand, Nangong's seemingly casual gesture stirred the surrounding air, unleashing an invisible force that swept up in waves, instantly propelling Tang San, Xiao Wu, Ma Hongjun, Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ning Rongrong away. Such audacity! Zhao Wujia's heart blazed with fury at the sight of his beloved disciples being engulfed by the tempest, and he could no longer contain himself. His aura surged dramatically, the 7th spirit ring gleaming like stars, gradually merging into his being, triggering a harmonious resonance between soul and power. With a low yet resolute chant, Zhao Wujia's form underwent a remarkable transformation, each inch of his skin seemingly infused with the stability of mountains and the surging vigor of rivers. Under the enhancement of his martial spirit's true form, his muscles, forged like fine iron, tightened to their utmost, brimming with the explosive power to shake the heavens and the earth. "Old Zhao, you mustn't!" Dean Flandra exclaimed in a state of urgency, attempting to intervene. But Zhao Wujia's figure shot forth like an arrow, unstoppable in its momentum. Lu Erlong, summoning her waning strength, slowly stood, determination gleaming in her eyes. "Old Flandra, since Teacher Zhao has stepped forward, how can we stand idly by? It is time for us to fight side by side." Her voice, though slightly hoarse, resonated with undeniable strength. 3 radiant strands of golden energy intricately bound Flandra, Lu Erlong, and Yu Xiaojiang together, weaving a luminous golden triangle, reminiscent of the most unbreakable covenant in the universe, solidifying their indissoluble bond. As a deafening roar of soul power erupted, the trio awakened like legendary war gods, their inner soul force surging forth like a roaring river, uncontrollably bursting forth as they chanted a soul-stirring incantation. The sun and moon shine, gold turns. In that instant, a triangular formation of pure golden light began to rise, enveloping the 3 in a divine shield, its brilliance so intense that it seemed capable of piercing through all illusions, illuminating their unwavering beliefs and resolve. "Ro Senpao," Yu Xiaojiang murmured. In that moment, the seemingly ordinary Ro Senpao began to levitate slowly, surrounded by an unprecedented radiance of gold. This glow surged into Ro Senpao's body like an invisible hand guiding it, each ray of light bestowing newfound life and power. Soon, a miraculous transformation occurred. Ro Senpao was no longer the endearing piggy, but a majestic, resplendent golden sacred dragon, soaring through the luminous heavens. At this juncture, Zhao Wujia's body bore shocking crimson scars left by the inconspicuous branch in Nangong's hand, blood gushing forth and staining his garments, adding a touch of tragic grandeur. He clenched his teeth, seething with rage, only to realize that beneath his opponent's calm demeanor, there seemed to be no full commitment to the fight. A clear indication of disdain for him. "Humph, might I request a modicum of respect in our duel, esteemed senior?" Within Zhao Wuji's words lay an unmistakable fury, each utterance sharp as a blade, striving to pierce the invisible web of disdain. Meanwhile, Nangong tilted his head slightly, a clear expression of confusion at Zhao Wuji's statement. Apologies. I possess no sword more fragile than this, he remarked, shrugging while raising the twig in his hand. Old Zhao, safeguard the little monsters. Let us confront him. The golden sacred dragon descended like a bolt of lightning cleaving the heavens, exuding an overwhelming majesty, heralding its presence with scales that shimmered with undeniable brilliance. It let out a thunderous roar that echoed with boundless wrath and authority, causing the very void to tremble as if it sought to devour all challengers in its ceaseless inferno. Unfazed, Nangong remained calm as a placid lake, hands lifted, murmuring. Second soul skill, Xianbing Mirror. As his words fell, the temperature plummeted, and snow swirled in response to his call, rapidly coalescing in his palms, swirling and solidifying into a crystalline, spiraled shield of ice. The colossal form of the golden sacred dragon showed no hesitation. Its tail, capable of toppling mountains, lashed out vehemently towards Nangong's position. The surface of the ice shield cracked like a spider's web, yet was swiftly mended by fresh frost, demonstrating remarkable resilience. Nangong furrowed his brow, acutely aware of the tremendous force rebounding from the ice shield. Though unharmed, he gained a deeper understanding of the golden sacred dragon's might. With a subtle shift, he harnessed the momentum to propel himself backward. The golden sacred dragon roared again, its voice resonating like thunder, seemingly capable of shaking the very heavens. And it relentlessly pursued the fleeting shadow of Nangong. However, in this critical moment, the dragon appeared ensnared by an unseen force, its speed abruptly waning as if encountering an opposing wind mid-flight. Above, the previously silent snowflakes responded to an unseen calling, swirling once more to envelop the world in a shroud of silver. This sudden snowfall not only obscured vision, but also intensified the air of mystery and latent peril. Sixth soul skill, Absolute Zero. A deep, authoritative voice echoed from the darkest recesses of the forest, resembling an ancient incantation that pierced through the storm, indelibly imprinted upon the hearts of all present. Even those who clamped their ears could not escape the chilling essence that resonated within. As the words faded, a blade of ice capable of freezing all in its path materialized from thin air, slicing through the atmosphere with a bone-chilling ferocity and destructive power, aimed directly at the massive form of the golden sacred dragon. Where the blade traversed, the air seemed to solidify, leaving visible trails of frigid energy that showcased the extraordinary and terrifying nature of this strike. Alas, Dean Flandre gasped, his heart gripped by sudden dread. He attempted to maneuver the golden sacred dragon to evade, only to discover its speed diminished by 80%. With no option for retreat, he resolved to face the onslaught head-on. The golden holy dragon instantaneously summoned the vast sanctity within, weaving a resplendent and dazzling holy dragon heart armor. The golden scales shimmered like stars, closely adhering to its noble form, as if donning an impenetrable battle armor. In an ensuing moment, its unparalleled and gleaming claws, radiating with a chilling light, precisely met the oncoming deadly sword aura with earth-shattering force. At that instant, it seemed as if the conflict between the dragon and the sword consumed the entirety of the cosmos, the air thick with tension and a sense of impending doom. A thunderous roar erupted, deafening to the ears, as if the heavens themselves trembled and the stars dimmed in response. In this clash of might, the protective scales encircling the golden holy dragon were ruthlessly sheared away, scattering through the air like autumn leaves, tragically beautiful and poignant. The dragon's form appeared alarmingly fragile at that moment. Its once indomitable physique now seemed translucent and ethereal, akin to the morning mist, poised to vanish into nothingness. Clearly, this strike not only breached its defenses, but also left behind an indescribable wound. As the wind and snow began to subside, the surrounding world seemed to be tenderly soothed by winter's tranquility. Meanwhile, the ordinary branch in Nangong's hand underwent a transformation, morphing into a cerulean ice sword, its blade emanating a profound and piercing chill, reminiscent of the essence crystallized within the depths of the polar abyss. He moved gracefully, as if stepping on an invisible breeze and the lingering snow mist. The 8 soul rings encircling him sparkled like stars, resembling swirling cosmic vortices, rotating with an ancient and mysterious power that highlighted his extraordinary presence. Nangong gazed upward, the ice sword pointing towards the heavens, and gradually, he began to rise from the ground, suspended in midair, radiating an air of unassailable authority. Akin to a celestial deity descending from the heavens to survey the snow-laden earth below. With a mere thought, the third and fifth soul rings simultaneously erupted with dazzling brilliance, signifying the pinnacle of soul power, a declaration of his might. Third soul technique, Sky Frost descends. Even before the words faded, the sky seemed to be rent asunder by an unseen force. In the profound silence, countless ice crystals coalesced from the void, transforming into sharp ice spikes, imbued with piercing cold and destructive power, cascading down to envelop the entire space in a delicate blue-white hue, beautiful yet fraught with an undeniable sense of peril. Immediately following, he invoked the fifth soul technique, Wind Chill Snow. As the incantation escaped his lips, an even deeper, colder aura surged forth from within Nangong. Intertwining with the sky, frost descends. 8 ice tornadoes materialized from thin air, trapping the golden holy dragon inescapably. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, an indescribable aura of authority surged from the depths of the void, accompanied by a deep, resonant voice, an ethereal melody imbued with undeniable command. Sixth soul technique. All swords returned to the source. In that moment, the sky appeared to be torn apart, as tens of thousands of brilliant sword lights coalesced from the void, some long, some short, some razor-sharp, others exuding an icy chill, weaving together into a breathtaking tapestry of swords. This was not merely a display of skill, but rather a culmination of a lifetime's dedication and will in the art of swordsmanship, as the symphony of 1,000 swords resonated throughout the heavens. Meanwhile, the frostfall of Nangong had gathered momentum, manifesting as an expanse of frost forged from the purest chill, where each breath of frigid air harbored the power to freeze all things. The two forces clashed violently in the air, resembling a cataclysmic duel between ice and fire. The shadows of swords and the brilliance of frost intertwined, radiating light as the very fabric of space seemed to tremble at that moment. Both sides wielded powers of equal measure, yet beneath this seemingly balanced confrontation lay a subtle hint of Qian formidable suppression. His sword was not merely sharp, but deeply imbued with a profound understanding of the swordsmanship and an unwavering pursuit, as each stroke conveyed the beliefs of the swordsman. Qian moved with agility, his 7-kill sword resembling a dragon emerging from the sea, each motion exuding an icy intent that shattered the piercing ice spikes that had not been intercepted in time. The glimmer of his blades scattering the cold, yet failing to approach him even by a fraction. Nangong, too, displayed extraordinary prowess, facing the intricate shadows of swords with an air of calmness. His long sword danced lightly in his hand, each strike perfectly neutralizing the onslaught. The clash of swords igniting sparks, yet he remained unperturbed. On the ground, Ning Rongrong's gaze was fixed intently on the familiar figure. When the valiant Qian appeared in her line of sight, her joy blossomed like flowers in spring, unabashedly illuminating her face. "Grandpa's sword," she couldn't help but exclaim, her voice laced with an uncontrollable excitement and elation. Yet, at this moment, Qian's thoughts were far removed from such sentiments. His gaze, profound and focused, rested upon the extraordinary young man before him, silently marveling at the rarity of one so young having already entered the realm of Douluo. This revelation momentarily eclipsed all else, including Ning Rongrong's hopeful gaze. "Principal Flinder, you must lead the students away swiftly. I shall handle this," Qian declared in a grave tone. Hearing this, Principal Flinder adjusted his slightly heavy glasses, a glimmer of resolve and trust flickering in his eyes behind the lenses. He understood that the situation demanded immediate action. Thus, he calmly gestured to the students behind him, stating, "Children, we must evacuate at once. This place will be entrusted to Senior Sword Douluo." His words contained an undeniable authority, prompting the students to gather, albeit reluctantly, preparing to retreat from this perilous locale. At this moment, Qian, heralded as the continent's foremost attack Douluo, remained still, yet an icy sword intent enveloped him. Gripping the 7-kill sword, its tip shimmered with a ghostly blue and chilling light, akin to the brightest cold star in the night sky, suddenly slicing through the air towards Nangong. In the face of this sudden assault, Nangong felt no fear, but rather an invigorating battle spirit. With a flick of his wrist, the imperial cold sword transformed into a streak of light, its tip lightly touching to create a dazzling blossom of sword energy. Not only breathtakingly beautiful, but also infused with unparalleled sword intent, colliding thunderously with Qian 7-kill sword in midair. As the two swords met, a deafening roar erupted. As if even space quaked at that moment, sword light erupted, intertwining cold and murderous intent into an invisible net that enveloped the realm between heaven and earth. In this breathtaking confrontation, both individuals maintained an extraordinary composure, their gazes reflecting mutual respect and an unwavering dedication to the ultimate pursuit of swordsmanship. This scene not only left the students present in awe, but also imparted a profound sense of the beauty and power of swordsmanship to the distant spectators. As their forms intertwined, it was as if two unstoppable torrents collided violently, sending ripples of unseen sword intent stirring through the air, allowing each to deeply sense the almost tangible brilliance of the other's sword spirit. With a soft murmur, Nangong invoked his fourth soul skill, Sword God Manifestation. A look of determination and fervor flashed in his eyes as he seemed to be imbued with an invisible force, surrounded by a faint silver glow. This singular amplification soul skill granted him a remarkable enhancement of 20 to all attributes for half an hour, transforming him into the legendary sword god. With a sword intent potent enough to shake the heavens and the earth. Unyielding, Qian responded in kind, his fifth soul ring suddenly glowing with brilliance. Akin to the brightest star in the night sky. Fifth soul skill, awe-inspiring might. As he pronounced the words with a deep and powerful tone, the surrounding air seemed to be torn apart by this force, unleashing dozens of razor-sharp sword shadows that erupted around him, each possessing the power to shatter mountains and split stones. As the two titans clashed again, under the vast sky, the sword shadows intertwined, creating a magnificent tapestry of light and shadow. The sword light danced like a dragon, weaving through the fray. Each collision reverberated like the tremors of mountains, with the occasional blade flying free, ruthlessly cleaving the peaks, showcasing the might of the universe. Faced with Nangong, who possessed merely 8 soul rings, Qian, a level 96 super Douluo, found himself under considerable pressure. As the battle reached its zenith, both fighters instinctively withdrew, creating ample distance between them. At that moment, both of their 7th soul rings shone simultaneously, akin to stars plummeting to earth, releasing astonishing and unparalleled power. True body of 7 kills. Qian's voice resonated with an undeniable authority, as an ethereal blue silhouette surged upward, wielding a colossal sword infused with the essence of countless slaughters. Standing proud in the void, an ultimate manifestation of his martial soul, the true form of the 7 kills sword. Imperial cold true body. Nangong, equally unyielding, proclaimed with a cold yet resolute tone, as another azure silhouette materialized, a heavy sword surrounded by chilling air. Capable of freezing all creation, this was the perfect embodiment of his unique martial soul, the ultimate essence of imperial cold power. The two human-like phantoms radiated brilliance, their azure light illuminating the entire horizon. The meeting of their sword tips was not merely a clash of power, but a fervent exchange of beliefs and aspirations deep within the souls of these two swordsmen. The sunset, resembling blood, painted the sky in a resplendent orange-red, as the two figures intertwined in an indomitable battle spirit amidst the twilight glow, until the last weary ray of sunlight appeared to sink below the horizon, allowing them a moment to catch their breath. Fatigue subtly crept onto Nangong's countenance, reminiscent of the thin ice forming on a winter lake, imbued with a faint chill and determination. Likewise, the sword master Qian exhibited visible exertion, his chest rising and falling, each breath accompanied by a heavy gasp. Suddenly, Nangong pointed his sword towards the heavens, his eyes glimmering with an indomitable spirit, and he called out, "Third soul skill, heavenly frost descends." Upon uttering these words, it seemed as though the skies responded to his summons, as countless ice spikes coalesced from the void, infused with a chilling aura and destructive force, descending like a torrential storm. Seeing this, Sword Douluo Qian also aimed his sword at the sky, his gaze resolute and profound as he softly chanted, 10,000 swords return to origins. In an instant, the surrounding air appeared to be torn asunder by an invisible hand, and myriad sword shadows converged from all directions, each one embodying the quintessence of the Sword Douluo's lifetime of cultivation, their sharpness glaringly evident. Aimed directly at the impending ice tempest above, the ice spikes and sword shadows collided violently in midair, producing a deafening roar, as if the very will of heaven and earth engaged in a momentous clash. With his profound soul power, Sword Duo Qianxin momentarily gained the upper hand in this brief skirmish. Though fierce, the ice spikes could not withstand the brilliance of the 10,000 swords returning to origins. Each sword precisely dismantled the advancing ice assault, showcasing his extraordinary prowess as the pinnacle of swordsmanship in this era. As the heavenly frost descends was utterly shattered, transforming into countless scintillating fragments of light, thousands of illusory sword shadows fell like shooting stars, charging toward Nangong in midair with an overwhelming force, intent on freezing everything beneath their boundless chill. Yet, Nangong's expression remained serene, the imperial cold sword in his hand subtly quaking, then dissipating into a delicate storm of snow, leaving behind an elusive chill in the air. Miraculously, a wondrous transformation appeared on his right arm, where 3 radiant rings slowly emerged, resembling the marks of a deity, solemn and enigmatic. At that moment, his eyes shone like a deep, cold pool illuminated by the morning light, radiating a dazzling blue glow, a clarity and majesty capable of piercing the very soul. With a low exclamation, Nangong declared, "Profound ice dragon ascends." An ancient dragon's roar seemed to resonate through the heavens, shaking the void itself. Indeed, it was the profound ice dragon ascends, the signature skill of my brother Dong. Since this character's soul skill was previously established, I chose to retain this ability, for none other than its sheer magnificence. With a sweeping motion of his long sleeve, the winds and clouds shifted dramatically, as a crystalline ice dragon suddenly coalesced from the void. It spiraled and danced gracefully, enveloped in an extreme chill, devouring all the ferocious sword shadows, which became the frost adorning its body, manifesting its supreme power. Witnessing this spectacle, Qianxin's pupils constricted, his heart overwhelmed with astonishment. He had not anticipated that Nangong harbored such astonishing strength, and this sudden counterattack utterly overturned his perception of the battle, subtly tilting the balance of power. Nangong stood atop the ice dragon, resembling an emperor reigning over the world, commanding this colossal creature of frost with an air of invincibility, charging toward Qianxin. With each roar and thrust of the ice dragon, a continuous trail of ice crystals followed behind, reminiscent of a cascading galaxy, not only reflecting its unparalleled majesty, but also weaving an invisible web of suffocating pressure. 8th Soul Skill. As Qianxin once again distanced himself, he slowly closed his eyes, as if the entire world had come to a standstill at that moment. Only he and the essence of the 7-kill sword merged into a singular entity. Immersed in the ancient and profound realm of swordsmanship, the 7-kill thunder erupted, a single sword shattering the heavens. With a mere thought, Qianxin brought his fingers together, a faint glimmer of sword light swirling at his fingertips, as if it could perceive the very essence of all things in existence. In that instant, the air seemed to be torn apart by an invisible force, and a blade forged from the character of Kill, imbued with boundless murderous intent, shot forth from his fingertips, slicing through the sky with a thunderous roar, aimed directly at the seemingly indomitable form of the ice dragon. Wherever the blade passed, the very fabric of space trembled, leaving behind a brilliant scar of light. It was not merely an exhibition of power, but rather a profound understanding and interpretation of the principles of swordsmanship by Qianxin. At that moment, the fierce sword light appeared to be drawn by an unseen force, abruptly halting midair before being consumed by the soaring ice dragon, which ascended with an aura of relentless chill, soaring towards the heavens. The ice dragon's body shimmered with crystalline clarity, reminiscent of the purest dreams of winter. But in the next moment, it erupted beneath the azure sky in a breathtaking explosion. Ice shards and frigid air intertwined, transforming into a tempest of hail that mercilessly poured down upon every inch of the sunlit forest, temporarily cloaking the verdant world in a silvery shroud. Seizing the opportunity, Nangong pursued, commanding the ice dragon with an unstoppable momentum, closing in on Qianxin from behind. The dragon's eyes glimmered with a ghostly blue light, its sharp claws forged like cold iron, lunging mercilessly towards Qianxin's seemingly unguarded back, the atmosphere thick with an intense air of impending slaughter. At that critical juncture, a pale blue shield suddenly manifested around Qianxin, akin to the first light dancing upon a lake at dawn, gentle yet resilient. The appearance of this shield resembled the protective embrace of a deity, gently cradling the impending lethal strike, preventing it from penetrating further. When the attack landed upon the shield, a cacophony of cracking echoed forth. Quickly leveraging the force, Qian distanced himself once more. Qian of the sword path, you cannot possibly think I possess only one dragon, Nangong remarked nonchalantly. With a sudden eruption of brilliance from the halo on his right arm, dazzling like the brightest star plummeting to the earth, the chill in the air coalesced, conjuring forth 8 ice dragons. They soared and circled, their roars reverberating through the air, the glistening ice crystals seemingly freezing the very atmosphere around them. Witnessing this, Qian's expression hardened like iron, his sword energy swirling around him. As if time itself had momentarily paused, he understood that the threat before him was not merely that of 8 ice dragons, but rather a manifestation of Nangong's unfathomable prowess. Thus, he took a deep breath, his sword intent surging within him. With a delicate touch of his sword tip, he unleashed 8 blades imbued with lethal intent, each strike precise and unwavering, targeting the very souls of the ice dragons. The sword light and the ice dragons intertwined, weaving a breathtaking tapestry in the air. However, at that critical moment, Nangong's figure, like a specter, gracefully leaped down from the foremost ice dragon, evading the onslaught of all the sword lights. The 8 sword energies unleashed earlier must have nearly depleted your entire soul power, don't you think? Prolonging this battle serves no purpose. Why not decide the victor with one final move? Nangong inquired, yet his tone lacked any semblance of genuine inquiry. Faced with this proposition, Qian found no reason to decline. Each of those 8 sword energies had embodied the might of his 8th soul skill, nearly exhausting his soul power. What little remained was scarcely sufficient for a single use of his 9th soul skill. With a calm demeanor, Qian gently closed his eyes, and in that instant, his spirit seemed to transcend the clamor of the mortal realm, immersing itself in an expansive and boundless azure ocean. Surrounding him was no longer the familiar sunset forest, but rather a gentle embrace of an overwhelming sword intent, a force that not only shook his senses, but also appeared to subtly lift the shackles of his cultivation, causing even his once unyielding level 97 realm to ripple with delicate nuances. The verses floated softly through the air. The osmanthus tree flourishes for 100 miles. The partridges cry in the coolness of the afternoon shade. The peaks at Yinping Ferry are as if hewn, swords depart, and the river stretches endlessly. As these lyrical lines resonated, the air seemed to freeze, and behind Qian, an ethereal figure reminiscent of a divine being quietly manifested. Nangong too gently closed his eyes, his consciousness sinking into a tranquil abyss, until a subtle emotion, akin to morning dew caressing the surface of a pond, stirred delicate ripples. In this vast world constructed of sword intent, his awareness drifted far and wide, traversing the veils of time and space to once again encounter the woman who had once inscribed the essence of his martial spirit with her sword. Imperial sword, the unparalleled ice, Nangong murmured, his voice imbued with the weight of mountains and rivers, yet as gentle as a breeze, potent enough to shake the heavens and the earth. With this soft invocation, it seemed as if an ancient deity had awakened at the summit of the sky, and within the clouds, delicate ripples began to emerge, as though the surface of a lake were being stirred by an invisible hand, rapidly spreading outward. In an instant, the once formidable clouds appeared unable to withstand this force, disintegrating to reveal the profound and mysterious azure beyond. Following this, a breathtaking spectacle unfolded before all, as a colossal sword gradually descended from the depths of the clouds, its might seemingly capable of cleaving the firmament, its length stretching into the horizon, appearing endless, radiating a chilling brilliance of ice-blue light, illuminating the purest essence of coldness and resolve throughout the realms. To clarify for those who may not understand, let me introduce Nangong's background. He was raised in the far north, nurtured by the Snow Emperor and the Ice Emperor, making his mastery of the Snow Emperor's skills quite reasonable. The woman who appeared in his vision is likely recognizable to you. Fear not, for the progression of the main storyline dictates that Nangong will not remain in the spotlight for long. As the battle smoke dissipated, Qian stood resolute at the shadowy periphery of the sunset forest, his upper garments torn to shreds by the tempest of combat, resembling the remnants of a war-torn saga, revealing a physique honed and resilient through the passage of time. Upon reaching the outskirts of the sunset forest, Qian encountered Fran and the others. Ning Rongrong's pair of spirited eyes instantly captured the unusual visage of Qian Renxue, causing her heart to tighten, and she nearly sprinted to his side. "Grandpa Jian, are you all right?" Her voice trembled slightly, imbued with concern and urgency, as if she sought to penetrate the minutiae of Qian Renxue's expressions in search of the reassuring answer she craved. Qian Renxue lowered his gaze, his eyes soft as the gentle warmth of spring sunlight, tenderly placing his hand atop Ning Rongrong's head, a gesture filled with affection and solace. "Do not worry, Rongrong. Grandpa Jian is fine." His words flowed like a babbling brook, gradually soothing Ning Rongrong's heart and dissipating her worries into the ether. Flander nodded gently, awe shimmering in his eyes as he turned to Qian Renxue, his tone imbued with sincerity and respect. "Senior Sword Douluo, who exactly was that mysterious figure?" Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue sighed softly, his gaze deepening as he cast it towards the location of his recent battle with Nangong. It seemed as though the lingering sword energy and chill still hung in the air. "I am uncertain, but I did not emerge victorious." The moment these words escaped his lips, a murmur of shock erupted around them, astonishment palpable in the atmosphere. Even the Sword Douluo, heralded as one of the continent's pinnacle powers, had been unable to secure victory. The strength of that opponent surpassed all imagination, evoking a profound sense of reverence and curiosity towards the unknown entity. Turning to Flander, Qian Renxue continued, "Director Flander, I must take Rongrong back to the sect immediately. This matter is of great significance and requires reporting to the sect master." His tone conveyed both concern for Rongrong's safety and a sense of duty towards the sect. As he returned to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Qian Renxue wasted no time, hastily entering the sect master's abode. His mind tumultuous as he recounted the harrowing encounters from the Sunset Forest to Ningfengji. Within the hall, amidst the interplay of light and shadow, sat a refined and graceful man in the position of sect master. His features were striking, akin to a finely carved jade, and he held a silver staff adorned with resplendent gemstones, exuding an air of nobility and distinction. This was Ningfengji, the current sect master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. "Uncle Jian, is there truly no way for you to contend with that individual?" A faint worry crept into Ningfengji's brow, his words tinged with disbelief. At this moment, Qian Renxue had donned a neat and sharp attire, radiating a composure and tenacity forged through the crucible of battle. He pondered briefly, his gaze deepening. "It is difficult to ascertain, however. The opponent's soul power is merely level 82. I maintain my undefeated status through the suppression of my own level 14 soul power." As he spoke, the atmosphere within the hall grew increasingly somber, an ineffable sense of urgency permeating the air. Upon hearing this, Ningfengji narrowed his eyes, revealing a depth of contemplation, clearly weighing the gravity of this information. "I sense that my soul power is on the verge of a breakthrough. I must enter seclusion to strive for level 97. I might not be able to accompany you to the upcoming Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy tournament in half a month," Qian Renxue declared. "I have made a pact with him. When he becomes a titled Douluo, we shall compete once more, hence I must focus on reaching level 97 during this period." Before departing, the sword duelist Qian Renxue cast a glance back at Ningfengji and remarked, "The battle in the Sunset Forest against Nangong has allowed me to faintly grasp the opportunity to break through the 97th level." Upon hearing this, Ningfengji's joy was nearly palpable. "Rest assured, Sword Uncle, I will take care of the opening ceremony alongside Uncle Gu." Half a month later, today marks the commencement of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy tournament, held once every 5 years. This edition of the tournament differs significantly from previous ones, as the safety net of guaranteed advancement for the two great empires and the Spirit Hall has been abolished. Each team must begin from the preliminary rounds and ascend step by step. Within the Spirit Hall's lounge, the 7-member team is fully prepared. The captain, Xiaoyu, wields the Moon Blade as his martial spirit and possesses a soul power level of 62 as a powerful assault-type Soul Emperor. His soul ring configuration includes 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black rings. The team comprises Liena, with the 5-tailed demon fox as her martial spirit, holds a soul power level of 58 as a control-type Soul King, with her soul ring configuration of 2 yellow, 1 purple, and 2 black. Yan, with the Flame Lord as his martial spirit, also boasts a soul power level of 58 as a powerful assault-type Soul King, and his soul ring configuration is 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black. Zhu Zhuqing, whose martial spirit is the Nether Cat, has a soul power level of 54 as an agile attack type Soul King. Featuring a soul ring configuration of 1 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black. Sun Chuantao, with the circular giant blade as his martial spirit, has a soul power level of 48 as a powerful assault type soul sect, and his soul ring configuration is 2 yellow and 2 purple. Zhang Ping, with the Golden Way Swallow as her martial spirit, holds a soul power level of 47 as an agile attack type soul sect, with her soul ring configuration of 2 yellow and 2 purple. Su Yu, wielding the Radiant Golden Scepter as his martial spirit, possesses a soul power level of 46 as an auxiliary type soul sect, and his soul ring configuration is 2 yellow and 2 purple. In previous tournaments, Soul Kings were rare, let alone the fact that Xie Yu has already reached the Soul Emperor realm. At this moment, an aura of uncontainable confidence enveloped Xie Yu and his companions, as if the dawn of victory had already begun to shine upon them. Liena and Zhu Zhuqing frolicked nearby, their melodious laughter intertwining into the most delightful symphony of youth, adding a warm hue to the tense atmosphere of preparation. Just as this light-heartedness permeated the air, the door creaked open, and their mentor, Kai, entered quietly, clutching a stack of battle schedules. "Take a look, this is our first opponent," he announced in a calm and powerful voice, distributing the battle schedules to each team member. At that moment, the air seemed to freeze, and everyone's heartbeat involuntarily quickened. Zhu Zhuqing received the battle schedule, her fingertips gliding over the cold paper until her gaze fixed on the inconspicuous corner. Martial Spirit Academy Team versus Beast Academy. A faint, serene smile graced her lips, yet her eyes shimmered with a piercing light. "The Beast Academy, is it?" she murmured softly, her tone reflecting both respect for her opponents and confidence in her own strength. "If I recall correctly, they have only one soul sect as their pillar, while the rest are all Soul Kings. This may very well be the perfect stage for us to showcase our true strength." Kai gently ruffled Zhu Zhuqing's hair, his tenderness imbued with an unwavering determination. His gaze swept across the 7 students before him, their eyes shimmering with a shared brilliance, an insatiable yearning for victory, and an unwavering trust in one another. "Thus, our inaugural battle shall be against the Academy of Beasts. Their core consists of merely a level 40 soul master, with the rest being soul sages. This arrangement presents an exceptional opportunity to test our individual strengths." Kai's voice was steady and powerful, ultimately fixing his gaze upon Zhu Zhuqing, filled with recognition and anticipation for her prowess. "Zhuqing, in this battle, you shall stand alone. Not only must you triumph, but you must single-handedly vanquish the opposition." As these words echoed, the atmosphere around them seemed to solidify. The remaining 6 turned their attention to the tall, sharp-eyed girl. Since Zhu Zhuqing joined their ranks, her diligence and resilience were evident. Every drop of sweat during her rigorous training, every unrelenting sparring session bore witness to her growth and transformation. At this moment, her eyes sparkled with an unprecedented light, an ardent desire for challenge, and a resolute determination for self-overcoming. She nodded slowly, no words necessary. Her confidence and resolve resonated with everyone present. Following the opening ceremony, there was a customary exhibition match between Shrek Academy and the second team of the Royal Academy of Tiando. The outcome was predictable. Shrek Academy emerged victorious. Within Shrek's lineup were 3 Soul Masters, while the highest level in Tiando's second team barely reached 35. Zhu Zhuqing stood at the edge of the observation platform, her stature as upright as a pine, her gaze deep and distant, gently locking onto the scene below, where triumph stirred the crowd. Dai Mubai was tightly embracing his teammates, joy radiating from him. A barely perceptible cold glimmer flickered in her eyes, quickly veiled by her customary cool demeanor, akin to the fleeting chill of a winter morning breeze, cold yet discreet. At that moment, a wave of warmth approached, who Liena gracefully drew near, naturally taking Zhu Zhuqing's cool hand. This sudden contact stirred a subtle ripple in Zhu Zhuqing's heart, a flicker of surprise passing through her gaze. But it swiftly transformed into tranquility. She offered no resistance, merely turned her head slightly, her eyes meeting Liena's, where unspoken words seemed to flow between them without the need for dialogue. "Zhuqing, have you spotted a familiar face?" Liena's voice was gentle and delicate, following Zhu Zhuqing's line of sight towards the stage illuminated by the glow of victory. In her words, she seemed to comprehend Zhu Zhuqing's concealed emotions. offering silent solace and companionship in her own way. Zhu Zhuqing gently shook her head, her fingertips lightly tapping Liena's wrist, guiding her away from the somewhat oppressive atmosphere. Her steps imbued with a subtle hint of evasion and release. "No, let us go. I wish to relax for a while." Her voice was as calm as a still lake, beneath which lay unexpressed emotions. Liena keenly sensed the fleeting shadow in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes, but chose to respond with silence, allowing their unspoken understanding to guide them forward. Upon entering the cozy and belonging to Zhu Zhuqing, a warm atmosphere enveloped the two. Liena gently parted her lips, feigning reproach in her tone. "Zhuqing, when did we develop secrets between us? How could one not harbor doubts upon seeing you in such a manner?" Her bright eyes shimmered with concern and confusion. Yet they patiently awaited Zhu Zhuqing's response. Zhu Zhuqing pressed her lips together, ultimately sighing as she reached for a letter concealed at her waist. "Sister Nana, you must know that I hail from the Zhu family of the Star Luo Empire. Our family is bound to the Dai family. If one is male, they must serve the royal family for life. Should one be female, they are destined to be betrothed to a prince, akin to a caged canary, devoid of freedom. However, there is only one emperor, and every girl from the Zhu family must face repeated assassination attempts from the Dai family as princes. If one emerges victorious in the struggle for the throne, they may enjoy a position of unprecedented power, yet failure only leads to death. I refuse to accept such a fate, which is why I escaped. It was at the Martial Soul Palace's enforcement station that I encountered my teacher, who liberated me from that cage and granted me the right to choose my own destiny." Liena, perceptive as she was, quickly deduced the identity of the boy with the white tiger martial soul from earlier in the arena. "So it was you," she exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment. This was the first time Liena learned of Zhu Zhuqing's background. She meticulously absorbed every word of the letter, her fury igniting as she released her grip on the delicate paper, which fluttered to the ground like a fallen leaf, only to be trampled underfoot in a fit of rage, as if she sought to crush all her discontent and disappointment into the dust. Remembering Dai Mubai's increasingly self-destructive demeanor, lost in indulgence, and surrendering his former glory and dreams, a fire ignited in Liena's heart. Her teeth clenched in a simmering hatred. At that moment, her emotions peaked. She abruptly turned, grasping Zhu Zhuqing's slender wrist tightly, her eyes ablaze with an unprecedented resolve and fury. "Zhuqing, we must go. We must confront my brother. Today he shall pay the price and witness what true irredeemable downfall entails." Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback by this sudden determination. She knew Liena's gentle nature rarely allowed for such a loss of control. It was evident that this touched her deepest sensitivities. Gazing into Liena's fiery eyes, she felt an unfamiliar warmth. However, Zhu Zhuqing did not allow herself to be led away so easily. "No, Sister Nana. I must surpass him in the competition." Seeing the fighting spirit in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes, Liena sighed in exasperation. "Really? Wouldn't it be simpler to give that Dai fellow a good knock online and avoid all this hassle? Why wait for the tournament? I must prove to him that I, Zhu Zhuqing, am never a mere appendage of Dai Mubai. I possess the right to choose my own life." The two resumed their seats at the edge of the bed, and Liena gazed into Zhu Zhuqing's eyes, speaking softly. "Zhuqing, do you understand? As the saintess of the spirit hall, I may appear resplendent on the surface, yet behind this facade, my position is akin to that of a caged bird. Much like yours. As the saintess, my every word and action reflects the dignity of the spirit hall. I am devoid of the autonomy to choose my soul ring configurations, my marriage, or even the course of my own life. Time flows endlessly, after several years of seasons passing. The footsteps of Kai gently echoed once more upon the ancient steps leading to the offering hall, each stride seemingly bearing the weight of both the past and the future. These steps have borne witness to countless glories and tribulations, and now they herald Kai's return, imbued with his resolute determination. Flanking him are the 6 esteemed offerings: Golden Crocodile Douluo, Azure Phoenix Douluo, Lion Douluo, Radiant Feather Douluo, Thousand June Douluo, and Demon Subduing Douluo, standing tall and stalwart, like immortal statues guarding the sacred hall, each exuding an aura that commands reverence. Their silence serves as a profound testament to the imminent changes that loom, while the deliberately left wide path between them resembles the trajectory of fate, guiding Kai ever forward. At the pinnacle stands Qian Dalu, The unparalleled champion hailed as the king of the skies, wielding the resplendent angelic holy sword, his back turned to the assembly, quietly poised upon the dais. His silhouette is both proud and solemn, seemingly sharing a lifespan with the heavens, radiant alongside the sun and moon. With each breath, Qian Dalu appears to engage in a dialogue with the world, ancient and enigmatic. Kai's gaze rests upon that elevated figure, a tumult of indescribable emotions swelling within him. Years of restraint and strategizing, countless days and nights of arduous cultivation, are on the cusp of reaching their zenith in this very moment. The position of the Elder of Judgment is the pinnacle of power he has long coveted, an indispensable element of his grand design. Once attained, the entire landscape of the Douluo continent will be irrevocably altered by his hand. Are you prepared? Qian Daoliu's voice, gentle yet profound, accompanied his gradual turn, as if the very air around them brimmed with an undeniable solemnity. Kai nodded slightly, his gesture infused with unwavering resolve and confidence, a silent affirmation to Qian Daolu. Observing this, Qian Daoliu's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile before he turned once more, leading Kai steadily toward the hallowed arena deep within the offering hall. In the arena, the air seemed to crystallize, the two standing at opposite ends like twin stars poised for confrontation, each radiating an undeniable brilliance. Surrounding them, the remaining 6 offerings stood silently, their presence a formidable barrier, prepared to respond and guide the impending surge of soul pressure that the two were about to unleash, ensuring that no innocent bystanders would be affected. Then let us commence. Qian Daoliu's words resonated like the tolling of a mighty bell, awakening the atmosphere. At that moment, his eyes appeared ignited by divine fire, emanating a blinding golden light, a brilliance imbued with infinite majesty and sanctity, as if capable of discerning the hearts of men and illuminating the path ahead. As he spoke, an ethereal and solemn figure began to coalesce behind him, embodying the sacred form of a 6-winged angel, its wings unfurled gracefully, each feather shimmering with a divine radiance. It not only symbolized power, but also personified faith, adding a touch of sanctity and grandeur to the impending confrontation. Qian Daolu moved with elegance, 3 pairs of wings unfurling behind him, akin to a deity descending from the heavens, swiftly slicing through the sky and soaring into the clouds. In his grasp, the angelic holy sword bathed in resplendent golden light, each ray encapsulating the pure power to purify all things. With a steady and solemn proclamation, second soul skill, holy light illuminates. It was as if a blazing sun had truly been reborn behind him, golden beams cascading down like a tide, enveloping the entire arena. Every inch of land was baptized in this sacred luminosity, the air thick with an unassailable solemnity and pressure. Kai stood firm, fists clenched tightly, arms crossed in a cruciform manner across his chest, surrounded by swirling green steam, a sign of the boiling potential within him. In the face of Qian Daoliu's soul-stirring holy light, there was no hint of retreat in his gaze. Instead, a fiercer fighting spirit ignited within him. 8 gates Duanjia, 6th gate open. With a low roar, he seemed to break free from the shackles of the mundane. The 6th gate burst open with a thunderous crash, and the green steam surged forth, transforming into an unstoppable force that coalesced around him, forming a robust defense and a poised offensive, vowing to contend with the divine light. In Qian Daoliu's profound eyes, a flicker of undeniable astonishment flitted by. He had not anticipated that the intangible pressure emanating from his level 99 presence would fail to unsettle Kai in the slightest. This resilience and composure, akin to granite, stirred ripples in his heart. In an instant, the air seemed to freeze until a resounding crash shattered the silence. Qian Daoliu's wrist flicked, and the angelic holy sword transformed into a brilliant silver streak, precisely blocking Kai's formidable kick. The collision of sword and foot erupted in a deafening roar, sending shockwaves that quaked the very space around them. Kai's physical prowess transcended Qian Daoliu's comprehension. The force of that kick seemed capable of toppling mountains, compelling even this extraordinary powerhouse to subtly adjust his form mid-air to dissipate the terrifying energy. Unyielding, Qian Daolu surged forth, like a meteor streaking across the sky. With a swing of his sword, the tip lightly touched, instantly manifesting into dozens of dazzling golden blades that wove together like an impenetrable net, whistling towards Kai from all directions. This strike not only showcased his ultimate mastery over power, but also infused his profound understanding of the art of combat. In that fleeting moment, it was as if Kai's fists were driven by an invisible force, weaving a series of breathtakingly swift punches in the void, each accompanied by a thunderous roar, releasing brilliant fireballs, falling like a torrential downpour from the heavens, precisely meeting those shimmering golden blades rushing towards him. The collision of fire and gold is akin to the fall of stars, instantly igniting the passions of the air, stirring up layers of swirling smoke and dust that shroud the battlefield in a veil of chaos. At the heart of this tumult, the figure of Kai flickers in and out of visibility. He gently closes his eyelids, as if isolating himself from the world, allowing the green steam enveloping him to quietly transform, gradually tinged with a profound azure. The 8th gate of the 8 gates of Duanjia, the 7th shock gate, is opened. With a thunderous roar echoing in his heart, the 7th lock shatters with a resounding crash. The aura surrounding Kai surges like a tidal wave, the blue steam swirling around him as if the god of the sea has awakened, unleashing an unprecedented and immense power. In this moment, his momentum reaches its zenith, as if he could shake the very heavens and earth. Each breath he takes is imbued with the potential to annihilate the world, causing the surrounding space to tremble. The 7th soul skill, Angel's True Form. Before Qian Renxue's words have fully escaped his lips, his figure transforms into a dazzling beam of light, his martial soul manifesting proudly in the sky, wielding the angelic holy sword, seemingly capable of severing all worldly gloom. He confronts Kai with an almost divine demeanor, their clash akin to the most resplendent fireworks illuminating the heavens. Kai's nunchaku dance in his hands like ethereal serpents emerging from their lairs. With each swing, they produce a sound akin to the slicing wind and scorching flames, piercing through the tranquility of the air, leaving behind trails of brilliance. The clash of weapons generates thunderous roars with each contact, resonating through every inch of the surrounding space. Despite Qian Dalu being a seasoned warrior, facing Kai's relentless onslaught, he cannot help but feel an unprecedented pressure. A flicker of seriousness crosses his gaze, enhancing his fighting spirit. Yet, in this fleeting moment, a slight oversight allows Kai to slip past him like a wraith, leaving only an ephemeral shadow and the lingering warmth in the air. This instant of distraction serves not only as a test of Qian Renxue's experience and judgment, but also as a harbinger of the battle's unforeseen turn. The struggle between these two titans often hinges upon such fleeting thoughts. Suddenly, Qian Dalu feels a sharp pain shoot up his spine as his senses gather. The sensation arrives belatedly. He sees Kai's figure shadowing him closely, delivering a powerful elbow strike squarely to his back, akin to a hammer striking stone, causing him to stagger slightly, his vitality surging. However, this is merely the prelude to the storm. Kai's movements flow like water. Before Qian Dalu can stabilize himself, Kai has his palms pressed together, eyes closed in concentration. In an instant, it seems as if the heavens respond to his call. A resonating tiger's roar thundering down from the skies, shattering the clouds and stones, instilling a sense of dread. As this tiger's roar reverberates, a phantom yet majestic white giant tiger materializes in midair, enveloped in a faint spiritual glow, each strand of its fur seemingly brimming with unmatched power and authority. This ethereal tiger, without the slightest hesitation, brandishes its sharp claws, accompanied by a howl that rends the air, lunging towards Qian Dalu with such ferocity that it seems poised to shred anything that stands in its path. Qian Renxue's eyes suddenly sharpen, a profound gravity emerging in his expression. He expands his form, 6 wings unfurling from his back like those of a butterfly, instantly encircling him and weaving an invisible net of defense. The roar of the white tiger bore the weight of mountains, crashing thunderously against the barrier woven of feathers. Yet it merely stirred ripples, failing to touch a single strand of Qian Dalu. In that fleeting moment, Qian Dalu seized the opportunity for counterattack. The 8th spirit ring, dark as the night, suddenly erupted into resplendent brilliance, akin to a glimmer of hope leaping forth from the abyss. 8th spirit skill, angelic radiance, he intoned, his voice imbued with an undeniable solemnity and sanctity. As his will surged, a sacred consciousness seemed to awaken in midair, and a pair of dazzling angelic eyes materialized out of thin air, gazing upon all creation with the power of purification and judgment. Immediately, a blinding golden ray shot forth from those angelic eyes, piercing through the constraints of space and breaching the impenetrable defenses of the white tiger, leaving a searing trajectory that pointed directly towards Kai. Faced with this sudden, lethal blow, Kai's form seemed to meld into the air, a faint afterimage tracing an elegant arc in the sky, effortlessly evading the golden ray that could alter the very fabric of reality. His movements were fluid and precise, akin to a sprite dancing in the wind, each dodge impeccably timed. Qian Dalu felt a jolt of pain as his jaw quivered, a shock coursing through him before he could react. Kai was upon him like a shadow, delivering a precise kick to his chin. This strike, imbued with formidable power, instantaneously stripped Qian Dalu of all will and capacity to resist. Simultaneously, Kai's hands, seemingly magical, had ensnared two bandages that deftly danced, slowly yet resolutely binding Qian Dalu's form, locking him within invisible shackles, rendering any struggle futile. Subsequently, Kai embraced Qian Dalu, driving him headfirst downwards, his figure akin to a leaf caught in a tempest or a meteor slicing through the night sky, spiraling swiftly towards the ground. The air was filled with two indistinct figures and the howling wind, weaving a breathtaking tableau. With a thunderous crash, dust erupted as Kai and Qian Dalu collided with the earth like meteors, sending concentric waves of tremors rippling outward. As the dust settled, Kai appeared somewhat disheveled, yet his gaze remained sharp as an eagle's. In stark contrast, Qian Dalu was deeply embedded in the ground, immobile, surrounded by scattered debris from the impact. A scene of utter chaos. The moment they touched the ground, Kai unfurled his form, executing a series of fluid backflips like leaves dancing in the wind, swiftly creating distance from Qian Dalu, leaving behind a strikingly deep crater. However, this transpired in the blink of an eye. His seemingly cumbersome body emerged once more from the edge of the pit, resembling a battle god returning from the abyss, utterly unscathed, yet emanating an increasingly formidable pressure. Then, a peculiar phenomenon unfolded. Qian Dalu's body appeared to be sculpted by an invisible force. Beneath his skin a mirror-like sheen faintly glimmered, and soon, fissures began to crack open within that sheen, each split harboring an ineffable profundity. In an ephemeral moment, that body truly shattered like a broken mirror, disintegrating amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, transforming into countless fragments, yet leaving behind an indelible illusion in the void. It was an utterly unforeseen strike. Had it not been for my sixth soul skill, the mirror angel, which allowed me to swap places, you might have truly triumphed, spoke Qian Dalu calmly. His gaze swept over Kai, who appeared somewhat disheveled and covered in dust, and a subtle smile, tinged with mockery and scrutiny, unconsciously graced his lips. Your power is indeed formidable, yet regrettably, your combat experience remains naive, rendering your lack of wisdom the most fragile armor of all. Qian Dalu shook his head gently, his words carrying both a sense of lamentation and a hint of admonition. However, in response to this evaluation, Kai merely smiled with a serene demeanor, a smile that seemed to harbor an enigmatic depth, causing a shiver of unease to pass through Qian Dalu's heart, prompting him to think that the situation was not as it appeared. Qian Dalu conjured a brilliant golden longsword in his palm, its blade shimmering with resplendent light, resembling a sacred relic fallen from the celestial realm, exuding an unparalleled might as it decisively cleaved through the air, aimed directly ahead. Yet this strike, brimming with boundless power and glory, encountered an unexpected obstruction as Kai, with unprotected hands, gently grasped the razor-sharp tip of the sword. This scene resembled a collision between stars and dust, both inconceivable and profoundly shocking. As a flicker of unusual color passed through Kai's deep-set eyes, he gradually increased his grip, as if his palm harbored an undercurrent capable of devouring light. The golden longsword beneath his grasp began to emit a delicate yet crisp sound of shattering, reminiscent of ancient legends where the seemingly unbreakable met the mockery of fate, slowly revealing its fragile essence. With a resounding crack, the resplendent golden holy sword in Qian Daolu's hand shattered instantaneously, dispersing into a multitude of golden starlit fragments that fell to the ground, radiating a beauty intertwined with melancholy. His eyes abruptly sharpened, intent on retreating, yet unexpectedly, Kai's figure moved like a specter, his speed surpassing the limits of Qian Dalu's reflexes. A mighty, forceful punch struck squarely upon Qian Daolu's forehead, akin to a thunderous onslaught, its power seemingly capable of shaking mountains and rivers. Qian Dalu felt an irresistible force surge from his crown, jolting his entire being, rendering him uncontrollable, as if he were a kite severed from its string, violently hurled into the air, ultimately crashing to the ground in disarray. As the dust settled, two vivid crimson streaks of blood traced down his forehead, intertwining with the dirt beneath, creating a striking contrast. In that moment, his mind felt as though it had been struck by a heavy hammer, blank and devoid of thought. The prior fervor for battle and cunning strategies were obliterated by this sudden blow, leaving only an endless dizziness and bewilderment in their wake. The surrounding air felt suspended. Time inexplicably slowed, allowing Qian Dalu to savor an unprecedented sense of defeat and helplessness in that fleeting void. He gently touched his forehead, laden with the weight of 1,000 burdens, his eyes still reflecting a lingering confusion. Evidently, that long-forgotten feeling of defeat surged forth like a tidal wave, ensnaring him in its depths. His silhouette appeared especially desolate in the dim light, reminiscent of a warrior forgotten by time, silently gnawing on the bitterness of defeat. Kylie stood nearby, his gaze flickering with barely concealed mockery and delight as he observed the slightly dazed expression of Qian Dalu, a wave of inexplicable satisfaction surging within him. "Ah, old man, does time show no mercy? You had no reason to evade that punch just now, did you?" His words dripped with a hint of schadenfreude. Upon hearing this, Qian Dalu's mouth involuntarily twitched, forming a curve that blended resignation and unwillingness. "You, young lad, truly possess some skill. Striking with all your might and without mercy." His voice was deep and powerful, revealing a steadiness forged through the trials of life. Before his words could fully dissipate, Qian Dalu's aura underwent a dramatic transformation, his profound eyes suddenly igniting with dazzling brilliance, as if stars were ablaze within. Then, the ninth spirit ring upon him. A vivid hue as red as blood erupted with light, reminiscent of the most resplendent sunset, casting the entire space in a crimson glow. Ninth spirit ability, Angel's Descent. As he intoned in a solemn and deep voice, an immeasurable force surged forth from within him, as if an angel were truly descending from the heavens, bearing the sacred radiance that purifies all and judges everything. With the thunderous release of the ninth spirit ability, Qian Dalu's form seemed to be wholly sanctified by divine light. He was no longer a singular entity but transformed into a majestic six-winged angel. His body ascended, piercing the clouds, each wing unfurling with boundless width, shimmering with resplendent golden brilliance. In that moment, he resembled a war god descended from the celestial realm, wielding a sword that transcended the boundaries of the mundane. Transforming into a colossal angelic sword, 100 meters in length, its tip aimed skyward, radiating a holy light potent enough to purify all earthly impurities. The gaze of the six-winged angel pierced through the void, locking onto the distant figure of Kai with unerring precision, imbued with an irresistible will. It then slowly raised the weighty yet ethereal sacred sword, its blade swirling with golden luminescence, foretelling the impending judgment. Without the slightest hesitation, the six-winged angel swung the sword downward, the motion fluid and dignified, akin to a deity executing a predetermined fate. Wherever the sword light passed, the air seemed to cleave in two, leaving behind an abyss so profound it threatened to devour all light, drawing ever closer to Kai. This strike was not merely a display of power but an exalted ode to conviction and resolve. Upon the ground, where the sword's radiance touched, a staggering chasm instantaneously opened, unfathomably deep, as if even space had been severed by this blow, showcasing an unprecedented shock and might. Their fierce combat had long since broken free from the constraints of the spirit hall, soaring like a dragon through the heavens. With only the deep valley able to contain the unrestrained ferocity and strength they unleashed, Kai nimbly sidestepped, akin to a dragon dancing in water, deftly evading the overwhelming blade of the six-winged angel, capable of cleaving mountains and shattering stones. The mighty swing of the blade even caused the distant towering peaks to tremble, leaving behind a striking fissure that attested to its unparalleled power. "There shall be no escape. Angelic judgment." The voice of Qian Dalu resounded through the heavens, imbued with an undeniable majesty and sanctity. In an instant, a golden radiance erupted from within him, soaring towards the sky, as if it overshadowed even the sun's brilliance. The clouds, overwhelmed by this divine force, scattered in all directions, revealing the long-forgotten azure expanse of the sky. Immediately thereafter, a resplendent golden holy sword began its slow descent from the depths of the clouds, its tip pointed resolutely towards Kai, carrying the determination and power to purify all sin. Kai, standing firm on the ground, resembled a rock submerged deep in the ocean, unyielding amidst the shifting tides of fate. His eyes were tightly shut, surrounded by a soft azure glow, which seemed to encapsulate the boundless power of the ocean, gradually accumulating and condensing in rhythm with his breath. With each exhalation, his momentum surged, reaching a state of exhilarating peak. At that moment, even the profound blue mist enveloping Kai seemed to quietly herald the transformation into a fiery crimson butterfly, signaling that his strength was on the cusp of a new realm. Kai's eyes suddenly snapped open, akin to the stars breaking dawn. A dazzling blue light flickered momentarily within his deep pupils, a compression of pure energy poised in silent readiness. With the surge of his will, an invisible yet formidable air cannon erupted from every inch of his skin, manifesting as a sharp blue lightning bolt that cleaved through the sky, aimed directly at the heavens. This air cannon not only embodied the vast power of nature, but also bore the indomitable will and determination of Kai. Above, a colossal sword descended with a cataclysmic force, capable of altering landscapes and shaking the very foundations of existence. Yet, in the presence of Kai's concentrated air cannon, even the sword's brilliance had to relent. The two forces collided fiercely in midair, the air cannon acting as an intangible net, tightly ensnaring the giant sword, resulting in a dazzling spectacle of light and a deafening roar. As time progressed, the air cannon, with its unique erosive power, gradually wore down the sword's formidable strength, while the sword, undeterred, attempted to cleave through this binding cage with its sharp edge. Finally, with a resounding explosion that echoed like the tearing of the heavens, the fabric of space seemed to be ripped apart, energy collapsing like a tide before erupting violently, resulting in a heart-stirring explosion. In that moment, within a radius of several miles, the world lost its color, and the winds shifted dramatically. The roar of the explosion was reminiscent of the heavens being rent asunder, its might boundless and overwhelming. Even the distant Martial Seoul city, hundreds of miles away, was not spared from the calamity, as hurricanes rampaged forth with a devastating force. In the streets, vendors' stalls were mercilessly swept away like autumn leaves, scattering debris everywhere, while the populace gasped in shock. Even the formidable Seoul Emperor, endowed with profound cultivation, found themselves retreating in disarray before this sudden tempest. At this moment, Qian Renxue's heart also surged with tumultuous waves, the explosion's power exceeding all expectations, leaving him momentarily stunned. Yet, in the blink of an eye, a figure moved like a shadow. Kai's toes, akin to thunder's might, landed heavily upon the resplendent forehead of the six-winged angel. A crisp yet weighty crack resonated through the air, akin to the wrath of a deity. Golden fissures began to spread across the once majestic form of the six-winged angel, resembling tears in the fabric of time, expanding instantaneously until they enveloped its entirety, shattering the grandeur that once commanded reverence. This was swiftly followed by a thunderous boom, as the colossal figure of the six-winged angel succumbed to this irresistible force, disintegrating into countless dazzling yet fragmented rays of light, vanishing into the horizon. Qian Dalu could not withstand the onslaught of this power, and suddenly, a stream of blood, like rubies, cascaded forth, piercing the tranquil sky. His figure instantly lost the former dignity and grace, resembling a kite severed from its string of fate, helplessly descending towards the earth. This spectacle left every onlooker in shock. Even the hastily arriving golden crocodile Douluo found his pupils constricting, overwhelmed by an indescribable sense of dread and unease. With no time for contemplation, the azure phoenix Douluo, standing beside the golden crocodile Douluo, unfurled his form like an arrow released from its bow, erupting with astonishing speed and strength. His martial spirit, the vibrant azure phoenix, radiated an air of inviolable authority as it soared into the heavens, deftly catching Qian Dalu's faltering body with precision. At that moment, Qian Dalu appeared particularly forlorn. The splendor of yesteryear seemed swept away by a raging tempest, leaving only a war-torn robe, marred by dust, as a testament to the ferocity of battle. A trace of dried blood lingered at the corner of his mouth, reminiscent of the last rays of sunset, both tragic and imbued with a sense of unwavering tenacity. Supported by the steadfast arm of the golden crocodile Douluo, Qian Dalu gradually straightened his spine. The dignity and pride he bore remained unblemished even in the face of defeat. His gaze, profound and penetrating, turned towards the advancing Kai, illuminated by an unprecedented light, the acknowledgement and hope for his successor. Our choice was not misguided. You have forged an unprecedented path in body cultivation, demonstrating that the essence of power is not solely confined to martial spirits. Qian Daolu's voice was deep and resonant, each word carrying the weight of 1,000 burdens, a tribute to Kai as well as a reaffirmation of his own convictions. As Qian Daolu's gaze slowly shifted to Kai, his voice echoed within the vast hall, imbued with undeniable authority and solemnity. Those of the sacrificial hall, heed my command. This simple declaration resonated like the tolling of a morning bell, instantly captivating the attention of all present, heralding that the forthcoming words would carry the gravity of 1,000 weights. Upon hearing this, the other attendants drew their focus, clasping their hands in respect and bowing slightly, signifying the utmost reverence and obedience. Within the hall, only the gentle rustle of robes and the occasional whisper of the wind outside intertwined to form a serene yet majestic tableau. Qian Daolu's gaze was gentle yet resolute, as if it pierced through the river of time, directly meeting Kai's vibrant eyes. I, Qian Daolu, as the grand sacrificer of the sacrificial hall, adjudicator of the elders, and master of the Douluo Hall, hereby solemnly declare today that I entrust the glory and responsibilities I have borne throughout my life entirely to the hands of my Kai. His tone was imbued with both a sense of reconciliation for the past and an anticipation for the future, embodying a profound emotion that transcended generations, a selfless concern and trust from the elders towards the younger generation. From this moment on, Shao Kai, you are the backbone of the Spirit Hall, the title of Grand Offering, the authority of the Adjudication Elder, and the responsibilities of the Douluo Hall Master shall rest upon your shoulders. May you bear the moral weight with iron shoulders and lead our Spirit Hall towards an even more glorious future. Qian Daolu's words were like a warm spring breeze, caressing Kai's heart and stirring ripples within, echoing endlessly in the solemn hall. This moment signified not merely a transfer of power, but also the unbroken legacy of thousands of years. As these words were spoken, it was akin to a sudden clap of thunder, sending a jolt through the hearts of all present. Even though the imminent clash had already been publicly declared, to hear this definitive proclamation uttered aloud felt like a cold wind sweeping through the heart, prompting involuntary shivers. At that moment, the golden crocodile Douluo could not conceal a flicker of astonishment, but that bewilderment quickly dissipated, giving way to profound respect. He shifted slightly, clasped his hands together, and slowly raised them to his chest, offering a solemn bow towards Kai, his voice carrying undeniable sincerity. I pay my respects to the Grand Offering. Following the lead of the golden crocodile Douluo, the other 5 offerings mimicked the gesture, bending or bowing in a manner that conveyed their immense reverence and acknowledgement of the newly appointed Grand Offering. The air was thick with an indescribable solemnity and gravity, as if time itself had frozen in that moment to witness the formal transfer of power and status. Dragging his injured body, Qian Daolu approached and patted Kai on the shoulder. Now that 3 of the 4 spirit halls are under your command, you may proceed with your plans. Qian Daolu stated gravely. Kai pondered for a moment before ultimately choosing not to conceal his intentions from Qian Daolu. I intend to conduct a thorough cleansing of the spirit hall, unifying the current fractured state. Upon hearing this, even Qian Daolu cast a surprised glance at him. Kai's intentions were clear: to achieve reform, a cleansing was imperative. Such matters often necessitate sacrifices. It was foreseeable that the Spirit Hall might not experience tranquility in the near future. I plan to abolish Bibi Don's position as Pope, Kai declared solemnly. Ladies and gentlemen, the 3rd round of the preliminary matches, featuring the Battle of the Beasts Academy against the Spirit Academy, is about to commence. Let us welcome the teams with thunderous applause. As the host's voice faded, he gracefully maneuvered the dazzling flying soul guide, tracing a brilliant arc in the air. The fervor seemed capable of igniting the very heavens. The audience's emotions ignited instantaneously, and applause erupted like thunder, reverberating throughout the arena. As if even the stars above were shaken by this force, teetering on the brink of collapse. First to take the stage was the Battle of the Beast Academy, a team composed of a soul master and 6 soul ancestors. Let us welcome them with applause. As the host's words fell, a surge of fervent cheers arose from the viewing platform, the applause resounding like thunder, shaking every inch of space. As if the air itself were alive with ripples of anticipation and passion, the members of the Beast Academy donned their uniform battle attire, their strides resolute and powerful, reminiscent of a pride of tigers bursting forth from the forest, stepping onto the arena of destiny. The gleaming tiger-shaped emblem upon their chests was not merely a symbol of their academy. It embodied the unquenchable flame of desire for victory and unwavering commitment to glory that burned within their hearts. This emblem served as their badge of identity and the mark of their souls, resonating with each heartbeat in harmony with their faith. As the ranks of the Beast Academy took their positions on the battlefield, the host's magnetic voice resonated through the air once more. Now, let us welcome the elite members of the Wuhuan Academy with even more fervent applause. At this proclamation, the audience erupted in a frenzy. Applause and cheers intertwining into a tempestuous sea of enthusiasm, even more tumultuous than before, as if threatening to overturn the very heavens. Zhu Zhuqing, clad in a sleek black bodysuit, resembled a stealthy leopard of the night, her form lithe and powerful, each inch of fabric clinging to her streamlined physique, outlining an intoxicating beauty of strength. Her gaze was sharp and unwavering, as though she had already foreseen the outcome of this battle. Following closely behind her were 6 companions, Xieyu, Liena, Yin, Sun Chuantao, Zhang Ping, and Suyu, all of whom, though possessing formidable soul powers, willingly chose to remain in her shadow, for this grand spectacle was destined to be Zhu Zhuqing's solo performance. As both teams stepped onto the battlefield, an atmosphere of tension and anticipation permeated the air. The host stood atop the platform, his voice booming and captivating, penetrating the clamor of the crowd and reverberating throughout the arena. Both teams are now in position, and each side has 1 minute to summon their martial souls. No sooner had the host's words faded than the captain of the Beast Academy stepped forward to reveal his soul rings. Zhang San, Martial Soul, Mighty Bull, Level 41 Assault System Soul Master. Zhang Si, Martial Soul, Golden Armored Turtle, Level 38 Defense System Soul Master. Zhang Wu, Martial Soul, Earth-Splitting Bull, Level 38 Assault System Soul Master. Zhang Lu, Martial Soul, Dual-Faced Mandarin Duck, Level 37 Support System Soul Master. Zhang Qi, Martial Soul, Mantis, Level 37 Agility System Soul Master. Zhang Ba, Martial Soul, Striped Black Horse, Level 36 Agility System Soul Master. Zhang Jiao, Martial Soul, Colorful Winged Swallow, Level 35 Healing System Soul Master. The lineup of 6 Soul Sovereigns and 1 Soul Master dazzled the audience, for in their perception, this team was undeniably formidable. Yet, aside from Zhu Zhuqing, all the other members of the Wuhuan Academy retreated to the edges of the platform, leaving Zhu Zhuqing alone in the arena. Before engaging in battle, it was customary to announce their martial souls, a gesture of respect between both sides. Thus Zhu Zhuqing began her own summoning. Zhu Zhuqing, Martial Soul, Nether Spirit Cat. Level 54 Agility System, Soul King. The appearance of her yellow, purple, and black soul rings sent a shockwave of astonishment through the crowd. While the spectators were still reeling from their surprise, Zhu Zhuqing had already commenced her movement, akin to a specter of the night, swiftly shattering the tranquility of the air as she plunged directly into the seemingly impenetrable formation of the Beast Academy. Her movements were both graceful and fierce, like a wraith unleashed, catching her opponents utterly unawares. In the blink of an eye, the once orderly formations of the Beast Academy crumbled under her deft maneuvering, resembling leaves scattered by a tempest, losing their former grace and authority. With a chilling yet resolute whisper, she invoked her 5th soul skill, Phantom Shadows. Suddenly, the arena was filled with dozens of ethereal replicas of Zhu Zhuqing, their graceful forms imbued with an undeniable aura of lethal intent. Akin to the most deadly dancers beneath the shroud of night, each movement resonating with a heart-stopping power. These phantoms glided through the interplay of light and shadow, their sharp claws reflecting a chilling glimmer under the sun, each ray akin to the scythe of death whispering in the dark, a mere visual brush evoking an icy dread, as if one stood at the precipice of an abyss, feeling the frigid gaze from another realm. Zhang San suddenly roared like thunder, his aura surging as his third soul ring ignited. Third soul skill, rampaging charge. With this fierce bellow, his body seemed infused with primordial strength, muscles bulging, his form swelling to several times its size, an overwhelming pressure radiating around him, as illusory yet fierce bullhorns emerged from his shoulders, adding a wild ferocity to his presence. Driven by this force, Zhang San transformed into an unstoppable boulder, hurtling mercilessly toward Zhu Zhuqing. However, at this climactic moment, the tides of battle subtly shifted. Each of Zhu Zhuqing's strikes sent opposing students tumbling from the arena, and in but a brief moment, only Zhang San remained. Zhu Zhuqing stood her ground, surrounded by a faint aura of soul power, her deep-set eyes shimmering with wisdom and calm, as if she had already perceived all outcomes. Faced with Zhang San's overwhelming charge, she exhibited no hint of fear. Instead, a serene smile graced her lips, suggesting she had devised a countermeasure. Her figure flickered like a wraith, skimming the edges of Zhang San's vision, leaving behind an elusive afterimage. By the time Zhang San regained his senses, he felt a sharp pain in his back, akin to a swarm of icy needles. He hurriedly turned, only to find 3 ghastly gashes marring his back, blood oozing down the intricate patterns of his skin, painting a haunting tableau. As Zhang San's gaze met Zhu Zhuqing's, a profound, ineffable terror washed over him, a mixture of shock and deep-seated helplessness reflected in his eyes. In that moment, Zhu Zhuqing seemed to emerge from the depths of the abyss, enveloped in an aura of formidable power, her third soul ring igniting. Third soul skill, Nether Cut. With her icy incantation, the air seemed to rend an invisible fissure, her figure instantaneously appearing before Zhang San. Her claws, honed to razor-sharp precision by the infusion of soul power, glimmered with a ghostly light beneath the moon's gaze, unrelentingly piercing toward Zhang San's chest. With a soft yet chilling sound, the air stilled. Zhang San's chest was instantly torn open, a wound deep enough to reveal bone, blood gushing forth, staining his garments and accentuating Zhu Zhuqing's steadfast and cold gaze. As Zhang San stumbled and ultimately fell into the dust at the edge of the arena, the fierce battle receded like a tide, signaling its conclusion. The host's eyes sparkled with disbelief as he gazed at the dramatic scene unfolding on the stage, his voice trembling with excitement. Incredible! The Soul Master Academy is crowned with glory. Zhu Zhuqing has achieved the remarkable feat of single-handedly overcoming 7 opponents in this tournament. This proclamation ignited the atmosphere, akin to flames meeting the wind, instantly elevating the fervor within the venue. The audience erupted in thunderous applause, the name of the Soul Master Academy resonating in every corner, transforming into the loudest hymn of praise. Liena gracefully navigated through the crowd, her face alight with genuine joy and pride as she embraced Zhu Zhuqing tightly. "Zhuqing, I knew you could do it," she exclaimed, her voice brimming with encouragement and admiration, making the bond between them all the more precious in that moment. Soon after, Xiaoyu slowly entered this warm yet exhilarating scene. "Come. We may not need to take the stage in the upcoming preliminaries." Upon leaving the arena, perhaps due to the subtle yet profound resonance between their souls, Zhu Zhuqing inadvertently glanced back and caught a glimpse of Dai Mubai's complex and inscrutable gaze. At that moment, Dai Mubai seemed oblivious to the surrounding clamor, his steps resolute and imbued with an undeniable presence as he advanced toward Zhu Zhuqing, each stride exuding an air of unyielding determination. "Please, wait a moment." His deep and commanding voice pierced through the cacophony of the crowd, echoing clearly in everyone's ears and halting Zhu Zhuqing's departure. Liena frowned slightly at the sight of the golden-haired man obstructing their path, her displeasure evident. However, Dai Mubai appeared entirely unperturbed by Liena's glare, fixating his attention solely on Zhu Zhuqing. "Are you Zhu Zhuqing?" he inquired, though his tone bore no hint of inquiry. Zhu Zhuqing did not respond verbally, but merely nodded slightly in acknowledgement. "Why did you flee back then?" Dai Mubai's voice edged toward madness. Ma Hongjun hurriedly stepped forward, grasping Dai Mubai's arm. "Boss Dai, what are you doing?" Dai Mubai seemed deaf to Ma Hongjun's anxious pleadings. His eyes, ablaze with fury, gripped Zhu Zhuqing's shoulders like iron claws, his voice hoarse and desperate, as if he sought to penetrate every inch of the air. "Why did you escape?" Within his anguished scream lay boundless pain and confusion, rendering the surrounding atmosphere palpable with tension. Zhu Zhuqing was momentarily taken aback by this sudden frenzy, though startled. She surprisingly did not resist, merely gazing at the figure before her, once familiar, as a complex emotion flickered in her eyes. Just at this critical juncture, Yan's silhouette darted forth with the swiftness of a cheetah. He could not stand idly by while Zhu Zhuqing faced such indignity. The sound of his fist slicing through the air, imbued with undeniable strength, crashed heavily against Dai Mubai's cheek, producing a resounding thud. In an unforeseen turn of events, Dai Mubai stumbled back, caught off guard by a sudden strike, a vivid imprint of a fist appearing on his face. The pain momentarily restored his sanity, yet it intensified the feelings of resentment and fury within him. What madness has overtaken you? Just as the sparks of conflict were about to ignite, the long-silent Zhu Zhuqing resolutely stepped forward, her voice piercing through the tense atmosphere like a clear spring. Yan, enough. This matter is a personal entanglement between him and me. Her words carried an undeniable firmness, her gaze fixed once more on Dai Mubai's furious, bloodshot eyes, as if she could perceive the tempest raging within his soul. If you wish to know, then follow me. With that, Zhu Zhuqing gracefully turned, her steps light as she entered the nearby deep and mysterious woods, her silhouette exuding an irresistible aura of pride and determination. Yan attempted to follow, yet was gently restrained by Xieyu's timely hand on his shoulder, a gesture imbued with implicit reassurance and trust. Yan, we must grant her ample space. Moreover, do not forget, as a soul king, Zhuqing's prowess far surpasses that of a mere soul master. She knows her own limits. Yet, Yan wished to say more, only to be pulled away by Xieyu's hand. As the two entered the grove, Dai Mubai's gaze towards Zhu Zhuqing was filled with complexity, while her eyes remained serene, devoid of any tumult, as if she regarded this as an ordinary affair. Dai Mubai, do not look at me with that expression. We are not engaged. Zhu Zhuqing's tone remained icy. This statement stifled the words that were poised on Dai Mubai's lips. Fine, but you must tell me why you left in the first place. Zhu Zhuqing regarded Dai Mubai's current demeanor, sighed, and replied, didn't you also flee? If you could escape, why could I not? At this, Dai Mubai was rendered speechless, for indeed, it was he who sought to flee, having attempted to do so 5 times, only to be caught each time. If you did not wish to face this together, then why are you disappointed that I do not wish to face it with you? Zhu Zhuqing continued. Dai Mubai, do you truly believe I yearn for the position of a princess? She questioned. Do you not find the extravagant life of Suatoa City intoxicating? Each of her inquiries left Dai Mubai at a loss for words. Although he was aware of his wrongdoing, as a man, he did not concede that he was at fault. Perhaps from the moment of his birth, Dai Mubai deemed Zhu Zhuqing as his possession. Yes, even if I betrayed you first, does that absolve you of any fault? Why did you follow that enforcing elder away? Dai Mubai stated emphatically. No matter how unworthy I may be, you are still my fiancé. Yet, in response to this, Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing merely offered a bitter smile. Indeed, no matter how unworthy you are, what does that have to do with me? Our engagement was never formalized, merely a verbal agreement without any substantive ceremony. You need not feign sincerity before me. I am already aware of your every move in Suatoa City. Zhu Zhuqing spoke in a calm manner, as if discussing a matter of little consequence. At that moment, Dai Mubai was rendered speechless by shock. If there was anything he wished to conceal from Zhu Zhuqing, it would undoubtedly be the indulgences of Soto City. After finishing her words, Zhu Zhuqing turned to leave, yet Dai Mubai could not bear to let her depart so easily. He stepped forward, grasping her wrist firmly. Wait, he began, but before he could finish, an undeniable tension enveloped the air. Zhu Zhuqing's reaction was swift as lightning. She deftly twisted her hand, and the soul power converging at her fingertips transformed into razor-sharp claws, leaving 3 harrowing crimson marks upon Dai Mubai's sturdy chest. This unforeseen turn of events caused Dai Mubai's gaze to constrict, disbelief flashing across his eyes, and his body stumbled backward involuntarily, as if an unseen force had abruptly severed his support. This scene quietly unfolded before the watchful eyes of Ma Hongjun, Tang San, and Oscar. The 3 exchanged glances, their expressions laden with shock and concern. Boss Dai? Ma Hongjun was the first to voice his alarm, urgency and care lacing his tone, followed closely by Tang San and Oscar as they swiftly encircled Dai Mubai, prepared for any potential escalation. Tang San furrowed his brow slightly, revealing a subtle displeasure regarding Zhu Zhuqing's demeanor. He spoke in a deep voice, "Miss Zhu Zhuqing, regardless of your profound grievances against Dai Mubai, he remains your nominal fiancé. It seems rather excessive to treat him in such a manner, both emotionally and logically." Tang San's words carried an undeniable sense of righteousness. As he stood upon the moral high ground to admonish others, a tactic he frequently employed. However, Zhu Zhuqing merely arched the corner of her mouth, a smirk laced with a hint of derisive scorn. With one hand resting lightly on her waist and her brows slightly knitted, her gaze pierced through the air like a beacon. "Tang San, I am well aware of your esteemed reputation. Teacher Kai has remarked that you are one who often positions yourself above others, self-centered in nature." Her voice was soft yet distinctly clear, imbued with an undeniable strength. As if a stone had been cast into a tranquil pond, sending ripples of disturbance across its surface. Tang San pondered over the name of Teacher Kai, feeling as if a sudden gust of wind had stirred his thoughts, memories cascading like ripples in water, unbiddenly conjuring the image of Might Kai. In that instant, the usually composed visage of Tang San reflected a tumult of emotions, as if an invisible force had distorted his features, betraying the inner turmoil he struggled to contain. He took a deep breath, striving to bury the sudden surge of anger deep within, yet that emotion continued to churn like an undercurrent, refusing to be quelled entirely. "Is the Teacher Kai you refer to that scoundrel Might Kai?" Tang San's voice, though striving for calmness, was laced with repressed fury, each word betraying a simmering discontent. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing observed the unfolding scene, her delicate brows knitting slightly as a barely perceptible discontent flickered in her eyes. She fully understood Tang San's usual tranquility and restraint. His current outburst was undoubtedly provoked by the mere mention of Teacher Kai, stirring something deep within him that lay shrouded in taboo. Tang San. As the name rolled off Zhu Zhuqing's lips, she savored it, as if each syllable harbored untold stories of the past. A playful smile crept onto her face as she gazed at Tang San, teasingly remarking, "Oh? Are you the Tang San who was trampled by Teacher Kai in the soul-hunting forest 8 years ago?" Upon hearing this, waves of emotion surged within Tang San, memories flooding back with an overwhelming force. Without needing to inquire further, he discerned that the Teacher Kai in question was indeed the formidable Might Kai, whose indelible mark had etched a complex tapestry of hatred and resentment in his heart. The name Might Kai cut through his thoughts like a sharp blade, each recollection a fresh wound, embodying not only the shadows of torment he witnessed inflicted upon his mentor, but also the heavy burden of his father's mysterious disappearance, all pointing towards that powerful adversary. At this moment, Tang San's eyes ignited with an inner fire, burning with unrestrained fury and defiance. As he delicately twirled his fingers, glimmers of cold light emerged from his waist, revealing several silver needles poised to pierce the stillness of the air. Yet, a subtle ripple in the atmosphere unfurled behind Zhu Zhuqing, heralding the arrival of 3 figures, Xiaoyu, Liena, and Yen, who emerged like phantoms, intensifying the oppressive atmosphere that threatened to crystallize. Yen, enveloped in an invisible blaze, exuded a searing aura, his gaze fixed on Tang San, radiating unwavering resolve. Should Tang San make even the slightest move, the fiery onslaught would unleash like a tempest. As the leader of their group, Xiaoyu stepped forward with measured grace, positioning himself before Zhu Zhuqing to obstruct the exchange of glares between the two parties. His voice, deep and resonant, pierced through the taut air. "You are from the Shrek team, are you not? If there are grievances to be settled, let them be resolved in the competition. Any conflict here will result in disqualification. Moreover, Zhu Zhuqing is a member of our Spirit Hall's Golden Generation, and I will not permit anyone to bully her." Faced with the formidable pressure from the trio, Tang San discreetly retracted the silver needles. He exchanged glances with his companions, silently swallowing their grievances and indignation, transforming them into unvoiced sighs. At that moment, reason, as cold as iron, reminded them that this was not the time for impulsive actions. As the oppressive silence spread to every corner, Tang San finally spoke, his eyes glimmering with determination and resolve as he turned to Dai Mubai. "Boss Dai. Those 4 are all soul kings, their strengths unfathomable. But remember, we must emerge victorious in this battle." His voice, though soft, rang with conviction, igniting the fighting spirit within his companions like a fire on a winter's day. Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai instinctively pressed his hand against the wound that throbbed from the fierce battle, yet his gaze shone with a fierce brightness. As if the pain only served to fortify his resolve, he gently patted Tang San's shoulder, a gesture of both comfort and encouragement. Little San, no matter how treacherous the path ahead or how formidable our opponents may be, we, the Shrek's 7 monsters, shall stand united and fearless. In this battle, let us demonstrate through our actions that we shall reclaim our honor. A week later, after the Spirit Soul Academy showcased its formidable Soul King, the academies encountered in the following 2 days unanimously chose to forfeit. Consequently, throughout the preliminary rounds, the Spirit Soul Academy engaged in combat merely once. In the lounge of the Spirit Soul Academy, Yin lay exhausted upon the sofa, having refrained from combat for an entire week. He was once again dragged out by Xieyu for practice today. The outcome was predictable. He was thoroughly defeated. Just as Yin found himself engulfed in self-doubt, the door to the lounge was gently pushed open, and Xieyu entered with an undeniable air of authority. His gaze swept over the faces of his teammates, and upon seeing their post-battle despondency, he could not help but furrow his brow. He then cleared his throat with a deep, resonant cough. Ahem, everyone, lift your spirits. Let us not forget, Teacher Kai will be arriving shortly. This statement seemed to unleash an invisible force, instantly dispelling the gloom and fatigue within the room. At the mere mention of their stern yet fatherly Teacher Kai, the team's eyes sparkled anew, as if rejuvenated by morning dew. They straightened their posture and donned expressions of determination and anticipation. On the once bustling, expansive streets of Tiando City, Kai's steps appeared leisurely. Yet each tread was imbued with subtle intent. Initially, he reveled in this tranquility, as if the entire world had parted for him. However, gradually, an indescribable sense of unease crept into his heart. The surroundings began to distort subtly, space rippling with delicate waves, akin to the surface of a lake shrouded in morning mist or the nebulous edges of a dream. What should have been a cacophony of voices, vibrant and lively, transformed into an expanse of emptiness and silence, with only the whispers of the wind meandering through the alleys. Alarm bells rang within Kai's mind. He quietly gathered his energy, seemingly slowing his pace while secretly remaining vigilant. Every minute movement betrayed his extraordinary acuity and composure. As he was about to step beyond the city gates into the unknown, he suddenly halted, his back to the desolate street, and spoke with steady, penetrating clarity. Come forth, my friend. I imagine you must be weary from your pursuit. Upon uttering these words, the air seemed to solidify. Following this, a chilling presence seeped from the void, accompanied by a low, gravelly voice. Reminiscent of a call from the netherworld, the lead instructor of the Spirit Soul Academy indeed lives up to his reputation, even in this silent street. You can sense my presence. This voice carried both admiration and a barely perceptible threat, shrouding the entire scene in an enigmatic veil. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered a choice. Choice 1. Eliminate the remnant Dream Shinian and obtain a complete set of mental-type soul bones. Choice 2. Subdue the remnant Dream Shinian and obtain a complete set of mental-type soul bones. The long-awaited trigger of a choice stirred something within Kai's heart. As it had been nearly 2 years since he last encountered such an opportunity, Kai casually rotated his wrist, as if performing an elegant prelude. He then reached casually into the void, and the originally formless air seemed to be gently stirred by an invisible hand, producing a sound that suddenly became thick with tension. With a slight exertion, he appeared to extract Shinian from the void, as if peeling layers from a silk cocoon. At that moment, Shinian's expression was one of utter shock, his face firmly grasped by Kai's hand, which seemed to contain boundless power. His features contorted slightly from the pressure, his eyes filled with disbelief and a struggle for freedom. He exerted all his strength in an attempt to break free from this sudden confinement, but Kai's grip was unyielding, like a vice, holding him firmly at the edge of reality. Remnant Dream Shinian, Martial Spirit Nightmare, Level 76 Soul Sage, Vice President of Tsanghue Academy. My intelligence is quite accurate, isn't it? Kai's voice was deep and magnetic, each word landing precisely in Shinian's heart, stirring ripples of emotion. His gaze was profound, as though he could penetrate the deepest secrets of a person's soul, fixated on Shinian, allowing no room for evasion. Meanwhile, Shinian remained engulfed in the shock of his own illusion being ruthlessly torn apart. The sudden blow left him nearly devoid of the will to resist. As he allowed the incredulity to surge within him, refusing to settle. How could you possibly break my illusion? How could you capture my true self? Is it difficult? In the face of absolute power, all means are futile, Kai stated calmly. Observing Shunyan's terrified demeanor, he continued, to be honest, I find it admirable. But I do not appreciate fools. The very thought of attempting to assassinate me is truly concerning for the higher-ups of Renxue Academy. Under Kai's undeniable strength, Shunyan fell like a leaf caught in a tempest, helplessly crashing onto the cold ground, limbs thrashing futilely, only to amplify the air of despair surrounding him. At that moment, time seemed to freeze, until Kai coldly released his grip, allowing Shunyan to plunge into the abyss of fate. In the fleeting moment between life and death, Shunyan finally sensed the chilling undertone in Kai's words, an unprecedented fear piercing through his heart like ice. Before he could steady himself, he found himself kneeling involuntarily, the sound of his knees striking the ground heavy and despairing, mirroring his current emotions. His forehead struck the hard ground repeatedly, each collision proclaiming his submission. Please, do not kill me. I am willing to serve you. His voice was laced with fear of death and a yearning for life, each word earnest, each sentence heartfelt, pleading for a glimmer of hope in the unpredictable whim of Kai. With his illusion shattered, he found himself utterly incapable of resistance. Not enough, Kai responded indifferently. Shunyan, being an astute individual, immediately reacted. He raised 3 fingers in oath, declaring, I, Shunyan, swear by my martial spirit to follow you from this moment forth. Should I harbor any thoughts of betrayal, may my martial spirit shatter and I perish. In any other realm, such an oath might be easily disregarded. Yet here, in the realm of Douluo continent, a world governed by heavenly laws, swearing by one's martial spirit would incur severe repercussions upon betrayal. Pray tell, whose idea was it to assassinate me? Surely, it cannot be that you, in a fit of madness, conceived such a notion, Kai inquired. He was genuinely concerned about the intelligence of the individual who had come up with this scheme. After all, one would expect the leading instructor of the Soul Master Academy to be at least a Soul Douluo, sending someone as inexperienced as Shunyan, who was merely at level 76. To carry out such a daunting task was nothing short of folly. My lord, my target is an individual named Tang San. For the next opponent of Shrek Academy is our participating institution, Shunyan replied. Tang San. Kai pondered, stroking his chin as he regarded the obsequious Shunyan. To assassinate Tang San? I am at a loss whether to commend your cleverness or to lament your foolishness. Do you truly believe that by removing Tang San, our Renxue Academy will advance? And what if we face the Elephant Armor Academy? Will you resort to assassination once more? I fear that even the old fox, Huyenjun, will not spare you then. Kai turned slightly, his gaze as profound as a cold pond, sweeping past the prostrate Shunyan. You may leave. I shall consider this matter as if I have not witnessed it. As for the subsequent actions of Renxue Academy, you ought to be well aware, and there is no need for me to elaborate further. With that, the unmistakable air of authority in his voice caused Shunyan to shudder, sweat trickling down his brow as if the very atmosphere had solidified. Once Kai's figure receded into the distance, Shunyan dared to rise slowly, his legs still trembling. His heart filled with gratitude for having narrowly escaped a dire fate, coupled with a profound reverence for the indescribable power that Kai possessed. Kai did not hasten to return to the Soul Master Academy's lounge. Instead, he strolled towards the residence of the Tiando royal family. Just as he was about to step through the grand entrance, 2 guards clad in resplendent armor stood like sentinels, their spears crossed in an impenetrable barrier, politely yet firmly obstructing his path. This unexpected impediment did not cause Kai to falter. Rather, it added an air of nonchalance and enigma to his demeanor. This is the abode of His Highness the Crown Prince. Entry is prohibited unless invited, one guard stated, standing resolute like a pine tree, his spear slightly raised, his tone imbued with undeniable authority. Kai's gaze glided over them, an almost imperceptible indifference flickering in his eyes, yet he did not allow it to manifest on his countenance. Aware that this place was extraordinary, he tempered his formidable presence, adopting a posture of humility as he bowed deeply to the guard, speaking earnestly. I beseech you, esteemed brother, to convey my message. An old acquaintance, a Kai, requests an audience with His Highness on pressing matters. A Kai? The guard furrowed his brow at the name, which resonated faintly in his memory, yet failed to trigger any immediate recognition. After confirming that this name did not correlate with anyone in his recollection, He adhered to his duty and turned to deliver the message. As the guard's footsteps faded into the distance, the air around seemed to imbue itself with a subtle sense of anticipation and mystery. With a gentle push, the door creaked open, and a hurried figure entered, an attendant who had rushed to convey the report. His gaze swept across the room, swiftly identifying the Crown Prince Xue Qinghe, who sat at the center, exuding an extraordinary grace, along with Ning Fengji, the serene and composed leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, leisurely sipping tea beside him. The soldier paused momentarily, then knelt on one knee, clasping his fists with a tone of reverence and solemnity. I pay my respects to His Highness the Crown Prince and greet Master Ning. I have urgent matters to report. Xue Qinghe's brow furrowed imperceptibly at this unexpected interruption. Although a flicker of displeasure stirred within him, his noble upbringing and composure as the Crown Prince swiftly tempered his emotions, allowing him to maintain an air of refined elegance. What brings such urgency? He inquired, his voice gentle yet resonant, akin to the caress of a spring breeze, albeit laced with an undeniable authority. The soldier, upon hearing this, inclined his head even lower, his tone imbued with greater reverence. Reporting to Your Highness, there is a person named Akai seeking an audience. In that moment, a sudden and thunderous roar erupted, reminiscent of the heavens parting to unleash a deafening clap of thunder. This unforeseen sound coincided precisely with the mention of Akai, sending ripples through the tranquil depths of Xue Qinghe's heart, stirring emotions that surged like waves upon a lake. His inner excitement was difficult to contain. Even the slightest tremor within him was as delicate and subtle as the spring breeze brushing across the water's surface. Yet, with his extraordinary self-control, he skillfully concealed this agitation beneath a facade of calmness, imperceptible even to the astute Ning Fengji. Please, invite him in, Xue Qinghe commanded, his voice low and resolute, each word imbued with undeniable strength. His utterance seemed to possess an almost magical quality, instantly quelling the subtle unrest in the room. Hearing this, the guard bowed once more and exited the chamber with measured steps, leaving behind an atmosphere of tranquility and unresolved enigmas. Ning Fengji's keen gaze swept across Xue Qinghe's countenance, detecting a barely perceptible anomaly that stirred a flicker of concern within him. Your Highness, might the recent burdens of state affairs have led to some physical discomfort? His voice was gentle and considerate, revealing a profound concern for Xue Qinghe, yet tempered with the respect befitting a loyal subject. Xue Qinghe turned to Ning Fengji. Teacher, you may simply call me Qinghe. It is merely the excitement of encountering an old friend. A hint of curiosity flickered in Ning Fengji's eyes, prompting an inquisitive interest in the old friend mentioned by Xue Qinghe. Within the imperial city, it was a rarity for someone of the Crown Prince's stature to exhibit such unguarded emotion, suggesting that this individual's identity was indeed remarkable. Before long, the door creaked open once more, as if the passage of time itself had gently unveiled a sliver of its essence, drawing the attention of both individuals within the room to the figure poised to cross the threshold. A palpable tension and anticipation filled the air. As the footsteps drew nearer, Kai's silhouette gradually emerged. At that moment, Xue Qinghe could hardly restrain his inner excitement. His body quivered, yearning to rise and greet him, yet he quelled this impulse, maintaining the requisite grace and restraint in the presence of Ning Fengji. Ning Fengji, being the erudite and seasoned leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, could not hide his astonishment upon laying eyes on Kai, his pupils narrowing as if stirred by an invisible force. To his surprise, the visitor was none other than the leading instructor from the Martial Soul Academy, a young elder of the Martial Soul Hall, a figure long esteemed. Ning Fengji rose to welcome him, determined to uphold the decorum of the moment despite the tumultuous surprise within. When Kai encountered Ning Fengji, he was somewhat taken aback. Yet, as the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face. Currently, Kai was not inclined to offend anyone. I did not expect the renowned sect master Ning to be here. It is a pleasure to meet you. Both men exchanged compliments, maintaining a facade of mutual respect without any room for criticism. Qinghe, how did you come to know this elder from the Spirit Hall? Ning Fengji inquired cheerfully, although he had mentally prepared himself for what was to come. In response, Xue Qinghe rose from his chair. Master, do you recall that I mentioned I was attacked by a 10,000-year soul beast while hunting for my fourth soul ring? It was Brother Kai who fortuitously passed by and saved me. Had it not been for Brother Kai's timely intervention, there would likely be no Prince Xueqing of the Tiando Empire today. Xueqing's reply was impeccable, showcasing both Kai's benevolence and the weight of his goodwill. Kai leisurely resumed his seat, taking a delicate sip of fragrant tea, and with a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes, he casually turned to Ning Fengji and asked, "Sectmaster Ning, do you have a favored team in this competition?" Upon hearing this, a warm smile graced Ning Fengji's lips, his gaze revealing a subtle depth. He did not shy away from the question, but responded candidly, "Indeed, there is a team I hold in high regard, Shrek Academy, which happens to be where my daughter is currently studying." "Oh, Shrek Academy?" Kai leaned back slightly in his chair, a flicker of surprise crossing his expression. "As far as I know, the elite of Shrek Academy, even the exceptionally gifted Tang San, has only reached the 44th rank of Soul Master, while our Spirit Academy boasts a Soul King." Ning Fengji chuckled softly, his smile reflecting both pride in his daughter's academy and an anticipation of the challenges ahead. Although Shrek Academy may not have a resounding reputation, it often produces unexpected results. The level of soul power does not completely determine a team's true strength. What I observe more is their seamless cooperation, indomitable spirit, and a fervent desire for victory. In this arena, miracles can happen. Since Sect Master Ning holds Shrek Academy in such high regard, why not indulge me in a wager? A playful glint appeared in Kai's eyes, as if posing a casual inquiry while simultaneously expressing certainty. "A wager? What are the terms?" Ning Fengji feigned ignorance. "Hee." Kai chuckled lightly before continuing. "I wager that the champion of this competition will be the Spirit Academy. If I lose, the enforcement team of the Spirit Hall will withdraw from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect territory. Additionally, regarding the 4 soul bones awarded in this competition, I will personally gift 3 soul bones over 10,000 years old to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect. Furthermore, I will provide information about a 10,000-year transformed soul beast." Sect Master Ning, how significant is a transformed 10,000-year soul beast? I need not elaborate, I presume? Kai had laid bare his sincerity, leaving the decision now in Ning Fengji's hands. Listening to Kai's promised wager, Ning Fengji felt a stirring in his heart. Not merely the withdrawal of the enforcement team from the residents of Seven Treasure City, the 3 pieces of soul bones exceeding 10,000 years in age, nor could the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School claim to bestow them upon others, let alone the presence of a transformed soul beast aged 100,000 years. It is universally acknowledged that the disparity between soul masters possessing a 100,000-year soul ring and those lacking one is akin to heaven and earth. Furthermore, a 100,000-year transformed soul beast, while generating a soul ring of the same age, invariably produces a piece of 100,000-year soul bone. This indicates that a victory over the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School would yield at least 5 pieces of soul bones over 10,000 years old, along with a 100,000-year soul ring, not to mention several decades of stability in Seven Treasure City. Ning Fengji pondered whether this opportunity was a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Was his investment in Tang San truly worthy of his all? After a brief contemplation, Ning Fengji resolutely nodded. "Very well, I accept this wager. Should Shrek Academy emerge victorious, I kindly request the elders to fulfill today's promise. Naturally, should Shrek Academy lose, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School would generously bestow 4 pieces of soul bones over 10,000 years old to the Spirit Hall, alongside my personal wager of 100 million gold soul coins. Master Ning, you are aware of what the Spirit Hall desires." Kai, momentarily serious, fixed his gaze on Ning Fengji. "Let us not even mention soul bones and gold soul coins. If I prevail, the future plans of the Spirit Hall must remain unimpeded by the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, correct?" Kai had articulated his meaning quite clearly, and the cunning old fox, Ning Fengji, was undoubtedly perceptive enough to comprehend. The Spirit Hall has long harbored ambitions of dominion over the continent, a fact well known to the 3 major sects and the 2 great empires alike. Henceforth, the Spirit Hall's actions must not be opposed, plainly meaning an agreement must be forged between them. At that moment, a ripple coursed through the air. In the blink of an eye, an elder appeared behind Ning Fengji. This man was one of the 2 guardian Douluos of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, the Bone Douluo, renowned as the continent's foremost defensive Douluo at level 95. "Fengji, we both understand the ambitions of the Spirit Hall. This must not be agreed to." The Bone Douluo urgently glanced at Ning Fengji and then shifted his gaze to the onlooker, Xueqing. "Uncle Bone, I have my considerations. Although Ning Fengji's expression remained largely unperturbed, he ultimately turned his attention to Xue Qinghe. Your Highness, Ning Fengji refrained from addressing Qinghe directly, indicating he was conversing with him in the capacity of the sect leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. What are your thoughts? Xue Qinghe, recognizing the shift in Ning Fengji's tone, understood that neither of them would continue to engage in idle chatter. Teacher, I find this arrangement unsatisfactory. Ning Fengji was slightly taken aback by Xue Qinghe's response. Despite the promises made by the Spirit Hall potentially cultivating a powerful individual in the short term, Xue Qinghe's words solidified Ning Fengji's convictions, though he did not elucidate this point further. I understand. Let us leave the matter of the wager here. Uncle Bone, we shall take our leave. With that, Ning Fengji stood up, ready to depart. Xue Qinghe wished to rise and bid farewell, but was held back by Kai, who engaged her in conversation. Ning Fengji had already made his intentions clear. Being a wily old fox, Kai understood Ning Fengji's thoughts without the need for explicit rejection, thus tacitly agreeing. After all, Ning Fengji still held the position of the Crown Prince's teacher, destined to become the future Grand Master of the Tiando Empire. Publicly conceding to the demands of the Spirit Hall would benefit neither the Spirit Hall nor the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Just as Ning Fengji and Douluo departed, a radiant golden light suddenly enveloped Xue Qinghe. Subsequently, Qian Renxue emerged gracefully from that golden glow, her long legs striding forth. Qian Renxue, noticing Kai's intense gaze, felt a mixture of amusement and irritation. Just as she was about to inquire about his motives, Kai stepped forward, drawing her into his embrace. The soft sensation enveloped him, stirring ripples of emotion within, akin to the first bloom of peach blossoms in spring, vivid yet elusive. He inhaled deeply. The faint, elegant fragrance exuding from Qian Renxue was reminiscent of flowers in a misty valley at dawn, subtly teasing his senses and infusing his gaze with a hint of enchantment and intoxication. Qian Renxue's cheeks flushed, resembling the rosy clouds at sunrise, both shy and tinged with an indescribable anticipation. She did not resist this unexpected intimacy. Rather, she surrendered to it, allowing Kai's embrace to become her most steadfast refuge at that moment. However, as time flowed gently onward, that pure warmth gradually deepened into more profound sentiments. Kai's hand unconsciously caressed her delicate skin, and this inadvertent closeness brought about a subtle shift in the atmosphere. Qian Renxue glanced sideways, a flash of playful reproach in her eyes. Yet, she did not truly chastise him. Instead, in this delicate ambience, she experienced an unprecedented thrill. In that fleeting moment, Qian Renxue took an action that took Kai by surprise. She rose onto her toes and, in a swift, almost imperceptible motion, pressed her lips softly against his. This sudden kiss was akin to a sudden summer rain, unexpected yet perfectly nourishing to a parched heart. Kai was struck by this unexpected tenderness, and in that instant, all thoughts seemed to freeze. He felt the warmth and softness at the corners of his lips, a unique gentleness that was Qian Renxue's, quietly melting the ice in his heart like spring rain. The warmth of this romantic and intimate moment lingered in the air,